And
of the world famous Adam Friedland Show. Thank you for having me.
World famous Center Left podcast.
How many people are watching this right now?
Not that many. There's only 23,000 currently.
Jesus Christ.
No, my peak was like January 6th was my peak a couple years back when it first happened.
What a day. That was my
good
peak
day.
too. I was in Pelosi's chair.
I was there in spirit.
I was taking a little fart in Pelosi's chair.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was there in spirit.
Yeah, you were there?
Yeah, that was my peak at like 270, I think.
I was selling fake acid in the lot. I was selling gemstones and doing devil sticks. I had nitrous tanks at January 6th. Have you ever been to a Grateful Dead show, Hassan?
I have actually been to a Grateful Dead show.
I went to Dead End Company.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
Grateful Dead is like what, from the 60s, 70s?
No, it was in the 90s, actually. Early 90s.
It was?
Jerry was still alive.
That
was actually their peak, kind of.
Oh, okay. Well, I have been at a Dead & Co. John Mayer fucking knows how to play that guitar, man.
Dude, he really knows how to shred that damn thing.
Yeah, but I don't really listen to music.
You don't like music?
I don't listen to any music.
Because you just talk to the fucking... it looks like the code from The Matrix.
Yeah.
It's just flying.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally all I do.
But it must be bad for your back.
And
for your eyes, too, to look at the computer screen so much.
It is... both of those things are probably correct. Wait, what is this?
Saltburn?
Someone made this for us.
Real fast?
Yeah.
Cute.
Is this girl news? Saltburn?
Saltburn is a movie, though. No, Girlfriend News is like something horrific, and then they're like, you've already woken up and they're already terrified to start the day.
Okay.
And you have to be like, babe, I don't want to know if a baby committed suicide.
I feel like this is gay stuff.
It's true crime. This Saltburn,
Someone said it's about gay sex.
Oh, okay.
Which is like your podcast.
Can we watch it?
Yeah.
Can we watch it on Twitch?
The same as the Adam Friedland show.
Oh my God, your dog is perfect.
How would
you had?
She is like 10 months old.
Oh my God.
At this point.
Full?
No.
Burmese?
No, she's a mix. She's mixed. She's like a Tibetan Mastiff, Saint Bernard Chow Chow mix.
You had a pit? You used to have a pit?
I used to have a pit bull.
I have a pit right now.
Oh damn.
Yeah. I've had a pit for like 9 years now.
Wait,
have you heard about the crime statistics?
Yeah, I was about to say, how do you deal with that with so many pit haters in the Chapo universe? I mean,
is that a thing? Because I thought that was an alt-right thing.
No,
I thought they were talking about like
Will always dunks on pit bulls, even though, to be fair, I have it on the record when they were at my old apartment way back in the day when I was on Chapo, they loved fish. They were all petting him.
No, Will's chilled with my fucking pit bull mad time.
Yeah, I think he's a fake pit hater.
Whatever, brother.
He just fucking fakes it.
No,
He's
I think
phony.
people talk about like how they're like violent and stuff, and it's like it's veiled racism. That's like it's supposed to be like, yeah, we all need to incarcerate them and stuff. I think it's like an alt-right. It's like a Pepe.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Oh, we got some Pepes in the chat.
No. This is Twitch always uses Pepe's. It's not like a. God, that is so Hillary Clinton.
I don't know your life. I don't understand what this is. I don't know. But I just know that it's
Twitch
amazing.
Is like gaming.
I thought you played video games. That's what Nick and I found out. We thought you played video games.
I sometimes do. So right now, actually, I play.
I'm playing Spider-Man 2 right now.
Wait, what?
I'm playing Woke Spider-Man 2.
Oh, Woke Spider-Man 2?
Yeah, I love it. Miles Morales.
Yeah, no, that one's great. I played that a little bit on stream and then I stopped. But right now I'm playing Grand Theft Auto No Pixel. It's like a server for role play. So it's an entire server dedicated to it's like a super custom server. It's like a MMORPG almost. It's like, do you know what WoW is? World of Warcraft?
Yeah.
How am I the nerdier guy in this conversation? How is that?
I just girlfriends.
Yeah, it's true.
Very popular, cool guy.
That's true.
It must be exhausting in this. Are these chairs at least ergonomic for you?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know about that one. That one was free.
You're running this all yourself. You don't. I thought there was like a guys behind the scenes.
No.
No. You're
like
you look like you're a day trader right now. You look like you're at
I got three. Yeah, I got three monitors.
Got 3 monitors. Wow. So they send you things, and then they send you videos and stuff, and you watch their videos. What if someone pranks you? What if they're like, look at this really cool
They
AOC
do.
speech, and then it's just like
They do.
some violent sex act or something. But then they get
They don't
banned
do
from-
that. No, but like people have gotten banned. There's a streamer on this platform called Forsen, and he
Foreskin?
like Forsen. He's Swedish, but his community always sends him horsecock, and like he's gotten banned numerous times
from the platform.
For like they'll send him like an elaborate. And it's like a gift of like, let's say, I don't know, like a dancing monkey or something. And then all of a sudden the gift transforms into a fat horsecock.
Yeah.
So like his fans
That's epic.
literally make stuff specifically to get him banned. Yeah, he's
wow.
Swedish.
Okay. Well, I guess that's what fans are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Do they get mad at you?
Do my fans get mad at me
Yeah,
all
yeah.
the time?
Yeah, me too.
No. But when your fans get mad at me, I feel like your community has two different sects in it.
Yeah.
You have like the Chapo guys who are like, we love communism, and then they watch you guys.
Is that still a kind of guy you can be? I feel like everything's so muddled these days.
I guess.
I feel like it's not so polarized, you know?
I feel like you have the people that used to like Chapo and still like Chapo, and then you have the people that were on your subreddit who are the worst people I've ever encountered in my entire life and should probably be
They're good
they
people.
should be
They're beautiful people.
they should be institutionalized 100%.
They hated me. But it's so funny because like we would have like my mom passed away like 3 years ago, and like I got all these messages from people that were like, you know, this is like a tough time in your life, and like you can't rush the healing process, and you have to just like let yourself feel and let it wash over you. And like, you know, you've given me so much from your podcast, and I was like, wow, that's really nice. I didn't know how so many people listen.
And then they would call you the K word right after.
And then you scroll up to like their last messages, like, I wish you were in the ovens.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's very bizarre.
I think they're like, I don't know how to describe it. Like everybody, I mean, it's the phenomenon.
Is that
Like,
Saddam Hussein laughing? That's a big one on your thing?
no, it's Keck W. It's Resitas. He's like a Spanish comedian that passed away.
Oh, no.
It's all, dude. Twitch is a incredibly insulated community online of people who are super agoraphobic, people who are like living basically like COVID quarantine lifestyles before COVID.
Have you ever done videos with Kai Cenat? Collabos?
No, I mean
That guy's cool.
I've hung out with him.
You've hung
before.
out with him?
Yeah.
Did you see that when he was getting a hand job at his party?
Why do you know that?
Because I saw it on Twitter.
Why do you
So it's
see
like
that?
he's at his
Yeah, he
and
allegedly.
I was like, I thought this was for video games.
He allegedly got a hand job. Allegedly, you can't tell.
Hassan's getting a hand job right now.
No, don't say that, bro. That's implied nudity.
Okay.
That's illegal.
What is this?
I will get
This is
cooked.
a prude platform?
It is now. Yeah, it's getting
It's
more
getting
and more.
pruder?
It's getting more
Who
and more
owns it?
prude.
Who owns it?
Amazon.
Amazon
Oh, this
owns
is
it.
this is my version of like people
Fine
fucking me
poop
up.
Sock.
This. When mom find poop sock, that's my version or this community's version, which is very lame.
Can I
They'll
say
be like,
F?
yeah, you can say
F.
yeah, you can curse. You can't just say you can't say slurs though. So
I'm not gonna say slurs.
no,
I know you're telling me
I'm
the
just
rules. of
letting you know the
general
rules in
Twitch.
general. I'm not saying
Okay.
that you say slurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what they do. They'll be like, I'll be covering like something serious, like a mass shooting is happening, right? And I'm like, hey guys, do you remember? Like, I'll be like, hey chat, do you remember
Yeah.
the thing that happened like 3 years ago? Do you have that news article 3 years ago?
And then they send you poop sock.
And then they'll be like, yeah, oh, here it is, like breaking news, like this is another mass shooting going on, and then I click on it, and then they have a big laugh about
Yeah,
it, and then
that's funny.
I
That's
ban
real-
them.
that's
Exactly,
real-
it's not. Thank you,
That's really funny.
thank you, exactly.
What? So how old is everyone in here? Because when that Taylor Swift thing happened to me, I thought it was like 13-year-old girls.
No,
That's what I
they're
thought.
adults. They're
No,
whole ass
it's
adults.
It's adults.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister explained everything to me,
Yeah.
and she said because Scooter Braun took her masters and she had to redo all of her albums again.
Mm-hmm.
Her fans had to relive the trauma of each album. It's serious. This is serious. Her
Stop,
fans had to
bro.
relive the trauma of each album all over again. Only this time they were more painful because they had loved and lost. So they were 13-year-old girls the first time it came out, and now they're 30-year-old women, and now they could actually relate to the.
Bro, oh Jesus Christ!
No, I'm not. It's serious. You're the one making fun of this. I didn't understand it.
I'm not making fun of it. I would never make fun of it.
I'm not making fun of it either.
My thing was the barbs. Like I had to
Barbs.
duke it out
They
with
got
the
mad at
barbs.
you?
Whoo, they
Oh,
still.
that's tough because she's got the gays with her.
Bro, I cannot go to a Sephora.
You can't.
Like I'm not allowed to be in a mall where there's a Sephora. They have
to
shooters.
learn. You have to learn how to Vogue, dude. You need to learn how to do Paris is Burning.
I do want to go.
I went to one.
Oh, you went to a Vogue thing?
I went to a Vogue thing, yeah.
Dude, I really want to go so
to
bad. And then literally people were telling me you can't go because barbs dominate that scene.
Why are they mad at you?
Because I ratioed her when she was like, I love
About the
Tucker Carlson. Yeah, I ratioed her on the vaccine stuff. And then after that, she was like, Tucker Carlson, she was like, there's a documentary on it here. You want to see?
Just apologize. She's so talented.
Yeah, I love her.
We love her so much.
She's sick.
I think I don't know all the words to every song, but I'm a Barb's.
I'm a Barb too. I'm such a Barb.
Wait, what is this?
Here, this is Hassan Abed gets Nicki Minaj suspended, instantly regrets it. I think this is it.
Is a huge rap artist.
She revealed she would not get vaccinated.
They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met.
She would not be getting vaccinated until she did enough research.
I'm working on that now.
The rapper also went on to claim that
my cousin in Trinidad won't get the vaccine because his friend got it.
And his testicles swelled up so much.
His testicles became swollen.
It's
He's
a
got
funny
giant testicles. See the panic in the face. She doesn't care if Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles are enlarged. Which we saw the likes of Hassan Piker responding.
I'm sorry, Nicki Minaj. Like, I was so hurt back then. Look at, I was so ugly.
No. I like it. You're wearing a Sopranos t-shirt.
I'm wearing a Sopranos t-shirt.
Then you look the same there. You're the same kind of guy. You just got a haircut.
Yeah, that hair was not a good time.
That was lockdown, though, right?
That was lockdown.
So
Missed the
whatever,
lockdown.
brother.
I'm fat. I was so fat. Anyway, whatever.
Got fat during COVID. And so this is a fan-generated thing.
Nicki Minaj, one of my editors. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. They want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met. It'll be one.
Kind of realized what it was because we had Nick had a very strict no media policy. And so anytime we'd have like a interview request, we'd say we wouldn't respond. I guess it's just on YouTube. It's all the clip compilations and stuff that would go viral, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's how people found the show.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel so old.
No, we have the same
I feel so
thing.
old. How old are you?
I'm 32.
I'm 36. Yeah, I mean we're both. I mean we should have families, no?
Yeah, you don't look 36 though. You look young.
I look young, but I should have kids. I feel like we should start families.
I don't know. I feel like I have a
Why
childish.
do you have a salt shaker over there?
Oh, because I eat at my desk when I'm streaming.
You eat for them? Do they wait for you to pee?
That was a big drama too, but sometimes
it's like a Chinese factory. They don't want you to pee.
Yeah, bro, they time it. I have people in here that literally have Excel spreadsheets of how long it takes me to piss. They time it. What?
You go to therapy?
Nah, fuck no.
You should. I feel like it's.
I'm fine.
I feel like you know.
No, I'm fine.
Oh no, that's a what?
What?
Is that cultural? Do Turks not bang with it? I mean, I don't want to be the men. I just literally go therapy kind of guy, but come
No,
on.
no. It's not that at all. It's not about toxic masculinity or anything. I just don't have time.
No, they're fucking worms that are timing your pisses. I think you should go to. I think it's
bro. There is no way I would not be able to explain it to a therapist. Like I would not be able to explain my situation to another human being.
I think you can. I was going through a breakup once, and my therapist told me that another client was telling him about it as an example of how toxic the internet is.
Telling who about who?
Telling my therapist, another client was saying it to him. He's like, "How you doing?" I was like, "I'm stressed out, dude. The internet is stressing me out
really?
right now because I'm."
What do you go to a therapist?
And he's like, "Yeah, another client was telling me."
So therapists are So you're
He didn't say anyone's name, but he's like, yeah. The people were
your therapist is like only what are you a therapist?
I don't ask who else
podcasters?
he's. No, it's not podcasters. There is a comedian's therapist.
Are they funny? Like, what do you mean?
No, they just see like 8 comedians, and that's the last guy you should see in the world, for
Yeah.
sure. Because all those people have like terrible issues. But no, he said that another one of his patient, I don't know what the word is, said that was talking about how toxic the internet was, and used me as an example, used my life as an example.
Oh, well, I mean, we do have similar like parasocial.
Which I mean is like it's not a normal way to live, right? To have a guy timing your pisses.
No, it's not normal.
It's not normal. And I mean, listen, it's very impressive what you're doing. I can't podcast for an hour. I mean, like we gotta.
Yeah, I do this for 9. I do this for 10 hours every day.
You do this for 9 hours.
9 to 10 hours. Yeah.
So what? What if you have to take a huge shit? What if you have to take an enormous shit?
I've never.
I have 30,000 people know when you have we're taking a massive dump.
I mean, I have shat before. I mean, I did it when I was in Italy. I was streaming.
Yeah.
At dinner with my family because I had to get my hours in, and
You had to get your hours in.
yeah. So I left my brother manning the deck, explaining to them like I don't know stuff about I think spaceships or something.
What
I
does
don't
your
know
brother
what
do?
he's
He does
doing.
politics
He does
too?
no. He does real. No. He builds spaceships.
Oh, he's an
Not an astronaut, but he's a
rocket
engineer.
scientist.
Yeah, rocket scientist. Yeah, he does like real shit. And my mom and dad are both college professors.
Yeah.
So they do like real stuff. And then I was in the bathroom pooping. Oh yeah, this is because I wrote it in the chat. I said, "Chat, I'm on the pooper."
I feel like, wow, that is so crazy. That is, I mean, like, I'm in awe of you. I have to say it. Nick and I talk about it a lot on the show, but we're in awe of you. It is such dedication. You're to a grind. I mean, we found this new show that we're making, and I've been working more than I've ever worked before. And granted, I was a very lazy man for a long time, but now I'm working 7 days a week often. And I love it, but I don't have to do it in front of people.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Yeah, I would say that is the worst. Like, look, I'm a very lucky guy.
You're super lucky.
I'm a very lucky guy.
It's a beautiful home.
Oh, thank you.
I've only seen this room.
Yeah.
My assumption were there were people behind the cameras.
No.
Wow.
I'm a real lucky dude. However, I would say that how much access people have to me is the worst part about this because it's like it gets people, one, take it for granted. Two, I have a lot of like, and I don't know if you have this as well. I have a lot of like former fans. And when they develop a parasocial relationship with me, they know everything, right? They know how fucking long it takes me to piss. So then when they become haters, they're like, they know how to be really cutting.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
they don't,
yeah.
and they're not
They
just
know
like
all this
regular.
stuff. I mean, my guys know
Yeah,
that
I know.
crap my pants and stuff.
Yeah, someone literally brought it up in the
Did I
chat
get
right now.
cheated?
They were like, yo, ask Adam at the time he shit his pants on Cumtown.
Yeah. I shit my pants.
Yeah.
And I went home. My girlfriend is here in the other room right now. I went home and I literally said to her, I said, why would anyone want to marry me? I felt like I crapped my pants in front of the whole school.
I mean, it happens.
I felt like it's crazy. But this is next level. You're amazing. You blow my mind.
Yeah,
I've never seen. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't come across as sarcastic. Like I've never seen this type of setup in action before.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty basic. I would say.
Is it basic? Who else are you like ranked on Twitch? I thought so. Kai Cenat does this too. Is that?
Yeah, he does this too. I'm still one of the top content creators on the platform, like on Twitch.
On Twitch.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like Kai. I Show Speed is another. He's a YouTube streamer.
He's YouTube.
Yeah, but he's on YouTube.
He's funny. He's very funny, right?
I mean, I don't know.
He's like ADD. Like,
I mean, bro, I'm 32. I don't give a shit.
How old is I Show Speed? Listen, I'm 36. But you're calling me a little of a pedo?
Why the fuck do you know about I Show Speed if you're 36?
I'm trying to talk to my little cousins.
Oh, okay, fair.
No. I mean, this is like, sometimes I'm like, I didn't know who Mr. Beast was until like this year, basically. And I got sent Mr. Beast Feastables candy bars
Wait, why?
for being an important member of society.
How the fuck did they find
for
out?
Halloween? I got a DM.
That's crazy. Yeah.
So wait, so you get paid by Twitch, or do they subscribe to your stream?
No, they subscribe to me because I run 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. And I mean, not everyone sees 3 minutes of the ad break, but they subscribe to
Ad breaks.
to not see the break, to see the ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like right now, I'm running it.
What's that?
And it's not, I don't know what the ad looks like.
So we're off right now.
No, we're not off because most of the people are subscribed. A lot of people don't see it. Like international audiences usually don't see it.
What is this? 10-10, 9-10.
Oh, segue. They rate my segue.
They rate your
Like how I baited them. Just now, I snuck the ad break in. So they rate it, and then there's a bot in the chat that calculates.
Do you think they like each other more than they like you?
Who?
Like this is their community, right? The chat, like these are all their friends. and
They'll
stuff.
say yes, probably.
You think people have hooked up?
Yeah,
You think people have met in the chat and then
100%.
you think people have smashed off this?
100%.
That's amazing.
Let's see. Okay, so this bot, I got 320 chatters rated the ad break, and the segue averaged 8.46 out of 10.
Not bad. And so there's a bot that just immediately calculates.
Yeah.
Wait, can ask the chat. Has anyone gotten any sex from being in this chat?
Bro, they're gonna lie. It's anonymous online.
So
But
whatever.
yeah, I'm telling you, yes.
Me. Yes. Okay, so none of them have.
Yeah.
So
A stripper gave a lap dance to a chatter, both fans. Yeah, that's true. That happened. And then everybody fucking canceled me and yelled at me for that reason.
why? But that's her job, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's like, but people were like
that
upset because
you're-
they were like, oh, sex work is not
Oh, she should get
Socialist.
compensated.
what she was. But they were like,
she was compensated.
no, there's like a lot of people who are just like, sex work is bullshit.
I don't want to chime in on that at all.
Yeah, you don't want
I'm just
that.
some fucking schmuck. I don't.
You're
Who
gonna get-
cares
you're-
what I have to think.
You're gonna get like Taylor Swift style anger if you say the wrong thing.
It's really nice to just be like, oh, I don't know. This guy is really nice.
Yeah.
I don't have to know anything anymore. It's kind of nice. That's why I think I like the interviews, because I don't really know. I just do research for a week, and then
Yeah.
I like find out a couple things, but I don't really know anything.
I mean,
And then I'm like, I just want to find out what kind of guy it is.
who's your favorite interview so far?
I loved, well,
Jadakiss?
In the interview itself, like doing the interview, or what it ended up being.
And what did it end up being first?
I think the show is really good. I think it just keeps. I think like the last.
Oh no, I meant after the aftermath of the interview. I meant
Like the Portnoy one was like, I thought it was going terrible the whole time.
oh no, it was great.
But then we worked really hard on it and made it, got all the good stuff out of it, like squeezed all the good stuff out of it.
How was he? What was he like in real life?
I think he just had never had a concept of a guy like me. I think when he saw me, he's like, that's what a gay nerd is.
And then you were
I
like,
knew
but I'm a cool guy.
But I knew more about sports than him. And he owns a company called Sports.
That's true.
So it was like, I think I blew his mind. I think he was expecting it to be like, oh, I'm going to talk to this.
You probably
look at this glasses gay nerd.
You probably are closer to his like median watcher than he thinks.
Than a Barstool guy. I don't know. I don't know what they look like. I don't know. I know some of the guys that work there that are like do some of the shows there.
Yeah. No, but I mean like
comedy.
I mean, I meant like you're not that far off from like the average Barstool watcher, in my opinion. Not all of them are like frat bros who are like, ugh.
Yeah.
Like people would assume I'm closer to the audience than you are, but I think you're closer.
Oh no, definitely. I'm
Like
closer to Barstool.
you resemble like
For
the average Barstool fan more than I do, and I don't know shit about sports. That's probably the
No,
other
you know more about video games.
video games and anime and stuff. Yeah. Who's this guy? I'm new to the community. What's the best video to show you to this community in your mind?
Are we gonna do director's commentary?
Wow, that's what have you ever had gay thoughts?
Yeah,
That's a good one.
that was a good question.
I like this. I love the aesthetic, by the way, of the Adam Friedland show. It's pretty good.
We it's like a recreation of the Dick Cavett show set.
I don't even know. I don't know what that is.
Dick Cavett, he was this talk show host in the 70s. He had a lot. He wasn't very funny, but he had a lot of these like amazing interviews with like Alfred Hitchcock and John Lennon, and like, you know, it was kind of like we kind of wanted to have like that aesthetic, but like in the voice of how stupid Nick and I are. So that was kind of like yeah. So it's like a 70s talk show set kind of vibe.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you heard gay thoughts?
Have I heard gay thoughts?
We all have.
No, I don't think really.
No, we all have for like a second.
No, I don't.
For 1 second, you have a gay thought.
He's the straightest guy ever. Oh, I've never had a gay thought. Oh.
Caroline, I do not recall having
You're
gay
saying
thoughts.
you've never had one gay thought?
I was with Matthew McConaughey today. I didn't have a gay thought.
All right. Yeah.
Well played.
The way you guys talk about Brady.
I love Brady.
It's a little gay, no?
No, it isn't.
Oh, you guys are like, Tom, he's the most handsome. Oh my God.
Well, you can say guy's
Huge
good looking.
cock, massive
I said his kid had a huge cock, not him.
Wait, did you know about this?
I found out about this from this clip.
Okay, so the article is so funny. I should have had pull quotes like on the cards, and I'm so pissed I didn't have them. But the way he talks about that infant's penis it's like that's what goats do. Like they make big dick babies. Like they're just, it's insane. It is. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's the most blown out of proportion thing of all time. And I think I say something like, you can't even compliment a child's penis anymore.
The thing is, like,
yeah.
Like, he has no shame saying that, but he's like worried about coming across as a little gay.
The thing that's amazing about him is that he is clearly someone where, I don't know, I asked him this and he didn't agree with this, but I feel like he's someone his entire life where like dweebs and know-it-alls have been like, actually you're wrong, actually you suck. And I think there's something about his psychology that's just like, where he's just basically like unfazed by it, or like fuck you to all of it, where he now has $700 million. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way he can shield himself, whether it's insecurity or not insecurity or whatever it is. I think that spite is obviously a large part of it. He has a long shit list, obviously. But yeah, the way that it's clear that like nerds and know-it-alls have been like, you don't know what you're doing, probably his entire life, and he's like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
And it's resulted in...
But like most of that is just like eating pizza, right? Isn't that his like most famous thing?
No, I mean, well, he's created a platform. Well, here's the thing, right? Like, most people just like beer and boobs and football, right? Like, we can like scoff at it, but that's what most people like.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's what most people like. So he made a thing of first. It's like, okay, he made a hamburger, and the hamburger tastes good to most people.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean?
He's the Taylor Swift of guys.
He's a massive fan too. He's like,
he loves Taylor Swift.
He had a jacket that he sent to every concert or something. He's like, I'm a fucking Swiftie. I don't know what to tell you, bro. I'm a fucking Swiftie. I love Taylor Swift. He just like got mad at me. Wait, read what he said.
Just swinging low like a boss. That's what MVP QBs do. They impregnate chicks and give birth to big dick kids.
That's
P.S.
So sick.
The mom's ass ain't bad either.
The confidence of the person that writes that sentence, I'm jealous of, right? I'm not saying that. Listen, it is abhorrent and crazy to put that on the internet. But the amount of self-confidence that it requires to just hit send or publish on something like that is like,
you know what?
It is? Wow, I wish I was that free.
You know what it is? I think like, I like to call it like a level of grime protection where he's so gross that like you expect him to be gross, right? So there's not really anything he can do that'll get his fan base to be like, no, fuck that. That's too far. You know what I mean? I'm done with you. Fuck that. He can basically say whatever the fuck he wants. And I don't even think he's aware of that. Or maybe he is. I don't know.
I think that, no, what he does is he's really good at, I said in the interview to him, but he's good at creating like a narrative, right? Like, I just picked my nose a little bit, and 25,000 people saw that. I just went like this, and they saw that. Insane, dude.
Well, 90,000
ass on this?
Well, yeah, but they can't hear it.
They can't hear it.
Yeah,
My girlfirend was working from home
because
the other day.
I got a noise gate.
I didn't realize how. I think I fart 100 times a day. I think I fart one. She was like, "How many times
not
do you think you
good.
fart?" I think it's 100
Bro,
times.
stop.
a day.
Are you lactose
I have-
intolerant?
Everything. But wait,
That's why.
But I think the thing
Stop
is,
drinking
no,
milk.
Like, he knows like when he's got like a hot one. Like he like protested at the NFL offices, like Deflategate or something.
Oh yeah.
And he knew that the commissioner was taking it too seriously, and it was gonna end up biting the NFL in the ass. So he just pushed it harder and harder because he's like a carnival barker kind of thing.
Yeah.
There is a skill to what he does. It's like, I mean, like, I'm not like I that's how I understand like
No, for
that
sure.
guy's success. You know,
No, he's definitely
100 farts is crazy. How about you shut up
Yeah,
before
you
you
got
walk a
him.
mile in my shoes?
fucking got him. Yeah, that definitely. Like he has something. He is the exact opposite of me in every
The
sense of the
no
word.
socks, the white pants, the chain. I mean, like just the swinging low like a boss.
I just mean like
He's awesome.
like he could do whatever the fuck he wants. Sometimes
Yeah.
I get like a little jealous of dudes who can just like say whatever the fuck they want, and even if it gets misconstrued, it doesn't matter because like to his target demo, absolutely zero fucking people care. They're like,
Yeah.
no, you're a god. And the inverse of it is also like when he'll say something that's like marginally good.
Yeah.
Like he'll just be like, yeah, I like Bernie Sanders. Like
yeah,
when he
no, I
said
got
on your
I got to
like
towards
yeah.
Medicare for all.
Like when he said that on your interview, like
Yeah.
I know for a fact that all of the people that normally would hate him hear that and go, "Oh, see, he's actually kind of a good guy."
It's
like
kind
you
of-
want him to be a good guy
It's
in
kinda
your
like
mind.
what was like Bernie doing Rogan, right? It was like it ended up being like he's just talking to a bigger audience, right?
Yeah.
You know. But what?
Look-
Wait, what do I? What does he say after that? Like, it's the most blown out.
How many
That's
people
true.
you got back there?
We have 3 camera ops.
God damn. That's
we
like-
have people. Like we have and then we have someone running the sound and in the like edit bay, like Adam Ginsberg, our editor. Shout out to him.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
I have one on my pod.
We have like when we shoot, we have people there, and like it's kind of like
On my pod we have just my co-hosts and then we have a producer who like runs the cameras and everything.
who's that?
But the cameras
Destiny?
are stable. Destiny.
Is that your co-host?
No. No, not at all. No, it's
Wait,
Will
can you
and
explain to me who Destiny is?
he's like
He's like an intellectual debater.
I wouldn't say he's an intellectual.
He's a modern, but his whole thing is that he's like, how about you come over and debate my ass? He's like, why don't you come?
Yeah.
Why don't you come
Yeah.
down in this ring and debate my
It's like,
ass?
I saw a thumbnail on Twitter and I think it like perfectly explains like what he does. It was I mean he's insane. His subreddit will go crazy after this.
Really?
Now that you mention it, yeah, they like cyber stalk me.
They hate you.
Yeah, like an Olympic
I don't know
sport.
who he is, and I'm more on Destiny's side than Hassan's. I just want to say,
He's a center left podcaster.
but I'm center left. Okay.
Yeah, no, for years, like, he wrote, like, a manifesto about being able to say the N-word as a white guy and, like, debated
A
it.
manifesto.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like,
A manifesto.
Straight up, like a manifesto.
Maestro.
And then for years, they were like, Hassan is friends with the guys on Come Town, and they say the N-word all the time. It's quite, it's like they always
say
look
it
for.
all the time.
Yeah, all the time. They look
Yeah.
for hypocrisy. Like, that's their
Hypocrisy.
thing. They're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like, isn't that hypocritical?
Oh, those kind of guys.
Yeah, there-
oh,
it's
so
those-
Reddit. So it's just Reddit.
Oh yeah, no. It's
just
the
Reddit.
most Reddit person. But the thumbnail I saw was like a perfect example of how like what his content looks like. No, not this.
What is this?
No, this is they're debating
Glenn?
January 6th or something with the Krasenstein brothers against Glenn Greenwald, Alex Jones, and
Is that
I
real?
don't even know who the yeah.
That looks so fire.
No,
We gotta go to that.
No, the thumbnail I saw on
I
Twitter
gotta
was
go
like
sell fake Molly in the parking lot for that.
Yeah, the thumbnail I saw on Twitter was like debating my ex-wife on whether she was faithful or not. And it was like that's like the perfect depiction of
Yeah.
like the type of content. And it like everyone
Wait,
takes
is that
it
real?
so-
Is that real? He really
Yeah.
did that? He debated his ex-wife.
Yeah, it's like, but like his fan base takes it so seriously. They're like, yeah, this is like,
Right.
this is exactly what Socrates would have done, type
Yes.
of shit.
Yeah, the manifesto.
Yeah, he would write like
He's
like
an
modern day
intellectual
Plato.
titan. Yeah.
Modern day Plato is reading Wikipedia pages and like debating the faithfulness of his ex-wife.
Yeah.
after their public divorce.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I felt really bad for the guy that got caught
Well,
with the porn in his tab of the deep fake.
oh, Atrioc.
yeah, I felt really
He's
bad
actually.
for that.
It's,
'Cause
it's
his
like an
wife had
interesting.
to be sitting there, and Nick and I watched that video like 10 times. That's kind of when I found out Twitch wasn't video games. I was like, what is? I thought it was video games. I was like, I thought Hassan was doing Nazi zombie Call of Duty for the kids.
No, there's definitely Big A. So that's Atrioc. He's
a nice guy.
He's actually a nice guy. Like, I mean, you know, sometimes nice guys do really fucked up shit. You know, he's atoned for it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
His wife had.
But I'll tell you this much: like now that I brought him
but
up,
that's what I mean. It's just like the fact that his wife was sitting there, but it was an apology to the audience, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really an apology to his wife.
Well, it was
It
also-
should
it
be
was
to
also
the
an
other
apology-
lady and to his wife, right? Isn't it? Just
it was an
his wife?
apology to his audience, and also like it was a public apology to all the girls that were on the AI porn website.
to every single girl.
Well, kind of,
Did
yeah.
he even do the whole list of every girl he watched?
No, but also
Dame
like
Judi Dench,
No.
Susan Sarandon.
no, but he knows all of them. You know what I mean? So it's like
So
fucked
they're
up.
all celebrities from Twitch as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we're celebrities.
I
but-
shouldn't bring that up. That's your like world.
Yeah.
You can say some shit. I'll spill tea on the world of I don't even know what I have to tell you.
What?
I don't know. Nothing.
I mean, it's cool to
You like
see.
living in LA? You don't really live in LA. You kind of it's just this room kind of.
I do live in this
What do you
room.
do
yeah.
at night?
I
You
work
don't
out
want
in the
them to
morning.
know.
I work out in the morning.
What
and
time do you
then,
go to bed?
Like around 11.
11. And then you get up 6:30? 7?
Yeah.
6:37.
Yeah.
So you're 8 hours every night. Skincare or no?
No.
No. So you beat off, go to sleep, wake up 6:30, lift,
Yeah.
post on Twitter, I'm about to go live,
Yeah.
and then get in the fucking matrix.
Yeah. Pretty
Put
much.
the fucking thing in the back of your head. That's
I mean,
it.
if it's good though. I like it. I like when I'm here,
Yeah.
I'm on. You know what I mean? And everything else is quiet. I like it.
Yeah, but your kid is fucking in the other room like he's dead.
I don't have a kid.
His kid, did you guys know that his kid is dead?
I have a dead kid.
He's got a dead
I have a dead
kid.
child in the other room.
And he does everything for you people. It's your
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
It's like that scene in
That's my
God.
child.
What doesn't he need a walk?
No, I walk her.
They allow for a walk for the dog.
No.
Thank you.
No. So what happens is, well, she's chill as hell, so that's cool. I work her out in the morning. No, she's very well trained. I work her out in the morning.
Starting
and
strength
then
kind?
What?
Starting strength style?
The gym I go to,
Yeah.
my trainer has a dog too.
Oh,
So
sick.
they just like duke it out for like an hour.
They
and a
just
half.
hang out.
Yeah, they hang out. They like wrestle, and then they're fine. And then she's fine for like the rest of the day. And then I take her out on a big walk.
At 6 or so. What time? After the stream tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, word. Yeah, my dog would be annoying as fuck if I was doing this all day.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you?
She'd be like getting on me and stuff. Do you know how like pit bulls like put all their like
Yeah.
put everything on you?
No, she's super chill.
She's so nice. Look at that face. Who have you had on this? Like, who's the biggest person you've had? You had Christian Walker on it.
I
saw
had
that.
Grimes on.
You had who?
Grimes, yeah.
Did you debate her? Did you
A little bit.
You dominated her?
I've owned her. No, I don't really do debate.
I saw on Twitter she just tweeted
did people
she's a
think
Nazi or something. No?
Yeah, no, she was like,
I love white.
I love being white or something. I've had Marianne
Good for
Williamson
her.
on.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
In this room?
Yeah.
Was she nice?
Yeah, she was really nice.
She probably was the shit.
I've had Eva Elfie on. You know who that is? Porn star.
Really?
Yeah.
You have sex in front of these kids?
What? No. What the fuck? No.
That's
crazy.
implied nudity. That's implied nudity. Of
No,
course.
no, that's not implied.
In
That's straight nudity.
Minecraft.
Who else have I had on? I mean, I've had on a bunch of people.
Yeah.
I have Adam Conover on all the time.
Adam ruins everything?
Yeah, Adam ruins everything.
Does he ruin your stream?
No, he's actually like I thought he used to be a goober, but like he's gotten really into. I mean, he's a big labor leader
into the strike.
Yeah,
the writers.
Yeah.
The writers. I was loving the writers' strike
Why?
because we were the last television show.
Yeah,
live.
you're selling your scripts.
We own the Adam Freeland show. We don't have a studio. We own the
means of production.
The means of production.
Look at you. Yeah.
I'm fucking Leon Trotsky. I
gamed with T-Pain.
You gamed with T-Pain?
Yeah.
Did you see him singing for real the other day?
I did.
Tennessee Whiskey?
But I knew he had a
we all
beautiful
knew
voice.
because we all saw the tiny desk of him doing it, and it was stunning.
Yeah, he's stunning.
Have you seen the picture of young Trotsky and young Stalin, and it's just me and Nick? Yeah, look at young Trotsky. It's just a picture of me.
Kind of.
Yeah. With my old hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at young Stalin is Nick.
Where's the? Let's see if.
Look up young Stalin.
I mean, I know what young Stalin looks like. Everyone always says I look like young Stalin.
Oh, now you're getting pissed.
Now I'm getting pissed. Yeah. What do you mean, Nick?
Yeah, it's kind of Nick. It's kind of you.
I don't know. Many people are saying I look more like him than Nick, but
Yeah, because these people all want to wear your skin. They all wanna,
fair.
they love you.
I like putting Ofer Kasif and Tadic on here. How am I going to describe who Tadic is to Adam?
I don't know.
They're like he's a Turkish American Valorant player.
Oh, he doesn't do. What's that sport? The Turkish sport? The like where it's
Oil
like
wrestling?
men. The wrestling style.
Oil wrestling?
Oil wrestling. Can
Yeah.
we watch some of that?
You want to watch some? Well, that's. I mean, it's. I don't know if we can watch it. That's.
It's not
That's cutting it
sex.
close. That's cutting it close on the gay stuff.
What do you mean gay stuff?
it's
It's
like-
a sport. We're watching a sport.
It's gay as hell.
You don't watch sports. Maybe you should get more into sports.
This is the only sport I
This
watch.
is the most popular sport in Turkey.
Today,
This
the
is the
Thracian
number one
Turks
sport.
confined
It
to a
is-
small
it is.
region
It
around
is a national.
but they're still fiercely attached to the
It is a
traditions
national
inherited from their
pastime.
past.
That is true.
For example,
Dude,
traditional
what
Turkish
if
wrestling.
we did this at
Every year, the big
the
annual
street?
tournament is held in Kirkpinar Stadium, just outside the city. The Turkish word yagli guresh means fighting with oil.
I'm sad that there's no audio.
Our tournament is the most famous tournament in
So you-
Wait, we can't. I can't
Look
hear
how big
it.
these men's
Oh,
breasts
people are
are.
saying it's loud. Wait, why can people hear it but we can't?
Dude, you broke it.
You guys can hear it. Hold on.
I wish I could.
Oh, hold up.
Wow. How'd you do that? Wait, I gotta pee real quick.
All right, go pee.
Yeah. Get your fucking stopwatches out.
The mic got or the thing got unplugged. We're back. The Greeks didn't influence your food; they influenced your sports. Not the mic, the speakers, but it's not even. Dude, shut up! My brain is not working. Guys, stop sending me moments from.
Today, the Thracian Turks are confined to.
Oh, this is sick. Okay. Are you ready for the Reddit shitstorm that this is going to come? Okay, everybody fucking calm down. You guys make a bigger deal out of this, okay? Like, please stop. Fuck the Reddit shitstorm. Who cares? Please. It's not that serious. Like, I let me have fun without fucking worrying about drama. No, it's just like they just are worried that like the Destiny's gonna cut like 8 hours of videos about how I mentioned him because every time I mention his name, he makes like 3 YouTube videos that are like 4 hours long.
I, as a friend and admirer of his,
Yeah.
I'm attempting to bridge the gap.
No, he's still gonna no matter.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, listen, I stand for nothing. I'm very much a fence
1 minute
sitter
and
when it comes
20
to everything.
1 minute and 25 seconds.
1 minute 25 seconds. No, I had talked to my girlfriend a little bit about when she wants to get dinner.
No, okay.
Yeah. So guess what, guys? I was talking to a chick.
Pretty cool.
Also, I want to say something. What, like, Hassan, let's say, and I was thinking of this while I was peeing.
Uh-huh.
It had nothing to do with the fact that I was looking at my.
Okay. Okay.
But let's say you like, you're at a coffee shop or something, right? And you just make eye contact, and it's the love of your life, right? And then she's like, "Do you want to go to the Runyon Canyon hike tomorrow?"
No.
They would get mad at you if you went on a date. And let's say it could have been the woman you married.
No, I mean I take time off.
You take time off.
Yeah.
But I just want to say to them.
Someone said 1:18:28 in case Adam is interested.
What is that?
Your piss arm.
Oh, thank you. Oh, 0.28. Great.
1:18:28.
Okay,
Yeah.
very cool.
I take time off. We are insufferable when he takes time off. Yeah, they are insufferable.
They are.
Yeah, they're like
You know what it is? It's like the Rick and Morty. Remember when they didn't have the sauce, the Rick and Morty sauce at McDonald's, and that boy is throwing the tantrum? Pull that
Yeah,
up.
they're like that.
Pull that up. They act like that guy.
Yeah.
They're like the pickle Rick.
Hassan is lying. He streamed 352 days last year.
Shit. No.
Yeah, pretty much average
Wow.
stream time is like 7-8 hours every day.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, like in Malcolm Gladwell sense, you've hit your 1,000? Do you feel like you're
Oh yeah.
you're
I've done that.
10,000 hours? So now you're an expert.
I'm an expert in
Now you're
I'm an expert in the dumbest thing.
It's cool. I think it's cool. I just think these people need to be nicer and not time your P's. That's
Well,
no way
it's
to
not
treat a gorgeous man like this. That's no way to treat him. My hero as well.
It's not even.
I'm much
It's,
like
it's
you
not my
guys.
fan base as much that is like annoying, even though they do get annoying sometimes. It's more so like there's like orbiters who are like looking to pounce. You know what I mean? Anytime and every time. There's like a lot of those dudes on. There's a lot of dudes on Twitter that do that same thing to you guys, not as much because you're not really online. Like Nick's not
I don't
online
look
at all.
anymore. I don't
so you
look
don't look at
anymore.
it.
Yeah.
Whereas like imagine for my job, I have to be online all the
have
time,
to
so I see it. It's in my face.
You have to look.
So imagine if like you had a bunch of, I'm sure, like people that wanted to be Nick's best friend.
Yeah.
Who then
Those guys are.
who
those
then
guys are cool.
you have to say that. So
Those
they don't
guys are cool.
so they don't kill you.
What do you mean? I think they're cool.
Anyway, so those
Especially the Knicks best.
yeah. so imagine if those guys are like, well, Nick doesn't want to be my best friend, so I hate him now. And then they like,
No, they would hate me and stop.
Yeah.
They would hate me and stop.
Yeah.
Because if they ever met him, he would lose our numbers. That's what they said. Nick would be like, I never believed in the concept of a twin flame until I've met you. Mr. Diarrhea Shithead 1488.
yeah, please keep doing the riffs from the podcast. I love it.
Yeah.
It's
Cool.
so much better when you do it, random guy online.
The worst is when they say something truly just disgusting.
Yeah.
And then like despicable, and they're like, "That's what the humor is," or something. It's like, no, you have to. It's not a joke. I mean, you're not doing a joke.
Yeah, you're just saying
You're
something
just saying
awful.
something disgusting to a stranger that you think you know. People in LA have said to me, "I like your content."
That's a very LA way to
People
approach
in New
it.
York say, "I like the show." People here say, "I like your."
It's because it is content. Okay, it's content, and people in New York feel like they're above it because they're
show,
they're
though.
the what are they? Is it Nolita? They're the Nolita crowd.
Nolita is
yeah.
No, that's where like
That's where the
girls
stuff-
that go to NYU.
Yeah, that's where the stuff happens.
Nolita.
Even though like technically was this,
North of Little Italy, that's like a real estate agent term that was invented probably 10, 20 years ago.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it was probably like something to get more money.
Isn't that the area that popped off during COVID?
No, Dime Squares.
Or Dime Square, Dime Square. My bad, Dime Square.
Dime
yeah.
Square. But that was like that.
Are you Dime Square?
No, that was like.
Are you Brooklyn?
I live in like a Hillary woman neighborhood. No one knows Cumtown. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm an anonymous person. It's fantastic. Yeah. I live in Fort Greene. But Dime Square was just articles. It was not a real thing.
Yeah.
It was like a couple bars were there, and then it was like lady journalists who used to write for Vice and had now turned 40 who were like taking lockdown very seriously and saw that there were people partying and writing freak out articles. There were probably 500, either like 1,000 articles written about 3 bars and maybe
and then it
maybe
it popped off, right?
people.
Like there's
maybe 200 people tops.
But now it's like a thing, isn't it?
Now it's on Google Maps. But it's just like what? There's like 4 restaurants and 3 bars there. Yeah.
I went there one time to do
it's the east side of Chinatown.
Yeah, I went there one time to do Andrew Schultz's podcast.
You did. Schultz records in Times Square.
I think he records. I might not know. To be fair, I don't know if it's like it's where. Where is that area that they like shut off? What?
Wait, the area they shut off?
Areas they shut off, like the street where they shut off, like
Broadway
people like fucking skate and stuff in front of like this.
Times Square.
Is that Times Square?
Yeah.
Okay, he does
right.
then. So here's the thing.
No, it's like on the East Broadway. Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
It's like
that is by Seward Park.
I don't fucking know, bro. But it's there's a restaurant.
The Lower East Side.
It looks like very European. There's a restaurant where the people actually sit outside on the street. It's very like a bistro.
There's one bar called Clandestino, which is like that's like the bit. If you're like oh yo, we're going to fucking Clandos tonight. Like that's the bit about oh yeah, let's go to Times Square. Like that's as a joke. And Mac DeMarco, when he was in town, I, as a bit, took him there. Which is like, if you understand the reference, it's very funny to bring him there. Like, to bring the indie guy there.
I don't know who Mac DeMarco is.
People are like, oh, you don't know music.
I don't know music.
He's very popular indie musician. He was on the show.
He looks like a very popular indie musician.
Very popular. So, yeah, I guess you didn't understand the reference, but it is very...
I assume he looks exactly like the type of people that go there, though.
Yes, exactly.
Like this hat.
So I took him to the place where it's all guys that copy him. But whatever. And then guys coming up to him like, dude, brother, thank you.
Just did I not say that to you at Times Square?
People say they like the show. When someone comes up and says they like the show, that's nice. When someone tries to do like a fucking gross bit or something about like fucking whatever, some nasty shit, I'm like, that's
this
is the Catholic shit. See, these are all essays and freak out articles by like who wrote like a really good takedown of what this was, or he made a video about it. You know who Brad Trammell is?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So
he's great.
Brad did a really good takedown of like what he like made a video where he kind of describes how it was just like it was a manufactured thing.
Yeah.
It was also people that were not.
I think it's all like
taking pictures at parties during like peak lockdown, because like for me personally, I'll be honest with it. Like we're probably on different sides. Well, I took the vaccine. Of course.
We're on different sides.
No, but I imagine you were taking it. Like my mother died 3 months into COVID, and then I went back to New York. I was like with my family.
She died because of COVID?
No, she had brain cancer.
Okay.
She's not a coward.
Oh. Jesus. Okay.
Anyway, no, she died, and I was with my family, and it was really sad. It was obviously awful. And then I went back to New York, and I had friends that were chilling in a time where it was like where it was socially kind of unacceptable, and people were frowned on it. And I said, I want to chill with my friends. Yeah, you were. I
brave.
said I'm sad.
You were a brave patriot.
No, it wasn't brave. I wasn't like it wasn't like a political statement, but no. I just wanted to see my friends. I didn't want to go back to my apartment and sit there and be sad. And that's what I did. And,
no, I took COVID. I took COVID seriously. I was living with my mom at the time. Like I moved my mom to Los Angeles, so I didn't want to like get her sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. From where?
Because we're give her COVID. You know what I mean? Go out, get COVID, give it to her. Because we're in a small apartment.
And my mom was sick. We were super locked down.
Yeah.
And then
after I got the vaccine, I started going out.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but there's still people who get mad at that.
People get really mad, and to some extent, it's like what? Like in retrospect, you could tell me if you disagree, but in retrospect, I mean, Floyd, I think a lot of it was like the first socially acceptable time to break lockdown protocol.
Are you saying that that's the reason why a lot of people went out to the streets, took it to the streets? Because
I think it's comparable to like London during the Blitz.
Not Floyd Mayweather, chat. He's talking about George Floyd.
I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather Pacquiao. I'm talking about the fight. But that's what at least what I noticed.
I think there's definitely a part of that for sure.
For sure.
No, people were like angry, pent up, stuck inside. Yeah, bro. This is like
I'm
you
sorry.
want to know
I
at the
can't
peak?
do these streams. I'm gonna
At the
ruin your
peak, look.
business.
No, I don't care.
What is this?
At the peak of the fucking lockdowns, I was like
Is this you?
hornily in VR chat,
Hey, what's going on?
going to a strip club in VR chat, going on fucking VR dates, bro.
I was just getting drunk.
Are they
with
doing
my-
like a
I
dating
guess.
show or something? What's happening?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Wait, so this is
All
an
right,
actual
feel
strip
how it
club?
is.
This is a strip club inside
In
of
the
the VR
metaverse?
world, not in the meta. This is like before metaverse.
Wait, did they say there was just a sexual assault in the metaverse?
what?
Yeah, look it up. Google it.
How?
Google it. I saw it. They're like the first sexual assault happens in the metaverse. But I don't.
What?
I'm not laughing. I don't know what. I don't even know what it is. I'm gonna ruin your business.
I feel like you
Look,
A girl was allegedly raped in the metaverse. Is the beginning of a dark new future? What?
Yeah. Nancy Jo Sales, whoever that is, she looks like she knows what she's talking about. British
British police are investigating the case of a minor who was allegedly subject to a virtual gang rape.
Why would she just X out?
I don't understand how this.
Why does she? That's sexist, probably of me to say.
I don't understand how this even happened. Was it really rape? Some have asked. The comments on our Instagram post for a story about the case in the New York Post were characteristically skeptical. Couldn't she have just turned it off? You have the same mentality of a New York Post comment.
I know it's bad. No, I mean but what I'm saying is like it's I'm not saying it's her. I'm not doing a she shouldn't have been wearing that. Don't worry. I don't even know. She was raped in Call of Duty.
No difference, of course, is that while Call of Duty players can expect to be virtually killed, sometimes as part of the game, the girl had no reason to expect that she would be raped. Okay, but I don't understand how.
Yeah.
Look, there's like a lot of people waiting. Here's the thing. There's a lot of people that are. This is probably one of the worst aspects of
the community?
live streaming.
Yeah.
And not just this community, but there's a lot of people that are like waiting for you to say something wrong and for me to react wrongly to it so that they can clip it and then put it on Twitter.
He's
and then
32. I'm 36. I don't understand how. I'm glad the police are investigating him. I don't understand what that is.
So that's the thing. Like, Hassan, don't reach out like that. It doesn't matter. Even if I don't reach out, it's still happening.
Yeah. Anyway, what's
that's the worst part about Twitch streaming.
Okay. Sorry,
is that
guys.
like when you're live
you
live
have
for
to do a notes app apology.
No, I'm not. I don't. I never.
Notes app.
I rarely ever apologize because most of the shit that people yell at me are because. Well, one, because I think like apologizing unironically is just there's no reason for it.
There's no reason to apologize.
And two, I don't think I ever do anything that is like genuinely worthy of an apology. Like, what am I supposed to fucking apologize for buying a house?
You know
like,
who you are. You're a nice guy.
Yeah. Sorry, I bought a house for myself and my family to live in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fuck, my bad.
Socialisms. Wait. So.
But
whatever. I don't understand how this
attack in the metaverse. There is an emotional and psychological impact to victims long term and physical injuries. It's like weird that British police are looking into this, but then real rapes are happening in England, and they're just like turning a fucking blind eye to it.
Probably.
What's happening?
I don't know about. What I do know is that like they, like if they don't have free speech in the UK, right? So like if you say a racial slur on Twitter in America, you don't go to jail. But if you do in the UK, you can get arrested and stuff.
No, I don't.
I think so. Look it up.
No, I think it's like I don't think you get arrested for saying a slur, but I think like if you
No, but I think this is kind of a similar thing, like in terms of
I think
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's like what do you call it? I think if you show like a swastika or something, you might be able to.
If you
might
yes,
get in
right
trouble,
in Germany, right?
But
If you depict you can't play Wolfenstein in Germany, right? Because it's against.
No, I think
law.
they let you do that. Now.
They let you play Wolfenstein.
But I get what you're saying. Yeah,
Yes.
It's like it's something like along those lines.
Right, where it's like what what is performed online or done in like a isn't protected by speech. Right?
Yeah, it's a public order offense that somebody
public order offense, whatever that means. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is why it's like funny that they're like super serious about this, but then they also have this going on. More than 1,100 officers under investigation for sexual or domestic abuse in England.
Yes,
and they also
that girl probably is really fucked up, right? I don't know, but yes, of course, that's Was that just right next to that article? Was that just linked?
No, I pulled it. I pulled it up from chat. Yeah. There's also the other.
Chat saved our asses heavy there.
Yeah. There's also other problems with the fucking British Metro Police. They literally will like throw away valid rape cases all the time. Yeah. Anyway.
All right.
If you can get sexually assaulted in the metaverse, you get killed in the metaverse. Yeah, I don't really understand how the fuck that would work in the metaverse. Especially when they got like hella real sex crimes that they don't pay attention to.
Someone said I look beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you run the commercial breaks, and can you vet who the commercials are?
No.
What if Destiny wanted to buy commercials on your show? That's what Destiny should. I'm sorry to keep bringing him up.
He's
That's what he should do.
I don't think you can like specifically target channels with commercials on this platform.
Oh yeah, my girlfriend just texted me. She said it's like the movie Dream Scenario, which we watched.
Dream Scenario? What?
Yeah, you can start commenting on the stream if you want. She just laughed.
Yeah. We let women speak here. It's fine.
No. Well, that's the thing. Is like, she doesn't want to be on camera.
Yeah, I feel that.
She doesn't even. She didn't even know what a podcast was when we started dating. It's the best possible scenario.
That's
best
so
possible
sick.
scenario in the world. Yeah.
Also, be careful with your phone screen. Like, think about like your worst stalkers, right? Because I'm sure you have some from the Cometown days, especially.
Oh, so it's gonna be like Pop Smoke.
Oh,
we're gonna get Pop Smoke.
No, we're not gonna get Pop Smoke. But dude, don't worry. We're good.
Oh hell yeah,
we're good, dude.
We have the Glocky.
Yeah, we got the Glocky.
Oh, it's so
we got
cool.
the AR-15 over there too.
You know, Glock just died.
Yeah.
What
92.
Hans Glock or something?
I can't believe his last name was Glock.
92?
Yeah, he died at 92. You would have thought he like
92 is not a good age for someone with that name.
What do you mean? Oh, because he's German and
I mean
Gaston Glock.
Was he not German?
I think he is German, yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Oh no, not your fave, dude.
Not your fave.
Not your fave.
Oh, he's got a problematic past?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay. For Glocktober, 17 fun facts about Gaston Glock, his company and Glock 17 that started it all. He was in the German Wehrmacht, 1944-45. He's extremely evasive about his World War II service.
Okay.
And has only answered specific questions in court.
Oh. I mean, that was the first thing I thought when I saw it. That was a New York Times like buzz on my screen, like an update, like automatic update.
Inventor of
Glocky just
I saw a tweet saying
got owned.
I saw a tweet saying that like he basically sold the concept as like a service pistol by just taking every fucking police union guy to strip clubs, like all around the country. Like that was the way they sold it, and then they all were like, "Sure."
What are the other German guns? The Sig? Is that German?
Sig Sauer? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not a big gun guy.
They make good ones, probably.
Yeah.
Probably very anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
You need this. You probably need this for all the sitting, right?
Yeah.
This is like for your back and stuff.
But that's why
this man is killing himself, folks.
Sig is Austrian.
Okay, same shit.
You got the the Ruger HK.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Damn, bro, there's a lot of fucking German.
Yeah, they got mad guns.
There's a lot of German weapons manufacturers.
What's the gun that the guy wants to get for his brother in Band of Brothers? He's trying to get this one gun for his brother.
Yeah, the Luger.
Is it a Luger?
Yeah,
I guess it's a Luger. Yeah,
it's like that's still used. It's like
they all know this.
That's still used as like a competition gun too.
It's
right?
nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
It shoots 22s, right? That's what I've shot that before.
Wow. Isn't that what James Bond has?
9mm? No, the OG is 9mm. James
Walter
Bond?
PP?
No. The Walter PP?
Yeah, that's what James Bond has.
Walter PPK.
The PPK, yeah.
Have you condemned Hamas yet? Chad is asking.
Have I condemned them?
Yeah.
No, I'm on the fence on this one.
You're the I say
think I have.
No, they're the lesser evil.
I condemn everything.
Ruger
goth.
22 is the one that looks like a Luger but shoots 22s. Okay, so I have shot a Ruger 22.
A Ruger.
It's like a
22.
toy gun. I don't know why 22s feel like a toy gun. When you shoot like a 22.
Probably because you have such big muscles.
No.
Probably because you're so strong.
No.
You have such big muscles. You don't get any kickback. For me, I got blasted through a 9mm.
It's got very little recoil, is what I'm saying. Guns are toys. Yeah, I mean, of course.
It's like Men in Black. You remember he has that little gun and then he gets blown back.
Yeah.
That's what it's like for fellas like me.
Adam still has yet to condemn Hamas. I will admit this is
all right. Well, I'm on the fence on this.
It's making me uncomfortable.
I just want to say I'm on the fence. This is a wait and see situation. This is a little bit of a wait and see, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't. What's going on? Are we at war with Yemen or no? Well, I don't pay attention to
the American military. Like they did do an operation on Houthis. Like they killed 10 Houthi soldiers.
I don't like that.
That were on their way to take over another ship, like another commercial ship. But they're still kicking. I'm pretty sure. I think it's fucked up too. I agree.
Yemenis, as a New Yorker, the Yemenis are some of the best.
Yeah,
some of the best we have.
The Hassanabi community is allied with the Houthis.
They run all the bodegas in Brooklyn or in my area, and they are the best. Except my bodega most recently were two Palestinian guys though, but they're not there anymore. I don't know where they are. It's kind of
It's kind of sus.
Well,
what they do? They go back?
No,
probably
well
not. They can't get in
before 10/7, but I think they went to a different deli. I miss them.
Yeah, they did another drone. They did another drone shit. Oh, okay. So
they're pirates, but they're not Somalis.
No, exactly. But yeah.
It's sick you could be a pirate still.
I agree.
It's really cool.
It's a cool thing that they brought back.
It's really cool. You could just go on someone else's ship and kill and be like.
Well, they don't kill. They just take it over.
They say I'm the captain now.
Yeah. Well, the Somalis sometimes they might kill, but I guess I don't think so. They don't even kill. They do. They do. They do it for ransom.
That's why the Marines were started, right? Because of pirates. The Barbaries.
Well,
they were doing white slavery.
I think it was the
Ottomans.
The
Ottomans.
Yeah,
the Barbary
I think it was
pirates.
Tripoli, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it came out 4 minutes ago. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to try to read through this as quickly as possible. I can't believe it just dropped. I can't believe this just dropped. Ron Wyden, who has worked on the Epstein case for 3 years, says that the government is sitting on a secret bank file showing more than 1.5 billion in suspicious wire transfers by Epstein, involving some of the most powerful people in the world. In particular, filings by 4 big banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in transactions, including thousands of wire transfers for the purchase and sale of artwork for rich friends, fees paid to Mr. Epstein by wealthy individuals for what services and goods rendered, we do not know, and payments to numerous women, the senator's office found. The filings came after Mr. Epstein was arrested in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges. You have a sitting senator on the floor of the Senate being like, this is suspicious. We need to shed more light on this. Where is the discovery? We need to investigate all of these wire transfers. And you got a 26-month chatter in here being like, nah, dude, weird at all. Don't look into it, dummy. We will find out more about Trump's direct involvement with Jeffrey Epstein as soon as Wall Street Journal apparently is looking for a bombshell investigation, is working on a bombshell story about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. I'm told that at least one DOJ reporter is on the story and that they reached out to the White House around 48 hours ago. The Wall Street Journal report, I'm told, relies on documentation. On Thursday, Anticipation rippled through political and media circles as insiders awaited a potentially explosive Wall Street Journal story examining Donald Trump's ties to the late Jeffrey Epstein. The article, said to be in the works for days, had still not appeared as of Thursday afternoon, raising eyebrows and fueling speculation across Washington and New York. According to people familiar with the matter, the Journal is facing pressure from the White House over the story. In fact, Trump is said to have personally called Emma Tucker, the Journal's editor-in-chief, to voice his objections. The specifics of the call remain unclear, but it's hard to imagine Trump voiced anything but outrage. It's unclear whether Trump reached out to Rupert Murdoch, whose News Corporation owns the Journal. While the specifics of what the Journal intends to report remain under wraps, oh my God, he's trying to nuke it. He's trying to stop the story from running. He's trying to kill the story. Oh, dude, I'm salivating. Holy. While the specifics of what the Journal intend to report remain under wraps, the story is said to contain new material shedding light on the Trump-Epstein relationship. The apparent standoff over the story arrives at a politically delicate moment. Trump has been under growing pressure from MAGA media and his base to release the files related to Epstein. The fact that this came out as like media reporting on a potential story that's supposed to come out implies that these guys, at least the journalists that are involved in the story, definitely want it out, regardless of what the boss calls may look like. If this drops while I'm away, I'm going to lose my mind. I swear to God, dude. Oh, I might have to do an emergency stream. Luckily, I'm bringing my desktop setup to the bachelor party. Trump has been under growing pressure from MAGA media and his base to release the files related to Epstein. Figures like Tucker Carlson and Laura Loomer have expressed outrage and accused Trump's administration of stonewalling the release of the so-called Epstein files, igniting a rare public rift between Trump and segments of his own MAGA base. The Journal's reporting, if it runs, could further complicate that dynamic, especially if it probes Trump's own proximity to Epstein, whom he once described as a terrific guy, before later distancing himself from the convicted sex offender. The two men shared some social circles in the 1990s and have been photographed together. For the Journal, the delayed publication underscores the high wire tension of reporting on Trump in the current media landscape, particularly while inside Murdoch's conservative media empire. Under Tucker, who took the reins from Matt Murray in 2023, the paper has sought to publish hard-hitting political stories. For now, the status of the Epstein-Trump story remains unclear, though it is quickly becoming a part of the story itself. Okay? Listen, could you imagine a world where the Democratic Party basically resembled, I don't know, my attitude, right? Like a Democratic Party that was on the ball with this Epstein stuff. A Democratic Party that was like routinely talking about how the Trump administration, by way of Doge and all these like cuts that they're engaging in, are like mass firing a bunch of public workers, that they're incredibly corrupt, and that this is yet another clear-cut example of like austerity. Could you imagine a Democratic Party that actually channeled the frustration that many Americans feel in this moment? That Democratic Party would not be sitting at a 23% approval rating, okay? Let me tell you, that is the unfortunate reality, is that the people that are supposed to represent the resistance against Donald Trump's do not represent a real resistance at all. It's incredibly frustrating. The Diddycrats. Yep. Here's political journalist Mark Halperin talking about this news story.
So that everyone, I say that in air quotes, everyone I know knows, hasn't been publicly reported. Everyone I know believes a major newspaper, one of the top 3 newspapers in the country, is about to publish a piece about President Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay?
He's referring to the Wall Street Journal's reporting.
Everyone I know knows that. And people in the White House know that too. When that story drops, if it drops today, and some people think it might, it could drive the day. Sean Dan, have you heard about this story?
Who's the middle guy? That's former Trump Press Secretary Sean Spicer.
Well, I know because it's been circulating on the left, and I've had to double check that this is not, in fact, total conspiracy theories. Donald Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein pretty well. And I believe that his early courting of Melania involved Jeffrey Epstein.
What? I didn't know that. I mean, I know that they were involved, but wait, what? Is Melania one of Epstein's, like, I didn't know. Wait, the first time they had sex was the Lolita Express? Wait, really? No. He introduced them? I thought you knew. No, I did not know that. But I didn't know this was a known fact. I thought it was a real one, dude. I thought I knew this shit. This is the Daily Beast article. Explosive tapes recorded by author Michael Wolff show Epstein claiming Trump liked to his friends' wives and first slept with Melania on the Lolita Express. No, that's from the Daily Beast article covering what's his face is reporting, Michael Wolff, I think, right? Or I keep saying that I keep getting the. It's not Michael Wolff. Is it Bob Woodward? It's been a rumor for years that Melania was one of Epstein's girls. You yourself mentioned that they had sex the first time on the Lolita Express. No, yeah, it's Wolff. Yeah, Michael Wolff is the one who claimed this, and I didn't treat it with like as much. I guess it just like escaped my brain because I didn't think about it as like a sincere new piece of information.
And that has been reported by mainstream outlets over the last 10 years. Alleged, I guess. I want to be careful.
You've already been, I say with respect, somewhat careless, but keep going.
Yeah, but I think that, if that is where this report is going, it's just kind of collecting and putting together and synthesizing old news.
No, this story has new news. Okay. Sean, what do you know about this story?
Vague, just I probably know about Dan level, but I don't.
Let me throw out some questions. Let me throw out some questions, and I'd like you to jump in. Let's do it game show style. Either answer them or say, in fact, we don't know. Ready? How did Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein meet?
I don't know.
Don't know. Did Donald Trump ever go to Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse?
Yes.
How many times?
Jesus Christ. Wait, which townhouse? I mean, we know that in the early 90s, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were involved with one another. We know that. There's footage of it. It's in Mar-a-Lago. There's two parts to the story. There's the first part that like has more, requires more investigation, which is like the pre-Epstein arrest, like circa 2006, where Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were closely associated with one another all throughout the 90s until the early 2000s. That part is known. That's out there. That's out in the open. I'm going to look this up. Hold on. When did Melania meet Donald? Okay, so Melania Trump met Donald Trump in 1998 at a New York Fashion Week party. They began dating shortly after. If that's the case, and it says Zampoli introduced her to Donald Trump here, Paola Zampoli hired her and sponsored her immigration to the United States in 1996. She works as a model in Manhattan, where Zampoli introduced her to Donald Trump in 1998. So listen. This makes sense as to, in the timeline, Donald Trump is still friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and we know that Jeffrey Epstein is heavily connected to the modeling world and uses, at the very least, Jean-Luc Brunel, who also died under mysterious circumstances in a French prison recently, a couple of years ago, had numerous modeling agencies that he was using to sex traffic victims for Jeffrey Epstein, right? So at this point, the timeline does match up if Donald Trump actually met Melania while he was still friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and therefore Jeffrey Epstein could have played a role in connecting Melania Trump and Donald Trump. So that makes sense. Paolo Zampoli is an Italian-born New York City-based businessman. He's the only child of a Milanese family. He founded the ID Models in New York City. He wanted to form a partnership with the Trump Organization as a director of international development. He is now, on December 2020, Mr. Zampoli was announced as an appointee, a member of the Board of Trustees of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts by President Trump. Oh my God. When are they going to release the Epstein file? The Wall Street Journal thing, major scoop. Trump is reportedly terrified of an upcoming, I hate that this is like, cancel your trip. No. Cancel your trip? Yeah, let me just cancel my brother's bachelor party that I put together. If you cancel the trip, the story won't break. This is true. I have to also go on the trip so the story breaks, okay? Otherwise, you have to wild out and make your brother get lit as fuck so the story breaks real good. If you don't make a speech about how Murat is the best brother ever that makes him cry, you are dead to me. Yeah, Will Stansel, chat. You're freaks. Epstein himself bragging that he introduced Trump to Melania doesn't mean as much because that's coming from the Michael Wolff reporting, okay? I was skeptical towards conventional wisdom, suggesting Trump has put together this amazing permanent coalition that guaranteed eternal GOP dominance, and that culture has shifted so much that he was scandal-proof. I didn't expect them to blow it all so fast, though. They got it there and decided they absolutely needed to pass the yourself if you make less than $200,000 a year act, give foreign policy to Miriam Adelson, and then pivot to, look, the president probably committed sex crimes, but is that the worst thing? Straight up. That is literally what's happening here. Don't worry about it. Come on, guys. Don't worry about it. I had a disagreement with many other left-wing hosts. They said Trump voters are all in a cult. They would never criticize Trump. Now that even MAGA is ripping into Trump over Epstein, this debate is over, right? I'd be detached from reality to think they're not criticizing him. Trump's approval rating among Republicans by Decision Desk is at its highest level since May at 87% disapproval. I mean, 80% approval. The only thing that they are separating themselves on Trump is the Epstein stuff, and it will only get worse. There's been no deviation on Iran. There's been no deviation on war. There's been no deviation on Israel. The Epstein stuff is the first time, as I have reported, there is some real shakeups. Okay? And that's also because the Trump administration is, weirdly enough, doing spectacular things. Like, they are doing every wrong move they can do. Trump is trying to get the story killed because of how innocent he is. Even the Wall Street Journal report where he's like, it's fake news. It's like, don't release it. Like, this is insane. It's just, they're doing everything wrong here. I don't even know how you get out of this in general, but it's like shocking. Because every time Trump talks about it, people get more pissed off. They're like, what? You're speaking on this? Like, dude, from Kash Patel onward, okay, every time the administration has tried to talk about the Epstein stuff, they have looked more guilty than before. When we first started this conversation, as someone who is fairly aware of like the level of involvement that Donald Trump has with Jeffrey Epstein historically, thought, much like many others, that it was strange that there were so many Epstein affiliates and Epstein connected people in his administration in the past and in this administration as well. But I thought like, oh, that's just because Epstein is affiliated with every, elite person, right? But beyond that, I thought that Trump actually had less involvement with Epstein post-2006 than like a Bill Clinton or the Clinton family in general. Nowadays, because of the way that Donald Trump has tried to communicate how not guilty he is and how not associated he is with Jeffrey Epstein, I'm beginning to think there's more to the story than we previously thought. At first, I thought he's just trying to run defense because he wants to protect the elite, right? Because, like, that's his job. He's president, obviously. But he is Streisand affected this so hard that even now I think like maybe he has more connections that I previously and many others who are very well read on this matter, more well read than I am, previously didn't see. He's doing everything wrong. And it's making me feel like he's doing everything wrong, shitting his pants in the process and smearing the dookie all over the walls. It's making me feel as though like there's more to the story and more to Trump's involvement post 2002. Maybe it's beyond just him protecting the shadowy elites that he is, of course, tasked with protecting because he is a American president. Wait, it's out? Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. I literally have to leave for my flight. I'm so mad. I was gonna end it after this Alex Jones thing, and the Wall Street Journal reporting just came out. Oh my God, I'm so mad. Oh my God, it came out 4 minutes ago. Oh my God. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. I can't do a car stream. It's not happening. It's not happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. Remove paywall. I'm going to try to read through this as quickly as possible. I can't believe it just dropped. That's so lame. I can't believe this just dropped. Maybe it's not that significant. Who knows? I can't slide the puzzle piece. What is going on here? Your haters are in the editing rooms. They are, dude. They are. They're not letting me. I can't even do the CAPTCHA because it's on remove paywall. So remove paywall stops you from doing the CAPTCHA. That's so lame. Someone send me the paywall link, the remove paywall link. You're a bot. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, gifted link. Thank you. Okay. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. And wait, hold on. Let's just listen to it.
Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. By Khadija Safter and Joe Palazzolo. July 17th, 2025. 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Donald Trump. By Khadija Safter and Joe Palazzolo. July 17th, 2025. 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is body, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. To hear the full story, subscribe or sign in.
Okay. The letter concludes, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Wait, what time? When was this written, though? In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story, he said. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's not my language. It's not my words. He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit. If it published an article, I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal, just like I sued everyone else, he said. Okay, so this goes back to what I was saying, which is that this only deepens the relationship that he had in 2002 to 2003, which is, again, something that we knew of already, but we don't know exactly how this relationship fell apart. We don't know more information, but more information such as this one coming out is not a bad thing necessarily. When was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday? Unless it's past. Well, it says allegations that allegations that Epstein was sexual girls and became public in 2006. He was arrested that year. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comments. The existence of the album and contents of birthday letters hasn't been previously reported. Yeah, if it's 2003, then it's like 1 year past the point of their relationship ending, because I think that it was supposed to be in 2002 that their relationship ended. Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. Okay, well, I can't continue covering the story. Unfortunately, I have to go. I'm waiting on Will's arrival here, and then we have to immediately leave for the airport, so we don't actually miss our flight. But we'll see if there's more information in this, or if there's some like additional crazy stuff that's taking place. I will potentially be live this weekend, but we shall see. God damn it, the world is crazy. It's my brother's bachelor party. We've been planning it for a long ass time. Dude, everyone who's a Jeffrey Epstein associate, when asked questions, responds in the funniest ways possible. It's like Prince Andrew being like, no, actually, I'm incapable of sweating. Famously, it's impossible for me to sweat. I have a disease specifically that renders it impossible for me to sweat. I'm saying it. Unredacted Epstein documents. Ghislaine Maxwell says Clinton never had a meal on Epstein's island. She's asked about her relationship with Doug Band, who worked for Clinton. Yeah, it is out. You are so dismissive. No, I'm saying I was just dismissive to the sentiment that it's leaked, quote unquote leaked. I mean, I can download it myself. I can try and download it myself. Nah, bro, it did leak, and I have bad news for you. Jank is in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't actually get it off Court Listener because it's being like DDoS basically. Is literally, I mean, I got the flight logs. All right, I guess we'll wait for this guy to read it piece by piece. Another example, defendant refused to answer questions about her knowledge that Johanna Schoberg was hired to work for Epstein and provide a massage. In the police report, Johanna admitted that Maxwell recruited her to work for Epstein. Do you know what task Johanna was hired to perform? She was tasked to answer telephones. Did you ever ask her to rub Jeffrey's feet? I believe that I have read that, but I don't have any memory of it. Elon's going to be on there and he's going to shut down Twitter. No, not Elon, but Elon's brother is. For those of you who don't know, Kimball Musk is a Jeffrey Epstein associate, a known Jeffrey Epstein associate. But yeah, his brother literally was like dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls, as a matter of fact, and frequently spent time in Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. Yes, Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. Did you ever tell Joanna that she would get extra money if she provided Jeffrey massages? I was always happy to give career advice to people. Career advice. Nice. Jesus Christ. And I think that becoming somebody in the healthcare profession, either exercise instructor, nutritionist, or professional massage therapist, is an excellent job opportunity. Hourly wages are around $7, $8, $9. And as a professional healthcare provider, you can earn somewhere between, as we have established, 100, 200, and be able to travel and have a job that pays a wonderful job opportunity. So in the context of advising people for opportunities to work, it is possible that I would have said that she should explore that as an option. What, rubbing Jeffrey Epstein's feet? But of course, contextually, dude, in the job opportunity field, dude, everyone who's a Jeffrey Epstein associate, when asked questions, responds in the funniest ways possible. It's like Prince Andrew being like, no, actually, I'm incapable of sweating. Famously, it's impossible for me to sweat. I have a disease specifically that renders it impossible for me to sweat. Right? Famously. All right, CNN is covering the files.
But this is all, part of this lawsuit and part of the reason why the...
Meanwhile, you'll be covering the top of the hour ad break with a subscription. And by that, I mean you'll cover your eyes if you are not subscribed for 3 minutes. However, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Why am I talking like this? I'm stuck. Okay, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Jesus Christ.
News organizations and, just other information that has come out over the 20 years that Epstein has been alleged to have been involved in this sex trafficking operation. So we're starting to see some of these names come out. And Virginia Giuffre has been very public about her allegations, accusing prominent politicians of having been forced to have sex with them, as well as her allegations against Prince Andrew. She had reached a settlement with the prince where he's agreed to make a sizable donation. So we're going to go through these documents to see if we're learning any new names or new allegations. But a lot of this information has already been public, and that is why the judge has agreed to unseal it. Well,
we'll see what happens. Kara Scannell, thank you very much. Into our
every single one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates has defended themselves in the weirdest ways possible, from the classic Alan Dershowitz, I always had my underwear on defense, to, oh God, CNN skipped it already. What the hell? They just confirmed Ludwig was on the logs 23 times. Stop. Dude, stop. Come on, guys. That's not funny. Fox Steve, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ludwig is Hamas is way funnier than that. God, remember that meme? I feel like that's a way more unacceptable meme now, because like back in the day, people just didn't know what Hamas was, so we could get away with making jokes like that. That was one of the earliest. XR Toure, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That was one of the earliest Ludwig memes in this community before I started saying, before MAGA Mail, we used to say Ludwig joined Hamas. Or was it Hezbollah? Did we say Ludwig joined Hezbollah, or were we saying Ludwig joined Hamas? Oh, here, this is it. Ludwig did a birthright trip. Quite interesting story. He considered joining Hamas. There is what? Ludwig's not even Jewish. What the fuck? Is he even Jewish? What the fuck are you talking about? That's such a funny comment, dude. I'm sorry. Funny story. Ludwig did a birthright trip and considered joining Hamas. There's more. There's like, we used to make memes about it too. The whitest motherfucker on the planet too. Like Ludwig Ogren, dude. I thought they were French. Maybe they're French Jew. I don't know. I didn't know that. So funny. Oh, the only thing that's funny for hegemonic world peace is like trying to troll me with the worst types of, with the most low effort meme of all time. All right, what else we got on the Epstein stuff, man? I hate that CNN covered it so shortly. All right, let's keep going. Document, Maxwell, have you ever engaged in sex with any female? Lawyer, I'm going to instruct you not to answer. Apparently, Maxwell tried to argue that she never arranged or asked Miss Giuffre to have sex with anyone. From same file, Maxwell apparently had a physical outburst at a deposition where she knocked over a court reporter's computer. Does only CNN have it? Why the fuck would they get it alone? No, everybody has it. It's just we can't download it because it's unfortunately the court listener document is you can't download it because everyone's clicking on it and trying to get it. Chat keeps clicking on it. But here we have some of it. I have the flight logs. And I have this, the deposition. God, I wish we could just like watch the videos. Chat saying Philip DeFranco linked it. I mean, Philip DeFranco does watch, so it's not crazy that he would be in here linking it. It's 89 pages. What do you mean some? No, I think the court docs are longer. Can't sweet talk the ads and not serve them? No, I did. I did serve them 6 minutes. Control F Clinton. Okay, dude. Yeah, the actual document is longer than that, like much longer. And these aren't client lists. I've told you guys already. These are not client lists, okay? These are associate lists. I mean, can you even control F in this? Oh yeah, you can't. It doesn't work. NBC's covering it right now. Or are you, is this
These documents still have redaction, and it's our understanding that some of the victims who were underage at the time of the abuse have asked that their identities still be protected, and the judge has wanted to honor that. 2 of them, we don't obviously know their identities. They're still anonymous. The court has said she's going to look at that. She's going to take it under evaluation and figure out what to do with documents that still mention those 2 people. If there are any John Does, perhaps, you know, former associates, friends of Epstein's, men who were associated with him in ways, obviously, that are problematic, we'll have to wait and see. But the court has already said most of these documents are not supposed to be salacious. Again, a lot of this has come out through public evidence and reporting so far, but we're still in early days here as we dig through just the first couple of these and come on there with you.
And Laura, I know because so many people have been attracted to this story, they've watched this story, it's led to so many conspiracy theories. Going through the documents I went through, I did see already names redacted. We know part of it might be a John Doe, a Jane Doe, who the court's going to review now for 30 days. But again, there's also victims who they don't want their names out there.
Right.
Will those names stay redacted because they were minors at the time of the crime?
They should. They have asked for their identities to be protected. They have said that they have faced threats given the connection to this case, and so they have asked for their own safety for those names to stay redacted, and I think the court is going to honor that, Tom.
Okay, Laura, I know you got to pour through about 900 documents, so we're going to let you do that. When you find something else interesting, we're going to come back to you. We thank you for your initial reporting so far. For more on this shocking list and what it means, I want to bring in Shan Wu. He's a criminal defense attorney and a former federal prosecutor, and Bernarda Villalona. She's also a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. We thank you both for being here, our legal eagles tonight, if you will. I'm going to start with you, Bernard. I'm going to actually start with you. Why is this happening? Did the judge have to do this?
Well, the judge didn't have any legal grounds to prevent this from happening. So remember, if a decision has to be made in terms of a judge making a decision, the first thing that they're looking at to see, what does the law tell me of how I should guide my decision? And here, there is no legal way for her to have stopped from this information coming forward, with the exception of, as you can see, there's still some Jane Does that remain in these documents. And that's because the law has to weigh in the privacy interest. Does it outweigh the public interest? And that's why those names still remain redacted and they're referred to as Jane Does. So the judge had no choice but to unseal these redacted documents.
Shan, as Laura was reporting, a lot of these are depositions. That's what I read. It was a deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell. The lawyers essentially can ask anything. They can mention any name, and it would be in these court documents. Just because someone's name is in these court documents, it doesn't necessarily mean they have committed a crime or they've even done anything nefarious, correct?
Well, that's correct, yeah. As Laura was saying, there are so many names mentioned here, and many of the people knew that their names had mentioned. This happened quite some time ago, and that is a really important point. I mean, there's so much on social media with these conspiracy theories that the mere mention of the names means that the people have done something wrong. That's absolutely untrue. I mean, it could be fertile ground for plaintiffs' lawyers to mine. If there are existing civil cases going on, this evidence could corroborate that somebody
just because they're not actually direct associates or like engaged in criminal acts doesn't mean that we can't speculate. Okay,
might be victims. Whether new victims may emerge after this type of release, either from seeing the names of people, recognizing who they are, or feeling more empowered to come forward now that this is public.
What does this do for Virginia Giuffre, who may be the most high profile of Jeffrey Epstein's victims? All these names are out as part of her lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell. We should also mention, she has already settled a suit with Prince Andrew as well, and she removed a suit against the lawyer Alan Dershowitz, misidentifying him, at least in her words. So what happens to her case now, and is this a victory for her in a sense?
It's a huge victory for her because it's vindication for her, because for many years, people kept trying to shut her up, trying to say that she is lying, that she's making this up, that this is a money grab for her. And for her, she wanted justice in the sense of not just holding just Jeffrey Epstein accountable and Ghislaine Maxwell accountable, but she also felt that these associates that helped to empower these men should have been held accountable. And the reality is that nothing's going to happen to them. There's not going to be any criminal charges. I don't see any further civil lawsuit. So if anything, this is going to be a public shaming for those that were associated with them.
Shan, for the very powerful, right? Yep. And we mentioned some of the names of the people who have associated with Jeffrey Epstein in the past. We know of former President Bill Clinton. We know of former President Trump, Prince Andrew. This is something the public knows. Could they have done anything with their legal teams to prevent their names from being in these documents, or is that genie already out of the bottle?
I think the genie now is out of the bottle. They may have tried to do something. There'd be an argument that they could make that this could cause them a lot of security.
Bro, one of the confidential depositions that were unredacted shows Johannes Schoberg, who told a previous story about Prince Andrew putting a puppet hand on Jeffrey's breast. What? At one point, Ghislaine told me to come upstairs, and we went into a closet and pulled out the puppet, the caricature of Prince Andrew, and brought it down. And there was a little tag on the puppet that said Prince Andrew on it. And that's when I knew who he was. And I did. What did the puppet look like? It looked like him. And she brought it down and presented it to him. And that was a great joke, because apparently it was a production from a show on BBC. And they decided to take a picture with it, in which Virginia and Andrew sat on the couch. They put the puppets on Virginia's lap. And I sat on Andrew's lap. And they put the puppet's hand on Virginia's breast. And Andrew put his hand on my breast. And they took a photo. Do you remember who took the photo? I don't recall. Did you ever see the photo after it was taken? I did not. That's the puppet. Oh, God, it's so gross, dude. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy.
There. The reality is that the damage is done once these names are revealed, because the public is going to make their own determination as to the validity of the question and the answer. So that black cloud is going to remain forever for any names that are mentioned there. But it's important to note is to keep everything into context. And what context are these names being mentioned? Is it, oh, the person visited, or the person was multiple times at the location, or was the person an employee, or was the person on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? It's all about context. But to me, the damage is done, because we know what public shaming can do for anyone's reputation.
Shan, I have a sort of a long question for you, but just follow me along here. There's so much mystery surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, right? Ever since this case first broke, ever since he committed suicide. When I was, as a reporter investigating Jeffrey Epstein, I went to the Epstein Island that is just off the coast in the Caribbean. And even the people who worked on that island, they had all these rumors, they had all these ideas. There was a mystery of him even in the Caribbean as well. And what I want to get at is, do you think that some of these mysteries, some of these questions are going to be answered with these documents, or are they just going to lead to more questions?
You know, unfortunately, I think they're going to lead to more questions. One of the big mysteries has always been,
I think he meant after he was dead or something, you know what I mean? Not like,
you know, what kind of leverage might have he had on powerful people. I don't think we're going to see that here. We're going to see a lot of the connections, corroboration of the fact that he knew people, corroboration that people were in certain places at certain times. And, you know, that might provide some grounds for new theories of civil liability. The criminal statute of limitations are mostly passed. Very few states have done away with those limitations. But I think it's really going to lead to a lot more questions.
Have you had any experience with Desiree Asher? Who the hell is Desiree Asher?
Bernard, I want you guys to stand by as well. If we get some more headlines, we're going to come back to you for analysis. We appreciate your time. For right now, we want to turn to that other major headline we're following tonight, those deadly explosions in Iran.
I stumbled across a party on St. Bart's in the Caribbean. He passed of Desiree Asher.
Ceremony commemorating
she was holding a party on the island,
General
supposedly drug-fueled orgy.
He was killed in a U.S. drone strike
Wait,
in
what?
2020.
Okay, they skipped it. They're done. Wait, what are you talking about? Who the hell is a Desiree Asher? Another chatter said, how do you not know Desiree Asher, bro? What? Is this like a D's Nuts joke or something? Child Rescue Coalition. I have no idea who this person is. Did you know Ghislaine Maxwell also had a huge Reddit account and was modding a shitload of subs? It was a huge account called Maxwell Hill that posted 10 plus years and stopped posting the day she was arrested. Yeah. I do remember that. She was on Ice P stream. What? Ew. Why do you guys, what the fuck? Dude, what is happening in my fucking community right now, dog? Yo, cut it out right now. Okay? Gross. Don't want to know about any of this shit. Okay? What the fuck? At first, I thought it was a mistake that person was like spelling I like weirdly or some shit. That's crazy. We need to purge this goddamn community again. Not banning enough people. She was arrested a day before she was supposed to be on Love or Host. What? Oh, you're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. Funny. Where are the files, dog? Well, they're online. Over under hostile chatters of the flight logs. I'm setting the line at 3.5. I don't think there's going to be any Hasanabi heads in the flight logs. I'm going to be honest with you. BNO almost has all of them up. Wait, what? BNO News has a website, dude? I didn't even know BNO News had a... Just click the media fire link and a command window opened, help Hasanabi. Yeah, I'm not clicking any links, dude. I'm done clicking on them. Schoberg asked if she was forced to massage or have sex with long-list people, denies them all. Sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have sex with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? Absolutely not. Do you know who Alan Dershowitz is? Schoberg is asked. I do. She replies, you would remember. I would remember that. Yeah, I mean, you would remember if you were forced to have sex with Alan Dershowitz, yes. He would have kept his underwear on anyway, you know what I mean? So it don't matter. That's the Alan Dershowitz way. That's the Dershy way, dude. Like the Aki way. Except not the Aki way, but the Dershy way. Here's the Dersh name drop. And where does Alan Dershowitz fit in that group of people? Sam, I can't tell you piece by piece who. I know Glenn Dubin was first. Okay, and I know Steve Kaufman was one of the first I was sent to. Alan Dershowitz could have been there, between Glenn and Steven. The first time I was with Alan Dershowitz was in New York, so I wasn't actually sent to him. It actually happened in one of Jeffrey's residences. Ms. McCauley left at that position, so it's very hard for me to chronologically give you each person individually. By Miss Menninger, okay, name the other politically connected and financially powerful people that Ghislaine Maxwell told you to have sex with. Again, I'm going to tell you they, because that's how it went. They instructed me to go to George Mitchell, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Richardson, another prince that I don't know his name, a guy that owns a hotel, a really large hotel chain. I can't remember which hotel it was. Marvin Minsky. There was, another foreign president. I can't remember his name. He was Spanish. There's a whole bunch of them that it's hard for me to remember all of them. I was told to do something by these constantly told to. My whole life revolved around just pleasing these men and keeping Ghislaine and Jeffrey happy. The whole lives revolved around sex. They call massages sex. They call modeling sex. This one is searchable and seems to have everything. Oh, this is 943 pages. I think this is everything. From what? Gmax Lmax to Philip Bart and Ross Gow. The Terramar Project. What is this? Whoa. Oh, Gmax is Ghislaine's email account. I'm out of my depth to understanding defamation and other legal hazards and don't want to end up in a lawsuit aimed at me from anyone if I can't help it. Apparently even saying Virginia is a Leah has hazard. I've never been in a suit, criminal or civil, and wanted to stay that way, said Ghislaine Maxwell on Saturday, January 10th, 2015. Oops, now you're in prison. Dude, I want to know, let's get it twisted. One such powerful individual that Epstein forced the then minor Jane Doe to have sexual relations with was former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, a close friend of Jeffrey and well-known criminal defense attorney, well known for also defending in the future the state of Israel. Alan Dershowitz, also known as the Dersh. 48 mentions of Alan. Goddamn. Epstein required Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but also on private planes in New York, New Mexico. Is this the real court document, man? Epstein required Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but also on private planes in New York, New Mexico, and U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition to being a participant in the abuse of Jane Doe 3 and other minors, Dershowitz was an eyewitness to the sexual abuse of many other minors by Epstein and several of Epstein's co-conspirators. Dershowitz would later play a significant role in negotiating the MPA on Epstein's behalf. Indeed, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement that provided immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only to Epstein, but also to any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. This is a key fact, by the way. This is very important. The prosecutor, the federal prosecutor in the state of Florida at the time that gave him that sweetheart plea deal said, his name was Alex Acosta. You might recognize him from the Donald Trump administration because Donald Trump made Alexander Acosta his labor secretary. However, thing is, at the time, Alex Acosta had specifically stated that the order came from above. Go to page 207 on the document. Fucking wild. Why? What's going on? I was living in secret about what I was doing during the massages, and I did not want my friends to know what I was doing, so I did not want anyone else coming into that. Was Bill Clinton a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? Objection, Foundation, says Ms. Menninger. By Ms. Cawley. Let me back up. Do you know if Bill Clinton was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? I knew he had dealings with Bill Clinton. I did not know they were friends until I read the Vanity Fair article about them going to Africa together. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Did you ever recall taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's home in New Mexico? That's where the Clintons used to go to, by the way, all the time. That's the crazy ranch that the Clintons would frequently go to. And do you recall who went on that trip with? Sarah Kellen was there, Ghislaine was there, that's all I recall. Do you recall why you went on the trip to New Mexico to work, to perform massage on that trip? Yes. Do you recall whether you performed massages with Sarah Kellen on that trip? No. Do you recall in New Mexico home ever observing nude photos of females there? I don't recall. When you would provide massages, would you provide those massages naked? On occasion. On average, would you be naked if it was 100% of the time, more than 50% of the time? Can you repeat it? Sure. When you're performing the massage, can you tell me, you said on occasion, over the 5 years that you worked for him, how often did you perform massages naked? Somewhere between 25 to 50% of the time. Did Epstein try to make the massage sexual? On occasion. Would Epstein have you rub his nipples? Yes. Would he masturbate during the massages? Yes. Objection, vague, form. He did not ever clean up. Do you believe that your experience during the years you were with Jeffrey and Maxwell damaged you? Objection, leading, form. It affected me. Damaged is a strong word. Oh, this is, wait, whoa. Is this the OG? Yo, this looks like it might be the OG. Is this the OG? Okay. Trump on page 78. Okay, we'll get back to 209 in a second. Did you train Virginia how to recruit girls to perform sexual massages? Wait, hold up. Let me see what Trump is up to in here. Whoa. Just a casino. And do you recall where you flew when you traveled that first time with Jeffrey Epstein? We left from Palm Beach and landed in Atlantic City for a few hours because there was a storm in New York, then got back on the plane and landed in Teterboro. And you say you recall landing in Atlantic City. Did you go into Atlantic City? Yes, we went to one of Trump's casinos. Did you actually go into the casino itself? Do you recall Virginia at the time, Virginia Roberts being present with you? Yes. Do you recall if she was, went to the casino? She was underage. Dude, I'm sorry, but that's like funny in a very tragic and very dark way that like she can't go into the casino, but also is flying with Jeffrey Epstein. I did not know anything about how old you had to be to gamble legally. Like, it's insane. Like, she's not old enough to go into a fucking casino, but she's like being blown around by Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Brutal. I just knew she could not get in because of an ID issue, so she and I did not gamble. In your opinion, did Virginia look young in your view? Yes. Did you wish at the time we wonder why she was traveling with Jeffrey? At that time, I did not. Did you later wonder that? Yes. And what was your impression? Objection, vague, speculative. We're jumping ahead. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. A few days later, I remember asking her questions to try to figure out her role while she was there, and she gave me vague answers and was never specific. Okay, let's look at the other Trump mention. Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino. We'll go to the casino. What happened with the ID issue? Objection. All I knew was that she was not going to be allowed to gamble, so I spent time with her. We were just walking around. I don't remember what we did because either she didn't have an ID or she was too young. I don't remember specifically why. I just knew that she could not gamble. Okay, so you walked around with her in Atlantic City. In the casino. We never left the casino. Were you disappointed that you couldn't gamble? That's a silly question, I feel like. Anyway, whatever. No. When you were walking around and talking to her, did you learn anything about her? Not that I recall. Do you have an impression about why she was on the trip? At that point, no. It was just new to the whole thing. George Lucas? What the fuck? Did any of the guests for whom you gave a massage mention that they were expecting something sexual? No. Did they ask you to engage in sexual contact and you refused? Objection. The witness, no. Marvin Minsky, I don't know that. George Lucas, no. Donald Trump, no. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. Sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have sex with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? Absolutely not. Do you know who Alan Dershowitz is? I do. You would remember. I would remember that. Did you ever see Virginia Jeffries with any of the people that I just asked you about? No. Did Virginia ever talk to you about having been with any of those people? Objection. The witness says no. Did she tell you that she had met any of those people? No. I believe you saw that in a police report, a reference to a friend of Jeffrey named Glenn and his wife. Do you remember them? Vaguely. Tell me what you remember. Okay, let's skip that. The Trump massage thing. Okay, there's not much on Trump here. Can you search anything in this? Oh, fuck, I bricked it, I think. Al Gore on 286 was not seen on the island. Wait, this is from 2019, you said? Link to the document in PDF form. This is from 2019. Oh, wait, 09, 2019. Wait, is that just when the... Wait, it's not irrelevant. No, they unsealed it. Oh, wait, no, this is unsealed in 2019, it says. This is the older one, isn't it? Because if it was a newer one, it would show that it was a judge mandate unsealed summary, unsealed beyond the summary judgment. This is not the right one. This is also 2019. This is 2024. Yeah, this is the right one. This one with a 900. Yeah, this is the correct one. These other two are old. That was all unsealed in 2019, a day before Epstein killed himself. This person on Twitter combined them all together. She posted a Google Drive link with a PDF, FYI. Yeah. 50-hour stream to analyze the document. Listen, dude, I've done so much on Jeffrey Epstein before. I'm not doing that again. One time, back in the day, before my YouTube channel was like a serious YouTube channel, I got it completely blacklisted because I spent 12 hours doing a Jeffrey Epstein stream, and then I uploaded almost the entire 9-hour portion of it, like directly to my YouTube. Just all 9 hours of it, uncensored, uninterrupted. And then YouTube nuked my fucking account entirely. Like the next video got like 10K views or something. It damaged my. I relate too much to that level of brain rot. Yeah, I don't know where it is anymore. Control F Jimmy Beast? What do you mean? What? Mr. Beast? What are you, crazy? Oh, you mean Jimmy Kimmel? There's no Jimmy Kimmel. There's no Kimmel on here, dude. Look up page 519. Associated with attending deposition at 100 miles. What? There's nothing on the page. Famous pilots on the plane. Okay, everybody stop memeing. Oh my God. Alan Dershowitz is mentioned on here a lot, dude. Les Wexner, Tom Pritzker, Kevin Spacey. I may have already asked you, but have you met Kevin Spacey? No. Bill Richardson of New Mexico. Jean-Luc Brunel. Alan Dershowitz. To this date, we have not heard from parents. I will attempt to establish contact with them during the evening hours. I received a package from attorney Guy Fronston, which is hand-delivered to the police station. Within the package was a letter from Alan Dershowitz and 2 www.myspace.com profiles. Profiles were of and blank. Wait. Or if you search with his last name, they don't always use Alan. They name him. Oh my God. Oh my God. When you put his last name in, there's 137 mentions. Oh my God. The Dersh. God damn, bro. Yeah, I read this already. Epstein required Jane Doe to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor in private planes. This is what the attorney was saying was happening. It's not like witness testimony. So, it's just the thing. He was ragging up those air miles. Yeah. Look up the Dersh mention at the bottom of the page. What a fucking slime ball. Ghislaine Maxwell was another person in Epstein's inner circle and a co-conspirator. She was someone who consequently also appreciated the immunity granted by the MPA for the crime she committed in Florida. Oh yeah, this is the what is it, like the no prosecution agreement, right? Or is it NOLO? It's probably some fucking Latin word, but that's what it is, right? They're talking about Alan Dershowitz like no prosecution agreement that he pushed for. What is that? Is that what it's called? Nolo prosecute or whatever? No contest? Nolo, no contest? Whatever. Yeah. Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with the provision that provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution of Florida for sexually abusing Jane Doe 3. Because his broad immunity would have been controversial if disclosed, Dershowitz, along with members of Epstein's defense team and the government, tried to keep the immunity provision secret from all of Epstein's victims and the general public, even though such secrecy violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Nolo contendere. Nole prosecui is when they don't prosecute you in the limited time frame that they're allowed to prosecute you. There's like a window. I know that because I got hit with that for my DUI. They dropped it without even fucking telling me. Like, they didn't even file it. Right? Isn't that what that means? Look at page 288. Dershowitz was saying nothing was happening. He was just calling her a liar, and she was just trying to find people to back up her story. And what did you understand her story to be? Did she tell you that she was recruited to give massages, sexual massages, and have sex with people such as Dershowitz and Andrew? But I knew none of that at the time. Right. Did you tell them anything? Did you tell them during that meeting that you knew of anything about her being recruited to give sex to either Jeffrey or to other people? Objection. Can you rephrase? Yes, that wasn't a very good question. Don't own up to that, Miss Menninger. What did you say during this meeting with Virginia and her investigator? Basically that I believed her, even though she never spoke to me specifically about that, what was going on. Okay, hold on, I'm going to turn on that. 1 second. I'm going to put on the Kaya cam. Hello. Look at that. Little baby Kaya. Just breeze over the DUI. Dude, I've talked about it so many times, dog. I got arrested for a DUI, but never prosecuted for one, okay? That's it. I was under the legal limit. Long-ass time ago. Okay. Basically, that I believed her, even though she never spoke to me specifically about what was going on. That once I learned everything that happened based on reading the police report, I believed her side of the story. And did she tell you what her side of the story was? Just that she wasn't a liar, that, she was there to have sex with men that Jeffrey wanted her to sleep with. Did she tell you in that meeting who she had sex with? No. Did she name any of the famous people? Only Dershowitz came up. Did you two talk about the incident in New York with the puppet? I don't recall. And you formed this opinion about whether she was a liar based on things that you read in the police report? Objection. I formed my opinion based on my experience in the house. Okay, what was the experience in the house help you form your opinion that what Virginia is saying is true? Jeffrey being open with me about what other girls did for him and that I was not one of those girls. He was always trying to recruit me almost in a way that I could be one of them and travel with him and live the life of luxury if only I did this. So after 5 years of learning what was happening, I can look back knowing I only knew Virginia for a very short time. Looking back, I can make assumptions about what was required of her. Did she tell you how old she was? When she said she started working with Jeffrey, she didn't. Did she tell you how long she worked with Jeffrey? No. Have you read all the things that have been attributed to her in the press? Many of them. I don't know that I've read all of them, but I've read some. In this meeting with Virginia and the investigator, you said Ghislaine Maxwell did not come up. Will this end Dersh's career? No. Alan Dershowitz is fucking gross, dog. Like, that's kind of a superpower, okay? When you're that fucking gross, there's, like, not really anything that can take you down. You know what I mean? Everybody pretty much knows he's disgusting. He's like a disgusting, filthy little pervert, right? So it almost becomes like that under other circumstances would be considered awful, right? It would be a career ender. I'll give you an example from Twitch. It's kind of like Pokimane, right? Pokimane has cultivated an image that is like, very brand friendly. So when she does something, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and it is like a little out of pocket, she gets an extra amount of scrutiny for that, and people make a much larger deal about that. because her brand is not tarnished, okay? The way she presents herself is overall very positive, okay? Whereas when you talk about a guy like Alan Dershowitz, it's the exact opposite. You expect him to be a filthy little pervert anyway. So, like, when you hear more about him being a filthy little pervert, you're like, oh, that's just par for the course. Does that make sense? That transition going to be such a bad clip for you? Why? I'm specifically talking about it's an opposite comparison, as in, chat completely misinterpreting your analogy. Like, the point is, everybody basically understands he's like a psycho. He's a freak, okay? So there's no double standard there. There's no hypocrisy there. The thing is, you have to understand, people care more about hypocrisy than they care about death, okay? You could be a murderer and be like, I'm a murderer, dog. This is what I do. And if you do another murder, people will be like, oh, no, that's normal. Like, you're a murderer. That's what you do, okay? People are more mad, both online and in general, about not even real hypocrisy, but perceived hypocrisy than they are about like someone who's just a bad guy doing more bad shit. That's why the standards are very different for the likes of genuinely evil people who are openly evil. Yeah, it's like if you were to do a crypto gambling stream versus Trainwreck's doing a crypto gambling stream, pretty much the same. Yes, exactly. It's the same as people yelling at me about random shit like buying a car, buying a house is expensive, but they would never in a million years offer a similar style of scrutiny to anyone else because they perceive that to be a hypocritical act for someone like myself. That's it. It's kind of like Donald Trump. What, like being on Redacted's flight? What is the Dersh even up to nowadays? Like 90? Bro, he was tapped to defend the state of Israel in the International Court of Justice. Anyway, not that I recall. Do you know the name of the investigator, Valerie Rivera? Have you read the statements that Ghislaine issued to the press? No. Do you know what it says? No. Oh, by the way, Clinton Likes Him Young is featured in this as well, for the record. Damn, bro. It's crazy that Bill Clinton's name is mentioned less than Alan Dershowitz. The Dersh! 100 times less. Well, to be fair, the Dersh did actually defend Epstein. I can't recall having a meal with them, but just so we're clear, the allegation that Clinton had a meal on Jeffrey's Island is 100% false. But he may have had a meal on his plane. Yes, I'm sure he had a meal on his plane. How do you know how many times he flew on Jeffrey's plane? I don't. Do you know who Doug Band is? I do. How do you know him? He used to work or still works for Bill Clinton. Did you ever have a relationship with him? We are talking about adult consensual relationships. It's off the record. I'm not asking what you did with him. I'm asking if you ever had, confidential relationship with him. If you understand the term relationship, certainly you can answer that. Define relationship. Someone that you would have spent time together, either seeing them in a romantic relationship or you need to be, what do you mean by romantic? I was friends with Doug, but you are suggesting something more, so I want to be clear what you were actually asking me. You defined it. You said you were friends with him. If that's what you were, that's all I need to know. While you were on the trip with President Clinton, do you recall where you stayed at these locations? In other words, would you leave the jet and stay overnight at a hotel? Do you have a recollection of this trip? I recollect the trip, but if you're asking me where we stayed, you can see it's a very fast-paced trip. It was very tiring. And Form and Foundation. I don't know why the name is. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I recognize the name, but that's it. Was Johanna Sojberg a masseuse? Pagluccia, objection to the Form and Foundation. What are you asking me? I'm sorry. When Joanna Sojberg worked for Jeffrey Epstein, did she perform massages? Anybody be surprised if Hassan is on there? Yeah, dude. I was on the Jeffrey Epstein logs as someone who was, 14 years old at the time? Like, I don't know if you're aware of this, but these are literally like things that happened while I was in Turkey. So yeah, that probably would be very weird. Anyway, did you have any sexual contact with her and the president, anybody other than Jeffrey Epstein? I don't really recall, but fair amount is how many massages you got from Joanna. I'm going to instruct you not to answer. It definitely does. Objection form. I already testified that I don't really recall Anushka. David Copperfield. Page 2002. Search Kimmel in this one. Bro, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's in this, okay? Yeah, he's not. All right. Copperfield? Why the hell is David Copperfield on here? David Copperfield was at dinner and Epstein was there. And there was another girl present who looked young, and Joanna asked what school she went to, and Joanna did not recognize the school name as being a college, and she said it was possible it was a high school-age girl. Joanna said Copperfield questioned me if I was aware what the girls were getting paid to find other girls. What? David Copperfield? No. I mean, I don't know anything about him. Have you ever met David Copperfield? Yes. Do you recall when you initially met him? Yes. Can you tell me what that was? Sure. Someone called me from the house and said that he would be there, and if I wanted to come have dinner, then I could meet him. So when I arrived at the house, he wasn't there yet, but I waited. I believe it's Sarah Kellen. There was another girl there. David Copperfield still uses pics from 1990 on all of his... Oh, he's not dead? Serge Houdini. Yeah, that's a made-up term. Oh, sorry, Kyle. Watch out. All right, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to type it in anyway. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, thank God. What? TrueAnon. Alfredo Rodriguez, Jeffrey Epstein's former butler, claims that Ghislaine Maxwell threatened him if he spoke about what went on at Epstein's house. She said, I forbid you that you're going to be, that I'll be sorry if I contact any of her friends again. Okay, other than you will be sorry if you contact any of my friends again. Did she say anything else about what you know about Mr. Epstein and or what goes on at his house? She said something like, don't open your mouth or something like that. But you have to understand, I'm a civil, humble. What? I'm a civil, humble. I came as an immigrant to serve his people. And right now, you feel a little, I'm 55 and I'm afraid. First of all, I don't have a job. I'm glad this is on tape because I don't want nothing to happen to me. This is the way they treat you. Better do this and you shut up and don't talk to nobody. And when you say this is the way they treat, who specifically are you talking about when you say the word they? Maxwell. And usually when you say the word they, you're not talking about one person, wealthy people. Oh. Oh my God, I'm muted. So here's another part of the puzzle. Les Wexner is so incredibly cooked on this. Objection to the form of foundation. Did you ever provide Roberts with an outfit of sexual nature? I think we addressed the outfit issue. I'm asking if you ever provided her with an outfit of sexual nature to work for Les Wexner. Categorically, no. You did get that. I said categorically no. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, Stephen Hawking is on the list? Oh no, some of our faves, dude. Oh! All photographs or video containing any image of you and the following individuals, to the extent you have such photographs or video in their original native format, please produce them. Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Albert Christian Edward, the Duke of York, also known as Prince Andrew, Ron Eppinger, Bill Clinton, Stephen Hawking, Al Gore. What the hell? You can issue a reward if any of Virginia's friends, acquaintance, family come forward, help provide her allegations are false. Strongest is the Clinton dinner. And the new version of the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. What? Jeffrey Epstein vacation to Ghislaine Maxwell. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. You can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends, acquaintance, family that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner and the new version in the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. He's saying that's a false allegation. Same username for Gmail as his awful Spotify account. Yeah, his Gmail account was jeffreyepsteinvacation@gmail.com, and so was his Spotify account username. Also, this motherfucker could not write, dude. Ghislaine, some helpful leakage from Ross Gow to Ghislaine Maxwell. In today's Daily Mail print edition on the web, Prince Andrew's sex slave accused 2 teens rape, 3 years joined Jeffrey Epstein's harem, and mom told the detective about her daughter's past drug use and also how many kids in Royal Palm Beach are involved in drugs, witchcraft, and animal sacrifice, according to a confidential report. What the hell? Wow, it's so helpful. Thanks, Ross Gow, managing partner of Acuity Reputation. Oh my God. Wait, were there more emails above? I think. Yeah, no, I get it. He means in terms of discrediting her, yes. On July 25th, oh my God, it's my birthday, 2006, Epstein turned himself into county jail and was released on a $3,000 bond. Epstein is a return for arraignment on August 25th. Come on, stop saying shit like that. Wait, what? It is my birthday. Proof you were there on July 25th, 2006. That's 3 years before I came to America. I was 15 years old at the time. Yeah, if I was there, I'd be a victim, not a perpetrator of acts. Just like some of you are about to be victimized by this top of the hour ad break, unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. How did you come to America? A plane? Coincidence? I think not. Yeah. Anyone who's ever been on a plane must have been on the Lolita Express, the only plane that exists. The Epstein segue, this really is the worst timeline. I have searched Trump already, chatter, many times. Trump doesn't get a lot of play in this. They simply went to a Trump casino and Virginia Jeffrey was too young to gamble. So her and the other lady at the time just hung out. The guy who's mentioned the most here is the Dersh, Alan the Dersh Dershowitz. He's mentioned in it nonstop. 178 times specifically. I mean, Kimball Musk, I know, is an associate, but he's probably not named in this because I think his experience with Jeffrey Epstein is like after Virginia Jeffrey's time. TikTok Zoomers are losing their minds.
So I made a video yesterday talking about some of the names on Jeffrey Epstein's leaked client.
Wait, what? No, Rihanna is not on Jeffrey Epstein's leaked client list. What the fuck's going on?
Now, I got a lot of feedback on that video of people saying that
Quentin Tarantino. Bro, I swear to God, true crime accounts on TikTok are just only doing crimes by crimes of falsehood, okay? Half the fucking true crime accounts on TikTok are doing falsehood crimes, crimes of defamation, crimes of falsehood. It's crazy, man. Pharrell Williams, like Michelle Wolf, there's no better representation that this list is so cooked than putting fucking Michelle Wolf on there. Like, I'm sorry, but Michelle Wolf had like what, a 3-month Daily Show stint? She's not even celebrity status enough to be on any list, really. Like Patton Oswalt and stuff, that's crazy.
that it's fake and that these names aren't really on there and things of that nature. You guys, what I really don't understand, if it's fake, why are there photos showing celebrities on this list with him? Now, a few names on the list.
Like what?
Are Oprah, Miley Cyrus.
Dude, Miley Cyrus was what, like 12? Like Miley Cyrus would have been like 12 years old if she was chilling with Jeffrey Epstein at the time. Younger.
A lot of different people you might recognize. Okay, Prince Charles. You'll probably read this list and recognize a lot of these names. And here's more.
John Cusack? Come on.
The names.
David Koch. That one's believable. That one's believable. Bro, they just wrote Ed Buck. Who wrote this list, dog? This is like they have actual sex criminals on here like Ed Buck, which is so funny. Eminem, just Eminem.
I think total up to like 170 different people on this list. And like I said, some of these names have not yet been released to the public just because they have been removed due to court orders and the judge allowing these names to be taken off the list, basically. Like I said, there's photos.
Yeah, there's photos with one person. You got fucking Rihanna on that list. Do you have a Rihanna photo with Jeffrey Epstein? No. So why are you looking at this list and being like, excuse me, here's a photo of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. This must mean that Rihanna definitely was also with Jeffrey Epstein at a certain point on Lolita Express. And Miley Cyrus too. It's like, this is so stupid, dude. Hassan Proud Rihanna fan? Not necessarily, okay? But it's just like, you know what I'm a fan of? I'm a fan of the truth, okay? I'm not a fan of, however, people just like running their goddamn mouths off of like very easily identifiable misinformation on TikTok and gaining a tremendous amount of clout off of it.
Showing
like this situation, this got 10,000 likes, man. And then there's real names on that list like Ehud Barak, right? Like we know that that's real. Former Prime Minister of Israel, that's real.
Jeffrey Epstein with multiple celebrities that are on this list. and more photos. And then Ghislaine Maxwell, who's no better than him, who is one of the people that is exposing, now that she's currently in prison, is allegedly exposing more names that are on this list.
Wait, what? No, she's not. Wait, dude, where is she? Where is she getting this information from? Like, she just made it up. She's just making it up. She went to Jamie, pulled that shit up university, and made it the fuck up. What is happening, man? This info is from a group chat, guaranteed. Dude, it's like crazy because she's just freestyling.
And on the logs that went to the islands that he owned. Now, people were saying also in the comments, just because, you know, they went to these islands does not necessarily mean they were a part of some of the things he did. Personally speaking, I feel like if you associate yourself with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, it shows a lot about who you are as a person. And then there's just stuff like this that shows a lot of people.
Morgan Jermaine says TikTok needs community nodes. No, TikTok needs to be abolished, okay? That's what I think. What the hell's going on? It's just like every single, bro, I swear to God, every single piece of information you get on TikTok is just fake, dude. Straight up. It's crazy. There's a reason why this application does not exist in China. And the version of this application that exists in China is very different. No more TikTok links, chat? No, absolutely yes, TikTok links. I love looking at this kind of stuff. It's awesome.
Names written down with phone numbers and things like that. It's just a lot of information, you guys, that...
Yeah, these are the real ones, like David Copperfield or Ehud Barak, Mr. Barak Ehud, former Prime Minister of Israel, or Jean-Luc Brunel, scout for young females. Okay, this part is real. And then the other part is not real. This is from the Little Black Book.
Me, just very, very self-explanatory, you know, of these celebrities and who they really are. And like I said, they're saying over 170 of his high-profile associates will be named in court documents the first days of 2024.
Read the comments, they're gold. I want to see an actual court document. This list means nothing unless something is done. Most of these we already knew, so are we sure these are new? This is why things get kept sealed. This list has been floating around for years. The question that should be addressed is who wrote that list? Where's the paper trail? Where did that list come from? And then what, like, embarrassed emoji. The problem is that a lot of people have cherished celebrities that just, they can't fathom that they would do this. Like, this person is already so sure that it happened. You know what I mean? She's like, it definitely happened, and all my cherished celebrities are impacted, and that's why people don't want to live with that reality. And it's like, what are you talking about? Miley Cyrus was a young kid at the time. Finally, someone with a little bit of brain cells here. Ivermectin saved the children. Hashtag Ivermectin. Hashtag save the children. Oh, by the way, former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson is named. One of the other names that is new and interesting in here. All right, Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to correct. Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Prince Andrew, correct. Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Bill Richardson, correct. When did Ghislaine Maxwell tell you to give a massage to Bill Richardson? I don't know the dates. Where were you? Wait. Yo! Whose name is redacted? Wait a minute. Oh, dude, this is my favorite tweet. Yes, Christine Pelosi. In light of the Epstein list dropping soon, remember that some of our faves may be implicated. The Epstein case is horrific and the young women deserve justice. Y'all remember this? This is Nancy Pelosi's daughter. She said, it is quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether on Republicans or Democrats. Hashtag we said enough. Hashtag me too. Could be a Jane Doe being redacted. No, there are two names that are redacted, but I'm telling you, this is why RFK was just spitting, dude. That's why he was like going on every broadcast he possibly could, talking about how he loved going on the Jeffrey Epstein plane. Ronaldo Rizzo, an estate manager, testified that Epstein played a kissing game with a group of 11 girls as young as 14. He also said Maxwell took away a 15-year-old girl's passport to try to get her to have sex with Epstein on the island. Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, big dog? Yeah, big stretch. What's Kai doing? Marat's here. The cutoff from that page from the TrueAnon is 496 on your PDF. Okay, I'm gonna get back to that in a second. Yes, I called Marat Big Dog because he is a big dog. Marat, take Kaya out. TikTok theories around Jeffrey Epstein are crazy. God damn it, bro. Why? Take a day off. Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? God, I hate it. Wait, couple çaldı. Oh, what do they bring it in? But bring it in, it's raining. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, first of the year, yeah. See motion 5859 example memory lapses during Maxwell's deposition, including inability to remember events recorded on aircraft flight logs or a photograph. Defendant offers no explanation for her convenient forgetfulness. Yeah, I wonder how. Moreover, evidence of being recruited by defendant and being sexually assaulted is not something Mr. Jeffrey can obtain through requests for production or through interrogatories. The only way of obtaining such evidence is from witness testimony by those who were victimized, those who assisted the defendant in recruiting and abuse, and those who observed the recruiting and or the abuse. For example, Ronaldo Rizzo, an estate manager for a friend of defendant and Epstein's, testified about an episode where defendant had threatened to terrify a 15-year-old girl who confiscated her passport to try and make her have sex with Epstein on his private island. Mr. Rizzo testified about another episode where defendant gave instructions to and presided over a group of 11 girls as young as 14 years old, playing a kissing game with and for Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Alfredo Rodriguez talking about how, where he details being told to buy flowers and roses for a girl performing in a high school graduation play who he said was Epstein's friend. I like that the Twitch version, okay, of the poop sock is basically this, the ogre clip, where this guy goes, even streamers think the lists are real, and then you clip it and it's ogre lounging. Like, I'm not clicking on that, man. Chill. Page 305 mentions Michael Jackson. Oh, what? No way. I met Michael Jackson. What? Did you ever meet anybody famous when you were with Jeffrey Epstein? I met Michael Jackson. Oh, really? And where was that? At his house in Palm Beach, at Jeffrey's house in Palm Beach. Did you massage him? I did not. Anybody else you remember? I know you mentioned David Copperfield earlier. No, I'd remember that. I believe you also testified that you had never had a massage before you started working with Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Is that correct? I don't recall having a massage before then. And I think you said on the first day when you were doing the clerical work, Maxwell mentioned that you might be able to get a massage. Is that correct? Yes. Did you tell Maxwell that you had never had a massage at that point? I don't remember. Did you remember telling Jeffrey that you never had a massage? No. And then you were, I don't know what a massage is. Dersh. Okay. And then when you were talking about the massage, the first massage, when you were being in the room with Jeffrey and Emmy, and I know you said that Emmy was naked or took off her clothes at some point, and then laid on the table, and then you changed positions with her. Is that what happened? Yes. I don't remember the sequence, but at one point she was, I was, and Jeffrey was. And in the time that there was a changeover, for example, when you were on the table and Emmy's not on the table and Jeffrey's not on the table, did Emmy at one point remain naked, or did she actually stop and get dressed to continue massaging? Do you know if Jeffrey remained naked during that massage? Can you please shave your head? Can you please say thank you for the subscription? Jeffrey Epstein wasn't real. He was Michael Jackson. Okay, dude, here. I'm going to ban you instead for a second. Stop making requests of me to ban random people. He was never like naked standing up. He always covered himself with a towel. I believe I asked this, but I just want to clarify. Did Maxwell ever ask you to bring other girls over for Jeffrey? Yes. 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 And what did you do anything in response to that? I did bring one girl named Bleep. No, it was some girl named Bleep that I had worked with at a restaurant. And I recall Ghislaine giving me money to bring her over. However, they never called her to come. I think the two names that were redacted were redacted to protect the Jane Doe's identity because I guess until the 22nd they have an argument to make about how their names being released and this would harm them, which I understand. I believe that you mentioned that one of your physical fitness instructors, you brought a physical fitness instructor. Was that correct? And what did she do? She gave him like a training session twice. Did anything sexual in nature happen during the session? At one point, he lifted up her shirt and exposed her bra, and she grabbed it and pulled it down. Anything else? That was a conversation that he had told her that he had taken this girl's virginity. The girl by the pool? Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, did Maxwell ever say to you that it takes the pressure off her to have other girls around? She implied that, yes. In what way? Sexually. And earlier, Laura asked you, I believe, if Maxwell ever asked you to perform any sexual acts, and I believe your testimony was no, but then you also previously stated that during the camera incident that Maxwell had talked to you about not finishing the job. Did you understand not finishing the job meaning bringing Jeffrey to orgasm? Objection, leading form. I'm sorry, Johanna. Let me correct that question. What did you understand Maxwell to mean when she said you had to finish the job with respect to the camera? Objection, leading form. She implied that I had not brought him to orgasm. Yo, why do the witnesses not listen to their lawyers, by the way? It's kind of interesting that like in the deposition, like their lawyers will be like, that's leading. That's a leading question. You can't ask that. And then, well, if the client just answers regardless, then there's no, like, is this how it goes in depositions usually? Or does it mean that it was overruled? Oh, so we wouldn't see the objections that were sustained because they just strike it from the record, right? Yes. Court reporter here. I have a court reporter who's an 8-month subscriber whose name is Bezos did something wrong. Wait, if you're a court reporter, why are you in here listening to me read this thing? Why aren't you out there doing court reporting? What the hell? Go to court, dog. Report. What the hell? I'm going to strike you from the record. Bro, we all know they only work 3 hours a day. True. Law tip. There's no judge in the room if this is a deposition. The objection is being noted for the record once the trial happens or if parties want to litigate it. Long time ago, but people are so dumb. Nobody wants to work anymore. See, this guy court reported a long time ago, doesn't want to court report anymore. Courts are closed for the day. Come on. I'm a paralegal. You have to answer unless the lawyer tells you not to answer. Also, court reporters have to be present for depositions to keep the record off the court, on the court. Leftists telling people to get back to work? Yeah. Okay. So it is fair to say that Maxwell expected you to perform sexual acts when you were massaging Jeffrey. Objection, leading form, foundation. I can answer, question mark? Yes, I took that conversation to mean that it is what is expected of me. See, that's what I'm saying. The witness is not even remotely listening to her own lawyer. Also, why is her lawyer trying to prevent additional information from coming out? Or is Miss Manager the lawyer of Ghislaine Maxwell? Did I misunderstand this? It's Ghislaine's lawyer, right? The person objecting is Ghislaine's lawyer. Okay, got it. It's just the witness. Why wouldn't she answer? Yeah, Ghislaine's lawyer is trying to stop the witness from revealing incriminating stuff. I mixed up my lawyers. Miss Manager is Ghislaine's lawyer. The witness's lawyer, I think, is or not the witness's lawyer. There's I think there's also the other Miss McCauley, but then also there's a Mr. something. Wait, no, this is not a criminal. I don't think this is not the criminal case, chatter. This is from Virginia Giuffre civil. I think this is from the Virginia Giuffre Ghislaine Maxwell civil trial, and this is the deposition. Yeah, it's not a criminal case. There's a deposition happening. Prosecutor asking questions. Ghislaine a witness. No, not a prosecutor. Laura Menninger is the criminal defense lawyer for Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's own lawyers are now suing her. Wait, what? The law firm Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman has accused Miss Maxwell and her brother of family paying nearly $900,000 in legal fees related to her sex abuse defense. God damn, what an L after L, dude. Imagine unsuccessfully. First L is you took on Ghislaine Maxwell because you thought she was a high-profile client. Okay? Second L is you lost. Third L is she didn't even fucking pay you. You got scammed. That's a triple L. The Trump gambit. No, I know. This is a 2022 article. This is also, I think, this is the criminal trial. These are the defense attorneys that she hired for her criminal trial. This is the conspiracy and sex trafficking trial criminal attorneys. Defense attorneys. A senator from Maine was mentioned, but the name is redacted. What? Not even Saul could save this one? First of all, Saul could save everybody. Okay, come on. Can you look up Swedish eccentric Sebastian Fors? Yeah, I don't think the dude who never leaves his house is in here, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you, chatter. I don't think he leaves his house enough to be on the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile sex plane. Wait, what? Did you see page 603 when it talks about Ghislaine flying a helicopter to Little St. James with Clinton as a passenger? No way. All right, let's see if TrueAnon has posted anything else. 1 second. Alfredo Rodriguez, Ronaldo Rizzo. Semi-related, but hadn't seen this before. See? Even Brace didn't know about this, dude. And Brace and Liz are like the experts on Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't know about this either. Dude, this thing is crazy. Guys, what you are looking at right now is a photo of Stephen Hawking on Little St. James Island, Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein's sex island. I don't know who the other scientists are, but I think the others are scientists too. To be fair, I don't think he fucked anyone. First of all, you guys are wrong. We had a long conversation about this earlier. You're just wrong. And also, it's ableist to say that he can't be a sexual assaulter. I'm also going to hell. I swear to God. Okay, I'm done. Thick 8. Yeah, that's what people kept saying in the chat earlier when we found out. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Beep, boop, suck. Okay, all right, stop. I'm going to stop reading shit. God damn it. Okay, bro, just because he's in a wheelchair doesn't make him Professor X. I mean, yeah, he is a professor, but still. Yeah, I don't know what, like, the most revealing new information we got. Honestly. Just this stuff, I guess. A lot of the stuff is just like, we knew about it already. What was the page that chatter wanted me to go to? The helicopter one? Johanna said the defendant flew her in a helicopter from the main islands, the USVI, Virgin Islands. And I remember just thinking, the first weekend that we flew the Virgin Islands, she flew the helicopter from wherever we were, to Little St. Jeff, or whatever the name of the island was. And I thought, who is this woman? Would you say you respected her? Yes. When you ended up getting in the car with her and this other woman and going back to the house, who was driving the car? She was driving. And where did she take you? She took me to the house in Palm Beach. And can you describe the house in Palm Beach? Sure. It's at the end of El Brillo Way on the Intracoastal. Murad? The house was either white or pink. It was pink at the time. It may have been painted. It was nothing fancy. It was large. It was like a beach house. Page 603, you said? Plaintiff admits that she has not made allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, while plaintiff has asserted that she spent time with President Clinton on the island of Little St. James, U.S. Virgin Islands, and that she flew there with President in a helicopter piloted by Miss Maxwell. In one article authored by Sharon Churcher, plaintiff related, on one occasion, what the fuck? On one occasion, she adds, Epstein did invite 2 young brunettes to dinner, which he gave on his Caribbean island for Mr. Clinton shortly after he left office. Bro, they were tight, dude. The Pope? Hassan checking to make sure you're on the list? Yeah. Yeah, dude. I was on the Jeffrey Epstein Island at the age of 11. Flew in from Turkey. People are so stupid. It's the funniest joke, I know. I hope I see repeated by first message gray names over and over again. People are like, lol, bitch, you're looking to make sure you weren't on the island, dude. It's like, yeah, man. Yeah, at the brittle young age of 11. Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, and Cameron Diaz. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. Let's read this. Epstein did invite 2 young brunettes to dinner, which he gave for his Caribbean island for Mr. Clinton shortly after he left office. But as far as she knows, the ex-president did not take the bait. I'd have been about 17 at the time. She says, I flew to the Caribbean with Jeffrey, and then Ghislaine Maxwell went to pick up Bill in a huge black helicopter that Jeffrey bought her. She'd always wanted to fly, and Jeffrey paid her to take lessons, and I remember she was very excited because she got her license around the first year we met. How come Kobe dies in the helicopter, but pedophiles don't? Like, what are we doing here? Helicopters are always killing motherfuckers, but never Jeffrey Epstein. What's that about, huh? What's going on? Guys, Kobe's daughter was in the helicopter too. Fucking calm down, okay? Oh my God. Anyway, we all dined together. Oh, very excited she got her license. I used to get frightened flying with her, but Bill had the Secret Service with him, and I remember him talking about what a good job she did. I don't believe this story. I don't believe that Bill Clinton got on a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell driving the helicopter, even if he wasn't the president no more. I'm sorry. You are not getting, if you're a former president, okay, if you're a former president, you are not getting on a helicopter that some random person is driving, bro. Yes, especially, yeah, because she's a woman. Duh. That's what I mean. Because I'm sexist. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how that's why licenses exist. There's no shot. Bitch, would you get on a helicopter with someone who's just like, I just got my license and I'm very excited to drive this thing? I wouldn't. What are you, crazy? You think a former president with their Secret Service is going to do that? Fuck no. Hell no, dude. No shot. Ghislaine wasn't a random person to him, though. Dude, stop. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, all the more reason to be like, yeah, fuck no, bitch. I ain't getting in that chopper with you. What are you, out of your mind? The fuck out of here? If I'm Bill Clinton in that moment, I'm like, listen, one thing to get massages from like, you know, underage girls or whatever. Getting in a fucking helicopter is a dangerous business. Chad is making it seem like Bill wanted to fuck Ghislaine and was like, yeah, sure. I'll get in a chopper with you, Ghislaine. It's all good. If you let me hit baby girl, I'll get in the chopper with you. Is that what you think happened? I know I kind of sound like Robert F. Kennedy in that one, but Le Predator? What? No. That's bullshit. That's no shot. Dude, NBA Twitter is so gross with it. Draymond Green, Chris Paul, LeBron James, and a few other NBA individuals is so fake. First of all, you literally put every NBA meme on here, okay? The only one that works in this situation is Draymond Green. You put CP on there for other reasons. NBA individuals. Control F in the full doc to see if it's real. I don't want to do that. Yeah, see? 0. Yeah, fuck you guys. Bunch of LeBron haters, dude. That's crazy. I know it's fake because Josh Giddey's not on it. Brother, Josh Giddey was protein in his father's ball sack when Jeffrey Epstein was doing statutory rapes. Okay? Josh Giddey is like already barely 18. The fuck are we talking about? How old is Josh Giddey? So many chatters can't fathom anything happening before 2018. Yeah, it's because that's when the Pope is named twice. Okay, let me finish this Bill Clinton part. We all dined together. Jeffrey at the head of the table. Bill was at his left. I sat across from him. Emmy Taylor, Ghislaine's blonde British assistant, sat at my right. Ghislaine was at Bill's left, and at the left of Ghislaine, there were 2 olive-skinned brunettes who'd flown in with us from New York. I'd never met them before. I say they were no older than 17, very innocent looking. They weren't there for me. They weren't there for Jeffrey or Ghislaine because I was there to have sex with Jeffrey on the trip. Maybe Jeffrey thought they would entertain Bill, but I saw no evidence that he was interested in them. He and Jeffrey and Ghislaine seemed to have a very good relationship. Bill was very funny. He made me laugh a few times, and he and Jeffrey and Ghislaine told blokey jokes. What the fuck is blokey jokes? A bunch of blokey jokies, yeah? Fucking hell. Told blokey jokes and the brunettes listened politely and giggled. After dinner, I gave Jeffrey an erotic massage. I don't remember seeing Bill again on the trip, but I assume Ghislaine flew him back, yeah? Just a wee bit of nonsense, right? A little bit of paedophile island business. I'm used to it, yeah? Hassan, what the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously? So much. So much. Any excuse to choose it up, yeah? Yeah, we're mucking about. What's wrong with you? So much more than you could comprehend. See Sharon Church, a teenage girl recruited by pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, reveals how she twice met Bill Clinton. Daily Mail. Oh, it is literally British. Yeah. That's why she said blokey jokes. Unpublished, undated book, The Billionaire Playboys Club, she writes, the next big dinner party on the island had another significant guest appearance, being the one and only Bill Clinton. He's the only president in the world to be dismissed from his role as a world leader because he was caught with his trousers around his ankles and the stain to prove it. Okay. It's like there's very high likelihood that it is embellished. It's like in a book. You know what I mean? Each and every part of plaintiff's claims regarding President Bill Clinton has conclusively been proven false. Former FBI Director Louis Freeh submitted a report wherein he concluded that President Clinton did not in fact travel to, nor was he present on Little St. James Island between January 1st, 2001 and January 1st, 2003. Wait, that's suspicious. Why just those time periods? What about before and after? The thing is, I think they know it as like Bill Clinton didn't go to Little St. James Island, but he definitely went to the New Mexico location, like the ranch, right? I think, dude, you want to know why? You want to know why Bill Clinton is guilty? This is all I'm going to show you, okay? Here. Want to know why Bill Clinton is absolutely guilty, dude? Now, some will say this is unverified, unsubstantiated. House source saw it. Jeffrey Epstein had a bizarre portrait of Bill Clinton hanging in his Manhattan mansion depicting the former president lounging on a chair in the Oval Office. Clinton likes him young is something that is in the article. We already saw it here. According to Jeffrey Epstein, Johanna testified Jeffrey told her Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Yeah, did Jeffrey ever talk about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young. Do you recall ever taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's home in New Mexico? Yes. And do you recall who you went to on that trip with? Sarah Kellen. We already covered this. Page 275, a senator's name is blanked out for some reason. Why? That's weird. Did you ever meet Senator Bleep? I don't know what he looks like. A senator from Maine? Who would it be? I don't know. At the time. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio was in it too. Wait, hold on. And Pope? Why did someone say Pope? The Pope is mentioned? I remember there being photos everywhere, and the ones that stick out in my memory are the ones, there was a photo of Ghislaine with the Pope. It would not surprise me if there were naked photos around. I just didn't retain them. So when you say there were photos everywhere, you mean just photos in general? Ah, yes, they had lots of photos around the house. Oh, I remember this. Wait, what? Ex-Senator Mitchell, now a DLA Piper, named in Epstein scandal? Hey, yo. George Mitchell, among those denying allegations made by women in unsealed court documents, former Senate Majority Leader, never listed as working as DLA's litigation investigations. Jeffrey Epstein and a friend sent an underage girl to have sex with former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, former U.S. Senator George Mitchell's now chair emeritus at DLA Piper. I'd say Elon Musk, but the loser probably never got invited. No, Elon Musk, I don't know about Elon Musk's personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but I know for a fact that Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, is 100%, 90%, let's say. No, let's not say 100% now. 90%. His brother was, I believe, dating someone from one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. Andrew put his hand on my breast and they took a photo of Prince Andrew. Oh, it's worse than that. It's actually Prince Andrew's puppet that they took from like one of those weird like British puppet shows. This puppet, okay, that he sat on her lap, and then Ghislaine Maxwell also sat on their lap as well, and they like commingled. and he put the puppet's hand on her breast. Oh, is this real? Oh my God, it is real. I'll go ahead and add this. Maybe the first picture didn't work. Here's Stephen Hawking on a submarine. Ghislaine Maxwell has specifically outfitted for him off the shores of Little St. James. Brody, what? A submarine? That Ghislaine, this is real? Once again, submarines are exploding left and right. Okay? Why not submarines with pedophiles in them? I'm sorry, not saying Stephen Hawking is a pedophile, but Brace doesn't follow you all. This is not Brace. This is Mehmet. And Mehmet only follows 6 people. Okay? Real Ghislaine, Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Young Chomsky, and Liz Franzik. Liz Franzik is a co-host of TrueAnon, and Young Chomsky is the producer of TrueAnon. This is not, the TrueAnon account is not what you think it is a guy named Mehmed. Also, I don't want the TrueAnon account following me. You know what I mean? I've been in a similar submarine off the coast of Mexico. We went down 500 feet, saw huge-ass turtles, shipwrecks from 1890 merchant ships, cool stuff. Also, that makes me in the top 0.0001% to go on a submarine law. Bro, why are you going to flex about being in a submarine while we're looking at a pedophile sub? It's like the one time where that cool fact about yourself doesn't seem so cool. Weird time to be associated with submarines, dog, while we're looking at a pedophile submarine, okay? Hey, this pedophile submarine you're looking at reminded me of the time that I was on a submarine. What the fuck? Bad timing, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Reminds me of that tragedy? Yeah, I know. Well, it's a tragedy this one didn't explode, I guess. Stephen Hawking's theories on black holes are a hack job anyway, so this isn't surprising. This is my favorite type of thing that people do. When like someone is like getting soft canceled or hard canceled, even if they're dead, like long gone, people will just be like, yeah, his other work was shit too. It's like, first of all, I'm not even going to fake that I know anything about his work. Okay? I'm joking. Oh. But it's such a funny thing people do all the time. And related to both of those, classic insanely sloppy Epstein email giving Ghislaine's team advice on how to fight back in Virginia, including offering rewards for acquaintance and denying the Clinton dinner Stephen Hawking underage orgy. You going to watch the podcast clip?
It's insane. You think you had fun?
I want to go to the island. Why won't you let me go?
Do you think you had fun, though?
Oh, I had a blast.
Okay, that's surprisingly good. That's like suspiciously good. You know his ass try. Dude, okay, that was not a first try moment, okay? This ginger motherfucker did not drop this like that. Oh, come on. That's practice. Okay, that's practice, bro. That is 100%. It's very good.
What's he do during the day when he's on the island? Oh, you guys are going jet skiing? I'll just be here chilling. LOL, LOL. Stephen Hawking.
It's insane.
Andrew Santino's great, though. It's kind of his thing. No, I love him. I think he's very funny. I saw him when he was like literally an up-and-comer, like barely popping off at like a random Soho House event that he was like performing at. That's how early on in his career it was. He's pretty racist. Nice. That's why I like him. Oh, Leo and Blanchett are only mentioned because Epstein name dropped them. That's shit. Lost it. Lost the document. Leonardo. I saw one press report that said you had met Kate Blanchett and Leonardo DiCaprio. I did not meet them, no. When I spoke about them, it was when I was massaging him, and he would get off. He would be on the phone a lot of that time, and one time he said, oh, that was Leonardo, or that was Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis, that kind of thing. Bruce Willis? I'm just saying it's not cool to promote him. He's a racist law. No, I'm promoting him because he's racist, dog. You don't understand. Okay? That's why I'm promoting him. So name dropping? Yes. So you had not met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio. I have not. Would you remember if you had? I would hope I would remember. Did you meet Cameron Diaz? No. Bill Clinton? No. Did you see Bill Clinton on the island? No. Did you see Bill Clinton in a helicopter being flown by Ghislaine Maxwell? No. Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever tell you that she had flown Bill Clinton in her helicopter? Ms. McCauley, objection! Witness. I don't recall her saying that. Another Steven, bro has no chill. Ah. God damn you, dude.
Steven, you can't run the top of the hour ad break 5 minutes, Earl.
What? Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Steven, you can't run the top of the hour ad break 5 minutes, Earl.
Wait, whoa, where did that come from, dude? It's crazy. How can I avoid those ads, Steven?
If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Wait, what? How much is a subscription, though, honestly?
$5 or free with a Twitch Prime.
That's crazy. What if I don't have a Twitch Prime because I use it on some whack-ass streamer and, like, I don't have $5 left?
You can also get gifted a sub.
That's crazy. What? You can get gifted a sub? Wow, that's wild. Well, I guess I got to run the 3-minute ad break now.
Jeff Epstein gifted a subscription to Stephen Hawking.
What?
Jeff Epstein gifted a subscription to Stephen Hawking.
That's crazy. Stephen Hawking won't be seeing the ads at the top of the hour, boys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Dev Random, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Area 51, thank you for the 5. Bill Vog, thank you for the 5 gifted. He won't see the ads because he's dead, Lamau? Okay, chill. 9.89 out of 10? Okay. That was a bit of a collaborative effort, let's be real. Yeah, we found out who the redacted senator was. Okay. I don't know if there's anything like new, unique, interesting in this. Like, Clinton likes them young is like probably one of the major ones. You know what I mean? The Stephen Hawking thing will get a lot of play from everybody. Maxwell's PR flag. Ross Gow sends Maxwell emails trying to discredit Jeffrey. We read that already. Epstein says Maxwell should offer a reward to friends, family. We already read that too. Alan Dershowitz vehemently denies any involvement with any underage girls in Epstein. But unredacted motions by Jeffrey's attorney says Epstein's employees say Dershowitz was present alone at home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls. No! That directly contradicts his famous testimony. Unless they also talk about him not having his underwear on. Because in which case, that is a direct retort. The Dersh! Wow. Some of our faves are going to be impacted. My fave. Look, Alan Dershowitz, who'd been in Epstein's defense attorney negotiating a non-prosecution deal and arranging to keep it a secret from the victims. Alan the Dershowitz also filed a motion to intervene to contest the allegations that Jane Doe 3 filed a response to Dershowitz's intervention motion. The response explained that the allegations against Dershowitz, the Dersh, were relevant to at least 8 separate issues. 8 separate issues. The response also explains some of the evidence supporting the allegations against Dershowitz, including sworn testimony from one of Epstein's household employees, Juan Alessi, that Dershowitz came pretty often to Epstein's Florida mansion and got massages while he was there. Sworn testimony from another Epstein household employee, Alfredo Rodriguez, that Dershowitz was present alone at the home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls. Invocation of the Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent by 3 of Epstein's identified co-conspirators. Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marginkova, and Adriana Muchinska, when asked questions about whether Dershowitz had been involved with massage by young girls, refusal by Jeffrey Epstein to discuss Dershowitz's involvement, but instead to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. It might hurt your faves. Hello Kitty would never. I mean, Alan Dershowitz is a bit like Hello Kitty. Crazy, a shameful statement. I cannot believe that Natalie typed this out, read it through, made sure there were no grammatical errors, and then thought that this was good to publish. What's going on with ContraPoints? Yeah, I'm gonna briefly touch on that as well, because I mean, I said this like a while back, where I was like, listen, this is not for like any person. I said this on my Discord a while back, where I was like, now that it's becoming more like acceptable and appropriate for a lot of people who are terrified of their quote unquote brand being associated or tarnished in any capacity with like Israel-Palestine stuff, you'll see a lot more people like openly reveal takes, okay, openly say what their points are. And I think, I mean, something I said back then, this was like months ago, was if you come out after like, 20 months of, or 18 months at the time, I think it was, of like genocide to like make a statement, and your statement revolves around like how all of these people that were correct from the start are actually evil and bad or whatever, and that your feelings really matter in this process. Like if you come out and do any of that like wishy-washy or if you come out and do any of this like both sides are kind of bad type bullshit when you're talking about like free Palestine, the genocide that is happening, then I'm gonna talk about it, okay? And that's basically it's sad to see, but that's basically what ContraPoints did, like to a T almost, okay? And I like ContraPoints. I've never had any issues with her. I don't really care about like all the other controversies that she's been in or whatever. You know what I mean? For those of you who don't know, ContraPoints is a bread tuber. She was one of the OG bread tubers. Like she would make these really long, well thought out YouTube video essays, bisexual lighting, all of that, right? And she had been, I guess, noticeably absent. I don't really run around being like, why is my favorite YouTuber not saying anything about this issue or that issue or whatever? I mean, it is odd when like you're a political content creator or you have major political opinions be known and you don't really say anything about like perhaps one of the most impactful global incidents, a genocide that is unfolding in real time. It is odd, but I never was like, why won't you say anything, right? And I guess people were doing that a lot, and so she did. She came out and like released something, not on Twitter, mind you, but instead on Reddit, which is, I guess, like a less hostile space to reveal this kind of thing. There are a multitude of different reasons as to why people don't speak out about the genocide that is unfolding in front of our eyes. For many content creators who like understand the violence that is happening, they might be worried about the bag, for example. For some others, they're worried about the saying something wrong and then being like ridiculed or bullied or attacked, which is part of the reason why they will just say, oh yeah, free Palestine, and then they move on, right? Or like they rarely ever engage in this kind of stuff because it is supposed to be a third rail. It was considered the third rail of politics by design for a very long time, right? They don't want to get like, they don't want people to go after their advertisers. Why are people so afraid? What do you mean? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I've spent most of my professional career combating anti-Semitism and still do to this day. And it's like not even a question. Like people will just immediately be like, he's an anti-Semite. He's a terrorist. Take his money away. Deplatform him. Don't put him on any news outlets. Like what the no one should watch him. Why do people watch him? Like people get really vicious. There are entire networks organized around like doing this kind of like horrible thing, right? They will turn people into pariahs, right? By design. That is the point. That is the purpose, right? You get put on a list, and then people will actively come after you to try to like ruin your livelihood. But in any case, that's like part of the reason why a lot of people are afraid of it, because it's like the real type of cancel culture, right? It's not like cancel culture because you like said something that was up when you were like a teenager, and now people are unearthing that and like yelling at you over it, like, but it's gonna go away in like a week. I'm talking like real cancel culture, like you're not allowed to, you get charged with terrorism like Kneecap did, or they won't let you advertise your band in the London metro stations like Kneecap did, or you get put on a list and then you have prominent civil rights groups like the ADL routinely coming after you in mainstream media and just like smearing you because who the fuck's gonna say anything? Who's gonna push back? You get your visas canceled. Like those are the real impactful, real consequential cancel culture shits, right? Not like a bunch of people on Twitter yelled at you for whatever you said back in the day. And I think that that's a real reason why a lot of people don't say anything. But Natalie is a smart person, like a much smarter, much better thought out person than these people that I'm talking about. She's not like a random influencer that otherwise does like makeup blogs or whatever. And that's the reason why she's like trying to avoid controversy, because she doesn't want to get her like Lush sponsorship taken away from her. This is a political essayist, right? So I guess, and I didn't like look too deeply into this at all, but I guess like the reason why she didn't say anything about this for a very long time was because, and by her own admission, it was because you won't like what she has to say. She was a PhD candidate in philosophy before YouTube. I know. It was just, I will say this much, as someone who really appreciates ContraPoint's perspective, as someone who has collaborated with her, someone who's talked to her, someone who's met her, I will say I'm disappointed. Okay, it's. I know that everyone will say I told you so, whatever, but like it still sucks. Okay, it still sucks, and maybe some people will say, "What's wrong with her response? She didn't say anything wrong." Right, and I think she basically crafted a message as to why she had not spoken about this issue that much, with the exception of the limited times that she said stuff about it, was because she couched it in like a hyper focus of whatever the online left is doing. Okay, how can you be disappointed in her when she did a friendly collab with Hillary Clinton? Yeah, I didn't really care about that too much. Like I didn't read too much into it. And I know people will say, well, she did a collaboration with Hillary Clinton. I think like that just spells that like someone is interested in pushing their platform further. That's what it could be. You know what I mean? Yeah. Dick Sertonox posts, YouTuber ContraPoints has posted her full take. And I'm just going to go through this. YouTuber ContraPoints has posted her full take on Israel to Reddit. Okay? All right. Let's open the image in a new tab because there's so much happening here. There's a lot. It's an effort post. ContraPoints, user ContraPoints. And I think like it's significant that she posted it on Reddit rather than on Twitter, because I think she knows like the environment. Like, so many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video on Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I have posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think that what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. I think if she had basically stopped it here, even here, this is like kind of silly. To be like, look, I'm a content creator. I talk about a litany of different issues. I've done all of this stuff. Is Israel doing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Is Israel an apartheid state? Yes. Free Palestine. Boom. It's over. No controversy. Okay? No issue whatsoever. Like, Why is this issue being treated as though it's annoying or it's inconveniencing? Like, why is this, like, would we say this about the Holocaust? I mean, plenty of people, I'm sure, they didn't have the full knowledge of the Holocaust when it was happening, but I'm sure plenty of people, if they did, would have a similar opinion back then, right? But it's just so incredibly disingenuous. I have the other half of her statement as well, don't worry. I have it all. What's frustrating about this entire thing, and I mentioned this before, and I repeated myself last night, and I know everyone was like, oh, is this about ContraPoints? It's like, it's not. It's not just about ContraPoints. This is for everyone. This statement is universal, okay? So before I get to reading the rest of this, the but, and then the post but part of ContraPoint's statement, okay? Here's what my opinion is. This has not changed for the past 2 years at this point. If you are like me, a spoiled child of America, okay? If you live in the heart of empire and your tax dollars are contributing to unlimited bloodshed in the global south, but especially in Palestine right now, especially in Gaza right now, and your focus after 20 months of live streamed Holocaust of men, women, and children in Gaza, the complete and utter annihilation, death and destruction in Gaza is still on your personal feelings, how you feel about it, how the personal hysterics that you have developed around this issue because of the takes that you see online. Okay, if you continue to center yourself and you are just like me, a perhaps the most spoiled person on the planet, living in the United States of America automatically qualifies as the most privileged people on the planet. Okay, anything beyond unconditional support to the Palestinian emancipatory movement, anything beyond unconditional support to the victims of genocide is ridiculous. Okay? It's been 20 months. It's been 20 months. We've all seen the death. We've all seen the destruction. Stop trying to rationalize away and stop trying to normalize this death and destruction. It's not normal. People recognize that it's not normal. And our institutions are seemingly immovable. And yet we still persist, and yet we still continue to push them with the hopes that we can enact some sort of positive change, hopefully one day get some semblance of justice. But if you're not going to do all that, if you can't if you can't see Palestinians as humans, but simply victims of circumstance, okay, simply just a group of people that you don't want to think about as people, as human beings, okay? Speak for yourself. I had a horror show of a childhood. Man, shut up. Shut up. You're doing it right now. Okay? What I'm talking about is our birthplace, okay? As a part of growing up in the United States of America, you are automatically luckier than a Palestinian child. This is ridiculous. It's not even a question. You would never say this about a Jewish child that was sent to Auschwitz, okay? The only reason why you feel like you can say this is because something in your brain is stopping you from recognizing these people as human beings. That's it. That is at the heart of this controversy, okay? If you try to intellectualize why Palestinians are suffering, if you do all of this, instead of just like looking at this and seeing right from wrong, you're worse than like half of these conservatives, man. Half of these conservatives who are like genuinely ruthless people, okay? Incredibly selfish people. Even they, like I know someone, okay, that is related to a person who was at January 6th. That's how much of a MAGA booster they are. And they find what Israel is doing to be unconscionable. They're evangelical. They grew up with the mentality that Jews are special class people that must get Israel so that we can trigger the rapture. There are people like that that have seen the fathers carrying their daughters and their sons in plastic bags, the remains of them, and that's it. For them, it's over. How can you look at all of this as in destruction? Okay, Cutie, what are you guys talking about? Cutie, this is not drama. I'm just giving you some serious shit. Cutie is Mormon also, okay? Like this is such a uniquely violent circumstance, okay? We've never had an instance where like we have seen the Holocaust unfold in real time. That has never happened. Okay? In the past, we've had glimpses of it, you know what I mean? Illegal incursions, death, destruction, violence, but never to this degree and never in broad daylight in real time. Yes, a lot of these incidents might come across as familiar to you because that's precisely what Israel has been doing. They've been playing the Nazi-style Holocaust playbook in perpetuity, playing itself out every single day. The only unique instance here is that we get to see the people that are victims to it in real time, in broad daylight. We hear their cries. We see them as human beings. There is more information on this stuff than ever before. But in any case, as I was saying, when all of this is unfolding and everyone is aware of it, if you're going to come out and be like, I was quiet for the past 20 months, but now I have a statement and it's wishy-washy and it's both sides bullshit or focusing on like leftists online, then spare yourself and everyone else the agita and just keep quiet. Just stay quiet. There's no reason to just come out. There's no honor in coming out like this to be like, here's why I didn't say anything. Okay? If you get over yourself and you get over your own like moral hangups or anything like that, and then you support the Palestinian emancipatory movement and that's it, and you say free Palestine, it don't matter what I said in the past, I'm here, I've learned my lessons, I've changed my mind. Or even if you just say, hey guys, I'm pro-Palestine, I've been pro-Palestine, I just haven't really spoken about it, whatever. It doesn't matter. As soon as you do that, I'm with you, I and many others in this movement will welcome you with open arms, okay? They'll always do that because we need the numbers, okay? There is no other way to fight back against this. This is the only way to do it, is to keep up the pressure, and you need more people from every different walk of life, from every different background, regardless of what their other opinions are. If they're united on this issue and they're protesting, then they're good with me, okay? And I've always maintained this position. But if they cynically say that they're, pro-Palestine, only to just like try to criticize the people who've been there for a very long time, only to go out of your way to just be like, I'm pro-Palestine. Okay, now that I've said it's a genocide, can we really talk about what really matters? My own feelings and how annoying the left is? Like, then you're just saying that as a talking point just so you can do this other shit. It's insane. And everyone can see it. Like, what do you mean? What are you doing? Trying to carve out a little space for yourself and others like you who are, they think it's a genocide, but no one should resist against it. They think it's a genocide, but no one should speak out against it. They think it's a genocide, but no one should protest against it. Like, what kind of position is this? Then you don't think it's a genocide. Because in your framework, you don't believe it. You don't believe yourself. And the last point that I made was most of the liberal Zionists that were screaming after October 7, okay, that were demanding unconditional loyalty and support to the apartheid state. They either became psychotic Kahanists, okay, like Meyer Kahan, or they became anti-Zionists. Like, there are examples of liberal Zionists that months after October 7 turned into anti-Zionists. Maybe initially they were like very passionate, very upset at Hamas, but since then they've realized that, yeah, objectively, what Israel is doing is a genocide. This is unconscionable. This is the evolution of Zionism, and they've recognized it on their own, and they've changed their minds. Or the last category is liberal Zionists who just stay quiet because they can read the room. There are examples of people that I have admired, okay, that, for example, I have a difference in opinion on with respect to Israel's apartheid, with respect to the genocide that Israel is doing, who can't get themselves to say that this is Israel's problem. They say it's Benjamin Netanyahu's war. They say, Israel is a right-wing place, is a fascist place, but like also simultaneously seemingly make excuses, right? There are old liberal Zionists who I admire. Bernie Sanders is one of them. But Bernie Sanders, regardless of his difference in opinion on this issue, does not make this the singular force of his political convictions. He understands that there are people who are far more radical than he is, far more invested in the emancipation of Palestinians, and he never sits there and goes, "F you for doing that," okay? He doesn't do the cynical, this is anti-Semitism, this is like extreme anti-Semitism, I don't agree with this. He doesn't do that. He doesn't get in the way. As a matter of fact, he endorses people that have a more radical position than he does. I don't know what's going on in his mind, but as long as someone, regardless of their difference in opinion on this issue, okay, but as long as someone is not getting in the way of other people who are doing their very best, trying whatever they can, when everything seems so hopeless, in the face of unimaginable cruelty, when someone is doing when someone who has a disagreement, Brad Lander is another example, when someone who has a disagreement with all that, who doesn't make that the focal point, the central point of their politics, and doesn't stand in opposition of those who have passed their framework and sees them as allies, then I have respect for them. I, on the other hand, have no respect for people who are, at this point especially, still both sidesing this shit, okay? That's crazy, man. What are we doing? You can't try to punish people for being correct early and still present yourself in a progressive posture. It is ridiculous. So let's see what she said. As I said, is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. But I also feel a lot of other things. No need to say any of this stuff, honestly. One, doom. She also presented this Reddit post like one of her videos, which is so crazy. With the paragraph titles and everything. The week after October 7, it was clear the mood among the Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed. Existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. That's just objectively incorrect, and it makes me feel like she doesn't know enough about this issue. Because there's only two options here. Either she's cynically misinforming people, or she just genuinely is oblivious to this reality, and I think it's the second, okay? The idea that, they're just bloodthirsty, not much we can do about it, is one thing, which is also crazy. Just because a foreign entity, a foreign government is experiencing bloodlust doesn't mean that we can't protest that. Is nuts, okay? But beyond that, ContraPoints is who said this. But beyond that, the notion that it was not politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference is wrong. If that was the case, Biden would not have flown to Israel a week after October 7 and did the now known as the bear hug strategy with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then accelerated $14 billion in weapons transfers to Israel with haste. It's just wrong. It is just wrong information. You are incorrect, okay? You're just wrong about this. If this is the genuine logical framework, if these are the underlying premises that you are building your opinion off of, you're just wrong, okay? This is not even I'm not even making a moral statement here. I'm saying you are wrong. 100%. Since October 7, America is responsible for 70% of all munitions that Israel has deployed both on Gaza and all munitions that have been deployed to defend Israel in their defense systems. 70%. The United States of America is the country that keeps Israel as violent as it wants to be. Israel is our attack dog in the region. It is ridiculous. If Israel was not reliant on our endless support, both political cover at the UN and on the international stage, and also, political cover from sanctions that would broadly be sent to any other country that was doing this level of ethnic cleansing, this much in broad daylight with Western munitions, okay? We give it political cover, we give it protection, but most importantly, we give it directly the weapons that they use on the Palestinians. If that wasn't the case, Israel would not have a multi-billion-dollar propaganda network that steadily focuses on changing Western societal attitudes towards Israel in a positive way all the time. They would not have this sophisticated web of influence in perpetuity since the inception of the state of Israel. It's ridiculous, okay? Why are they spending all that money then? For fun? Of course not. They're spending it because they also have to. They recognize that propaganda is an absolute necessity for this continued support. And this continued support is an absolute must for Israel's continuation as a violent apartheid regime, one that is now doing genocide. So that's just objectively wrong. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Bullshit. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years, so there was a sense of futility, but worse. 2, misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. Yes, of course. The leftist anti-fascist movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely the opposition to the Wehrmacht, but it was, or opposition to the Holocaust, but it was actually opposition to Nazism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Germany as an Aryan state. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. So here it is. Again, wrong. Wrong. This is the Will Stansel tweet from October 8th. The Matt Iglesias tweet and the Will Stansel tweet from like October 8, 2023 saying the left will never survive this. What has taken place on October 7 is so horrifyingly violent that the DSA is over. The left will never survive this. There will never be a coalition that cares about Palestine ever again. And as a matter of fact, anyone who supports this is supporting October 7, and therefore there will never be a left movement in this country ever again. That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying almost 2 years ago. Look at the situation now. The Palestinian emancipatory movement has never had this much support in the United States of America. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Also wrong. The notion that these people that were more knowledgeable on the issue of Palestine, on who was being oppressed and who was doing the oppression, and the ideological reasons for why Israel was doing this oppression, this exterminationist policy as a direct consequence of Zionism being an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that revolves around the extermination of the indigenous population, the otherizing and the dehumanization of all Palestinians, Christian, Muslim alike, and all Arabs in general, the monolithization of all Arabs as a parasitic force is identical to the Übermensch mentality of Nazi Germany. It is the same exact type of fascist policymaking. It is the same exact type of fascist ideology. So for someone who has written extensively about the alt-right and the Nazis and whatnot, I am shocked how someone like ContraPoints, who is very well read on this stuff, cannot put 2 and 2 together. It makes no sense, okay? And it didn't shrink the coalition at all. So you're just objectively wrong about that. When you look at the Democratic Party's base of support, I mean, the Harry Enton CNN Holy Toledo video comes to mind. Harry Enton points to Democratic Party support for Israel and Israelis shifting more than 60 points in the direction away from being pro-Israel to being pro-Palestine by 42 points. Used to be pro-Israel by 17 points. And then post-October 7, when this ethnic cleansing campaign accelerated and everyone could see it, it turned into a plus 43-point swing in the direction of Palestinians. So this coalition has grown, and I see it. I've mentioned this over and over again. We talk about this off camera as well with other people who have been talking about Palestinian emancipation for decades, myself included. Like, I have seen this environment, the information environment, and the previous methods of like squashing any sort of criticism of Israel go away. It withered away. I myself am living and breathing proof, a political commentator who is able to speak convincingly on Palestinian emancipation since October 8, 2023, without being utterly destroyed. You have hundreds of thousands of people in European capitals taking to the streets, demanding an end to this bloodshed. This is unheard of. Something that happened quietly over the past 10 years, that the thing you're supposed to say about Israel, Palestine, and progressive circles shifted from a two-state solution message to a binationalism message, which has greatly increased intra-left coalition tension. This is on October 13, 2023, when the spectrum of opinion ranged from stridently pro-Israel but pays lip service to the two-state solution to fired up about Israeli human rights abuses and the need for a Palestinian state. It's easy for people who don't really care, most people, to fudge it. Once you raise the stakes for what counts as sympathizing with Palestinians to the level of from the river to the sea, you generate a much more polarized debate that can't be fudged. A question that I find generally interesting in politics is, when does it make sense to try to deliberately polarize an issue? It's not never, but it's also not always. And I think the practical upshot of this particular polarization dynamic is going to be bad for Palestinians. Note, for example, that Israel-Palestine is the only issue I can think of on which Joe Biden has positioned himself to the right of Barack Obama. He was wrong, objectively. He was wrong on this. But it's especially crazy to me to be wrong on this 20 months after the fact. Matt Iglesias is always wrong, okay? He's always the first to be wrong. How are you going to be the last to be wrong? I never thought that there was a position worse than Matt Iglesias is on this issue. Yeah, Matt Iglesias is always wrong. Fork found in the kitchen. So it did not actually shrink the coalition, okay? Zionist is a very broad category, yeah, by design. And there's a lot of lies being told about what Zionism is. Also by design. This is the reason why Zionism is oftentimes in the media covered as like, do you care as a Jew about the state of Israel? But you know what's never talked about? Because I don't know why, well, I do know why we center this conversation around Jews, okay? There is a far larger force of Zionism around the globe, throughout history, and certainly in the United States of America, that is far more consequential and has outsized control in American politics than Jews and their opinion on Israel. It's evangelical Zionism. Kufi is the largest donation group to the settlement project to Israel in general in this country, Christians United for Israel. It is evangelical Christians that are the force. This is why I have always said that even if every single American Jew tomorrow turned around and said, I'm an anti-Zionist, America's foreign policy and its association with Israel would not change, especially in the short term, because America's investment in Israel has nothing to do with Jews as a special category or as a special class. It has everything to do with material interest, okay? Now, having said that, has there been a lot of influence peddling in the process over the course of the past 77, 78 years? Of course there has been. Is there an ideological component to the zealotry demonstrated by a lot of Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists alike? Absolutely. But that's not the driving force of this allegiance. That's not the driving force of this partnership. That's not the reason why, you know, when USS Liberty happens, like the American government's like, oh, don't say anything, you know? That's not the reason why Israel's a special status client state, okay? It is the fact that Israel is a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities. It is America's very own special attack dog that it can always control in a resource-rich region, rich both in oil, but also incredibly important for global trade, okay, with the Suez Canal. That's it. That's precisely why Joe Biden said in the 90s, if Israel didn't exist, we'd make one. He was right. He was honest about America's framework on this issue. It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from a present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, you know, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. And at this point, it's like, it turns into just your own personal, incredibly petty, incredibly self-centered attitude about what you think the online left is doing. It turns into just like looking at an issue that is black and white and saying, well, it's the worst crime that you can ever do, genocide, but the leftists are just like being crazy about it. Like, this is just your stupid gripes with leftist people online and what you perceive as like the broader movement, the broader pro-Palestinian movement. Okay? Dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. The dangers of Nazism as a political statement enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses, okay? It's like, this is an argument that you're launching here is virtually identical to the Boers and their existence in apartheid South Africa, the white South Africans that wanted to maintain an apartheid. Okay, like it's ridiculous. It's like saying this about Nazi Germany, the dangers of developing enmity towards the Germans who support the Nazi regime. What is this? It enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in a deliberately equivocal ways, Zog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. You know what's crazy about this? This isn't wrong, okay? But what's wrong about this is to slam this in a conversation where you're supposed to be making this distinction, but from the perspective of someone who is not a Zionist, okay? People like myself, we do this every day. There are so many much better read, much better activists out there on this issue that make this distinction every day. The difference is we see Muslims and Palestinians as human beings, and I think if you have this statement, if you can just say, well, these people are being slaughtered, but you don't see them as human beings. You don't see them as full-blown human beings. Deep down inside, you have to feel like they kind of deserve it, and they should quietly just go away because they're ruining your day by simply existing in the direction of Israeli bombs and not quietly perishing away, but instead speaking out against their demise, okay? Paragraph 3, dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this, and this is the worst part about this, by the way, the main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. I don't think the Jews who feel isolated and wary of the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Yes, there's a communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel in the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitism patterns recurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized or sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to, if not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. This is the absolute worst possible thing you can say, because it is the most wokeified, most intellectualized version of what Benjamin Netanyahu says when he says, these are telegenically dead children. And you know who's actually distributing the photos of hundreds of dead Palestinian children? Palestinians are. It's not actually the left that's distributing those photos. It's the Palestinians themselves that are speaking out on their own genocide, on their own ethnic cleansing. So to sit there and be like, this is just the woke left being woke by really pushing people to get angry about this documented genocide every single day is a psychotic thing to say. This is the worst thing that she mentions in this entire. It's not only wrong, once again, wrong on the facts. It is not the online left, because the online left is not in Gaza. Palestinians are in Gaza. They are the ones who are showing their own conditions, and to treat this as like a simple nuisance, something that is causing your day to be worse, something that's giving you blood-boiling rage, and then where does that rage go? Against Jews? Like, what kind of statement is this? This is the most politically correct version of saying this is Pallywood that I've ever seen. It is an unimaginably freakish thing to say. Incredibly disappointing. Like, what's the alternative? You see these harrowing images, and you don't look at them and feel some type of way. You don't actually try to get others to also feel angry and resentful towards what Israel is doing, which is genocide, and our contributions to said genocide as Americans. Crazy. A shameful statement. I cannot believe that Natalie typed this out, read it through, made sure there were no grammatical errors, and then thought that this was good to publish. It really truly reveals how little the people in her immediate orbit give a singular shred of a about the lives of Palestinians. Clearly, There was not a single person that could have turned around and said, hey, you know how you said like conflating Israel with Judaism is dangerous? Maybe just hyper focus on that aspect and talk about the cynical conflation being crafted by both liberal Zionists, and also the Nazis alike. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to. It's not outweighed by the tangible benefits. Yeah, I'm not going to contribute to anger and resentment towards the genocidal apartheid state of Israel unless there is an immediate solution. What is this if not cowardice? It also presents the issue as people who are pro-Palestine against Jews, okay? It's the long way to be this smug, it's the long way to take this like vapid, self-centered, incredibly smug attitude while talking about how, you know, every time you're doing, you know, activism or what you think is activism, when you go out to the streets and you protest against Israel, or you say Zionism is fascist, which it literally is, right? Every time you say the truth about Israel, every time you say the truth about Zionism as a political ideology, okay, as an ethno-supremacist, exterminationist political ideology, you're actually harming the Jews. Jews have been around for thousands of years. Zionism has been around for 78. Well, longer than 78, but Israel's been around for 78. Zionism has been around for a little bit longer than 78. The fuck do you mean? This conflation was deliberate, and it was a relatively new phenomenon. The notion that you would also come out with this statement after 20 months, hundreds of thousands of dead Palestinians. Every single day we see 50 Palestinians being shot at that are starving at a American Israel backed fake charity scheme because they've cut off all aid distribution into the Strip so they can do perfidy and use aid as a military mechanism to further displace and to further kill the Palestinian population, to make it impossible to survive in the Strip, so they can inevitably move them to concentration camps in Rafah and then move them away from the Palestinian lands into the Sinai Peninsula or wherever, probably the UAE. The idea that like this is the idea that this had anything to do with Judaism is psychotic, but to say that 20 months in is extra crazy. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of the Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years and making protests against Israel much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. It's just so, I mean, this is so incredibly self-centered. It's crazy. And not because I'm like centering this around what she's saying, which is trans issues and how much worse they're getting under Donald Trump as opposed to Joe Biden, even though I think plenty of trans people would disagree with that as well, saying that a lot of these anti-trans initiatives kickstarted under Joe Biden and Trump has just simply accelerated it, reaching its logical conclusion. But not only that, but especially on the issue of Israel, this is even more pertinent to the discussion. She is completely incorrect on this, not on the trans issue side, but she's completely incorrect on what she is saying about, one, the singular focus of the left. At least here, a lot of people would say that I was singularly focused on Palestine. It was not the case, okay? There were a litany of criticisms that I had about the Kamala campaign and a litany of criticisms I had about the Joe Biden administration, okay? Gaza was certainly an important part of this because it's a genocide. But it is crazy that, like, there is no logic here because you should be mad at the people in power. You should be mad at Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for wanting to continue this genocide, even if it was politically infeasible for them to do so, even if continuing this genocide actually played a role in her losing the election to an incompetent fascist piece of shit. The idea that the genocide protesters, the anti-genocide protesters are wrong and not the Democratic Party that looked at a 75-25 issue in that moment that signified perhaps the most significant problem with the Kamala Harris campaign, which was not cutting ties with the Biden administration, not just on Gaza, but on numerous different policies, because Biden was incredibly unpopular, immensely unpopular. He was old, he was decrepit. She could have been a fresh new face, and she did not do that. The real analysis here is not that the people are wrong for seeing these horrifying images every day and responding in the way that every normal human being with a conscience should respond. Okay? The real anger and resentment should be, how the did the Democrats not care about all of this death and destruction and the understandable resentment that was brewing organically in the base? How did they not even cynically, in a cold and calculated, heartless manner, not take advantage? I can't believe I'm using these terms, but like not even take advantage of the ongoing issue and present yourself as anti-war, anti-genocide. Even if you didn't care about the dead, charred children of Palestine, you could have simply used this as an opportunity to cut your ties with the Biden administration that was a dead weight. It was an anchor around your neck. It was criminal negligence. They did not care, okay? They did not care enough. They were too predisposed with trying to win with their own method, with their own strategy, that they refused to see that this issue had changed forever. Sending Bill Clinton to Dearborn to talk about Judea and Samaria. Sending Richie Torres to Dearborn. I had these conversations with people who are connected to the Biden administration. If you recall, I did the Pod Johns. I did Pod Save America before the election and after the election. If you recall, every single thing that I brought up that the Kamala Harris campaign was doing that was wrong before the election became the major focal point of how they lost the election. Running around with Liz Cheney, refusing to let a Palestinian who was in the Democratic Party and is still in the Democratic Party speak at the DNC. Incredible, incredible failures. Failure after failure. Saying you're going to do the most lethal military. Saying you're going to be more militant at the border than the Trump administration actually is. They're not sincere about their interest in destroying all Latinos that live on U.S. soil. It's not like this was impossible to see. There were plenty of dumbasses, myself included, that saw it from a million miles away. So the real resentment should be directed at the people in power that refused to listen, that refused to abide by the principles of the democratic process, where our electeds are supposed to represent our interests. And in a situation where it's 75-25, I mean, what more can you ask for? It was a genocide that started in an election campaign, during an election season, during an election year. Trump is also incidentally a menace to me and everyone I care about. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Natalie, for saying the Palestinians are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers, in air quotes, have different opinions. So that was their take. And of course, when this unfolded on the timeline, everyone lost their minds, partially because ContraPoints is a trans woman. So obviously anything that a trans person says gets amplified a million times over by transphobes and you know, everyone else, of course. So there is that. But what I don't understand about the entertainment part of this is that, are you doing entertainment when you talk about trans issues? Is this not an existential issue for you? When you make a video trying to convert people, trying to change people's minds about trans existence, is that simply entertainment? I don't think it's entertainment. There is an entertainment component to what I do. I see that. I understand that. But it serves the larger interest that I have in getting people to change their minds. And of course, predictably, Ethan Klein looked at this and went, wow, I couldn't have said this any better myself. This is exactly the war I've been waging. You know, I also think it's a genocide, but everyone should shut the f up about it. Yeah, ContraPoints' whole take here is, believe me, in my heart, I oppose this genocide, but actively campaigning against it is unproductive, anti-Semitic, and bad tactics. And also makes me feel bad, and also led to Kamala Harris losing the election. I don't think any reasonable person would tell her you have no right to feel anxiety as a trans woman because the genocide takes precedence. Is putting the genocide as a priority in spite of our specific oppressions. Yeah, I mean, this is something that people are recognizing at least now. So it seems like a new rhetorical strategy is dropped. Concede that Israel is doing a genocide/war crimes, but then proceed to spend 100 more times and 100 times more space complaining that people opposing it are basically worse because they hurt Jewish feelings/make Democrats look bad. Did you read what she said or just read a little and get into your feelings? If you read what she said and agree with her, you're objectively wrong. And I can only tell you what the truth is, but you will probably never agree with me because part of the problem that you are exhibiting here is fundamentally unsolvable. You have to solve it on your own, okay? And that is that it is not the left that is showing these images of Palestinians being slaughtered. It is Palestinians that are showing these images. Okay? It's also not just the online left that has made this their cause. A lot of Americans from every different walk of life recognize the cruelty here. And if you actually ever stepped outside of your own bubble and went to one of these protests, you would realize that. If you ever actually participated in something, if you ever actually stood for something, you would realize that. But yeah, of course, podcaster Ethan Klein voices support for ContraPoints on his Instagram story. It is important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, but also against annihilating Israel. Thank you, ContraPoints. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, but also against annihilating Israel. It is my belief that any lasting peace must have two elements, Palestinian self-determination and secure borders for Israel. Without both, peace fails. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than having a meaningful and realistic conversation about creating a lasting peace. The reaction to your post will prove my point, unfortunately. This is the other side of the story. Annihilating Israel. Dog, you're a Nazi, okay? When you say annihilating Israel, what you're talking about is the perspective that Israel should have democracy for everyone. Israel should not do an ethnic cleansing, and Israel should allow the Palestinians, who literally it occupies every facet of existence of, breathing room, okay? Meaningful existence. Treat them like human beings instead of a parasitic force that must be excised. That is unacceptable. Why? Because you're a Zionist and you have the exact same hysterical fear that is rooted within Islamophobia and ethno-religious supremacist attitudes. Palestinians and Jews can never get along. Palestinian Muslims, Palestinian Christians, and Jews can never live in the same place. That is exactly what people said in apartheid South Africa. Black people and white people can't live side by side. That's exactly what people said in segregationist South, in the Jim Crow South. That's what they said against the abolition of slavery. Anti-Semitism being a real bigotry does not change this dynamic. This is why people say you are a Zionist. Simply claiming that you're anti-genocide, but then spending every waking moment talking about how, well, sorry, you know, these Muslims and these Christian Palestinians, these Muslim Palestinians, and these Jews, they can't live together because that would annihilate all the Jews. That'd be a Holocaust. That's insane. That's exactly what segregationists in the Jim Crow South said. That's exactly what David Duke says, okay, about black people, about Jews. It's insane. Oh, we just want secure borders. Like how? You're using the same terminology that Trump uses when he's talking about Mexicans invading the country. How does that not read for anyone else? Because there are a lot of liberals out there who are just like completely rudderless and have no capacity to analyze the situation, have no way of understanding that like they are unironically defending the exact same types of bigotry that they despise when Trump does it to their friends and their neighbors. But when it comes down to Israel, when it comes down to like anti-Semitism, I think like that is brick their brain a little bit. So they don't see it in the same exact vein. Oh, it's different? Why is it different? Why can't Muslims, Christians of Palestinian background live alongside Jews in a singular, solitary, secular state? Why does this have to be an ethno-state? I need you guys to understand, this is why I think history is very important to learn so we do not repeat the lessons, okay? Every single historic fascist movement has always packaged its ideology with reason, okay? The Nazis didn't say we have to kill the Jews because we're evil and these guys aren't actually doing anything, but we love killing them because we're evil and we just like want to kill Jews. They didn't say that. They created a logical reason. They created first the Jewish question, the dehumanization of Jews, the claims that Jews are a parasitic force that is both powerful and weak at the same time, the idea that Jews are taking down the German state by engaging in degeneracy in the halls of academia, controlling the money supply, all of this stuff. And then after decades of dehumanization that also even predated Germany itself, of centuries of dehumanization and anti-Semitism, they were able to captivate enough people. They were able to basically take advantage of that pre-existing historic anti-Semitism. That is precisely what you're advancing when you talk about Palestinians in this way. Okay? First, you present an issue with the conclusion of the argument in mind. Okay? You create a fake issue. You say Jews are ruining society. Okay, the economic volatility that you're experiencing is because of the Jews. Then you keep just saying Jews are responsible for everything, okay? All of the wrong, everything that you're experiencing. And then you have to solve this problem, right? But the problem never existed. And that is precisely what Israel has done to the Palestinians. First, you create a question, Palestinians, the Palestinian question, and then you have to find a solution to the problem of Palestinian existence. In America, there's a different version of this, obviously. Immigrants, non-white immigrants specifically. Create hysteria around it. Keep hammering the point that they're violent criminals. Keep saying that they're animals. Keep saying that they're ruining society. As material conditions worsen, there are more and more people that are angry, resentful, frustrated, looking for an alternative, looking for a reason as to why they feel this anger, and one side doesn't actually respond to any of those frustrations, those economic anxieties, the Democrats, of course, and then the other side turns around and says, you're feeling all that anger and resentment, and that's good. It's because immigrants have taken your social safety nets. And then people lean on that. Now you have successfully created an environment where there is an immigrant question, or a Jewish question, or a Palestinian question. Now you're looking for a solution. But the problem never existed to begin with. It was not a real problem to begin with. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of people that look to these historic incidents, these historic events, mass cruelty, systematized death and destruction like the Holocaust, and think, oh, well, it's different now. Not different. The methods are the same. The fake hysteria is the same. The dehumanization is exactly the same. You cannot comprehend because you have been swept away with this propaganda. That's it. Just so chat knows, this is literally like saying I'm a liberal Jim Crow supporter. Of course, I abhor lynchings, but what neighborhoods must maintain secure borders and radical civil rights terrorists will call me racist for saying this. Yep, that's it. Nationalist movements were a lot of these Arabic countries that had aligned themselves with European colonial power at the time in an effort to develop sovereignty and nation states, even though they previously were under the rulership of the empire, for example. They did do that. And that was a big part of this pan-Arabic nationalist movement that created these nation states to begin with. Nation states whose boundaries were carefully constructed by Western superpowers. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas the Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. My book is both a personal record of a complex past and an essay with a political argument. It is a critique of Zionism from the perspective that is rarely heard outside of Israel. So, like, his pivotal work that Ethan was misquoting unironically seeks to address the argument that Ethan falsely presented in his context nuke, which is why I said I will have Avi Shlaim on. I'm working on it right now with some of my friends to get him on the broadcast to address this with his own personal words. Problem is lowest common denominator audience response to quick gotchas, and I hate any nuance. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that there was plenty of quick gotchas as well. It's just like... it's one that I was able to achieve plenty of. The problem is no one really cares about that either, because everyone is invested in the conquest of drama. Everyone is invested in the conquest of like their favorite content creator, or maybe not even their favorite content creator, but like content creator that's going up against their content creator that they despise. Me in this case. That's why I saw this phenomenon of neo-Nazis, like active neo-Nazi accounts, openly singing the praises of Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, right? There were so many out and about neo-Nazi accounts on Twitter that were like, this Jew destroyed the Islamo-Turk, shit like that. And the conversation revolved around him saying that like this, the bleach sword was fucking anti-Semitic, or Frogan's thumbnail was anti-Semitic. Like, these are not conversations that neo-Nazis would normally entertain at all. The reason why they were entertaining it was precisely because they like, oh, this is it. This is what I was literally talking about. Literal, actual neo-Nazis handshaking with Ethan Piker coming back from the debate with H3H3. This person's name is Haya Saka Aryan, Kaguya's top gal, a straightforward neo-Nazi, right? Like, does this not ring any alarm bells in Ethan's mind as a person who is Jewish, who has Jewish children, who is seeing the growth of anti-Semitism on the timeline, not realizing that these guys actually are more invested, perhaps for some nefarious purpose, in undermining me and my position here? I wonder what that reason is. I wonder why. I wonder why so many people who will spam W Hitler in chats are on board with what Ethan was saying. I don't think that any of these guys are going to recognize this, though, because it's so hyper specific to Ethan's own anger. And for guys like this, I don't think this person likes Ethan. I mean, they're a neo-Nazi, right? Like, they probably spot Ethan. Many of the content creators, the drama slop tubers, have actually shit on Ethan quite frequently and generated tens of millions of views off of shitting on Ethan, sometimes anti-Semitically shitting on Ethan as well. And why are they now on board with Ethan? Is it because my argument is awful and I am just completely wrong? Is it because they disagree? No, it's because this is an opportunity for them to try and actively undermine the position of someone who they see as an ideological opponent. And they do not see Ethan as an ideological opponent in this regard. If his community doesn't recognize that they're now welcoming these kinds of reactionary sentiments, and that's not ringing any alarm bells for them, it would be akin to me unironically aligning myself with Myron Gaines and Sneeko and Candace Owens, right? Or Dan Bilzerian. These are people with massive audiences, but I don't align myself with them. I actually spend a good deal of time actually on their positions as well. This is something that I don't think the drama girlies will understand. That is a major issue here. Your sexual assault argument was the worst one to me as a survivor, but I've heard you talk about it, so I know where you're coming from. It did sound like you relied on court cases for sexual assault, which is ass, but watching your previous VODs, I know where you stand. No, I'm gonna get to that in a second as well. Because if you noticed, he did something very nefarious there. The short and sweet of it on that one was the shocking display of disingenuousness from Ethan on that part, where he said that I was denying the atrocity propaganda that Israel has committed when saying that Hamas-directed systematic rape took place on October 7. This is atrocity propaganda that is not new. This has happened throughout all kinds of settler colonial conquest. This is what the American settlers said about the indigenous population, right? This is what the Klan said about black people. This is always like, you have to dehumanize to justify to the rest of the people that like the violence that you are going to subject them to is totally permissible. They're savages. They're barbaric, rapist savages. It is a trope for a particular reason. It is unironically the weaponization of sexual assault. The reason why I also found it particularly gross was because he demonstrated that he didn't even care about what I was saying, or he didn't even care about what anyone was saying in that regard. Simply was just like, oh, you're going to speak over this victim? You're going to speak over this victim? When in fact, the video that he showed of me prior to the victim speaking out was literally me recognizing said victim. There's never been a moment where I've said that there was no rape that took place, that especially after October 7. I've always maintained the position that there is a likelihood that sexual assaults might have happened on October 7. But the problem here is that Israel has actually destroyed the evidence and made it impossible. And his counter to that was, oh, out of the dignity for the victims, there was no time for forensic examination. And that's ridiculous because you want justice to be served for the victims. The circumstantial evidence in this regard is not the same kind of circumstantial evidence you see in criminal litigation in an American court. This is a preliminary investigation that is supposed to open up the door to a full-blown investigation by the United Nations. That investigation has been blocked of Israel. That is what I was maintaining here. And the reason why it's important to note that is because a lot of the circumstantial evidence that they've actually brought forward in the UN report, by Israel's own admission, has now been undermined through forensic examination. When you saw gruesome images from October 7 and people pointed to them to say, like, no, this person has been raped. And then those people, the ones that weren't actually killed in the process, came out and said that that did not happen to them. This directly undermines and showcases the importance of going beyond circumstantial evidence in terms of like analysis of footage, especially when considering that there was plenty of atrocities that took place on October 7. I've never discounted that. It is one of the most horrifying live streamed massacres before what Israel did, of course, which is infinitely more horrifying than October 7, considering what Israel's been doing is a systematic, full-blown execution of all Palestinians and their lives in the Gaza Strip with significantly more sophisticated machinery. But having said that, considering that this was almost entirely live streamed, there was a lot of evidence that instantly undermined secondhand accounts that took place on that day. The worst part of this was he actually showcased the claims made by someone who I also have recognized, who I've never actually undermined the testimony of. Amit Shoshana, I believe, is her name. And the victim that he pointed to was one that I had actually talked about in the video that he showed, prior to that. And then he claimed that she actually had been sexually assaulted on October 7 and was one of the victims from October 7. This is an important distinction to make. He tried to present this as like me denying rape, when in fact, I was talking about a totally different subject. When people say believe all women, that's the whole point of Me Too, is to not reflexively disbelieve women, because that's precisely what people do. There's never been a moment where I've reflexively disbelieved a victim that came out. My question to Ethan was, who are these victims? What are their names that have come out? Because you might know something that I do not know from all of the things that I have read on this matter. And the secondary position that I have maintained always, which Ethan at a certain point also recognized that he went back on, is the fact that even if there's an endless amount of evidence and it's like verifiable, there have been mass that took place, Israel's reaction is still unjustifiable. You cannot do a genocide. You cannot do a genocide on an entire population that you are the belligerent occupier of, because militancy in that process conducted sexual assaults. That is completely unacceptable. Nothing will make genocide acceptable. That is my position. That has always been my position. In the aftermath of that segment, he openly recognized that he had lied, and he had actually smeared me as someone who did not recognize that sexual assault had taken place at any point. That is not true. And the part about this that I find unconscionable is the fact that he also turned around and made it seem as though the testimony that she delivered was one that I was actually diminishing, when it was one that I actually had recognized. But then he turned around and used her as an example for October 7, a point that he was trying to make, which was that mass had taken place on October 7 and there were victims that had come out. There have not been from what I have seen, if you recall, I think something very nefarious took place in the aftermath of October 7, as you guys know. Obviously, there were plenty of atrocities that Israel could point to, but they needed more, which is precisely the reason why they engaged in atrocity propaganda, right? 40 beheaded babies, babies lit on fire with kerosene, and all of this stuff that took place. Many of them were immediately discounted, right? Many of them were immediately discounted by Israeli media, as a matter of fact. And the reason for why they did that was because these are real victims. These are real victims that were slaughtered, right? So obviously, if you're Israeli media, you have to give them the dignity. You have to give their family members the dignity of understanding what took place. The only one that actually was left without any sort of counterposition was Hamas-backed systematized rape that took place on October 7. And I believe the reason why a lot of people were wary of immediately countering that position is because, of course, like there's a high likelihood of rape taking place, not systematized, but rape taking place on conflicts. This is my position as well. This is what I said as well over and over again. Ironically enough, in many of the clips that he was actually clipping out of context, I was debating other chatters saying there is still a likelihood that sexual violence took place on October 7 because that is a commonplace event in all conflict. Anyway, and for the record, like, the reason why I brought up the 40 beheaded babies and flamed babies in their crib stuff is because Ethan and Gila have brought that up far after it was officially recognized as propaganda that did not take place.
They went on a mission to kill as many people they can, no matter who it is, slaughter as many people as they could until they were stopped.
The mission was explicitly to kill civilians.
Yeah.
You can see their war plans. They went specifically to Kibbutzim to kill the inhabitants there. Those are not military
They
compounds.
flamed cribs with babies in them on fire. So like,
come on, what are we talking about?
They went on a mission.
Yeah, like lit babies on fire and stuff. Like, that's not real. That's just like, why is that still happening? You know what I mean? Why are people still saying that? This is supposed to be an anti-genocide broadcast. Like, do you see what I mean? This doesn't make sense with the attitude that Ethan demonstrated yesterday, or at least like some of the things that he said yesterday.
First-hand accounts. There's even a person that survived the Nova disaster. They managed to survive it, and then I think maybe a year later or a few months later, they ended up committed suicide because they couldn't bear to live having seen what they saw on that day.
Is there more than one person that committed suicide?
It might be more. For some reason, I don't know the exact number. I know there's for sure one that I know for sure, but there might be more. And I mean, the kind of stuff that they saw was like rape, gang rape,
mutilation, torture.
Yeah. So they had to witness that and could not bear.
Yeah. So this is like
they weren't first.
This is Gila Klein claiming that a No Festival survivors gang killed themselves because they couldn't deal with the trauma. She cites this as a part of her regurgitation of the genocidal atrocity propaganda, saying there's so much evidence for it. She's referring to a suicide letter that was posted online claiming this over 6 months ago, which has been debunked as a hoax by Israeli reporters a day after it came out. Even Hen Mazik and other Zionist propagandists who shared this initial report were forced to retract it 6 months after the fact that this suicide letter was revealed to be a hoax and was retracted by Israeli media. Gila is still using it as a point in her commentary to justify all the things that unfolded. This is what I mean. Here it is. This is Adam Shafir. A story that ran in recent days about a Nova survivor who saw horrors and committed suicide did not leave a single dry eye. After trying to reach the family to tell the story, the search turned into an investigation. We will reveal tonight in the tube that it is a complete fake. It is not clear what brings people to invent like this, but to cheapen the real plight of survivors and to play with the souls of others is simply disgusting. Do you understand? Like, this is a real weaponization of sexual trauma. This is a real weaponization of fabricated stories. So, for the record, with Amit Sosana and her testimony, this is where I disagree with Zay Squirrel, because it falls in the weeds here. Because their perspective on this is that she never said it was rape. She said it was sexual assault. I don't care to make a distinction between the two. Okay, you can get mad at me if you want, but I do think that it's valid to take her testimony as it is, even if she has changed it throughout this time. Now, the other side of this was the Zaka people that was used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary. The Zaka people that were used in the Sheryl Sandberg documentary were known to be fabulous. They were outed by Israeli media, once again, to have lied. Look carefully how Sandberg withdraws back from horror. Yeah, so that's the other side of this. And I believe Ethan used one of the parts of the Sheryl Sandberg documentary, for the record. I'm never going to automatically discount new information. If new information has come out that I was oblivious to, that I was unfamiliar with. Christ, the New York Times is doing this again. Israeli hostage says she was sexually assaulted and tortured. I mean, I don't think that's a fake news. Hassan is a buy. That is like the most credible reporting on a direct sexual assault from. I think you can just point out the lack of evidence for systematized assault and most importantly talk about why you are disputing these claims in the first place, that they are used to support genocide. I feel like we can't definitively say what the scale of sexual violence was or wasn't on 10/7, so we can't seem counterproductive to weed on individual cases disproving one or the other. Don't roll over, but also don't get too in the weeds. No, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Yes, 100%. Because yes, the mass conducted by Hamas, like systematic rape conducted by Hamas, or even mass rapes that have taken place, was a way to basically justify what Israel was doing to the Western world, okay? To the Western world, it was not enough from their framework, from their perspective, that like they were doing a genocide because of all of the real violence and the atrocities that took place. Like that wasn't enough. So they had to do the barbaric rape savages trope. Nazis themselves have done similar things like Bloody Sunday. The Klan has done similar things with mass lynchings that took place. And race riots, or rather not race riots, but like pogroms that took place against Black Wall Street, the bombing of Tulsa. If you recall, the bombing of Tulsa revolved around the same old tropes about how black men are violent, promiscuous, sexual beings, and then it was elevated. That pre-existing stereotype, that white supremacist stereotype, was utilized in the bombing of Black Wall Street, in the bombing of Tulsa. Emmett Till's another example. Like this is precisely why I think it's important to also carefully go through these claims that are being made. And I think Ethan, on the other hand, was incredibly careless in the claims that he was making, especially when he literally found himself in a lie and openly admitted that he was lying about my analysis over the subject matter. But it didn't even matter to him to openly state that he was lying and smearing me, as he did in real time on this issue, because he knew that ultimately there would be clips that would get pumped all over the timeline to continue the narrative, act like Ethan had actually presented real information. The only information that the only verifiable claim that he put forth was literally a claim that I also had read through and had kept repeating over and over again. How do you, General you, try and identify real anti-Semites who hide behind the term Zionism? Like, it's so easy for these actual races to just use Zionism as a term, as a gateway to their beliefs. How do folks dissect people's true intentions? Whenever motherfuckers start talking about the Talmud, that's a really good example. Whenever motherfuckers hyper focus on Mossad doing any sort of like blackmailing operation, which is true, they have, right? But only talk about Mossad. Whenever people talk about the mutually beneficial relationship between the United States of America and Israel, and make it seem as though Israel is the party that controls the United States of America, is the Israeli lobby very influential in American politics? Absolutely. Are there a lot of Jewish advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups when in fact their sole purpose of existence is to either do social conditioning for Zionism or directly defend the state of Israel, as we have seen in this past year in the way that even like the Congress of Rabbis have basically weaponized their religious status as a means to criticize other Jews that are speaking out against this genocide. I'll tell you what, a lot of anti-Semites, from what I have seen, that masquerade as people who are anti-Zionist, they will inevitably always reveal their true perspective. Anti-Semites love noticing things. Like they'll point to their nose to be like, this is another dog whistle. Like, also, ask them about the Holocaust. That's another thing. Anti-Semites cannot stop themselves. I find it crazy. 70% of your coverage is about America being demonic for allowing this, and 30% highlighting the atrocity that Israel commits, yet somehow get tarred as being anti-Semitic. No, the reason why that happens, for the record, let me tell you something. Do you want to know why that happens? Ethan actually revealed that in a really funny and really selfish way in our conversation. In our conversation where I asked him dead on, like, why do you care less about Candace Owens, who you and I both agree is anti-Semitic, going on Theo Vaughn than someone like myself? Ethan in that conversation turned around and said, does anyone have the clip? That he respects Candace Owens and that he respects Nicholas Fuentes because they are out and about anti-Semites.
He's
anti-Semitic now.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your form of anti-Semitism is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that. You accuse them of being always the oppressor, always. Everything. And by the way, you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic acts.
You see? Do you understand? I am even more of a problem than Candace Owens is, than Nick Fuentes is. Why? Because I hide my anti-Semitism, whereas they are open about their anti-Semitism. Actual real question, what will it take for you to stop talking about Ethan? He apologizes. I mean, this is going to be, well, as I said already, I will be reacting to the context nuke in real time, alongside iDubbbz, and maybe some other people as well, live to fundraise for not just the Creator Clash in general, but the charity that they want to fundraise for. I will be doing that, and that will be most likely the last time I talk about it, unless he turns around and actually tries to do more Hasbara. Outside of that, it needs to reach a level of like Israel defense that I think is unconscionable for me to talk about it, which was my initial standard anyway. Twitter is claiming your latest vid has a negative like ratio. The extension is fake as fuck. What is it? Let's see. What are people claiming on my video? What are they saying the like to dislike ratio is? Show me a link. Currently the extension shows that I have 18,000 likes and 25,000 dislikes. Do you want to know what it actually looks like? Boom. So maybe we can put this dumb shit to bed. Wow, what a worthwhile extension. I wonder if this will make its way to LSF. I wonder if this will make its way to Reddit. Probably not. Yeah, also, Ethan Klein is now reaching out to proudly genocidal Zionist Hen Mazik to get him to amplify his false accusations the anime sword iDubbbz posted with his swastika. And Hen Mazik is literally a genocide denier. Ethan Klein said he said it was a genocide, and yet he has on numerous occasions done completely contrary shit to that. There was another Zay Squirrel post that I wanted to get to as well, in terms of like and this is something I didn't know either. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. There were underage Jewish girls and boys who joined the partisan resistance against the Nazis. Ethan Klein said if Anne Frank had done the same, she would not be worth admiring. He's so obsessed with smearing any resistance to Israel, he's saying the most deranged shit imaginable. For example, Sarah Gorelnik was only 12 when she joined the partisans, and there were many others among the occupied peoples of the Soviet Union, France, Denmark, and the Netherlands. One of the greatest anti-Nazi films, which is reminiscent of Israel, is about this, which is called Come and See. I've been meaning to actually watch Come and See on the broadcast too. But he also did take credit for the ban, and also I think he literally said like, this is what I was...
Gold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right?
Yeah, also, he already admitted to correspondence with Dan Solomon, Destiny's podcast co-host, who is the one who is contacting ADL directly. He has been involved with the ADL in banning, in trying to get me banned, as well as all of these other pro-Palestinian content creators.
They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think
you said Ethan's words can make him seem pro-Zionist and that he should be more thoughtful. But when he pointed out that your language can come off as supportive of terrorism, why not just admit that you're careless sometimes too to his fans? It made you look like you can't admit fault. I have no problem with the Houthis. Yeah, because I don't. What do you mean? If you think I'm a terrorism supporter for that reason, then yeah, I'm a terrorism supporter. What are you talking about? The Houthis and their militancy in the Red Sea is a perfectly moral action. What would you do if there was a genocide happening in your backyard? And Ethan had no answer for that. I also said, yes, some people think I'm a terrorist supporter and that's on them and not me. I also maintain the position that terrorism is an intentionally vague definition to deny people their normal due process, to deny people their human rights. Also, the difference between Ethan being called a Zionist and me being called a terrorist is Ethan is not getting potentially arrested for being a Zionist. I will most likely, at some point, I might actually get criminally charged. If this administration gets everything they want out of this situation, there is a real threat of legal persecution on the other side of this. Please stop being delusional. It is also perfectly warranted for people to call Ethan a Zionist. He has said he is a Zionist on numerous occasions. He has constantly conflated Zionism with Judaism. Jesus Christ, what are we talking about? This is so strange. It's so strange. We're acting like we live in a totally separate world, for the record. We're living in this one right now. Where in the state of Michigan, Attorney General Dana Nessel directed the FBI and local police to raid the homes of pro-Palestinian student activists who are American citizens. They really think you lost because Ethan conceded more points? First of all, that's not how a debate works anyway, but they're saying that because they're looking for any and every avenue. They're also probably going to say, well, Ethan was very loud in the beginning, and that was good, actually. That shows power. And then Ethan was more restrained in the second half, which shows that he was actually, cooler. Cooler heads prevailed. It's just about trying to find a narrative to make it seem like their favorite content creator did not come across as unhinged when most people do.
When they finally suspended Frogan and
Here, why be so charitable? Because I know what he's trying to do.
Shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, then they said, okay, we should probably do something about
your face, idiot. And I did that shit. I'll take credit for it. I fucking did that shit. I hope she gets permanently banned. Kerr.
And once again, Asmongold got banned immediately, right?
Yes, Asmongold got banned immediately because he said something that was ban-worthy. It took the ADL getting involved after you constantly crying and also your partner in this crime of trying to frivolously deplatform pro-Palestinian content creators to reach out to the ADL directly. Not you, but your partner in crime that you correspond with, that you openly admitted to corresponding with. By the way, he doesn't think it's a genocide, for the record, so I don't know what the that's about. The goal here is simple. It's to basically make sure that no one who's critical of Israel gets to be critical of Israel and has a large, prominent platform. They will do anything and everything to actively suppress any sort of anti-Zionist speech. And it's even more dangerous when it's anti-Zionist speech coming from someone who isn't anti-Semitic, who is against anti-Semitism. So you know what they're doing? You're still charitable? No, I'm not. I'm just being honest. I don't know what you mean by charitability. Yes, I think he's lying when he says that he recognizes the genocide. It is inconsistent with the way he's presented himself for the past 15 months. H3 just posted a clip. Oh, you. I can't believe I clicked on that. You son of a bitch. You got me good. Here's a week off.
Here's a picture
officially, this officially feels like a eulogy. I feel like we are eulogizing the death of an artist.
I'm dressed for it.
This is crazy. I'm bringing FD Signifier on now. Hold up. Hello?
Yo.
Hey, what's going on?
Hold up,
One
let me
second.
see.
Let me turn on my virtual camera real quick. There it is.
I even got a little light over here.
Absolutely not. This is loud and clear. I can see you. I can hear you. Right off the jump, for those of you who don't know, FD Signifiers in the building. Phenomenal YouTube essayist.
Long videos.
Well, there's short ones too. You did a 14-minute video on the previous round, the previous bout that just took place last night.
Yeah, and it's already out of date. Like it's already
it's a glorious time, I feel like, for music, for culture.
And for Drake haters.
And for Drake haters, yes, exactly. Which there are many of them. I did not realize it was like that. I thought that this was like,
so the best way I could, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to actually, I'm not going to evoke certain energy. But I'll just say there's an old guard and a young guard that has despised Drake pretty much since his inception. They hate what Drake stands for in hip hop. And I've always believed that Kendrick felt just like I did. And now I'm confident in it. I made 2 years ago now, an hour and 20-minute long video about it. And I've made, I guess, a couple of more videos kind of as addendum. And it's hard to even explain without, I can't think of a good way of, like, just imagine a subculture, right? With a relatively rigid traditions and mores and standards that everybody had to kind of hold up to an extent. Not perfect. A lot of critique to be made about hip hop and music industry, et cetera. But there were standards. And then Drake came and broke all those standards. And once upon a time, that just meant you had to be like Flo Rida or something, Jason Derulo. You know what I mean? You could do a rap thing, but you were not like over here with us. But Drake was so good and made so much money that he was pulled in with everything else eventually. And then nobody could say shit because he was now the #1 rapper in the game. And I guess last year was relatively a rough year critically for him. And then Kendrick has always been a rival. And from what I can glean from Kendrick's music and his like persona, which is relatively little because he doesn't talk much, he's been waiting for this moment. It's very clear that this was highly anticipated on his end.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. So last bout, obviously, like I've talked about this so much over the course of the past, I would say longer than 24 hours, but some of the things I wanted to run by you specifically to clear up miscommunication. As you know, I have a very Caucasian audience. And one thing that I wanted to broach, one thing that I wanted to talk about that I mentioned to them as well is that that the two things. One, Kendrick Lamar is not talking about Drake being biracial, but instead being more so a culture vulture. And I think that this last song, have you listened to Not Like Us yet, by the way?
Oh yeah, like 12 times already.
Okay, yes.
It's a jam. And it's much easier to listen to than last night's harmful therapy session.
Last night's drop, Meet the Grams, was like, it had like too much of a ominous energy associated with it. So it was great that Kendrick Lamar also then was like, almost felt like he was talking to the. It almost felt like he was saying like to the Drake writers that he can make a club hit as well. Like he can make a song that's uplifting.
He dropped it just in time to make sure people would listen to it on their way to the club tonight.
Yeah,
like to ensure that this would get a extreme rollout and become a historical jam that people would dance. This is the first real, even though like technically this is a back to back, whatever. Technically this is that, but this is the first real back to back. If you're going to compare this to Drake's record back to back, because really, if you go back to that record, it's not as legendary of a diss track for its actual content. It's more so because it was just such a banger that you could play it at a club and it would set the party off, But to answer, to address that, so that discourse, went left, and it's, you should really watch, or plug in. I did an Ole and Friends with Ole, and a couple of other creators like 2 days ago, and it's already out of date about this whole thing. And what we talked about was that Drake has a really unique arc in his fandom. He starts out pretty openly pandering to Black women, right?
Yes.
Pretty, I won't say shamelessly, because it was still soft boy misogyny. I was never mad at him pandering and like being like more half an R&B artist, etc. But like he was definitely seen as a guy who, made music that Black women could appreciate genuinely. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like a culture of we're gonna make music for the ladies, but it's still not really for the ladies. Whereas Drake, he genuinely seemed to get what women wanted to hear in his music, right?
Yeah.
And then after the Meek Mill beef, there's a hard shift in his tone and persona as he more and more starts getting into this like edgy boy meme lord persona. And that's where we see the more weird, outfits and hairstyles. And he starts, collaborating with academics and, like legit, that's what it is. And he starts memeing all the time. And then he starts to get into, he's starting to get into like the type of fan culture that you would see for like an Elon Musk or, Kanye, right?
Yeah.
But for him, it's very deliberate, and he's cultivating it like very purposefully, that type of energy and atmosphere. Because the one thing I'll give Drake is that he has an amazing foresight in what's going to be significant in pop culture. Like he gets called he's called a clout chaser, but it's honestly not super fair, because by the time you're aware that a wave or like a big movement is happening in hip hop, he's already there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like grime, like UK drill, like all of this stuff. One could make the argument that it was already popping, but it was never like he would be the force that would mainstream it even way further.
Right.
But he definitely still, in my opinion, was obviously like he did with dancehall.
Right.
Like he would just like pick and choose. He would be like, okay, I'm this now. I'm gonna do this now. I'm gonna tackle this, and it was in a
very
weird way.
cynical is the thing.
Yeah, it was very exploitative. It wasn't like in an appreciative manner. And I think that same exact underlying philosophy is represented with even OVO as a label, with many of the young artists that he like brought under his wing, only to just like squander their talent and only to basically just keep them from shining.
To be fair to Drake, that is like a tradition in hip hop.
Yeah.
That's literally like
people said that about Kanye too.
Yeah, that's hip hop as a capitalist, microcosm of capitalism. Because most rappers cannot get rich off of being a rapper. The way to get truly rich is to find other rappers to siphon money out of permanently and own their shit. That's why every rapper has a label. Like Drake was signed to Lil Wayne, who was signed to Baby, who was signed to, like, that was what that line was in Euphoria. You know what I'm saying? So it only makes sense that he would repeat the process himself. But so to get back to that thing though, right? So there's a great point that we all kind of congealed together in that Olay conversation, which is the meme lord fan base is obviously predominantly white and completely like detached from hip hop, like as a tradition, and not just the culture, but like the traditions and like the standards, etc.
Is the Ole Miss frat boys doing monkey sounds at the black lady at the pro-Palestinian protest? Like that is
they love Drake.
That is the quintessential Drake audience, the Naperville kids, as I like to call them. Similar structure to like a lot of drill fans as well in general that will love egging on rappers and demanding, like listening to all the DJ Academics drops about Chirac. Right.
Exactly. Which is why DJ Academics probably has as white of a fan base as you do, believe it or not.
Well, he's in the fan base as well. Apparently, he once told me. He said he watches my videos.
yeah. But didn't know you were a socialist, which was really funny.
Yeah, I love that.
It, like challenged you. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Is that like he wanted to caution you. He was like, "Hey, Hassan, starting to sound like a socialist, buddy.
Yeah.
Be careful."
In the process of also defending Tory Lanez against the whole Megan Thee Stallion stuff.
So that's where the real culture vulture thing comes from, because what Drake does. So Drake's, like we said, is cynical. There's no real heart in his music. There used to be a little bit, but it really left again after that Meek Mill era. And what he does, because his persona is so like vapid and soulless, it's the perfect invitation for a Naperville boy, where you can come in, you can feel black, you can say the N-word, you can, drink and do drugs and get some girls, and you could feel like, we talked about this before, a big part of, not to get too serious for a second, but a big part of how racism works is also like this explicit consumption of blackness.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword for hip hop. Hip hop only exists at the level it does because white people want to consume it and be subsumed in it. And so Drake did that perfectly, because you can't, like, if you're a Naperville boy, you're not really gonna subsume yourself in DMX, right?
Yeah.
You're not even really gonna subsume yourself in the drill too tough. You want to see them do it, but you're not gonna put yourself in there because it's a distance. But Drake is like, hey, we're really close. We're really close.
I think because of his background too, like being Canadian and like growing up with a white family, child actor, upper middle class, like all of that.
Well, no, to be fair, like, and I actually want to dispel that, because hip hop has a history of biracial rappers. None of them move like Drake. J. Cole is biracial. J. Cole has a white mother. And nobody talks about J. Cole the way they talk about Drake because of the way Drake behaves and has cultivated his persona and fan base.
I meant like his like socio-political development overall in the environment that he grew up in. I think like almost perfectly mirrors like someone who is not like so far off in their experiences from the average Naperville person that they are like impossible to identify with. And I mean, I would even go so far as to say like maybe even early Kanye West like might have had an impact in a similar capacity, because like his background is also like more affluent than someone like Chief Keef, you know what I mean? Like
definitely.
The mother is a college professor, like
I was also a college professor.
Yeah,
for Kanye, we're talking about.
Yeah, so it's like I feel like it makes it more consumable and more identifiable from a parasocial perspective for a lot of white kids. And obviously, white kids are the dominant force in all kind of culture consumption, right? Because there's just more white kids than there are anyone else.
Yeah. So if you want to make money, you got to sell to you don't necessarily have to sell to the Naperville boys, but maybe they're, bohemian inner city cousins, or they're, Hicktown cousins. You got to get one of them if you want to make the big bucks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why like that plays a role in like, just like I think Taylor Swift's upbringing, development, her attitude, the way she carries herself and everything she does is like, is wildfire for white women in general and the gays. I feel like Drake also hits that perfect vector for like every, like the broadest subsect of society that is going to be interested in pop culture.
Right.
And he really leaned into it.
But here's the thing, and here's an important thing. Generally speaking, as a like black artist and black artistry in that history, that's not something that will be critiqued heavily, because it's understood if you are black and you're making a thing and you're trying to be successful, at some point you will have to open yourself up to the consumption habits of a white audience. This is something I've talked about a lot personally. I talk about it with other black creators. And it's kind of like a management of what are you comfortable with? How do you feel? There's certain topics I don't talk about. There's certain topics I wish I never talked about, so on and so forth. The critique, though, is, especially with hip hop, because hip hop was essentially, well, I'll argue that it was the revolutionary aspect of hip hop died as soon as it became a commercial endeavor, but its inception and its energy and its persona, even if it wasn't valid, was still this revolutionary discourse that emerged out of Black and brown, struggle. And so it has a tradition, even in its most commercial moments. Even someone like Lil Wayne, who's like a MAGA hat goofball now, had songs criticizing the government, criticizing Hurricane Katrina response by George Bush, etc. And Drake has never even been close to that. We may have 2 or 3 bars in the history of Drake's catalog that have in any way been resistant to the status quo or addressing, Black issues. And so to do that within hip hop is blasphemous. And the fact that he got away with it, to bring it full circle, the fact that he's been the #1 rapper in whatever shape or form for 15 years and has never spoken on Black issues for a lot of Black consumers of hip hop, especially those who are older, who have a sense of value to those older ways, it's really galling to kind of see. And I think that's also how Kendrick felt. I think that's why Kendrick has now released 4 songs. And at this point, I'm pretty sure we're getting like at least 6. And he hinted in the song it might be 10.
Yeah.
So it's a wild moment,
He's had it loaded up in the chamber for a while, it seems, like sitting in the chamber. Van Lathan had a really interesting take on this that I think you will agree with. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Chad, do you guys have that ready to go?
Van Lathan's 50-50. I'm 50-50 with Van Lathan.
Well,
as you can imagine.
Yeah.
But he might be right on this one.
I think he's right on this one. And also, I think I just remember Van because a bunch of my old coworkers used to work with him at TMZ back when I was at the Young Turks, and he was the first person to call out Kanye. Pretty much before anybody else, he was like, "No, this is this is unacceptable. This is going really bad." But where is it? Let me see if I can find it because he was. Oh yeah, here it is. He says, "Here, I'll share the screen with you as well."
Yeah, I want to read that on screen when we get a chance because that I think is the essence of what's happening here. But show me the Van Lathan joint.
Here he says, Kendrick doesn't just hate Drake. Kendrick legit thinks Drake is the villain of the culture.
This is Van Lathan.
Oh yeah.
I sent this to you just now.
Oh, you just sent it to me just now? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
He despises not just Drake, but the idea that Drake exists. Like, Kendrick hates that someone could be Drake. He wants no more Drakes forever.
That is it. That is it. Like, I don't want to do a whole hip hop is dead diatribe. Because hip hop dying isn't Drake's fault individually. Drake is just a symptom of essentially hip hop plus late capitalism. Hip hop plus, technocratic encroachment on everything in our life and art, etc. But he is like the poster child for it. And so the fact that he can exist is to some people an offense on the very concept of what hip hop is and what it's supposed to be. Excuse me. And I know that sounds ridiculous because, hip hop is very much a high art, but also a low art. The history of hip hop is full of a lot of bad shit and a lot of bad people. Kendrick himself has some L's that people are bringing up as he kind of rallies against Drake. That some things come off hypocritical.
We're going with Kodak Black and also, the
R. Kelly stuff.
The R. Kelly stuff. The R. Kelly stuff, I still I get, I think it's a cop out. His answer was a cop out in that moment, but I feel like what he was saying is there's literally songs about pedophilia from active pedophiles who have done pedophilia in their lives that white people love to sing along to. And we cherish revered musicians, respected musicians for many, many decades, and wife abusers and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's kind of the other thing is that judging hip hop by that standard is, I'm not going to say inherently anti-Black as to not piss off whatever moderates and normies are going to watch this, but it doesn't make sense in the face of every other form of music and art and entertainment. You know what I'm saying? like every other form of music and art and entertainment has the same misogynistic subculture, comes from the same corrupt, exploitative industry standards.
No, this is the same exact energy as like black people have a real problem with homophobia. It's like, have you seen the country? Like, what are you talking about?
Right,
like
right,
exactly. Singling out black people as though like it is a black community exclusive issue, political issue, just like looking at rap music and being like, it promotes really bad things and has a real, misogyny problem.
As if we got rid of black art, then we would just have this clean, it's giving Nick Fuentes with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even now, like, black people are going to lose the election.
It's not as Nick Fuentes, but it's more like, I mean, I don't know if you agree. I think you and I might have talked about this, but it's like there is a subsect of even black academia that or journalists that like specifically write exactly this for liberals to also feel racially superior, that to give liberals the same permission that like maybe in not the same explicit terms that Candace Owens gives like white supremacists, but like there is this idea of like the reinforcing the stereotype, especially of the violent, angry black man. But from the perspective that like liberals, it's also
the same reason why we're still dealing with, black men are going to vote Republican this year again. Like we've dealt with that narrative for every year since Obama. We've dealt with that narrative, and every year it's been proven false. But they still keep bringing it out because it's a hit. It's like pizza to white liberals, for them not to face their own shortcomings, etc.
Yeah, it's like 52% of white women voted for Donald Trump and are voting consistently for Donald Trump. The 8% movement is not going to be all too significant in the grand scheme of things. I do think that there is I think that the trend line even shifting in any direction is still significant because it shows the inaction from the Democratic Party. Like that's my analysis on it, at least. I think that the Democratic Party's like lack of interest in actually offering black people anything is like causing people to actively move away from the Democratic Party, either completely being disillusioned with the political process entirely or even moving the other direction as well because of the overarching resentment that they feel. But it's still completely insignificant. It's completely marginal in the grand scheme of things, especially when you look at broader trends and what the... It's the same shit with like MAGA is the real working class movement narrative. Here, I'll use a broader analysis that's faulty that like liberals will understand. People always say, oh, MAGA is the real working class movement. And it's like the Republican Party has always and will always not only openly advocate for the needs of the rich, but also the voter demographics show that like wealthy people still do in higher percentages vote Republican than they vote Democrat. So the notion that like the MAGA Republicans are actually the real working class in America is a faulty one. It's just it's just a minor change.
Yeah, my analysis of black voters is that it's been very much candidate based. Like one of the biggest blows to this false narrative last cycle was here in Atlanta with Stacey Abrams, who lost, but had a higher percentage of black male voters than any Democratic candidate for anything like in the country. And so like, Obama, like one slick, shitty trick I saw CNN pull. Actually, shout out to Van Lathan again. Look at you, Van Lathan. I'm giving you all kinds of coins today. Van Lathan actually was saying similar thing to me right now in this little segment, in that this black man going to vote Republican thing is not really backed up by data or history, and it's kind of some bullshit. He even implicated Russian whatever, which actually like I know they found proof of that. They found proof that Russians have been like I think Tariq Nasheed is a Russian operative. Like that's a theory I'm gonna
really?
If you ask me, I have no proof of this. This is all
my
slander.
God, I love that. That's awesome.
I think Tariq Nasheed is a Russian operative. I think his entire ADOS FBA movement is some shit that
it is definitely reactionary. The ADOS movement is like for sure the separation.
Yeah, but anyway, but going back to Lathan, and then like what they did to kind of like to get it over, media trickery. They showed what the black male vote was for Obama, and then moved it just to Trump, but they didn't show anything before Obama, right? So what it looked like was a steady decline from Obama to Trump, or from Obama to Biden, I should say. right? And so, yes, Obama had record level black male and black voter turnout. But everything before Obama looked exactly as it did pretty much for Biden and Trump. Like that's a blip, outlier on the scale. And then it's all kind of leveled out since the 70s, since the fucking Southern strategy, you know?
Yeah. But Obama also won the first time ever for the Democrats, the Cuban vote. So, and it'll never happen again because young Cubans voted for him in overwhelming numbers. So, like,
I didn't even know that. He
was an outlier for so many different things. I still think like Trump is also in many respects an outlier as well for a lot of inactive voters too. In the same, that's why I say like Trump is the white man's Obama. Like he is Barack Obama for white supremacists. Like
Trump did get an increase in black vote, male and female, but if I'm not mistaken, in 2020 he actually had the only, if I'm not mistaken, the only population, and this is why, you know, I'm not voting for Biden, bullshit aside. I'm not as fearful of Biden not winning, because the reason why Trump lost last year was because of white moderates. If what I remember reading was correct.
No, absolutely. And he's still suffering. I mean, Trump is still suffering in that demographic significantly.
Yeah.
For
and
sure.
that's what makes the biggest difference. It'd be nice if there was a candidate that didn't, you know, gross people out, but you know, I don't want to get into voter discourse. I already got in trouble with some of my mentors.
But getting back to Kendrick Lamar.
Indeed.
So the thing I wanted to mention is that as far as like Drake's presentation, like there's a lot of older videos where he like talks about black culture almost as like being repulsed by it. But I don't think that's even what like Kendrick Lamar is showcasing, but instead like how he is a culture vulture or feels insecure about his background, his identity, not because of his white parents, but white parent, but instead about the fact that he was not, like he didn't have the same lived experiences that other people have in the space. And beyond that, he's
very bitter and insecure about it.
Yeah.
Which is, go ahead, we'll finish you.
Well, beyond that, he's also like obviously, you know, picking and choosing. He makes a lot of inferences to Dennis and the fact that there's like a mutually beneficial but simultaneously manipulative relationship between him and his dad. His dad came back into his life when he made it big, when he got rich, because he wanted money and fame and clout. I mean, I've seen Dennis a lot out and about when I used to go out in nightclubs in Los Angeles. Like he was always out.
And isn't there an open, like, isn't it openly known that he's like extorted him for money, for lack of a better word of putting it?
I think so, yeah. So there's that, and then claiming that like Drake is also like I guess like parading him around, just like Pusha T had said, specifically to like solidify his blackness, to prove that he is like, he is, you know, he's a black man, which he of course he is. One aspect of this that I tried to communicate to my Caucasian audience was that I guess the negative consequence, the one negative consequence of this beef is that like there's a lot of white people that consume this stuff, myself included, that will not feel comfortable being like Drake is not black, Drake is a white man, and it's like, and that's not true.
Yeah, that's not true. That's your boy Tariq Nasheed isms. You know, I don't even know if he's on that. Like that actually is a different reactionary. I don't know what to make of that. I've really struggled to try to make sense of that particular movement, because that is completely foreign to me in my entire black.
Dr. Umar disagrees, by the way, for the record.
Right, even Dr. No. Yeah. Dr. Umar would say that Drake is black. Dr. Umar would not like. So me and Dr. Umar agree.
He's the former, and he's my authority on these matters. Like I as Yakub's mistake, I cannot make these claims and assertions, but he has. He says he would say that Drake is black. If you're biracial, you're still black, unless he snatches Drake's melanin for doing something,
which is possible, knowing Dr. Umar. Because what it is that what people don't get and need to get is that blackness is not a biological distinction. It's not a phenotype. it's a social distinction. It's a cultural and ethnic lineage and experience, right? It's complex because it's a fucking color. You know, I don't know what actual African nation I'm from. I'm sure it's West Africa. I think it's Sierra Leone, but I honestly don't know. I'd have to do some 23andMe shit to figure that out. And that is a large chunk of Black Americans in America, right? And so what Black is becomes this much more complex tapestry of features and engagements and experiences, one of which includes being the Black person apart from Black community. That's still a Black experience. That is, like, in fact, a very significant Black experience, because you're probably, and this is like, people just follow me here for a second. You're more Black, not in terms of like, oh, you know, slang and I don't know, eat certain foods and play basketball.
You're talking to a lot of people in my chat with that, I think, with this analysis.
Yeah. You're more Black isn't necessarily you are more engaged with Black cultural aesthetics and ideology, but you are experiencing what it means to be Black a lot if you are the only Black person in your community. If you are a Drake, where you are going into, I believe Drake did come up in a working class. He was like somewhat connected to a working class Black immigrant community in Canada, but he went to school and then like obviously did Degrassi, so he was very much apart from that aesthetic as well. And then also because Drake was the child of a Black American and not the child of a Black immigrant, that was also going to be a disconnect because he's like double minoritized in that situation. But to finish my point, you can feel, I'm pretty sure J. Cole, well, not J. Cole, I don't know. I can't think of any good examples that are rappers, because most biracial rappers came up within Black communities. But I wouldn't say that Drake's experience is not part of a Black experience. To me, it's very much a Black experience. The problem is that specific Black experience has a high propensity to teach anti-Black sentiments, to ingrain an individual anti-Black sentiments, because everybody Black, including someone like me who had a deep and rich Black cultural experience, we can't not pick up anti-Black tendencies living and growing up in America. That is literally the status quo of our media, our politics, yada, yada, yada. So there's this almost natural inclination, a phase that a lot of Black people go through where they try to find a way to distance themselves from Blacks. I'm not Black, I'm OJ is the Jay-Z phrase. And so when you're the only Black person, that's probably intensified because you have you have a white mama and your Black daddy's not around. So you have literally no one to point to engage you in your Blackness in a positive way. So you're constantly trying to deflect Blackness. And you see that in how Drake talked about Black culture at earlier points in his career.
Yeah.
And Black people who are from a Black, more communal experience, we have pretty good radar for that shit. Like, we can catch that pretty much immediately when you have like strong anti-Black tendencies. And we say, oh, you one of them. And there's immediate distance, there's immediate pushback, and Drake experienced that.
It's like a survival mechanism that is built around, like, at least what I've seen amongst my Black friends that grow up in overwhelmingly Black communities versus my Black friends that have grown up in like white and even sometimes not even like fully white, but just like still brown and white environments, where being like the only Black person in that environment causes like it's like almost like a survival mechanism. It's a different attitude overall, a different way to represent yourself.
The collective like survival instinct is inclined, sometimes unfairly, to ostracize those individuals who have that stench on them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, you say the hard you are and you don't realize it. So we kind of see what you're
talking about, Drake?
We're all talking about Drake. And a lot of
I did not know that video existed. It was a shocking video that I saw when he was young.
There's a ton of them. When Drake, the most cringe Drake video, let's do a quick Drake cringe fest. Go do Drake Sway freestyle. Well, not just Drake Blackberry freestyle. Drake Blackberry freestyle. This is when he lost everyone, and he should have never recovered from this.
Is
and
it Funk Flex? Funk Flex.
Flex, yeah, Funk Flex. Yes, I forgot who the DJ was. Oh my god! So pause. Let me set the stage. Look at him. Look at this dork.
Yeah, yeah. This is.
Oh my god! You gotta watch when I bounce, or maybe tomorrow. You gotta watch my dork Drake video. But so
is this like the Sprite commercial era where his face opens up?
This is the Sprite.
Yeah.
Yes. So Drake, you know, and I have to be complicit in this. I was not always a Drake hater. His first mixtape, So Far Gone, was in that Kanye vein of like, hey, we have this new version of hip hop that's a little less, you know, street, a little more, you know, melodic, a little more vibes, a little more emotionally, engaged, a little less hardcore. So me, I want to be clear and honest that I am not from the hood. People sometimes think that because they're probably racist. But Black folks can tell when I talk and the way I talk about certain things. And so, like, there's a generation in the culture of young Black men who didn't quite feel as connected to DMX and Tupac as they did to Kanye and initially Drake, right? So Drake has his first mixtape. He's doing his best he can to get seen. He's getting rejected regularly, but Kanye does his first single that they were just playing. What is that fucking called? Baby, my everything. You know, I have whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
And so now he's here. He's here. He's got a hit single. We at least got to let him ride out this hit single and see what happens. He gets invited to Funk Flex. He's
Best I Ever Had is the name of the song.
Best I Ever Had. Thank you. He's well spoken. He's light skinned. He is unoffensively Black, which means he's gonna get opportunities because they know that he can cross over like he eventually does. So here he is at Funk Flex. And Funk Flex freestyle is like, at the time especially, that is like a rite of passage for, like, if you want to be an elite rapper and taken seriously in the culture, you come to New York, you get on Funk Flex, and you spit some bars, right? And you can find so many other rappers doing this. J. Cole has a ridiculous, we'll watch his after this to kind of like notice the difference. What he does here is the most cringe thing anybody's ever seen. So just skip ahead. So like, I want to get the beginning. So
and then I'll skip to the
movie. Yeah. In HD. Yeah. Young. What up? 1080p's the film.
What is he doing right now? What is he doing?
Monday.
Yeah.
He's got a Blackberry in his hand. What are you doing, Drake?
I'm here, man. I'm ready.
I
remember listening the last time I listened to one of these.
He's turning
Flex,
up the Black set.
You know, the boy said something. He said, Flex, let me touch the city. Let him know where it's at. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Can I do that?
You want to do that?
Can I do that?
Hold up. Turn this mic up a little bit.
Can I do that?
His mic up.
So skip ahead like 30 seconds.
Can I do that?
Okay, tell him to,
Yeah. Money to the young boy dying out. You hear me crying out.
What is he doing?
You see me riding
What is he
out.
doing wrong?
And if your man get the stunt,
You can
we'll
get
buy
one
him
black
out.
point if you understand what he's doing wrong here.
I mean, I don't know. Is it that he's speaking from his? He's reading from his BlackBerry. Is that what it is?
Yes. This is horrifying, and he does it the whole time. Like, go ahead, keep going.
What? Funk Flex, hot 9-7. I'm so far gone.
It's bad still.
Yeah.
No, he does not put the BlackBerry down.
Wait, what is it? I feel like this is where it gets real bad.
Young effing Wheezy, holla at me when you done effing Wheezy. Yeah, okay, it's young.
Oh my God! Wait, didn't he literally?
Oh shit!
Oh, what? He did actually. He did actually
Holy
fuck
shit.
Lil Wayne's girl. That's crazy.
Wow, that's some deep lore.
I know. Which
That
Kendrick
we just
addressed.
unearthed
Kendrick brought up
just
in the.
Because I didn't know that was there. It looks like some other people did because that has like a high replay there. So I guess that was something that people in the know remembered hearing. Oh God, and we haven't even gotten to him the person, and that's the funny thing. I didn't think Drake was like, I had heard and seen all the really creepy shit he had did. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, I just figured because he was just like such a cringe lord and a clout chaser that he would text a 15-year-old girl to have a relationship just so she could say his name on a red carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what my perspective was with a lot of his.
Wait, hold up.
stuff.
Fantano's calling. Do you fuck with Fantano? Do you know him?
Yeah, I've been texting him back and forth this whole
Wait,
time.
hold on. He's calling me right now. Hold on one second. Fantano, I'm live with FD Signify right now. If you want to get on a Discord call with us.
Yeah, I'm on Discord now. Just call me.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna add you onto the call.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, hold on. Let's do this. Let's bring Anthony Fantano, internet's busiest music nerd, into the fold. That looks scary as hell, dude.
I played the funeral march, and then I did an intro, and I did a little bit of a eulogy for the boy, and then we played the track, we ran it back, and then I played it a little bit again, gave some thoughts, and now we're here.
Yeah.
I think one of the
and I'm not putting this on you, Anthony, because I know you're better than me. But I am an OG Drake hater. I'm the anti-academics. I'm an actual academic.
Yeah, no, you've definitely been hating him longer than me.
Yes, and I hit my power for a while because I didn't like the idea of being known as a Drake hater. I had other shit to say and do, but like it's clearly my moment at the moment.
Yeah,
So
it's your time to shine.
I might as well let it be free. I might as well let it go.
You know, I feel like, I mean, I'm sure you've like, and you know, no disrespect to the guy. I love this man with all my heart, but I just find it very funny that you know, in the wider world of YouTube music commentary, when we needed him most, Mike Seatown decided to retire from Dead End Hip Hop. Like, you know, he's an OG Drake hater too, you know, not entirely. He sort of gets, you know, I think he got him kind of early on. But
no, I did too. I was just saying, like, So Far Gone era, on into, you know, now that was probably it for me. I didn't like the first record too tough. Take Care is like, I understand that to be an amazing R&B, hip hop like moment. I'm not a huge R&B fan. And then after that is my favorite, which is I always forget the name. Never Was the Same. So, you know, that's my favorite. I think that's everybody's that has good taste favorite. That's not like
it's
an
most
edgelord.
people's favorite. My favorite. If you're reading this, is Too Late. It's my
that was
favorite.
what I was pretty much
it's kind of tough Drake. It's kind of tough Drake. I do kind of like the tough Drake mixtape.
Yeah, that was it for me. That was when I started being loud and proud with my Drake hate. I was like, all right, he's successful enough.
For me, that was a rare instance of Drake enjoyment. Like up until that point, most people were sort of, I had been classified as a Drake hater pretty early on. Take Care I was underwhelmed by. I didn't even really do a formal review of his first album, I don't think. I think I gave Nothing Was the Same a 5. A lot of his albums kind of range from like 5 and below, 6 and below. You know, honestly, Nevermind has got to be the worst.
As the certified not music listener in this group, I always liked Drake in the sense that, you know, he just makes top 40
and that is
hits.
probably why we hated him.
Yeah, exactly. Like for me, I was like, and still am to this day, I'll just be like, yeah, it's Drake. Cool. Like I have no issue whatsoever. I just always personally did not like his behavior in general. I always thought he was corny, but I undeniably was like, yeah, no, he makes top 40 hits. It's great.
You can't take that away from him. Like if Going Home comes on, I'm not turning it off. If I promise you I like more of his songs than I'm letting go on in the moment. I just can't remember yet. Help me out, Anthony. He has good songs.
That's actually a song I will skip. If I hear, and not that I hear it played a lot, but if I hear Hotline Bling, I'm going through that. But if I hear Energy, got a lot of energy, I'm spinning that. Like I'm spinning energy. No, I don't cringe. Don't cringe it. Don't you cringe at me. Don't you cringe at me.
Isn't that from if you're reading This Is Too Late?
Yeah, that's also.
Yeah, that was
also, also headlines. You're the best. Also great early Drake hits.
Yes.
Also really great Drake
Energy
hits.
and Started from the Bottom is when I planted my flag. When Drake made started from the
I think that's
bottom,
when a
I was
lot.
like,
That's when a lot of people did. That's when a lot. That's when I think a lot of people started to be like, this guy. It started to go beyond, because most Drake hate up until that point was like, Drake's the type of dude to this or that. You know, here's a picture. Here's a picture of him.
This officially feels like a eulogy. I feel like we are eulogizing the death of an artist.
I'm dressed for it. I'm dressed for it.
This is crazy.
So I disagree though. I like.
Wait. Let me just finish that thought. I feel like most Drake hate up until that point was mostly in that range, but like when he started with the started from the bottom thing, that's when, in addition to that, there started to grow this narrative like he's not portraying himself accurately. Like he's sort of feeding us a narrative here that's obviously like not true.
Right.
And that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, that's completely true. I want to elaborate on that, but I also don't want to forget what I was about to say, because I think it's actually a more interesting tangent, which is I don't think this is it for Drake. I think if this L continues to get larger, it will not matter to his core fan base. Drake has all but red pilled himself in the last like 4 or 5 years. Like he is one step away from that, in my opinion. And that type of fan base is immune to taking L's. Like they're immune to it.
Nicki
Like
Minaj.
I just finished Woo. I don't agree with that.
Wait, well, really?
No. I'm just not doing that publicly.
Sorry. Okay, my bad. You're on the broadcast of a certified enemy of the barbs. I can't go to a Sephora ever for the rest of my life. I'm barred. They will kill me.
Shit. Like before I got on, like I'm walking in the house and like I was just scrolling Twitter to see what people are saying, because I didn't get a chance to hear it immediately because I was fucking eating. I was like, it was a dinner date night, and like Tano texted me. I'm like, I'm eating. Holy shit! And I just wanted to go to the bathroom. Like I'm just gonna go to the bathroom and listen. Instead, I just put the phone in my fucking ear.
You were one of the first people I texted. You're one of the first people I sent a text to.
And so, but I watched Academics, and Academics is not listening to the song, not reacting to the song. He's strategizing for Drake with this track. He's literally strategizing like, what could Drake do?
What's fun? Do you remember this? Do you remember? And I don't know how long you've like been aware of and have been watching Academics.
I am very new to Academics. Thank
you. Me and him, have had exchanges over the years. And one thing that I used to remember about him is very early on, like he was a Drake fan, and very loudly and proudly a Drake fan, which I didn't think anything of. Like if he likes the guy's music, he likes the guy's music.
It's probably endearing at the time.
Well, the thing is, like, there was a period of time, and I don't know when things shifted, where Drake actually like really kind of kept him at a distance. And if he turned up in like his comments on live or whatever, he'd like chide him a little bit and just kind of be like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, get out of here. So, like, go away. But then there became this point where he like openly embraced him, and he sort of like become his little messenger boy, and is like, oh, tell everyone I'm dropping. Get people hyped up. Make sure people are excited for this or that. And it's like, I wonder when that kind of shifted, when Drake realized like, I need to sort of like get, these terminally online streamer guys who are basically going to be loyal to me for clout reasons. I need to just basically embrace them and kind of like, use them as kind of a pipeline for positive sentiment toward me.
It's probably after you're reading, because after you're reading This Is Too Late, Drake stops being a musician and an artist, in my opinion. He still makes music. He still makes good stuff, but he becomes this really almost really very interesting kind of curator of tastes. I was saying this song when I got here, like if you accuse Drake of being like a wave hopper, that's a little unfair, because he's riding the wave in. Like somehow he knows City Girls are about to blow up. Somehow he knows the Migos are about to blow up. Somehow he knows UK drill is about to blow up. You know what I'm saying? Like he just is there for it. And then once it happens, he's already there. It happened with him, And so like, I think because that starts, that starts kind of at the same time as like of the very weird culture wars era of the internet and alt-right and shit is probably where, and then like this exploitative shit that Academics did in Chicago. So he probably saw something that told him that academics was going to have a large platform full of rubes that, are just clout demons that will be useful to have to be bots online and on Twitter for his whatever narrative he wants to spin, to constantly give him the benefit of the doubt and to shout down like obvious L's and to say the guy you argue with last night, I think I saw, I can't remember his name.
Los Pollos.
Yes. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I didn't watch
Mr. Drake and Drive himself.
Yeah, I've literally not been able to get through like more than 5 minutes of any of those videos.
Yeah, he's a special guy.
Take it. But yeah, so I think that's when the shift happens, when Drake realized there was value to extract. Which is why I'm still I'm kind of counting Drake out now. I had it in my mind until last night that Drake was going to win this in the court of public opinion. I didn't know how. I didn't think it would be like a valid win, but I had no doubt in my mind that the court of public opinion would view Drake as the winner just because that's just how these things work, and that's how good Drake is at manufacturing cultural narratives. Now, I don't see how it could be the opposite. It couldn't be the opposite, I should say.
Yeah, the timing, in my opinion, the delivery mechanism, the fact that he called a shot ahead of time with not one but 2 diss tracks, and then basically even the expansion of the Maybach gloves all the way to the original photo, which I feel like is going to expand even further. I don't know what the hell else is going to happen in the album cover. Like the next disc is going to have an even larger cover, I feel like, and then it's going to be, I don't know what the fuck they're going to show, but all of that is very calculated. And he even said that Drake was very predictable ahead of time. So, I mean, it makes you wonder
ruthless. How long. I did a community post and I was like, I kind of can't look at Kendrick the same anymore, because this is like anime level villain diabolicalness in terms of how long has he had this shit on Drake? And he didn't get those. He didn't take that picture in the last 2 weeks.
It had the Drake writers. Yeah. It had the Drake writers literally doing Drake-anon. They're doing their own version of QAnon, but for Drake, there's actually a secret bait, actually. And that secret bait is the one who told Kenny to call him a pedophile. And that he has a secret daughter or something. Which is crazy.
I'm going to play a little devil's advocate with the point that you were making earlier in terms of whether or not Drake is done as a result of all of this. And I feel like Kendrick isn't just attacking him, especially on this new track, in a way that just kind of affects him personally. As he's been going deeper into this, he's been sort of expanding his focus and sort of making this not just about how Drake is a morally reprehensible person in his own mind. He's been using this material to warn people to stay away from him, either because he's just a bad look, he's a danger to minors, or because he's a culture vulture. And I feel like he really kind of rode on that point harder on this track than he has on anyone so far. And I think the reason for that is because this is the catchiest of all the tracks so far. He wants people to be dancing and repeating this track over and over and over and getting that message buried into their heads on this track. And look, I mean, I'll forever never be surprised when it comes to the internet, especially Drake fans. The internet's collective ability to remember shit. Shit will happen and then all of a sudden it's in the fucking memory hole and nobody remembers. But Kendrick was mentioning artists by name, one after another, that he personally sees that Drake got sauce from. And the next artist, be it one of those he mentioned, or especially if it's one from Atlanta, or another one in the future that decides to do the same thing, that actually needs the approval of the hip hop community in the way that Drake doesn't. Right. In the way that Drake doesn't, because Drake can do whatever he wants without needing to appeal to the hip hop community necessarily. But if artists are crossing over to meet with him and it ends up being a bad look for them afterwards, that could and look, there's a number of different ways that Drake appeals to people, but that could at least like kneecap him in one way, because I think Kendrick does make an accurate assessment that like part of Drake's lifeblood is his ability to glom on other artists into certain trends. You know, and if through tracks like this and maybe even further tracks into the future, if he affects Drake's ability to continue doing that because he sort of robs him of that, because maybe there are less artists who are willing to collaborate, maybe there are less producers who are willing to collaborate because they're afraid of like being associated with him, at least for a time, because it's kind of embarrassing, and Drake can't keep his momentum up on the next record or the record after that or whatever, he could do some long-term damage. It could do some long-term damage.
He's attacking not just his character, but his clout. And Drake's clout has been a key ingredient since Nothing Was the Same is such a cryptic name for an album.
And as he said on, you know, a couple of bars as well, that clout extends outside of music too. He's literally warning LeBron by name. Like, right, stay away. Yeah. Keep the children away.
Keep the children away.
Like, he's like trying to cut off his ability to get eyes and get access to people on all fronts, not even just in music.
Next time he goes to insert team game here and wears their jersey, it's not going to be this type of it's not going to be like the same
celebration.
It's going to be like oh, there he is. And I think we do have synergy there, because I just have so little hope for how the internet responds and the internet's memory. And I know Drake has an army of literal bots, like legit been exposed, mechanical machine learning entities on Twitter, and then like human versions of the same thing.
Right.
And also, like, the thing that I've always been fair with Drake is that he is super talented when he wants to be. And that is just one question I asked you, Anthony, because like it hit me. Somebody said it hit me. He did 3 albums last year, and you don't remember hardly any of them. And that's like
because I think it's because of his gambling addiction. I have been a long
I didn't even
time.
know about that.
I have been a long time because he's on Stake, right? And those guys fucking hate me.
He's a sponsorship with them.
Yeah. So I've been paying attention to the moves that Drake has been making for some time now, and have talked about this extensively, that he got a Stake partnership, like a pretty sizable partnership with an online crypto casino. Famously, it used to be very poppin' on this platform on Twitch. And then some people petitioned and advocated to the harms, like talked about the harms that it represents for children, because it's like unrestricted, unregulated crypto gambling. And then because of the actions of some people, I will not mention who those people are, it got kicked off of Twitch, only for them to create Kick, which I'm sure you've heard of, only being mentioned in the worst ways possible online. They created their own website, basically. Drake streams on it. And for some time now, I've always said, like, he's pumping out albums like he has gambling debt. Like, he's doing, have you heard of, like, Bruno Mars apparently, like, has a massive problem and, like, has to perform at MGM, like, almost every night. And he's, like, still, even with the millions of dollars that he's getting, he's just, like, still not able to keep up with his addiction. I feel like Drake is in a similar boat.
I would add to that, and you know, again, I can't speak to any gambling Drake is doing, but like, I mean, I see a bit of a broader, just music-based trend here as well, because you know, the shots that him and Kendrick were kind of throwing at each other back and forth caused me to go back and look at like some of the public postings that there have been for you know, Drake's album deals and his most recent ones, and the way that they're set up. With like, we're talking like multi-$100 million guarantees for like a certain number of albums, like guaranteed. Like just incentive wise, there's no real like, what I want to say would be like a quality barrier or an expectation of reaching a certain level of quality or accessibility in order to get that money when you hand in the record. Like that's set up in such a way where you can hand in fucking anything. You can hand in a playlist, and you get that money. You know, you could hand in a fucking album where you're doing nothing but like just vocally riffing with auto-tune over dance beats for 10, 12, 13 tracks, and not even bother to write fucking lyrics for the record, and you get that money. Like that's not set up for artistic quality. That's just basically a money printing machine. You know, you hand in a shit mediocre album and you get the cash. Like that's going to create a wildly inconsistent discography where you're not really putting in the effort behind a record that you might if you knew, like, man, this album's going to make or break me. You know, like the amount of money he's going to make off those albums.
He's going to give us a dark fantasy now.
Right. Like, and that's the thing. Like Kanye's fucking reputation was on the fucking skids after 808s and Heartbreak. Like, as much as people love that record, and you know, it's obviously gained a lot of critical acclaim now, but especially because Drake loves that album, and you know that record's influence is still in his music today. Like, Kanye was on the fucking skids after that record. Like, he had a make or break moment, and that album came out of him as a result. And Drake is just at this point where he's just too big to fail. And again, the record company is just printing him money every single time he hands in a project, regardless of quality. And yeah, you know, it's like maybe if that combines with some kind of gambling issue and he needs the money sooner rather than later, he's going to just hand in whatever, you know? So yeah, I think when you actually look at the guy's deal, and a lot of artists' deals are kind of set up this way these days, especially if labels think that they can kind of like pull a lot of money out of their pocket long term. However, a lot of these deals, these multi-record deals, you know, and you know, guys like NBA YoungBoy have been kind of like muscled into these agreements where they can, you know, it's for a certain amount of albums, but you can only put out so many albums over a certain amount of time, but you got to keep the hype up. So you end up putting out all these mixtapes on the side, and you got to be prolific as possible, and you're on a fucking treadmill to keep up. Like, most of these deals are not as lucrative as the one Drake's been handed. The one Drake has been handed is obviously not going to incentivize him to put out records that are going to last long and that people are going to keep spinning into the future. You know, it just takes up more time. It takes up more resources. And frankly, considering the way things are currently working with Drake and streaming and so on and so forth, it may just be in his best interest that when he comes out with that record every year and a half, every 2 years, that people have mostly forgot the last one so that they're ready to just embrace the new one, you know? So yeah, I think financially he's just pretty much set up to not be making his best work at this point.
It's almost like when you think about the way we think about Drake's albums, I don't think I wouldn't look them up. So the last 4 albums, we got Scorpion in 2018, Certified Lover Boy, Honestly Nevermind, For All the Dogs, and in between that, you got like I think at least one Future collaborative album and a 21 Savage joint.
The 21 Savage collab.
Yeah.
21 Savage collab. No, so where's the one with Future? What is that one? I don't see that.
What a Time to Be Alive was a little earlier than that.
Was it? Oh yeah, it's 2015. Why do I think that was anyway, but like those albums I just named, that's a steady decline. A precipitous steady decline, even by like normie Drake fan, not his hardcore stans, but like people that like Drake will probably tell you after Views there's a clear decline in quality, right? And nobody he doesn't kind of get stuck with that narrative versus you look at a Kendrick and Mr. Morale. I know me and you both love that one. There's a lot of people that don't like it as much. I get why, but like that's looked at as this like huge like blemish on his record because he's only put out major like purposeful projects. Yeah, at least up until now, because I can't wait to see what happens next.
A mid album from Kendrick or an album that Kendrick drops that not everybody is behind seems like, you know, a little like almost like a bigger L than it actually is because you're so used to the high quality level that he drops every time. And you know, I agree with you. I think Mr. Morale is great. I just don't think like the way that record is set up, it's obviously not made to appeal super wide commercially in the way that Damn was. You know, and Damn is far from my favorite Kendrick project. It might actually be my least favorite, you know, but that's just my personal preference. Yeah. You know, I still recognize that album serves a certain purpose in his catalog and it functions, you know, like obviously it's one of his most major commercial successes for a reason.
Yeah. I love Damn. I don't know if it makes sense for me to say I have a least favorite Kendrick album outside of Section 80, which is like, you know, that's like he even calls it himself.
Thank you, Sean the Black, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother.
Fucking come on, It's getting late. I'm about to get off with you guys because I'm at the point where I can't remember shit.
It's
Untitled
funny
Unmastered.
Yeah. No, I love that one too. But it's funny what you say about Section 80 because like when a lot of people were talking about like, you know, whether or not Kendrick is as good a rapper as Drake when, you know, like that came out and this whole debate sort of erupted, I was like, did people not remember like XXL freshman like Cypher Kendrick? Do people not remember Rigor Mortis Kendrick? Yeah. Like he was coming out of the gate rapping like he's on fucking fire, you know? Like it was life or death.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting, like, to switch out from clowning Drake for a second and eulogizing him. This is a interesting moment for Kendrick, because nobody's ever done anything like this, and I thought that this is a possible outcome. I guess I'd maybe underplayed it because I wouldn't have this is what I would have wanted. Maybe not as much last night's project song. I don't know if I really wanted that, but like him kind of like really like dominating Drake and like doing it through the traditional like planes of hip hop like value systems and standards. But if you go back to Kendrick, I remember that XXL freestyle and I didn't know who he was. I don't remember who else was on that with him, but I remember it getting to him.
You know who else was on it with him? Kendrick. I don't know if I remember all of them. Kendrick, fucking Yellow Wolf. Yellow Wolf was on there. Fucking Lil B. Lil B was on there. And you know what was actually kind of legendary about that freestyle is Lil B actually kind of tried to the point where there was even a shot of there's a classic shot of Kendrick in that cipher where even he's like I've you could tell he heard Lil B before, and when he actually started fucking spitting, he was like kind of surprised that like Lil B was like holding his own in the cipher. It's a hilarious fucking clip.
But it's so clear from that cipher, and this is a theme throughout Kendrick's career, and he wanted to make sure there was no question he was better than everybody else there. Like he wanted it to be blatantly obvious that no one else was competing with him in this rap thing when he got his turn on the cipher. And I remember thinking that. I was like, this dude's way better than any motherfucker I've ever heard in these ciphers. And then, you know, he starts his career with a bang, then another bang.
And then Sci-Hi the Prince was on that too. Shout out to him.
Oh wow, yeah. We'll come back to that. Well, we're not. I'm about to get off this motherfucker.
Sorry,
No, keep going. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, keep going.
Hurry up, because I was up till fucking 3 last night, and I don't know how y'all do it.
I was until that time too.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. But and then you fast forward to Control, right? So he releases 2 critically acclaimed albums. He takes the crown. It's, you know, but at that time, my argument from my video was that like the crown, he has to like share it. He's like forced to share the crown with Drake. And so Control happens. And this is why initially I didn't think much of this when like that happened. I was like, this was cute, but he's done this before. He wants people to know he's the best. He wants to remind people. He pops up every 6 months on a Baby Keem song or a Taylor Swift song, you know? And like, yeah, that's Kendrick in a nutshell. And so like when he did that on Control, and like, it's not a diss track, it was a challenge that people like came like, you know, it's like, okay, you got a couple, I think you got Big Crit, Lupe, probably some other people who I can't remember. Those are my favorite artists from the.
He mentioned Mac Miller in there too. I think he mentioned ASAP as well.
Yeah, but I think Crit, did Mac Miller respond?
Big Sean gets mentioned too.
Yeah, and so like that is, but I bring Control up because Control is like the same ethos. I don't want anybody to when I'm done being in the spotlight. And Kendrick Lamar says, when I'm done being in the spotlight, I don't want there to be any debate on who was the top rapper of my era. Right. And up until last night, he had not really accomplished that. He accomplished that within the realm of like the culture. Nobody that's a true you go. I don't want to say true hip hop fan because I don't really believe in that term. But like nobody who is in any way connected to a tastemaker or a student or a deep in the culture of hip hop would ever put Drake over Kendrick. But as a whole, this is debatable because Drake is a bigger star and has been a bigger star. So this Machiavellian ruse that he did on Like That has brought us to this moment where he has been able to, as you just pointed out, in numerous ways. That's another thing. We have we have Like That, which is a banger. We get to Euphoria, which is Kendrick in his truest Kendrick bag. Multiple beat switches, 7 different flows, 5 different voices. We get 616, which is another version of Kendrick's bag. Then we get him showing why he's the best writer in the history of hip hop, where he gives us this like horrifying, haunting song that made everybody like the fucking montages of everybody reacting to hearing that song are gonna be with us forever. They're gonna be with us forever. And then he wake up. Then tonight he gives us a club banger. So it's like, no, do not mistake me for anyone else when I'm done, when I'm gone. That is what this is about from a Kendrick perspective. I fucking love it. It makes me happy. And
yeah, in that respect, in that sense, like Drake, you know, while obviously Kendrick has personal issues with him, simultaneously. And this is sort of like, you know, I think also pretty sad and unfortunate for him. He's almost just kind of filling a void and just serving a purpose. Like, there's a possibility that Kendrick would have acted this way regardless of who that #1 commercial crossover guy was, and was just like, I'm going to basically, build a blueprint. I'm going to build a bomb to destroy this guy to prove that I'm actually #1, regardless of what the numbers say, Yeah. And
it just so happened to be Aubrey Drake Graham. I'm gonna pop out, y'all.
He's a perfect villain though, because he's like in many ways the moral opposite, in at least the way that like Kendrick Lamar carries himself and the way that he talks about issues. He is like the perfect villain to do it, and I think that he's in a little bit. In a way, utilizing the hype around Drake as well as the hatred that he has cultivated over the course of his many years in the industry.
He's sending a message to the part of hip hop that Drake brought with him. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's. I don't even know if it's a middle finger as much as it is like we're setting a new standard. Feel free to like get engaged with it, or like we don't care. Your opinions are no longer valid. You all had a lot of sway for the last 15 years in what hip hop was and meant, and that time is up. As I parade the carcass of your avatar across the internet with five plus 5 more songs of Drake Hate. Right. This is the new Kendrick album. It's 15 songs of why Drake sucks. I'm out of here, guys.
Thank you, FD, so much for coming on. FD Signifier, everybody in the chat. We'll spam his link. I am not as invested in the music part of this entire process.
Honestly, you're not even alone in that. So, like, is there anything still at this point that you're like curious about, or are you sort of like wondering about this whole situation that you feel like
on the drama front? Have you seen the
drama front, but like, what's the vibe? Why is this happening? Like, or anything. I guess, is there anything that you feel like you're still kind of like wondering about at this point vis-a-vis this whole, this whole back and forth?
I wonder how Drake is going to respond to this, if he responds to it at all. I feel like the most Drake thing to do here would be just like try to sue him for libel or something.
Right. The thing is, like, up until this point, Drake has been just a master of controlling the narrative because historically he's just very good at kind of following trends. He and his team are very online. As I was kind of saying earlier, he's been great about sort of like, keeping guys like DJ Academics like very close to him so that he can, essentially, use him to sort of like, soften criticism against him. And, he just plays social media channels very well. But I feel like through this, Kendrick out-Draked Drake. He has not allowed him to control the narrative for like even a second since he released Euphoria. Like, since he released Euphoria, the track has gone crazy. the fact that it's not a super accessible track worked almost in his favor, because that caused people to listen to the song over and over and over and over, and that created more discussion around the track. You know, the thing is, while Drake's tracks are catchy and they're very direct and they're very to the point, and I think Push Ups was a decent response given that he had a lot of people to respond to. Like, people weren't replaying that track in the way that provably they were playing Euphoria, given that it's now currently the #1 hip hop song as far as streams go of the year.
Yeah,
and we're not even at the halfway point of the year yet.
And I think that's a way of out-draking Drake in a way that actually matters, because like he always has. What does he have?
Really out-draking was that the moment that he went to take the narrative back, he just dropped the other track.
Yeah,
he dropped the other track. So he divided focus,
and he's outstreaming him, which I think is like the biggest fuck you, because
biggest embarrassment. Is the biggest fucking embarrassment.
Because he has nothing. If he doesn't have the money, and he doesn't have, which obviously doesn't matter all that much. Like, it will matter if he's like talking to Rick Ross, but I don't think it matters as much when he's talking to Kendrick Lamar. It doesn't hit the same when he's like, "Oh, your house is shitty," right?
Right.
Like, because he's not a flexer in that regard. So I feel like the one thing that he could say is that as an artist, he's more popular. And right now, that's not the case. So I think that, and the other thing that he could potentially say is, for all of the Drake writers, he makes music specifically as like club hits. He makes top 40 hits that people love to listen to, that people can always listen to over and over again. And his music is not quote unquote boring or whatever. And now with this latest track, Not Like Us, I feel like he also is saying fuck you to that as well. So I don't even know where he can go from here as far as like what else he has in his arsenal. I guess the question I have is about the allegations. I heard you talk to Los Pollos a little bit, and I do agree with you. I think Kendrick has more of a cultural cachet, and therefore like slander against him, if proven true, will hurt more than against Drake, because like everybody knows Drake is corny and people don't give a shit, right? Like, he is more, Kendrick Lamar is more like he has designed himself as like as a person that is is flawed as an individual, but like still trying to do good, whereas like nobody gives a shit about Drake being a good person. Like,
yeah, he doesn't sell himself that way.
Yeah, like the fact that he might have a second child is not going to be as harmful to Drake's career as, or even the like, maybe not the pedophilia accusations, but like that he's like weird with minors and weird with teenagers. Like, people have known that for some time now, and yet they don't care. So
right,
this man is like, DJ Academics is showing his email right now on stream. This entire time while you guys were talking, I've been watching DJ Academics. I don't even know. He just is all DoorDash, bro. Hold on, I'm gonna share the screen so you can see it too. One second.
While you're doing that, Kendrick is also kind of like, broadly going after his team as well.
Yeah.
And mentioning members of his team for sort of like being in on that as well. And, I have no doubt in my mind. I was telling a friend of mine this like earlier today, like, if Drake, and a lot of people have, sort of like cited the fact that like, Drake kind of came out immediately and said, well, actually, I don't have a kid. Which if he does, you would think that would be pretty like easily and quickly disproven. However, like, if I'm Drake, okay, and Drake is a pretty smart guy. If I'm Drake and what happened to me with Pusha T happened, considering the context of what Kendrick said, like, oh, you have a second child who's actually older than the child that we know about.
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm Drake, and who knows how many, I'm not going to presume he has a million baby mamas, but if they do exist, and I'm sure he knows that they do, if they do, like, I'm going to them immediately, and I'm NDAing, I am severance packaging, I am golden parachuting to make sure that no information comes out about this. And if you do leak it to anybody, like, obviously, like, you're done. I mean, maybe there could be child support pursuits after that. But given that he officially resides in Canada, I don't know how the hell that could potentially work legally. Either way, I'm immediately going to those people and I'm making sure, using everything in my power, that they don't say anything. Like he'd be foolish not to. So if he does in fact have a kid, that may actually sort of like, play into why he would be as brazen to hop online and say, well, I actually don't have one, because he knows nobody's going to pop out and be like, actually you do. Actually, it's me, it's a child, and on top of that,
that was awful. That was an awful way to respond to that, by the way, in my opinion, what Drake did with the Instagram story of like, I'm just laughing, lol, come on. Oh, wow.
And personally, like, I don't necessarily think it's the worst move even for the kid at the end of the day. If Drake did in fact do that, it's maybe even a little admirable on some level, because Adonis, due to the beef with Pusha T, like he really had no choice other than to be in the public eye. Like that kid was literally outed to the world. By the internet in the midst of one of the hottest hip hop beefs, if not the hottest of the 2010s.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And, if Drake did actually do his due diligence and make sure there were better agreements between him and people he did maybe happen to have a child with at some point, it's probably better for their sake that maybe is possibly the case, because you don't want your second child doxxed, or your third or your fourth or whatever. But what is I don't see this thing. What is this thing that we're looking at? DJ.
Oh no, this is just not like us. I flipped it because DJ Academics was serving his ads at the top of the hour, serving his fucking ugly ass merch. He was showcasing his merch on his broadcast. So I was like, nope, and I clicked away.
Someone's saying Adonis is going to drop the next My Man freestyle. If Drake gets Adonis on the next track.
He has sung before, right? It's just not.
He could get Adonis on the track and be like, actually, I like my dad.
Yeah,
I think my dad's
oh my God, that is something he would do. That is actually, you're not wrong. That's literally something he would do, I think. I feel like there's a very Drake thing to do.
It could be a Drake thing to do.
He texted his mom saying Rick Ross is a racist.
Right.
Like that was unimaginably corny. But yeah, I think you missed it earlier, but I said Kendrick's gonna get the secret kid on this next one. I don't know about that. That would be ruthless. That would be insane.
That would be like fucking Maury. Like that would be an episode of Jerry Springer. That would be Springer levels of insanity.
I guess I don't know. I guess anything can happen at this point. He says he has 10 in the chamber, right? Like 10 total, it seems.
He says he has multiple tracks. And, the thing is, like, I think, and I was saying this before I hopped on here, like, Kendrick is working at an incredible pace, despite the fact that Drake is supposed to be the one with all the producers, all the collaborators, all the ghostwriters. It's Kendrick who is outwriting and producing more material than Drake is. And I think if Drake came out with a track again, Kendrick would literally just divide and conquer one more time. Even if Drake put out another track on top of that, anticipating Kendrick would slap another card on the table, Kendrick would come back again and divide and conquer twice.
Yeah, there was a couple lines in here that I actually wanted to mention to you that signals that like at least some of this was either written last night or he knew exactly what the lyrics of Drake's last night release was going to be, and he wrote this ahead of time. The homie still doubled down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the Mecca, building railroads and trains. That is a direct retaliation to Drake's lines. Drake's actually rather weird and controversial lines that almost doubled down on the statements that Kendrick Lamar was making about Drake having issues with his black identity, where he basically said like, oh, you're rapping like you're freeing slaves, as though that was you know, he was just like minimizing Kendrick Lamar's impact in a way that was like, it almost felt like it was written by a white ghostwriter, you know? And he responded to that. So what I want to ask you is, like, do you think he knew that line was already in there?
I've talked about this on stream and pretty much predicted like one of the most obvious things that he could attack Kendrick on, one of the potential sore spots, and I think, you know, this battle is all about sort of like popping the other artist's bubble or ruining the public perception of the other artist, or ruining, you know, how that person looks in the eyes of their audience. And one of the most precious things to Kendrick's public image is that he's progressive, he's woke, he's aware, he's you know, an activist, and you know, that's one of the first things you probably want to go after as Drake. You know, it's like he's not as pro-black as he presents himself to be. He's not as you know, socially minded as he pretends to be. I don't know if you know,
he was calling him a fake socialist. He was saying you're a hypocrite. You're rich, but you're a socialist, basically. Like,
yeah, I mean, in a way. And you know, I can't speak necessarily to whether or not he knew the exact line and flipped the exact line over. But like, if I'm Kendrick, it's pretty, you know, it's pretty clear. If I can see and comment beforehand on the likelihood that Drake is going to go after that on some level, Kendrick probably sees it coming too.
I know, but like I said, homie still doubled down calling us some slaves is like a direct reference to something that he like said the night prior. So I feel like,
and this track that Kendrick just came out with, it's not, and this is just my first impressions, I guess. It's not as dense with those double, triple, quadruple entendres as like, you know, Euphoria was. Obviously, it's just trying to be more direct. It's trying to be to the point. It's trying to be really catchy. It's trying to be really snappy. And, you know, it's not the worse for it. It appeals in a different way. So, you know, to me, that's a line that he could probably, given the writing level that we know he could potentially be at when he wants to be, that's a line that for sure he could probably just like bust out in a minute or two and just have it on the track without even really.
And even bringing in the family matter and the truth of the matter in his last line before the bridge, like implying that this was like, I don't know, I guess so you're saying that he wrote it fast, like he wrote it last night and pumped this out.
Yeah, that's not writing that would take him too much time to do.
Okay.
You know, Euphoria, I think took a while because that's a really dense track.
Yeah.
And he had a lot to say, and he was super careful about like, you know, how he structured it and everything. But simultaneously, here's the thing though. I think he was writing Euphoria, and I think he was writing Message to the Grams at the same time. And I don't think he put out Euphoria without having Message to the Grams ready for whenever Drake would inevitably respond.
I wonder if he has like more in store, like in the same vein of like having double releases or potentially like.
I think he does. I think he's ready for a moment's notice whenever Drake drops his next track. And I don't even know if it's even a guarantee that Drake drops another track at this point. But if he actually does, I think Kendrick's ready to respond immediately. And I think Kendrick's even ready to like throw more shit out there, even if Drake says nothing. I think at this point, Kendrick is going to give Drake the Drake treatment that he was giving him with the Tupac thing. Because obviously Drake, you know, made it a point. You can't really hate on what Kendrick is doing right now because it's not like Drake was sitting there quiet for the response.
Yeah,
you know,
but also
Kendrick was going to respond at some point. It was just going to happen when it happened. But now, like, Drake baited this out of him. Drake asked for this, you know? So, I mean, he's kind of getting what he wanted. He better fucking, you know, is lay in the bed that he made.
The Tupac release was also like, it was a classic Drake mistake, in my opinion. Instead of letting it sit, like, trying to egg him on by also opening up a new avenue of attack by like disrespecting a beloved artist and an entire coast of the country, and maybe even like Tupac fans everywhere around and the family of Tupac, only to like reinforce that same dynamic that he's just like kind of a culture vulture. He bought Tupac's ring and he just like carries it around as though they're just like little things that he has bought. You know, I feel like he's doing to himself what Kendrick is also trying to accomplish here as well. only solidifying Kendrick's position that he is just like he is looking at it from the outside and looking at this as simply a commodity to be consumed and something to just like flash around. Very insecure, in a very insecure way.
Well, he is doing it to himself, and he has been doing it. But, you know, the thing is, like, we haven't really seen... What we're seeing right now come from Kendrick is something that we haven't been witnessing for a handful of reasons. Like, the only people or the only crowd of people that would dare call that out, you know, and have a legitimate grievance with it are people who, you know, are FD signifiers age, you know, who are a little bit older than me. And, you know, I mean, we all like FD signifier, and obviously, you know, his talents and his perceptions, the fact that he's been as successful on YouTube as he has, I mean, it speaks to that. But, you know, that's he's not the type of guy, and he knows this. He's not the type of guy who Drake's core audience is waiting and hanging on, you know, the edge of their seats to hear his opinion on anything. You know, that's not that audience has no crossover with you know, Drake. So, you know, him and people who are older than him and, you know, remember the golden age and the hardcore age of hip hop in the 80s and 90s very vividly, and, you know, remember the core tenets of the genre that made it what it is today. You know, the kids aren't trying to hear that. The kids don't care. You know, they care about the flash, they care about the flexing, they care about the status, they care about the success. They care about all the things that Drake actually makes his songs about.
Yeah,
like,
materialistic
you know,
possessions like that.
Right, exactly. So it's like that's their focus, and that's what they care the most about, you know, and sort of vaguely kind of being in your feels over a girl who ruined your Bahamas trip. Like that's what it's all about. And the thing is, like, you know, younger listeners, even dudes who actually are, you know, younger and maybe more clued in to like Kendrick and more alternative forms of hip hop and more lyrical forms of hip hop, like even a lot of them don't really want to hear some old head railing about Drake. And the thing is, like, a lot of, you know, and beyond that, the only other artists who could potentially take him to task over that are artists that are his contemporaries. And many of them don't really have the wherewithal to do that because, you know, they don't want to risk alienating any potential listeners or any fans by like attacking the big dog, the number one guy in the genre. And a lot of the younger artists out there aren't going to attack Drake because they depend on him to randomly collaborate with them the moment that they have a hot track or a trending moment that he can kind of hop in and you know, make a bigger name for himself off of. You know, we haven't been seeing what Kendrick is doing here because there's not a lot of people who have the capability and the will to actually do it. And now he's actually fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's actually going to have any long-term impacts and actually give anyone any pause and actually see like a lot of the things that he's attacking Drake for is like corny. I mean, as much as like I agree with and I understand and I take issue with a lot of the same things that Kendrick is bringing up, vis-a-vis how he operates within, you know, the music industry. I agree with a lot of his points. Simultaneously, Drake is kind of more of a symptom than he is the problem, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just talking earlier about the fact that like this man is getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars to just hand in whatever album he feels like, regardless of how good it is. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's going to lead to shit music. And that's why we're getting it. That's why we're getting this vapid, meaningless nothing that is just so non-representative of the genre that it's allegedly supposed to be, you know, that he's allegedly supposed to be the flagship artist for. So, you know, if Drake ends up going away because of this, there just may end up being another Drake that kind of replaces him. You know, just end up being a Drake of a different flavor.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna like play a pivotal role in changing the course of like hip hop. I think for the average viewer, myself included, from the sidelines, we're like I said, people are like invested in the drama, everybody knows Drake, and everybody knows that there's like a lot of sus shit about Drake. So all of that coming in the, all of that being addressed in this way, I think is big, and ultimately, inevitably, I mean, people will look to a response from him. But even if he doesn't, like, he's just gonna make another fucking album, a couple months down the line, and try to secure as many collaborative projects as possible in that process. Like, he's too big to fail, is what I'm saying. Like, people don't just fall apart like that unless they just completely stop making music, in which case their fan base will dwindle a little bit, but like there will still be the diehard riders like Nicki Minaj, as we've talked about before. Like, there's always going to be people that will ride for you, like Ye and Nicki Minaj, and Drake will be like that as well, no matter what happens. But I don't even think that it will get to that point, because like he's such a massive commercial success overall that I feel like, yeah, he is like a big bank in a sense. It's just not going to happen. But overall, I am interested to see where else Kendrick goes with this, and I would like to see more receipts other than just like saying that he's a pedophile over and over again, which I think is very funny.
Yeah, no, I mean, same. I think this is not, regardless of whether or not Drake responds sooner, later, never. I think Kendrick is not done saying what he's saying, and it sort of seems like he's making bolder accusations, naming more names as he's going along, and I think he's kind of breadcrumbing the process. Like, I knew that with Euphoria, he wasn't saying everything that he was going to say, but I didn't think he was. I thought it was going to be Euphoria and then the fucking nuclear option, whatever that is. And I don't even know if there's a nuclear option at this point. I think he's actually I think this process, as of right now, how he's kind of like, slowly kind of stepping it and dragging it out, it's kind of like water torture instead. Yeah. I feel like it's kind of like, leaking another track, leaking another track, leaking another track. And the song appeals in a different way. It has a different bit of information, and everybody's eating up every crumb along the way. And it's just, putting Drake on the defensive.
You got JP fan artists weighing in on the beef. Like, this beef has hit Japanese Twitter. Kendrick probably prepared the track to some extent and invited Drake to Instagram, then ambushed him for an answer. It's hitting Kendrick. Please stop. Drake's life is at 0. It's officially international. The beef has gone worldwide. This is awesome. Anyway, thank you, Anthony, for coming on. This was a phenomenal experience. It got me to listen to music, and I have been nonstop for the past week, as a matter of fact.
We'll convert you yet.
One day I'll be a music listener. A full-blown one. Thank you, Anthony Fantano, The Needle Drop. As you guys know, thank you so much for coming on. Peace.
Bye.
That was Melon, the internet's busiest music nerd.
Syria is in grave danger. Since the fall of the dictator Bashar al-Assad, a new government has taken power and been hailed by the international liberal order as ushering in a golden age of freedom in the country. However, this praise is misguided, to say the least. The new leader of Syria, Ahmed al-Sharaa, known also by his alias al-Julani, is not who he claims to be. Prior to founding his own militant organization in 2013, Ahmed was a significant member of al-Qaeda and was also one of the founding figures of the Islamic State. The purported liberalization of his ruling HTS has been nothing more than a calculated deception which was intended to earn international legitimacy, a legitimacy that the HTS's members have since forsaken. The reality is that Sharaa was effectively a member of ISIS from his earliest militant days until 2013. As many know, Sharaa was a veteran of al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and their insurgency against American forces in 2003. AQI was the continuation of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's JTJ, also known as Jama'at, a group in which al-Sharaa had been an important member. Originally established in 1999 and later merging voluntarily into al-Qaeda, JTJ was where al-Sharaa became a close friend and confidant of al-Zarqawi. In 2003, during the Iraq War, Ahmed al-Sharaa was captured by American forces and detained at Camp Bucca, where he developed a personal relationship with Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, his cellmate, and the man who would later declare himself as caliph in 2014. After al-Zarqawi's death in 2006, AQI was rebranded as the Islamic State in Iraq under al-Baghdadi's leadership, though it continued to be known as AQI until its expansion into Syria. The Islamic State in Iraq, or ISI, then established the al-Nusra Front as its Syrian branch under al-Jilani's command, initially giving him control over about 50 fighters. Al-Nusra then quickly evolves into a broader coalition, which acts as a high command for a handful of Islamic militant organizations in the region, including the Islamic State-aligned Caucasus Emirate. In essence, Ahmed al-Sharaa answered directly to Baghdadi. To put everything I've just said simply, al-Jilani's original al-Nusra was conceived as a project solely intended to extend the Islamic State's influence into Syria, a designation that was confirmed by the United States government in 2012, with al-Baghdadi entrusting him with command over ISI, or Islamic State Iraq assets in Syria, such as the Caucasus Emirate. In fact, Western intelligence initially referred to al-Nusra as Islamic State Syria, or ISS for short. Al-Jilani's decision to break away from the Islamic State only came from his desire to avoid long-term subordination to al-Baghdadi and to establish an independent organization. The Syrian Salvation Government, which preceded al-Sharaa's eventual control over the entirety of Syria, adopted the Syrian independence flag emblazoned with the Islamic Shahada as its national emblem. In the earliest days of the Syrian transitional government, following Assad's overthrow last year, the Tawhid flag, the symbol of Islamic theocratic statehood, was used alongside the Syrian independence flag. Although I'd be surprised if people are still unaware of this fact by now, but upon overthrowing Assad, al-Sharaa, acting as the de facto leader, unilaterally declared himself as president of Syria, has dismissed parliament indefinitely and abolished the constitution, announcing that it will take up to 3 years to draft a new constitution and 4 years to hold new elections. Those were his initial announcements, though the suspension of elections has since been extended to more than 5 years. On December 8th, the day of Assad's overthrow, one of Sharaa's first acts was to deliver a speech at the Great Mosque of Damascus, proclaiming a new chapter in Syrian history. Beginning in Idlib and now spreading to other major cities, the ruling HTS has imposed severe restrictions on women's dress code, mobility, and public participation. Women are required to be accompanied by a male guardian in public, and violations of these rules can result in fines or detention. In an interview with Lebanon's Al Jadid TV, the chief of political affairs of Syria, Obaida Arnaoud, announced that women will henceforth be excluded from certain aspects of public life due to their biological, psychological, and mental characteristics. Especially alarming is the appointment of Syria's new chief of women's affairs. Al-Debs, who heads this department, has publicly praised Hamas, mourned the death of its leaders, described the revolution against Assad as inherently jihadist, has rejected the notion of gender equality, arguing that secularism has harmed women, and stated that feminism will no longer be tolerated in a post-Assad Syria. Meanwhile, HTS member Shadi al-Waisi, formerly a judge for al-Nusra, and recorded on video ordering the execution of Syrian women for violating Islamic law, has been promoted as the Minister of Justice under al-Sharaa. Additionally, Abdulaziz Dawood Kudberdi, commander of the Turkestan Islamic Party, has been appointed as a brigadier general, as have many other Islamist militants from Jordan, Turkey, Xinjiang, Egypt, and Albania. Over the course of this very weekend, the Druze people have begun to face notably increasing aggression from the Syrian government. Israeli authorities, who grant special protection to the Druze, have demanded the defense of Druze settlements near Damascus, including in areas such as Jarmana, where violent incidents, which have been instigated by the Syrian security forces, have already been resulting in casualties. Gunmen from nearby suburbs have been harassing local Druze defenders, while in Swaida, the Druze have been resisting handing over their weapons in defiance against the new Islamic regime. Many are happy to see the overthrow of Assad. However, the fact is that without decisive intervention, Syria is on the track to suffer a fate similar to that of Iran and Afghanistan, where long-standing social freedoms were entirely eradicated following the rise of jihadist regimes, which have, in the region, consistently been far worse than their preceding secular regimes across the board. Unless international intervention occurs, or a miraculous victory by remaining Ba'athist insurgents is achieved, one can only hope that such international pressure might at least temper the actions of this emerging jihadist dictatorship for the sake of the Syrian people. Maximilien de Robespierre was born into a modest family in 1758, Arras, France. Baptized the very day he was born, he was the eldest of 5 children, his father being an advocate on the Superior Council of Artois, and his mother the daughter of a local brewer. His parents' marriage mere months before his birth meant that his very conception was illegitimate in 18th century France. At the age of 6, Robespierre lost his mother, and shortly thereafter his father abandoned his family entirely. Custody over his 2 younger sisters was entrusted to his paternal aunts, while he and his brother were raised by their maternal grandmother. Despite all of these early hardships, in 1765 Robespierre entered the College of Arras, and by 1769 he won a 450 livres scholarship from the Abbey of Saint Vaast to attend the prestigious College of Louis the Great in Paris. There, Robespierre swiftly established a reputation for intellectual rigor, securing numerous prizes in Latin and Greek between 1771 and 1776. His prefect, Abbé Pouillat, would later recall the young Robespierre as studious, solitary, and thoughtful, qualities which would later earn him the enduring moniker, the Incorruptible. After completing his secondary education, Robespierre enrolled in the University of Paris, obtaining his Bachelor of Law on July 31st, 1780, and his Licentiate on May 15th, 1781. He promptly registered at the Paris Bar, while his Louis the Great College scholarship passed to his brother Augustine. Some unverified accounts suggest that Robespierre had brief encounters with the arch-liberal Jean-Jacques Rousseau, though these recollections remain highly speculative and are likely just chronological embellishments. Robespierre was nonetheless an ardent disciple of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He famously carried Rousseau's Social Contract as his guiding text, which was placed by his bedside as he slept. He referred to Rousseau as divine, praising how he taught Robespierre to, quote, know myself. Rousseau's doctrine that legitimate law expresses the collective will of the people was entirely taken on by Robespierre. He declared that the will of the representatives must be regarded and respected as the will of the nation, and that it carried sacred authority superior to any private will, else the nation would lose its sovereignty. Rousseau also inspired Robespierre in the importance of public virtue as the foundation of a free republic, as they both held that only a virtuous citizenry could maintain liberty. The most direct link between these two fascinating men was the concept of a civil religion, a Rousseauian idea. In The Social Contract, Rousseau argued that any stable state must have some form of public faith to bind citizens together. They must have belief in an all-powerful, just God who rewards virtue and punishes vice, and the sanctity of the social contract itself. Rousseau himself mused that if God didn't exist, he would have to be invented, a proclamation which Robespierre would take quite seriously in the time to come. Returning to Arras in late 1781, Robespierre established his legal practice alongside his sister Charlotte on Rue Samon, quickly distinguishing himself in the courtroom. In January 1782, he began pleading cases at the Council of Artois, and by March had been appointed judge at the Episcopal Court. By February 1786, he was unanimously elected as director of the Academy of Belles-Lettres. There, he championed social reform far ahead of his time, such as the legitimation and pensioning of illegitimate children, proposing public incentives to adoption, and pressuring for female membership, which he succeeded in, as he admitted literates such as Marie Le Masson de Gorff and Louis de Carlou in 1787. While his private life is somewhat enigmatic, Robespierre never married. Instead, his devotion to public service, as well as the ideals of the Enlightenment, occupied his every waking hour. Robespierre's experiences of personal loss in his early childhood and his early immersion in classical learning, his legal practice in Arras, all of this reinforced his belief that law and morality has to serve the common good. By early 1789, France was on the brink of collapse. Debt-ridden and hungry, the kingdom convened the Estates Generales at Versailles in May, summoning deputies from the 3 estates of clergy, nobility, and commoners. Robespierre, newly elected by the 3rd estate of Artois, arrived in Paris as a relatively obscure provincial lawyer, yet armed with his own personal clear vision, a vision that any true reform had to begin with legal equality and popular sovereignty of the masses. His first speech, delivered on June 4th, 1789, denounced the proposed double vote system that would have granted the privileged orders of France disproportionate influence over the masses. He invoked the separation of powers as well as Rousseau's concept of the general will in his argument that the sovereignty of the people cannot tolerate any division of its own right. His stance quickly drew notice among France's own radical deputies and salon circles. As the king resisted, the deputies of the Third Estate reconstituted themselves as the National Assembly on June 17th, and Robespierre threw himself into drafting the tennis court oath a day later. He served on the committees which would shape the August decrees, abolishing feudal privileges, declaring equality before the law, and introducing male universal suffrage, a proposal that, though rejected then, would later reappear in his constitutional projects. With the revolutionary attitude of France rising, Robespierre joined the newly formed Jacobin Club in July 1789, aligning with other reformers, though Robespierre was very distinct from these other revolutionaries in his defense of virtue over expedience. When the Paris mob, for example, stormed the Bastille on July 14th, Robespierre warned against the unbridled violence which occurred, insisting that any populist action has to be guided by the rule of law. The pivotal moment of the revolution came when, in June of 1791, King Louis attempted to escape Paris, fleeing to Varennes. Robespierre seized on the betrayal of the king to argue that a constitutional monarchy was at that point impossible to uphold within France. In his oration to the National Assembly, he declared that the sovereign can no longer reside in one who betrays him, pressing now for the total abolition of France's monarchy and the immediate establishment of a republic. His exact proposals, though impactful in cementing Robespierre's position within the French Revolution, were only adopted way later on in September of 1792. He published several pamphlets on press, freedom, universal education, and the total abolition of capital punishment. All of these texts absolutely emphatic that liberty, absent of virtue within the people, would only descend into anarchy. Robespierre advocated for universal primary education under strict state oversight to ensure uniform quality of education and to inculcate patriotism and reason from childhood. By the close of 1791, Robespierre wasn't just some anonymous provincial citizen anymore. He was one of the revolution's most principled voices. Fast forward to the beginning of 1793 as the revolution enters its most radical phase. Robespierre, having secured election to the French National Convention, now confronted the gravest questions of Republican legitimacy. Should the dethroned former King Louis be tried for treason, and how should France defend itself against the internal insurrections and foreign coalitions? After about a week of protracted debate during the king's trial in late November to December of 1792, Robespierre rose November 30th, insisting that there was no trial to be had, for the people had judged King Louis by his flight and counter-revolutionary intrigues. When procedural delays were threatening the acquittal of the king, Robespierre returned on December 3rd to declare flatly, "Louis must die so that the fatherland may live." Although this motion did not carry the day, it did galvanize the Mountain faction and rendered any hope of reprieve as absolutely impossible. On January 21st, 1793, the convention voted 366 to 355 for the death sentence for the king, a margin transformed into 361 to 360 after a secondary ballot. On March 25th, 1793, the National Convention transformed its existing war council into a committee of public safety, which was initially composed of 25 members, among them Robespierre, whose reputation for being incorruptible made his inclusion within the committee absolutely necessary. Within weeks, the committee assumed near omnipotent authority, raising armies, directing provisioning, and organizing the Revolutionary Tribunal. Yet even still, Robespierre was very uneasy about utilizing violence to pursue his ends. He pressured for a precise definition of what it meant to be counter-revolutionary, to protect loyal patriots from overzealous persecution, which was a measure, in fact, watered down by Maximin Isnard. On April 24th, 1793, Robespierre presented a draft declaration that split hairs with the Girondin version. Robespierre invoked the obligation to respect the rights of others, to prevent property from undermining the safety, liberty, life, or property of our fellow citizens, and proposed progressive taxation and curbs on speculative landholding to enshrine universal fraternity and citizenship. His accompanying property speech argued that while he loved property, it must serve social utility. As he stated, "I will first propose to you a few necessary articles to limit property. I will be devoted to them. But as for mud, you who value only gold, I do not wish to touch your lands nor your houses. By mid-1793, two antagonistic currents confronted Robespierre. First, the indulgence led by Danton and Desmoulins, who decried the terror as unnecessary and destructive, and the Herbertists, radical de-Christianizers who were proponents of a limitless severity, who demanded even wider purges than were even happening in France at the time. Robespierre, however, wanted a middle path, which was defined by rigorous but at the same time principled and disciplined repression wielded only against genuine traitors to the French Revolution. In December, he proposed a committee of justice to free unjustly imprisoned patriots, a proposal which earned heavy opposition from the Committee of General Security, which ultimately saw his proposal rejected. On September 17th, 1793, the convention enacted the Law of Suspects, which expanded criteria for arrest to include enemies of freedom, anyone failing to display the requisites of patriotism, or those who merely spoke or wrote against the revolution. Though Robespierre had argued for very precise definitions to protect innocent patriots from persecution, the final document was very broad sweeping, enabling local revolutionary committees to jail neighbors or family members and political adversaries on mere accusation. This law was a turning point. Virtue, once Robespierre's safeguard, was weaponized now into a license for denunciation. Robespierre observed in private correspondence that some committees abused suspect registers to settle personal vendettas, but his appeal for moderation was falling on deaf ears as regional representatives demanded even harsher measures. The Revolutionary Tribunal, created in March 1793 to try counter-revolutionaries more quickly, had become a machine of summary justice, with baseless accusations replacing authentic evidence, overseen by juries too fearful to acquit suspects. Robespierre, who had sought to restrict its jurisdiction to genuine traitors alone, was finding his efforts undermined by public panic and a mass clamor for blood. In an address on November 7th, 1793, Robespierre lamented that the tribunal must be an avenger, not an executioner, but within weeks, the number of executions was surging past 1,000 per month, something that horrified moderate deputies while boosting the morale of the extremists. At the same time as these political purges, economic legislation was strangling France's economy. The law of the maximum fixed prices on grain, bread, and essential goods under penalty of severe punishment. Robespierre had fought for price controls in the past for starving citizens because he believed that property should serve the common good, though the practical implementation of this law fell to militant enforcers who were stealing goods and imprisoning merchants regardless of intent. In one instance, a baker was executed before his own oven, accused of hoarding flour. Robespierre's later writings would decry these excesses, as in his own words, the true enemy of the poor is not the honest merchant, but the speculator who starves the nation. Maximilien Robespierre instituted a new religion in France known as the Cult of the Supreme Being in spring 1794, a deistic civil religion meant to replace atheist radicalism with a state-sanctioned faith in virtue. In his May 7th speech of 1794 to the National Convention, Robespierre denounced both the fanatical atheism of some factions as well as Roman Catholicism, proclaiming instead that to recall men to the pure cult of the Supreme Being is to strike a death blow at fanaticism. He promised that without compulsion, without persecution, all sects must mingle spontaneously in the universal religion of nature. He attacked the clergy as charlatans whose god of the priests was not the god of nature, arguing instead that the real priest of the Supreme Being is nature, his temple, the universe, his worship, virtue. In Robespierre's view, belief in a provident deity and a moral order was indispensable for the new French Republic. The sole foundation and essence of civil society was to be morality and virtue. Thus, the cult's theology was explicitly moral and civic as well. God existed and the soul was immortal, but worship took the form of ethical action, not blind ritual. The convention formally adopted Robespierre's proposals in the decree of May 18th. Article 1 declared, "The French people recognize the existence of the Supreme Being and the immortality of the soul." Article 2 defined the true worship of God as to do one's duties as a man. Article 3 listed those duties: to detest bad faith and despotism, to punish tyrants and traitors, to assist the unfortunate, to respect the weak, to defend the oppressed, to do unto others all the good one can, behaving justly toward all. In short, the Republican virtues, justice, solidarity, opposition to tyranny, were the cult's liturgy. Articles 4 to 5 instituted public festivals to remind men of the deity and of the dignity of their state, to be named after revolutionary events and exalted virtues such as truth, justice, modesty, etc. Robespierre cast the cult as a deistic natural religion. Like Rousseau's social contract on civil religion, it affirmed simple dogmas, belief in God, immortality, reward and punishment, and the importance of civic duty. Robespierre summed up this faith. Quote, God created men to help each other, to love each other mutually, and to attain happiness by the way of virtue. And he warned that the author of nature has bound all mortals by a boundless chain of love and happiness. He insisted there would be no Christ, no Muhammad in these festivals, and no historical creed was permitted to override the Republic. In his address to the convention, he stressed that the recognition of a supreme being and moral law were constant reminders of justice essential to the social order. Robespierre explicitly targeted the Catholic hierarchy, accusing priests of inventing a capricious God. He thundered that priests had created God in their own image. They have made him jealous, capricious, greedy. They treated him as their tool to rule, as the kings of Clovis did. In this rhetoric, the cult repurposed sacrificial language. Priests were known as charlatans. Nature was the true temple, and virtue the only true worship. No liturgy or sacraments survived. Instead, merely devotion was meant as the purest form of active worship. In 1793, radical Jacobins had closed churches, seized church property, required priests to swear loyalty oaths, and even proclaimed an atheist cult of reason which was detested by Robespierre, and by 1794 he moved to cut it down. For the public, the cult was novel. Some devout still clung to their faith in private, while most joined the civic events out of patriotism. Overall, the cult was a confirmation of the Republic's rejection of Catholic authority and replaced divine mysteries with patriotic ritual. Christianity as a public force all but vanished, seemingly overnight. By Robespierre's fall, worship was only practiced as a private matter. Robespierre's famous address of February 5th, 1794, enshrined his vision that a republican government is founded on virtue, a despotic government on terror. He framed the revolution's terror not as an end in itself, but as the despotism of liberty, a temporary necessity to shield the revolution from its own enemies, not just to subjugate the people. But when the revolution's factions accused Robespierre of masterminding the indiscriminate bloodshed of the French Revolution, he became a lightning rod for collective resentment very quickly. Robespierre allied with Saint-Just and Couthon to eliminate the Herbertists, accusing Jacques Herbert and his followers of atheism and fomenting insurrection against the revolution, resulting in their execution on March 24th of 1794. Weeks later, Danton and the Indulgents fell under suspicion of leniency. Robespierre's vote sealed their fate on April 5th, a decision he later defended as a necessity to preserve the revolution against corruption. These purges were aimed at radical excess and counter-revolutionary conspiracies, though they revealed the paradox of Robespierre's own position. The very instrument he intended as a temporary bulwark against tyranny became the engine of wholesale repression. His insistence that the terror without virtue would be destructive, but virtue without terror is powerless, now rang absolutely hollow to many of France's deputies who saw only Robespierre's seeming triumphalism, censuring first the right, then the left, until nobody was immune to his authority. As spring turned to summer, 1794, Parisian streets brimmed with dread. Even the Incorruptible's closest confidants trembled at the thought of appearing insufficiently zealous for the revolution. Robespierre himself, in private musings, acknowledged that the revolution was approaching a precipice. Quote, "Our enemies multiply among those we have spared. Suspicion, like a poison, spreads within our own ranks." But when Robespierre proposed the Saint-Just Amendment, a law to outlaw factions within France's National Convention, it was perceived as a direct threat to the deputies' safety, turning Robespierre's own allies into determined opponents. Thus, by mid-1794, the terror born out of necessity and moral fervor had now spiraled into an unstoppable force. Robespierre's ideal of a virtuous republic, founded upon education, moral cultivation, and constitutional checks, had now been overwhelmed by the machinery of denunciation, summary justice, and economic coercion. In seeking to save his revolution from its enemies, Robespierre had in effect become complicit in its most terrible excesses. By July 27, 1794, the convention was a cauldron of fear and intrigue. At the same time, Robespierre had spent the preceding days rallying support in clandestine meetings, convinced that there was a plot to overthrow him afoot. Yet when Robespierre rose to speak that morning, intending to expose traitors within the convention, his own friends had already been neutralized. Saint Just's proposal to outlaw factions had been withdrawn, and many deputies, among them Tallien, Fréron, and Fauci, had resolved to strike first. By the summer of 1794, the convention's deputies, many complicit in the terror, but now eager to shift the blame, painted Robespierre as the architect of a tyrannical cult. His own committee colleagues, fearing his moral rectitude would soon turn on them, moved against him. On 9 Thermidor, or July 17, 1794, a coalition of former allies denounced Robespierre and his very closest supporters, stripping all of them of immunity and sentencing them to immediate execution. At the moment of Robespierre's speech, Tallien leapt to his feet, stating, "Citizens, the tyrant speaks. Arrest him." Chaos ensued. Attempts to read Robespierre's imminent address were drowned by shouts of "À la guillotine." Both he and his closest allies, Saint Just, Couthon, Lebas, were declared outlaws, their immunity immediately revoked. Robespierre attempted to flee to the Hôtel des Villes, but upon discovering it guarded, surrendered himself alongside his faithful companion David. That evening, under heavy guard, the prisoners were conveyed to the municipal prison of the Abbaye. The following morning, on July 28, 1794, or 10 Thermidor, the Revolutionary Tribunal, now under control of the Thermidorians, held a very swift trial, and Robespierre's final words went unheard under the din of hurried proceedings. Within hours, he and 21 of his supporters were sentenced to death without the possibility of appeal. Late that afternoon, Robespierre mounted the scaffold on the Place de la Révolution. An eyewitness recorded his final composure. In the sight of the guillotine's shadow, his eyes remained clear, his voice unshaken. He saluted the fraternal guard as a fellow patriot, then bowed his head to fate. Thus ended the life of the revolution's most fervent idealist, executed by the very machinery he had helped to construct. The terror perpetrated in his own name was eclipsed by the Thermidorian reaction, which unleashed another wave of violence against the Jacobins. Thus, the revolution devoured its most virtuous champion. Robespierre fell not in spite of his integrity, but because his uncompromising virtues had made him many enemies, among them those who feared his own return to moderation. In the days that followed, a fierce purge of the Jacobin Club swept France. Statues of Marat were toppled, the revolutionary calendar was abandoned, and the law of suspects was repealed. Many former committee members fled or were themselves guillotined by the Thermidorians, who branded them new tyrants. But paradoxically, the Thermidorian reaction also restored many of the moderate reforms Robespierre had championed, such as amnesty for political prisoners or freedom of the press, local self-government, albeit stripped of their moral education programs and the vision of an ethically disciplined citizenry. The revolution had consumed its best advocate of virtue, only to preserve fragments of his legacy without its animating purpose. In the immediate aftermath of Thermidor, Robespierre's reputation suffered a torrent of denunciation across France. Les Montieurs and the Paris Journal, under Thermidorian influence, published scathing caricatures depicting him as some sort of bloodthirsty tyrant. But in Jacobin circles, where underground newsletters and meetings preserved his authentic memory, Robespierre was mourned as a martyr of virtue, who had been betrayed by cowardly opportunists who feared his moral rigor even more than they feared royalist counter-revolutions. In the end, the revolution he had loved betrayed him as surely as it consumed thousands of others. Deputies who once hailed his integrity turned on him overnight, and his final hours, spent in defiant silence before the guillotine, acted as a confirmation of his conviction that a republic without virtue cannot endure, and that virtue, when wielded as an instrument of cultural and political power, becomes indistinguishable from tyranny.
Everyone has dropped their coverage, basically, of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's D.C. military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. I'll watch a little bit of this, and then afterwards, I'll head out to the protest. My town's counter-protest was 4 church leaders, a MAGA Make America Godly Again flag, and most of the town actively flipping them off, rural Texas. Oh, it got pushed back. Easy to pray for the wolves of the state. Need to encircle them like elephants do with their babies. The boomer generation was awful. World War II ended and they didn't do anything, and now the world is in flames. Every generation after World War II has been lackluster. A military expert said that the strike on the oil depot is a propaganda strike for domestic consumption Israelis because those depots are extremely easy to repair and can be filled up again and be up and running in like 2 days. It's not a refinery.
Test, but we haven't seen anything like that. They've had a great experience here in the city. Everyone they've talked to has been very kind, and of course the U.S. Army is a nonpartisan organization. So today, June 14th, is the U.S. Army's birthday. That's why 7,000 of us are here.
Cope. Oh, what funny cope. About an hour until the parade started time in D.C., and there are plenty of prime viewing spots wide open, particularly towards the beginning of the route along Constitution Avenue. Oh my God. No one is there. Not even the protest. Not even the protest. Oh, that's so funny. Oh no. When you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be there. This is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie, this low key is the best possible thing that could have happened. Like maybe some incredibly limited number of people and then like some obviously anti-Trump protesters, but like overall just limited involvement is hilarious. It's funnier, like having no one show up is funnier than having even only counter protesters show up. Dude, they can't even march in sync. It's so bad. North Korea clears, not gonna lie. God, we're so ass. Fake news from the Piker Broadcasting Service is the biggest military parade in military history. Yeah, definitely. Piker Broadcasting Service does not engage or entertain any fake news whatsoever. I do not want to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers and for you, the viewers, and is funded by you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains editorial independence by your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions. That can be $6 a month in the form of a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. I have PBS logos that are meant to go on stream. Damn, this is kind of fire. Transparent GIF. Why doesn't it show up like a GIF? It's not moving. Why did I just get a Go Army ad? Are you running ads again? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run any ads and is funded entirely by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you. Stop the fake news. This is DC Today. Ignore the season. It's real. This is what DC looks like right now. They're all, and I'm hearing my sources on the ground are saying that they're incredibly stoked. Oh my God. Bro, this sucks so much. Oh, this sucks so much for Trump. Oh, that's awesome. This is exactly the kind of petty shit that he hates too. All around the country, there are millions of people on the streets from different walks of life, from different demographic backgrounds, marching against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump himself can't even get enough of his supporters to come watch his birthday party army parade. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so perfect. I'm sorry. I know this is like kind of libbed up, but this is exactly the type of shit that Donald Trump cares about. And this is hilarious. Update on the cross from 16 minutes ago. Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the liberal protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular, they're all around, and that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter, and it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you, I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy shit, so many glazers. I mean, there's even still plenty of haters of Elon on Twitter as well. But like, if your only assessment is conducted online, if your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online, if you see the giant numbers that people like Gold have in terms of audiences, and you look at Twitter and you see all of the half-botted, half-popular support for neo-Nazi sentiment, you will genuinely develop a false sense of what the world looks like. The irony is, these guys used to say, oh, we're the silent majority. The silent majority is the liberals. Liberalism is monoculture. The silent majority has been, especially with the increasingly unleashed right-wing sentiment, algorithm-boosted right-wing sentiment that you see everywhere, that's like botted into oblivion with fake likes and all this shit. You think that the actual majority population's attitude is like super pro Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the actual silent majority is the liberals and progressives and the combination movement that is anti-Trump. It's just that the online majority sentiment is very loud. The online sentiment is very loud, and it makes you falsely believe that there's like a majority opinion there. I've been trying to explain this to people for quite a while. I think because of how aggressive right-wing sentiment is generally, and how aggressive right-wingers are, both in the real world and also specifically online, with constant fucking harassment campaigns, constant brigading, that people have developed a false sense of political parity, political ideological parity in this country, where they actually think that the world is, or especially America, is way, way, way more right-wing than it actually is. Even people that voted for Donald Trump voted for him because they got duped into voting for him. There are still a shit of people who thought legitimately that Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem, it seems, when no such problem really existed. This is why I kept saying this was a major gap in information from the Democratic side. It was a major mistake from the Democrats that allowed public sentiment and public discourse to shift in this incredibly right-wing direction. And it has snapped back to reality very quickly once ICE started doing these idiotic and dangerous and scary operations in people's backyards and in people's neighborhoods. Open presents, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. Oh my God, the protest is, or not protest, the parade has started.
Please welcome the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
It's so funny and it's so ass. No one cares.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
This shit is so sauceless. Look at how empty it is. He knows how empty that crowd is. He's sad. He's sad. You can tell he's sad. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Pack watch. R.I.P. Bozo. Millions of people on the streets of the United States protesting Trump all around the nation. Meanwhile, no one is attending his ass birthday party. This is proof, once again, that the repulsive far-right hug box that Twitter and online spaces have become is not representative of real-world support for MAGA and right-wing policies. Do not be deluded. Do not be discouraged. Become undeniable. Become unavoidable. You will rarely see crowd shots unless it's like Trump moving into the stage, and at which point you see that there's no one behind them.
Oh, say
Republicans are gonna be like, this is DEI. This is this DEI singer. He looks like Why is he saluting? He's the commander-in-chief. Oh, she came back twice. That's crazy. She double tapped. She hit the double tap. Home of the Brave double tap. Wow, very tight shots of the crowd. Very tight shots of the crowd.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
It's like probably the worst time to try to instill patriotic feelings in this country when there's so much discontent and anger, where people are like, why can't we go back to the fucking glory days? Because like right now, you're talking about the glorious past, you know, Revolutionary War, taking out a monarch, like removing a monarch's grip of power. Meanwhile, now all the army does is just brutalize like brown 14-year-old children so that a bunch of rich assholes can make money stealing the natural resources of said country and failing to do so in the process anyway.
To get
it just
closer
sucks.
And closer to the
What is happening with this stream? The stream
finally
is
getting
tanking.
within rifle and cannon range. Now
What is going on right now?
off our first cannon shot.
The British had two.
Oh, here, let's look at Fox News. They got
and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer.
the only
and
attendees of
closer
the
to fort.
families of
Finally
soldiers.
getting within rifle and cannon range.
Served
Naturally,
in
George
the Army
Washington
at the
chose
time
to
when
set
George
off our first
Washington
cannon
was
shot.
the
British had
president,
two
and
small
how for them they would have the opportunity, something this kid would have never had otherwise, to see what that looked like back in the day. And we see it as they progress through here. This is the start of the era of what would have been, what soldiers would have looked like and how they would have worn.
By the
we
way,
expect to see
straight up, Trump is so zesty with it because low-key, this is kind of cool. And this is exactly the type of that a zesty ass man would come up with. Like they actually hired a bunch of like professional costume designers, for the record, so that they could showcase the costume, like the uniforms of every single era. And I'm sorry, I like that. I will admit, I like that. I think it's cool, but that is something that a very zesty man with a penchant for art, who has an artistic vision, would come up with. Okay, this is where we're at. Clearly.
Of the parade really taking off here. You see some Army soldiers carrying the colors of the United States and the Army.
Also, remember, parades always gay. It is Pride Month. It is Pride Month. Parades automatically gay. There is no way to make a parade straight, okay? It's always a queer experience, and therefore, this is technically a pride parade.
These are ceremonial uniforms in some cases. There are the camos of desert wartime. And you also get a sense of how generation by generation the Army has changed. Its mission, of course, is different in different parts of the world, hence the desert camos for certain combat that reflected that as a way of blending in. And then, of course, the dress uniforms. All of this quite stirring to see if you're there in person, and a real way to say we all appreciate the service of members. 7,000 soldiers are here.
Participating across the parade today. And I think what we're seeing, and I'm going to hope that the video is sort of playing in a order that we were anticipating. This is what you saw a moment ago, I believe, was the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own, as it's come to be known, founded in 1922 and was something that was created under the orders of General John Pershing, who commanded U.S. Expeditionary Forces in World War I, because he felt like the United States needed a band, like he had seen in Europe, to celebrate the work of its soldiers.
And that tradition has been so powerful, and generals and presidents have used it to stir the emotions, to bring patriotic music to the forefront, to give soldiers a chance to be a part of important rituals that are a part of civilian life. All of that very important. There's a combination of things happening here today, too. Some of the images you will see are from independent news cameras, and some of them are from a production company related to America 250. You see that in the upper left-hand corner. So there is a certain movie-making quality to today, and then there's a news event quality to what is happening.
There's more
today.
people here than there. Oh, for sure.
We're taking advantage of both of those perspectives.
We're going to sort of listen in at different moments throughout this presentation this evening. So we'll sort of stop down here for a second and let you hear a little bit of what people on the parade route are hearing as these soldiers work their way past the reviewing stand. Listen for a few minutes here.
The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery.
Why is this sauceless?
Campaign streamers
I think other countries that don't have much in terms of military conquest spend a lot more of their limited efforts on putting together sick-ass parades. That's why our parades look kind of sauceless. Like low-key, the North Korean parade is better than this. Okay? Straight up. Chinese parades are way sicker than this. North Korean parades are way sicker than this. I would go so far as to say the Russian parade was kind of ass too. I watched the Russian Victory Day parades. Like some of them looked kind of too. So I guess the more your military is actually put to use, the worse your parade looks.
These fife and drum corps that we've talked about a little bit here, and obviously they're wearing those Revolution-era uniforms as they do when they perform around the D.C. area and in other places as well. This is really the Army's way of paying tribute to those original soldiers. The 1st Regiment that is now one that is recognized as the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. You just heard the announcer talking about here.
And these soldiers often participate in state visits. So when the White House and the president invites a leader, it's the highest level of diplomatic honor. And there's a big ceremony on the South Lawn. You always get the fife and drum corps as part of
making black Army soldiers dress up as
and the leader of the Army during the Revolution.
That's crazy. That's wild. The American military is also obviously very diverse, especially the Army is very diverse now. But it's just crazy to, do that. Make a black man wear a powdered wig like that is not good. It's up, I think.
himself. But it is so exciting to see things that go back and really remind us. And we will be living, as you said in the opening here, about how next year is the 250th anniversary of the nation. So we're sort of now building up to all of that. And this is dramatic. These are paratroopers.
The Army's Golden Knights, the parachute team that is world famous, in not great weather conditions today here in Washington.
Very challenging.
Still making this jump to really thrill a crowd. If you've been to an air show, you know how amazing it is to see some of these air performances and to see the Golden Knights parachute team jump in. These are expert parachute jumpers, and they are soldiers, just to be clear.
They are soldiers. This is their duty.
These are all members of the Army, and this is what they do.
And they're putting on a show there, but that is spectacular. I was with the president earlier this week.
Wait, why do they have the Hezbollah colors, dude? What the bro? It's not even Al-Qassam, it's Hezbollah.
The skill that's involved there, there's real danger in that, and they do it, making it look effortless.
We are not focused on the jumpers anymore here, the skydivers anymore. Or actually, I think you can still see them on the screen a little bit here. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground. Vaughn, look up for me. Talk to me about what you're seeing there.
What the is this?
I'm looking up and watching them come down quickly here into the ellipse. This is impressive to watch here over the National Mall here in real time. You mentioned that, Kelly, over at Fort Bragg, when 600 paratroopers came down, this has been a moment here for this White House to effectively show off the current active forces that are still very much engaged. When we're talking about the U.S. military here today, you're talking about more than 1 million active National Guard and Reserve Army soldiers.
Oh, that's where the paratroopers are landing. There's not supposed to be people there.
Thousands of them are in the Middle East.
Sorry,
we're
we've
also
seen.
looking at the last time that this military parade took place was in 1991 after the Gulf War to honor and celebrate the troops that were returning here. And in many ways, when you're going up and down here, Constitution Avenue, a lot of these decades in the military interventions and in wars in which U.S. men and women had served in are very much intersecting. There's actually a new memorial that is going up, slated to open next year, right next to the Lincoln Memorial, to honor those that served in Desert Storm. And in many ways, I'm looking around the crowd here on the ground, and you're seeing a lot of young people, from teenagers to individuals in their 20s, that have lived through a new generation of war in the Middle East. More than 2 million U.S. men and women served in the Middle East, were deployed. And you look in the crowd, there's a great many of them who are here today, and this is what this moment is for the administration and why they wanted to have this event, to honor those U.S. Army men and women here who have served through generations past. And as you're watching these last of the paratroopers come down here, those in the stands, they are cheering them on, and they watching this. It's for folks to kind of have an idea. You have the White House, and then you've got there over kind of where the camera appears to be coming from. That camera is near where the Washington Monument is at, and right where that viewing stage and where the president is at.
Bro.
So the president would actually be looking behind him. That is where everybody is dropping there. There's been quite a perimeter here.
Wow, the Reuters coverage is
in terms of security.
Dog. No one is watching it
those
anymore.
That were attending this event and this parade were here safely and securely. There are a lot of question marks about whether this is going to take place today or not. Guys, there was a thunderstorm 24 hours ago here in the area, and the weather had the similar forecast. And I know that some of the plans have had to be called off, but the paratroopers was a big moment here, and something for everybody in or in Washington to watch with great pride as the U.S. Army, the Golden Knights, the last of them just came down here and finished their effort here on the evening.
What a view they had, those soldiers who practice these drills and do these jumps, prepared to do it anywhere in the world. And as they were floating down, to be able to see the White House and the ellipse and to know the president is
Iranian missiles over Iraq, another barrage coming soon. Obviously, we will move our attention away from this dog parade and back to more pressing matters in a moment. But it is pretty funny to see like how no motion the protests are, or how no motion the parade is, versus like how many people are participating in this protest.
If I can, something just kind of give you
Look
a
at
sense.
this.
of some of what happened here today. And, you know, everyone here is gathered, it seems, for one issue, and that is the immigration issue and ICE. And so many of the signs that people were walking with and carrying through the streets of Manhattan are here. They've left many of these signs. And it's so striking to see all these signs here in one place. And if you look all around here, you will see signs all across this park that many of the people who were marching have left
Unconfirmed
behind.
is Turkey finally doing something? Are you insane?
Families, young, and the number one issue.
not.
The number one issue here today is
Turkish military bases in
Many
Syria deliberately
concern
interfering with
over
Israeli
the
planes heading the bomb targets in
policies
Iran.
of Donald
Bull.
Trump and happening all across this country with how they have been detaining people, how they've been arresting people. That is the number one issue that we keep hearing from people today. So far, there have been no incidents here. Things tend to change, certainly as the evening goes on. There's another protest that's just now gathering at Foley Square, which is in Lower Manhattan, where I was a couple of days earlier this week, where there have been some there's been some flashpoints there between the police, because that is where the ICE offices are here in New York City. That is where the detention center, and that is where almost on a nightly basis.
Turks always going to invite themselves into everything. No, this. I wish they were doing that. I wish they were interfering with Israeli flights that are making their way over to bomb Tehran. They would never do that. Turkey would never do that. At most, you'll hear it from fake news outlets and shit like that. Turkey is a NATO partner, dude. Get out of here. Turkey would never, in a million years, do something that is actually disruptive to Israel's interests in the region. Turkey's actions in Syria were literally in line. What is this?
I do want to point out for our viewers, we seem to be moving pretty quickly here through the eras of the U.S.
Time
Army.
flies, as they say.
It does, especially on Constitution Avenue here in Washington. We're now in the World War I era, looking at some of the vehicles that were used by the Army in that
Bro, he
time
looks
period.
sad.
A touring
Bro
car,
looks
a staff
sad.
car, I believe is what you're looking at there, as we see some soldiers in period uniforms as well.
And as we say in Washington, a point of personal privilege. My
Two Israelis arrested on suspicion for spying for Iran. Wait, really?
And was honored with the Purple Heart there. So that one tugs at my heart to see those uniforms from that era.
And I believe these are members of the
Wait, they got the gay, they got gay stuff on the,
which was at the time.
What is this? This is literally a pride parade. Okay, abort. This is literally a pride parade, bro. They got the DEI band. They got some gay on their. Bro, what is happening? They got rainbow drums. This is literally what's going on. This is woke. The Army is woke. Abort.
A couple of years ago, where one of the major battles involving U.S. soldiers happened, was able to look out over what is still untouched field.
And that is where my grandfather served, so that really touches me.
Yeah,
it was the Great War until we had a Second World War, and then they became enumerated. But important history. And it is true that when President Trump was in France, I was on that trip with him, as Douglas was referencing, when they honored the 100th anniversary of the end of the First World War. That pageantry, done as the French can do it, certainly inspired President Trump, and it has been a part of his desire to see this kind of day happen in the United States, even though it has not been our tradition, except as Douglas indicated, when a war concludes, having that kind of ticker tape moment. This is something different. And it is certainly taking us through history, and it's also challenging some of our current thoughts about the place of the military in American life.
Absolutely. I believe we have Lieutenant General Steph Twitty with us in this moment. He is an NBC News military analyst, a former deputy commander for U.S. European Command. He is retired after 36 years of service, multiple combat tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait. I could go on and on, General, about the work that you've done in the United States Army over the years, and the accolades and medals that you've been presented in that time. I do want to first give you, though, an opportunity as you watch what's happening here.
Bro, Libophonics literally yesterday was talking about how he can't attend the No Libs protest, the No Kings protest, and that was, of course, a lie. Of course he went to the San Francisco No Kings protest. There is no way there was no way that there was going to be a liberal protest with Libophonics not in attendance, okay? I went, but I turned off airplane mode and GPS. What does that even mean? What, you think the government is going to come after you for going to the protest with your grandma? You turned on airplane mode? Yeah, the government's doing mass surveillance to target the 75-year-olds, the 75-year-old grandmothers. What is this? Can you please help decipher this person's politics? I have no idea what that is. Yeah, airplane mode does not stop the tracking, by the way.
After 9/11, we closed our installations, we closed our bases, our posts, and so forth. And we sort of lost that
let's watch
with the American people.
We can't even watch the Chinese protest. Let's watch a real protest. I mean, parade. Let's watch a real ass parade, chat. You can hear a pin drop. Wow. Wow. LMFAO, but if Americans did this, you'd all be calling them Nazis. When China does it, is hilarious. First of all, I am pro-parade. I have said this over and over again. It's one of the things that, like, actually my leftist community gets mad at me about is my pro-parade, pro-military parade position. Also, ironically enough, it's actually liberals that say this is Nazi-like. But I guess they do say this is Nazi-like. And they say the same thing about Trump as well, to be fair. They're more consistent. I'm consistent as well, but in the opposite direction. I just wish that we had a little bit more marching discipline, you know?
So you're seeing...
Like, these guys are just walking. Like, they're not marching. They're just walking, bro. Like, look at how organized the Chinese military is. Versus this, they're like, oh, yeah, all right. They're schlubbing. They're not fully synced up.
We should mention that there's some controversy in Washington, D.C. about the weight of the tanks. So they have placed metal in various corners and intersections to try to protect the streets from the significant weight of those tanks. But when
they've also put sort of rubber on the tank,
they've added the rubber
tracks
to it, and it is quite something to see a tank rolling. And General Twitty, who again I have my great personal thanks for his time and care when I was embedded with the 3rd Infantry Division 20 years ago, he really speaks to the issue of this is also a moment that President Trump thinks could inspire future enlistment,
like, look at this,
desire to participate in the Army, because we are an all volunteer force. Conscription in the Vietnam era. And so it is a chance to say thank you. And as the general also said, many Americans don't have a chance to see in person. If you don't live near a base, if you're not in the capital city like this, you may not have much opportunity. And this is a day to take all of this in, to acknowledge their service, to be reminded of all the enduring ideals. And, we're also setting it in the current moment as well.
Absolutely. This is yet another one of the Army bands. I can't see exactly which one it is. I know there are more than 80 Army bands in the United States Army. They have their own music college in Virginia Beach. And so many of those bands are going to be performing throughout this parade.
Come on, bro.
Today, let's listen in a little bit to see exactly where we are arrow-wise with the now, wow, tanks that are rolling down the street here. And Kelly noted the fact, I mean, this is something we just don't see in this country. If you see a tank, it's in a museum or it's on a base and put in a position where it's more of an object that would be in a museum. Almost never do you see something like this on the street.
And these are Sherman tanks, and there are several varieties. And so if you hear me say Army vehicle, that's because I need to check my notes to be sure we're on. But that is a very formidable piece of military equipment. President Trump likes to say a lot that the United States has the best military equipment, and we are seeing examples of it through time, the different kinds of
Here, look at tank versus tank.
Different types of warfare where some of these different vehicles were best suited. And it is, in some ways, it's daunting to see. When I was on Constitution last evening and the tank rolled by, I mean, I'm not very tall, but boy, is it consequential in size and in weight, and you can hear it rumbling. And it is really exciting to see. And at times, those who have questions about this, who are concerned about the imagery of not wanting to look like the military has taken over civilian life, that's not the intention here, of course. This is more in the vein of the air shows and the patriotic celebrations and exposing the public to this part of military life.
And you see, we've been trying to keep up with the vehicles as they come by to be able to identify them for you.
This is the sickest.
The one in the foreground here is the high-speed tractor.
Will they show American ICBMs? Because I want to see that.
In the 1940s, and one that became used to move heavy machinery, heavy guns for the Army. Some of the other vehicles that we're seeing here would have been transport vehicles. They would have been involved in moving wounded soldiers in some cases. In other cases, they would have been vehicles designed to tow tanks that may have been damaged and unable to drive on the battlefield at different points in different conflicts. And many of these vehicles...
Someone in the chat said this is like when you're... when you're left behind by a generation of civilization. Yeah, they didn't do the tech upgrades necessary, chat. they fell behind.
Intention is to accurately depict these, and it really is a fascinating look through history.
Shout out PBS 75K watching you on Piker Broadcasting Service. Is sponsored by you, the viewers. It's by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions maintain
show people how
the Piker Broadcasting Service's editorial independence. You too can support the Piker Broadcasting Service by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and for you, the viewers. Burgles! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the beautiful nation of Qatar, the only Gulf nation in the region that has at least some semblance of a backbone. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Qatar, just like Donald Trump is. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by George Soros. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Al-Houthi family, the Ansar Allah movement.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. But I'll talk about the 1st Cavalry Division. The 1st Cavalry Division was established in 1921. And as you know, we are a historical organization. The patch comes from the 1st General and also his wife, Miss Dorsey. And Miss Dorsey identified a way when they said, make a patch. She said, we're going to make this patch big, and we're going to put the horses in which we ride in it. And we're going to make this patch big for big people to do big things. And that's what the 1st Cavalry Division has done since 1921. We continue to do these great things and push for our country and do great, wonderful things. Being the largest
Piker Broadcasting Service
in the United States Army
is sponsored by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Soldiers, 7
the best Korea, the #1 Korea. No other Korea compares.
3rd Armored Corps. And currently, we have multiple formations who just returned from Europe and Korea. And also, we have formations preparing to leave and go out at this time. It's back to Europe.
We spoke to some soldiers who were here earlier this week preparing for the events today, and they were excited to be doing this, to be able to bring their craft, their part of the Army to Washington, to a national audience in this way. Can you talk a little bit about what it means for you to be taking part in this parade on this particular anniversary as we see more, I believe, Army helicopters above head working their way towards you? What does this mean to you?
Aaron, this means so much to me to have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring together with my brothers and sisters in arms from around the world and allow our small portion of soldiers to come here, visit our capital, and also represent the totality of the Army, which is a part of America. I mean, our soldiers are so happy to have this opportunity to be this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're ecstatic. They're enjoying it. We have soldiers that come to the Capitol for the first time, and I'm telling you, we have come to the Capitol to visit and also understand that we are important. We are a part of our nation history.
Let's see what Fox News is doing. Let's see how much glaze is happening on Fox News.
I know this is just one day, but this celebration is supposed to last the entire year. Do you think this can be a reset for the country?
I do think so, because remember that it's the...
No one cares, bro. What do you mean, a reset for the country? Yeah, it's a massive celebration. How joyous, how large, how vast.
It's the kickoff of a whole year of celebrations. And look, I know from having been in Sydney, Australia, when the Olympics came, how the entire country gets buoyed, the economy gets good. Everybody is just in a great mood, and we are going to see that with multiple celebrations over the next year. This is just the start, and I think the pride and patriotism in this country, as let's hope at the same time the economy comes good, there is going to be such a feeling of joy and kind of positivity and energy in this country for the next year. I'm sure of it. And, you know, this parade is being watched not just in America, but around the world. And it gives succor to our allies who know that they have the strength and might of the American mighty military behind them. But it also gives pause to our adversaries who are there doing wrong around the world. And
Dog, first of all, you're Australian. Secondly, that is literally the thing that these other countries do, smaller countries do, and we make fun of them for doing that. And now America's saying this. That's hilarious, dude. Oh my God. This is like, I'm not libbed up enough to be like, oh, this is like North Korea, but like low key, this is like North Korea, bro. Like straight up. Oh, we're showing the world our military prowess by what? Fucking marching through the
that
streets?
We're seeing in the crowd because they want to get us a good sight. Security is tight, and we see the president saluting. He's standing up, sitting down. He's interacting with those soldiers as we're seeing different generations being honored.
전체 조선인민의 혁명적 명절 7.27 만세!
An embarrassing public flop while the foreign policy crises you claimed you were uniquely capable of solving worsen immeasurably. Will the United States ever have a non-Brandon president? Oh, 100 P. This is straight up. This is an incredible take from Felix. We are so Brandonized. This is the most Brandonification, the Brandonized president.
That this is happening under President Trump's watch. And then the other thing that comes to mind, just real quick, is unity.
Wait,
I
shut
think,
the fuck up.
we live in a dangerous world. The military is here to keep us safe, to keep our country safe, and at the same time, bringing that.
Shut the fuck up. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
No. Brother, are you kidding me? Brother, we are so cooked. It's over. Pack it up. Country's done. Country's done, dude. The country is done. It's over. Coinbase, sponsor of the Valorant Championship and also the U.S. military parade.
and this is not pointless. This is money that's well spent, so that we can
This is not
celebrate
pointless.
the Army, what it means to the United States, what they do every day to protect everyday.
Yeah, this is really good. We get to have our boys
I
out.
don't have any concerns with the price tag here.
Chad Wolf, thank you so much. We'll be chatting with you soon. Well,
Thanks,
guys, 6,600 soldiers, 250 years. One unforgettable march through American history. All that and more when we return.
Dude, this is such a clown show. Oh my God, this is such a spectacular clown show. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my God, I cannot believe it. Incredible clown show. Wow. Coinbase sponsored Ludwig and also the U.S. military parade.
And so there were these bomber planes, the helicopters that we've seen today. They were part of the Army Air Forces and were flown by the Army and to some degree still function today inside the Army, although we have an Air Force with the fighter jets. The Navy has its fighter jets as well.
And just as we've evolved to a Space Force, taking some of the capabilities of the Air Force, it just sort of leapfrogs forward and expands to all the branches. Again, today's a celebration of Army. As you noted, the other branches are...
Uniformed troops pushing Dana
younger.
White's
I'm
energy.
sure that's a source of
A
competition.
soldier
at
in
times.
uniform is handing out free cans of Form
this is a
Energy, an
chance to
American
celebrate
250
soldiers,
sponsor.
and
Co-owned by Dana White. A rep from the company was taking a selfie with a soldier handing the products out.
Whether they're in the trenches, so to speak, are all soldiers, and boy, that is quite a scene to be able to
We're
see
so
the
cooked.
maneuvers down.
This is the most cooked country. We're done. We've literally, dude. Okay, I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like USSR dissolution levels of cooked. This is so humiliating. This is like every part of the existing federal government is basically being used as a vehicle for Donald Trump and his allies to make money. We are basically picking apart the scraps. This is like ripping copper wire off of the bones of the remaining federal apparatus. Wow. Amazing. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is alarming. What are the U.S. future looks like Russia's, in my opinion, a bunch of oligarchs just doing whatever they want as long as they're in the good graces of the administration. The production quality for the broadcast is ass. No, I agree, it is.
You're dealing with a professional soldiers that understand American values, that understands the Constitution. And
Open
all they
presence.
wanna
Thank
do
you
is
for the
serve. They don't want to
50
get involved in
bones.
politics. They want to serve the nation. That's what they came in to do. That less than 1% of the nation. And oh, by the way, the tank that you're looking at is an M1 tank. It is the most deadliest and sophisticated tank in the world. And Kelly, if you can remember, we had those tanks in Baghdad, and behind it was the M2 Bradley, named after Omar Bradley. And the tank is Abrams, named after World War II great General Creighton Abrams.
I do remember those well, sir. And when you talk about the
Leftist Andy,
importance
thank
of
you for
these soldiers not wanting to get involved in politics, is that an active
Thank
concern
you for
in your
20
mind?
subs.
Our politics spill into so many parts.
Wait, Joe Rogan
of,
is there? I
American
missed
life
him?
now.
Fuck.
Do you think that there is any risk today of people perceiving these soldiers as being somehow a tool of the current political climate?
What I will tell you is these soldiers don't want to be involved in politics. And sometimes the lines get blurred, particularly when you're talking about our general officers. Obviously, it is our general officer corps that communicates more with the politicians sometimes. And the lines may get blurred occasionally there. But for the soldiers that are actually marching here and operating on the ground, they so far removed from the political piece of this. They're focused on a job. You gotta remember, we just came out of 20-something years of war, and we have all kind of conflicts around the globe now. And many folks do not know this. We have several forces. I won't name the number for OPSEC and the locations. We have several soldiers around the globe now that are in harm's way. And all these soldiers that you see marching here, they're in a parade now, but tomorrow they'll be back to training. And you heard
We
the
have
Sergeant
several
Major
soldiers in
talk
harm's way.
about
I won't
some
name
of
them
these
for
soldiers will
OPSEC.
be,
It's so funny. Okay, thanks, man.
deploying in days. So they don't have time to think about or be involved in politics. They're thinking about training for their mission, getting ready to deploy, making sure that their families are safe before deployment, and deploying just like our history of our Army and winning.
I do want to turn back to our historian here. Douglas Brinkley is with us. He's been watching along.
Carafo baby, thank you for 20 gifted subs.
Your perspective, the context you're able to provide on the optics of the moment. We obviously see soldiers marching here again, something that would be familiar to Americans in modern times if you live in a military community or near a base. But then we see that tank poking out here in the shot that's on the screen now. That is something that is less familiar. I'm interested in your perspective on this through the context of history.
Well, the problem with the tank, if you're just going to cut to that image of it, for an optical point of view, reminds one in Tiananmen Square with the great protest there and the lone dissident standing in front of the tank representing democracy. That's why we often don't do this. But what's exciting and what isn't part of the optics is the music. I mean, after World War I, it was General Pershing, great Blackjack Pershing, in the early 20s. That he said we've got to they even called it Pershing's band, really Pershing Zone, and we started using music regularly to keep the morale of the country and the forces up. It's kind of stunning, but during World War II, we had 500 Army bands in operation to keep soldiers' morale up. So if it was just people marching in tanks today, minus the musicians, it'd be a different feel for the event. So I think you have to both see and listen to understand what today represents, and then reiterate what's been said. This is a great recruitment moment for anybody watching who wants to join the U.S. Army.
AGB 411, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dur0, thank you for the 5 gifted.
I've written on U.S. Army Second Rangers, a book, and what they did in World War II with Point de Hoc. My father was in the Korean War in the Army, and the amount of service, and that's what we all have to pull together and say, look, generations, we're here and able to talk like we are right now because of the role Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the like have gifted us. And the fact that it is a volunteer Army and that they're all doing their duty. I would blow back a little on there's no politics going on in the Army. It's unbelievable how many U.S. senators or Vice President Vance or cabinet officers or Congress people started their careers in the Army or Navy, Air Force, meaning it's actually been a springboard for military, politics and military have been deeply intertwined. Look how many Army presidents we've had from, George Washington or William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson.
Oh my God, it's a fucking yapathon, dude. Wait, Iran is firing more missiles? Oh no, this is from earlier. This is yesterday. Let's see. It's a yapathon because all of the people that are talking are military historians, and I feel like this is their one shot to be on camera and have people listen to them. You know what I mean? Because normally, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Take that to the History Channel. UFC is a sponsor? Ain't no way. UFC is a sponsor? We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over, man. Oh, it's so cooked. Oh my God, this country is a fucking meme. This country is a goddamn meme, dude. It is such a fucking meme.
When you're in the military, it's just not about.
Congressman Jason Crow, thank you so much for your service on this big day for the Army. We appreciate you taking some time for us.
Thank you.
And we are watching again military hardware rolling down Constitution Avenue in Washington. It's really an extraordinary sight. This is not something that you see every day.
Jesus Jimenez reports as tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles. Police have issued a dispersal order for a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered.
Where a manhunt is still
only a few hours ago before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew.
Assassination and attempted assassination of 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses.
Trump is doing this perhaps on the worst time, too. The police stand up between a few hundred protesters, and the Chicago police have ended with protesters dispersing without incident. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling said the group had been blocked from marching because the permit for the main protest on Saturday had expired. There was no violence. He said there were no arrests. It's late afternoon here in Portland, Oregon, and the protests have been at it for going on for 6 hours. The crowd is much smaller, but still energetic as demonstrators move through downtown. With only a few hours to go before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew, Heidi Feldstein Soto, the Los Angeles city attorney, issued a reminder the city will arrest and prosecute anyone who tags, vandalizes, loots, throws rocks, disobeys police, or otherwise disrupts public safety, including throwing fireworks, which were starting to go off downtown and were illegal in fire-prone Los Angeles. As tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles, the police have issued a dispersal order at a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered. Footage released of Israeli commando operatives using spike missiles from within Tehran to Tehran. Like, look at the number. Look at the crowds. Like, I don't think this is the D.C. Fucking parade, you know? Every channel is running ads. Here's a video of them dispersing.
You guys act peaceful as well. You guys act peaceful as well. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's go back. Go back. Go back.
Once again, you can only shame someone with a conscience, and the U.S. has none. I got arrested on Tuesday for refusing to disperse, and they wouldn't let us go, just kettled and arrested. Yeah, it's
being strengthened by our diversity, being strengthened by people participating from every walk of life, as Truman mentioned in 1946. And I think that's an important part of us, of how we reflect upon this day in particular, but also our relationship with the United States Armed Forces. And especially in a moment where we are an all-volunteer force, that we should aspire to our armed forces being the best representation of our society that we can get to by not just honoring service, but also having that armed force that...
What is this music? All right, I'm going to fucking no longer play the Chinese propaganda. I'm bored of it. I'm bored of the Chinese propaganda march on the side. It's embarrassing.
We have sort of cheat sheets of the tanks.
It's embarrassing my beautiful America too much.
They're a little out of order, and so I'm reluctant to attempt to identify a tank as it's on the screen and misidentify.
But clearly Barracuda is a key term with this heavy drum and bass beat. Just to give you a kind of, let's peel back the veil a bit more.
Breaking: Dallas deep red oil-soaked MAGA line is now flooded with anti-Trump protesters. The city once thought untouchable has joined the rebellion. The tide is turning. I mean, Dallas is blue, isn't it? No? Dallas is pretty libbed up. Please make it stop. It's cringe. Oh, I wanted to see this. There's a Fox 11 chopper flying around the city talking about his marriage falling apart. I don't know if this is real or not. Let me see.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about my... I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know, but, yeah, I got nothing right now. Got nothing, not really looking, you know, trying to find myself and be happy. I'm being serious about that.
He's the best car chase reporter in history. He's not drunk. He talks like this every day. Yeah, this guy's awesome.
I want to be beholden to no one at this moment. You know, do I get lonely? Of course. But I got cats.
What the fuck?
So I think all that information's on the internet. Look at all those red cars down there.
Amazing.
Of one of the Minnesota lawmakers who are Democrats, state legislators. One couple died of their injuries, the other hospitalized through surgery, and the latest report we had is they're hopeful they will pull through, but very, very serious offenses here. And authorities found...
Yeah, this is like happening in the backdrop of political violence, a failed foreign policy, or I guess like mostly failed by design, but in the eyes of Americans, like a failure of foreign policy, of a promise to deliver peace that is not happening. America's most important ally getting fucking rocked by America's _1 enemy. And you're just, you're over here trying to be like, nah, everything's fine. Look at this lame-ass fucking lame-ass sponsored military parade. Sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Oracle, Goldman Sachs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram Brands, Coca-Cola Company, Walmart, BNY, Form Energy, Exeger, Palantir, Coinbase, Scott's Miracle Grow.
It's all coming out today. The Wall Street Journal not only released an article today, they're getting sued as well for this article about Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. It's explosive. It's about a letter Trump sent to Epstein with supposedly a drawing of a naked woman by Trump, along with a little poem which talks about a wonderful secret that Jeffrey Epstein and Trump share. We will go through all the evidence because there's a lot to this. You are very silly if you jump to conclusions on a story this big with this wide of implications. Let's set the stage because we're going to take our time going through this. The president's behavior during the run-up to this Epstein file leak has been absolutely strange.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because there's a lot of phony stuff.
These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
Even his supporters are like, well, why is he acting this way? It's so weird. All of a sudden it goes from the files exist to they don't exist to they're a hoax actually, and there's a bunch of phony stuff in there. This article, if true, explains a lot of the strange behavior. And we don't know if there's more that's going to come out, if this is all there is, but I'm going to go through the main allegation, and I will call it an allegation because Trump is definitely going to sue over this. He's already said as much. So here's basically the story. Supposedly, Ghislaine Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's associates for a 2003 birthday album. It was for his 50th birthday. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested, are among the documents examined by the Department of Justice officials. So there are birthday letters to Epstein that supposedly have been seen by the DOJ. They have them in their files. And the one from Trump supposedly has a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. And the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist. The Wall Street Journal goes on to say it's not clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein. Voiceover: there's more to life than having everything. Donald: yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey: nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald: we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do, come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. And the final line is, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Obviously, that is an insane thing to write to what later would be found out to be one of the world's most prolific pals. But there's also two lines in there which are horrendous. One, enigmas never age. That's just a strange line. It's a very incriminating sounding line. We don't know what it means exactly. And then also we see, may every day be another wonderful secret. Of course, this all written inside the outline of a naked woman kind of tells you what secret they may be talking about there. Now we're going to go over Trump's response, and then, of course, all the evidence, all the denials, what you may want to know before making up your mind. Like I said, this is not a story where you're going to want to snap to judgment. Even now, I think there's still a lot we need to see. But I want to go over Trump's response. He gave an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, and he denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. Quote, "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not my words." He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published the article. "I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else." What do we make of this? Before we jump into the evidence, before we jump into all the reactions, both public and of the people involved, let's just talk about what this could mean. The denial puts Trump in a very particular position, because if it later comes out and turns out to be true, it's worth saying the Wall Street Journal did not publish a photo of the letter, which everyone's been asking for. There are a lot of reasons not to publish it. Maybe your source didn't allow it, but that's a huge part that could come out that changes the whole landscape of this, right? If it comes out, it's very devastating, because you wouldn't lie about something like this if you thought it was no big deal, right? The denial actually implies a lot of bad things about what the letter could mean. If you weren't worried about a story like this, if you thought the letter was nothing, you wouldn't deny it. You would just give no comment. You certainly wouldn't give an interview. So now we're going to talk about the reactions of the people involved, because it's worth saying Trump is not the only letter mentioned in here. And I think that's really important, because in a story like this, you want to look to what could be corroborating evidence. So Alan Dershowitz is cited in the piece, having written a letter that included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine with mock headlines of "Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein?" Alan, a former lawyer for Epstein, does not deny this. He says, "It's been a long time, and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." Lex Wexner also supposedly had a letter in there. He declined to comment. Supposedly his letter was, "I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is." After the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breast. And then we have a former assistant who was not cited, who sent Jeffrey a letter. "Oh, Jeffrey of Jeffrey, everyone loves you. Fun in the sun, fun just for fun." Pretty innocuous. And then, of course, we have Donald Trump, who denies, of course, the whole thing. So we have some non-denials, some people who just didn't respond, and then we have Trump. Trump's the only one who's firmly denying this letter so far, with him doubling down on Truth Social, saying, "It's not my words, it's not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam and he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did, and now I'm going to sue him in his third-rate newspaper." Now, a couple comments quick on that. One, the Wall Street Journal is not a third-rate newspaper. It's also not a super left-leaning newspaper. Not that that should matter in journalism, but I know people's media literacy, that stuff kind of does tip off their signals. It's unlikely they're going to publish something they know they're going to get sued for unless they have something. And so here's where I want to talk about a little bit of the circumstantial stuff. So Trump obviously states, "I don't draw pictures," but turns out that's kind of not true. So in a book called Never Give Up, Trump wrote, "Each year I donate an autographed doodle to the Doodle for Hunger auction at Tavern on the Green. It's a great event." And sure enough, publicly you can find several doodles that Donald Trump has done. Most of these are of skylines, architecture. None of these are of women. Still, it's strange to say "I don't draw pictures" when you very clearly draw pictures and they appear to be in thick marker, which is what you were accused of drawing them in. Now, none of that means anything, but it just reminds me a little bit of the Prince Andrew denial. I don't know if you guys remember the sweat denial. A big part of the interview with Prince Andrew was the denial that he couldn't have done anything bad because he couldn't sweat. So this supposedly falsified Virginia Giuffre's whole story.
I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
So yeah, that was kind of this claim like, hey, this couldn't be true because I don't do X, but actually we see that Prince Andrew actually does sweat. And in the same way, it's not perfect proof, but you really shouldn't say you don't draw pictures when being accused of drawing thick black marker pictures, when you definitely draw pictures sometimes. I mean, it's just, and it's public. I mean, that's just kind of just an obvious, devastating hole in your whole argument. Now, again, I've got to say, this is just the basics. We do not have the letter, okay? I'm relying on the Wall Street Journal's reporting on this, and we're corroborating with different pieces of public evidence. Ultimately, we need to see if this was actually in the Epstein files. But there are some other stuff, too, that we can look to corroborate this story. So we can look at the bookbinder. So in the Wall Street Journal report, we see a very specific and interesting corroboration. It says the book was put together by the New York City bookbinder Herbert Weitz, according to people involved with the process. Weitz listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. So here we have a chance to corroborate externally. Of course, it's not a full corroboration, but we have a chance to look to see, was it actually on his website, right? So if we go to the archive, we see in 2003 at weitzcoleman.com, we see a client list, and we see Jeffrey Epstein is listed on it with a different spelling of Jeffrey, I should note. And this says people for whom we have bound up books and albums. This is another piece of circumstantial evidence that makes it hard to believe it's just fully made up. Now, you can believe something in the middle. You can believe that the letter exists and the Wall Street Journal saw it and somebody invented it, right? Like, there are a lot of options here, but the idea that, okay, the Wall Street Journal is just fully inventing this story. They're releasing something with literally no evidence. They're just fabricating it all, but citing all these different people, citing third-party stuff that you can fact-check publicly. That's a piece of evidence to think about. Now, we're going to talk about the public reactions to this. We have Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, saying the Wall Street Journal published a hatchet job with a fake birthday letter that's supposedly from 2003. This is like the Steele dossier that kickstarted the Russia hoax all over again. The Wall Street Journal refused to show us the letter and conceded they don't even have it in their possession when we asked them to verify the alleged document they're basing their entire fake story on. Then you have Dan Wolkin saying the amount of people who think publications, the scope of the Wall Street Journal, just put explosive stuff out about a public figure without well-established authentication procedures and running it through a team of lawyers know literally nothing about journalism. Charlie Kirk says this is not how Trump talks at all. I don't believe it, referring to the actual letter's contents. Specifically, people picked up on the idea that Trump says enigma in the writing of it. In fact, Trump writing at all, some people find that hard to believe. J.D. Vance says, forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bull. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed of publishing it. Where's the letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Of course, then you have a response to that where somebody says, Carson's an enigma to me. This is clearly debunking the idea that the word enigma is not in Trump's vocabulary.
Now, Carson's an enigma to me.
So that clearly debunks the idea that he couldn't have written this because enigma wasn't in his vocabulary. It actually is. So from where I'm sitting, the letter is odd, but it also is in line with some of these other letters from people like Lex Wexner. It's also in line with some of the doodles that Trump has publicly made. And it is also in line with Trump's recent odd behavior with the Epstein files, where he keeps setting up the idea that there's this big hoax coming, that there's phony stuff in there. And that actually is the most persuasive piece of evidence, Trump's own behavior in this weird meltdown, more than anything which has convinced me. Because on the one hand, there are some things which would tilt in the favor of it not being Trump, right? The very fact that it's a letter, the prose of the letter is a bit strange. And then you also have the fact that, okay, if the DOJ had this during the Biden years, why didn't it come out, right? So that's all pretty compelling until you once again just look at the way Trump has been behaving. I think it strongly suggests that Trump saw something in the Epstein files, was debriefed on something that he was worried about. Whether it was this letter or something else, I don't know. But clearly there's something in those files that he was concerned about being involved with. I think we need a full declassification of these files, except for the CSAM and victims. Now, to the declassifying comment, Donald Trump, based on this, has posted, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked AG Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam should end right now. And Pam Bondi has said, President Trump, we are ready to move on the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. I think that ultimately it needs to be everything or nothing. You can't give a little bit at this point. With the level of allegations being leveled against our president, that he would send pretty incriminating letters to the world's most notorious pedophile. Now, again, before he was arrested the first time, right? But given the letter's contents, given that they're doing so much, they're going to be suing the Wall Street Journal over this, to deny it, I think if it turns out to be true, is devastating. I mean, totally devastating and horrific, and no one should defend it if it's true. And that's what we need to find out at this point. So I think the answer is clearly that, yes, I would love the Wall Street Journal to release this photo if they have it in their possession, if they can release it from their source. And I would love for the DOJ to declassify the actual relevant pieces of this whole thing, because the absolutely central piece of evidence in this whole story are these letters, which are in a leather-bound album and supposedly in the DOJ's possession. That's clearly not going to be a grand jury transcript. That's going to be one of the pieces of evidence they collected from Epstein or Maxwell. And so that is a different category altogether. So I think given that, it's hard to see this as anything other than a distraction from what is actually relevant here, which is, does this album exist? Yes or no? Show us the evidence, right? Show us the physical evidence. Instead, this is just going to get people riled up because it's an Epstein release, but it's guaranteed by definition not to have the evidence one way or another. A transcript is not going to have a piece of physical evidence. And we need to demand answers on that, because either it exists or it doesn't. And if it does exist, that's a huge problem. If it doesn't, for the Wall Street Journal, that's a huge problem. And I'm really not sure which we are going to get first. All I know is that if you are looking from the outside, I would highly recommend that you don't just dismiss things based on a quick, hot Twitter take. There's a lot to this story that is corroborating, and also we need more evidence on before we can really make up their mind. I see a lot of people have just already written it off as completely true or completely false. I think they're not thinking through the implications of, if this is true, how really crazy it would be if we live in that world. And then also the people who are dismissing it as false right away, you're not really thinking through, like, you might be defending a right? That is one of the outcomes that could be true here. We don't know. And again, even if it is true, we don't know what is meant by things like, may every day be another wonderful secret. When calling Jeffrey Epstein a pal, we wouldn't know what that meant, but yeah, it's just stunning. So this report, you absolutely have to watch it. We're going to have a lot more in the coming days to try to validate it or falsify it, and we'll see which one happens first. And yeah, that's pretty much all I'm prepared to say at this moment.
Much has been extensively and exhaustively argued regarding the countless horrors and humanitarian rights abuses of the Third Reich, as more and more often modern influencers have begun to sow seeds of doubt regarding the reality of the horrors of Nazi Germany. There should be no doubt regarding the reality of any of these things. However, some rather nutty individuals have begun to state that although Hitler may have orchestrated one of the most expansive and horrific genocides, well, at least the economy did well. As one source says, quote, in the space of 4 years, Nazi Germany changed from a defeated nation into full employment with the strongest economy and biggest military power in Europe. As for the notion that the Third Reich achieved low unemployment or eradicated it, many seem to ignore why this was. By 1935, it had been made compulsory for 100% of males between the ages of 19 and 24 to work, and 4 years later, the same statute was applied to women. As early as 1933, communists, social democrats, syndicalists, and members of the socialist parties and resistance organizations were arrested, alongside Jehovah's Witnesses and some sparse churchgoers for political reasons. The Nazis had already founded some concentration camps in 1933 to institute forced labor for the German economy, such as KZ Dachau and KZ Oranienburg, which held hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of prisoners, and preceded the Arbeitsjude Reich campaign, which sent thousands of German citizens deemed asocial into forced labor camps. It's no wonder that unemployment was reduced. However, in 1938, the Reich reported that of all of the agricultural jobs in Germany, roughly a fifth, or 500,000, had been lost since 1933, during a period in which Germany desperately needed more agricultural production. Furthermore, unemployment statistics were entirely falsified, as the Reich calculated their employment rates by excluding women from data and forming relief jobs to puff up their numbers. In the late 30s in Nazi Germany, the work week was mandated to be 60 hours in industry. On the lower end, textile workers worked a standard of 7 hours per day. Real hourly wages declined by 10% from 1931 to 1941, as purchasing power continued to fall in real terms despite employment growth. Weekly earnings only increased alongside work hours, and the men only received an average of 78.7 pfennigs per hour. Butter, sugar, and eggs alongside meat made up a significant portion of Germany's rising black market. By 1943, the elderly, disabled, and tubercular were forced into labor as the cost of living rose by 8.5% throughout the war. During the earliest days of the Third Reich, all labor unions were abolished by the state, and the DAF, or German Labor Front, was placed in charge of labor relations, which had the sole purpose of, as iterated by its leader, Robert Ley, to, quote, restore absolute leadership to the natural leader of the factory, that is, the employer. Only the employer can decide, unquote. I've heard some illiterate morons argue that the German Labor Front was an example of syndicalism because it represented one big union. Few ideas in history have been as stupid as this horseshit. The purpose of the DAF was not to bring about equality between these social classes, but to maximize the amount of labor that the state could coerce from the German people, with Hitler himself stating in the Ordinance on the Nature and Purpose of the DAF that the goal of the German Labor Front was to, quote, ensure that each individual can take his place in the economic life of the nation in the mental and physical condition which enables him to perform the highest and thus guarantee the greatest benefit to the ethnic community. In a complete negation of the Reich's goal of autarky and national self-reliance, international private corporations had complete control over German oil. Standard Oil, the AIOC, and Royal Dutch Shell had a complete grip over Germany's oil sector, controlling 72% of the market for diesel fuels, 55% of the gasoline market, and 50% of the lubricating oil market. This isn't what a strong national economic development looks like. This is what a crippled state which relies on foreign investment looks like. The DAF used funds which they had stolen from the workers' syndicates, which had been banned in 1933, to fund transportation projects. Ferdinand Porsche, the founder of the company by the same name, was contracted by Adolf Hitler in 1934 to develop and build the Volkswagen Beetle, and a Volkswagen Beetle was promised to every German citizen, leading to massive swaths of prepayments from individuals who assumed that they would be the future owners of the Volkswagen Beetle. These payments profited the German Labor Front 275 million Reichsmarks, while returning nothing to the general public, because the truth was that nobody who had paid forward was actually going to receive a single Volkswagen. The manufacturing of the Volkswagens exclusively aided the military-industrial complex of Germany. Not that it even mattered that much whether or not you had a car, as the price of gasoline in Germany at the time had skyrocketed to 200% higher than its price in the United States due to extremely high tax rates. Purchasing power was so devastatingly low during the Third Reich that by 1938, just over 50% of German citizens were able to afford even a simple radio, low numbers when compared to the 68% in England and 84% in the United States. According to a study conducted by Colin Clark, the standard of living in Germany throughout the 1930s was not even half that of the United States and was less than 2/3 that of Great Britain's. The sole and only reason why the Reich economy never completely collapsed during the 1930s was due to the usage of a dummy company known as MIFO, or the Society for Metallurgical Research LLC, which was used as a front to cover the rapidly increasing number of debts which plagued the Nazi regime. By 1936, the amount of funds available for government projects had largely dried up, and so terms for MIFO bills of exchange were increased to 6 months. In the meanwhile, corporate and excise taxes were raised in 1938, and the following year, in 1939, income taxes were selectively raised, and the redemption of MIFO bills of exchange was pushed backwards by almost 2 decades. Tax breaks were cancelled, and insurance taxes were raised. New taxes saw their introduction in the country this year, as the Reich could not continue to fund itself. This didn't really matter, and no tax hikes did, as in 1938, the Reich would officially enter a budget crisis. But nobody should deceive themselves into believing that because the Reich had high tax rates, that their economy was socially oriented in any way. The Reich's corporate tax rates generated no net negatives for the corporate elite of Germany. By 1938, the top 1% of the German population controlled 16.3% of the national income, a 45% increase in wealth concentration from Weimar, while the top 0.01% increased their share of the national income to 2.6%. Tax caps were held at 65%, benefiting the wealthy to an extraneous degree. The corporate elite really rarely had to ever live up to the Reich's tax system and were given frequent breaks despite official legislation in the late 1930s that officially dismantled all tax cuts. One very important example is the Krupp Group's Lex Krupp, which was allowed to avoid a 400 million Reichmark inheritance tax. The corporate profit explosion during the armaments boom of Germany also meant that the tax rate hikes for upper brackets did essentially nothing to alleviate wealth disparities in German society. For normal, everyday German civilians, excise taxes on goods like tobacco and alcohol continued to strain their actual purchasing power. By 1944, real per capita consumption dropped by 30% compared to 1938. If you think that utilizing 1944 data is unfair because of how long the World War had been going on for, then we can just consider the extensive rationing and inflation that had eroded any real gains before the war ever even took off throughout the 1930s. The so-called wage gains that occurred under Hitler were just that, so-called. They were nominal. They were not real wage gains. By the end of the war, the assets of Germany's banks were mostly comprised of worthless loans from the Third Reich, as well as claims against it, which now meant nothing. Throughout the 1930s, listed stock corporations languished and deteriorated as the number of listed stock companies fell by half, and stock exchanges were utilized to finance the horribly failing state. After 1938, the USSR became the only great friend to the Third Reich, becoming its single and only route to receive imports from Iran, Afghanistan, Manchukuo, Japan, and South America. According to the Reich, the import of raw materials to Germany was, quote, only possible with the raw materials of Russia between 1938 and 1941. Over the course of the entirety of the Reich, the government failed to inspire new foreign investment as its relations around the world deteriorated into the years leading up to the World War. The state gave extensive ground back to the capitalist class of Germany, undoing nationalizations which had occurred in the preceding era, allowing corporations to run the entire German economy. In 1936, the Vestag was reprivatized. In 1937, Dresdner Bank and Commerzbank were privatized. In 1942, Reichswerk Hermann Göring was 85% reprivatized. And, as said before, the large corporation Volkswagen was contracted by the government. The Germans used the Bond-Stock Act to strengthen their internal private finance companies. MIFO itself, which backed the German economy, was in turn backed by the corporations Siemens, Krupp, Rheinmetall, and GmbH. Not to beat a dead horse, but AOIC, Royal Shell, and Standard Oil ran Germany's petroleum. Was Nazi Germany socialist? Certainly some members of the NSDAP were socialists. The Strasser brothers were undeniably some form of socialist, as was Joseph Goebbels, but the ideological inclination of certain members of the NSDAP differs from the facts on the ground. Independent labor unions were abolished and replaced by employers' associations. The nation's oil sector was dominated by international corporations. Key financial institutions were privatized, and the National Socialist People's Welfare was instructed to only aid those racially sound and politically reliable, excluding all Germans who were deemed, quote, asocial, including communists, socialists, social democrats, homosexuals, and others. Their welfare system, according to its own accounts, was only intended to help curate a productive citizenry. This was not, contrary to what some may claim, a socialized system. Some rebut, stating that the privatizations of German companies were a hack nationalization, as the privatized entities were put in the hands of party leaders. This would be a relatively good retort if the Nazis consistently did this, but in most cases the fact is that they didn't. Even if they had handed every single privatized company to a party member, all that this would mean would be that the large bourgeoisie now had even more of a stake in matters concerning policy of the Nazi state, which would just reinforce the relationship between the Nazis and the ruling class that existed beforehand. The economist Norbert Rath summed up the Reich's economy best, stating, quote, in the first few years, it appeared to be successful in terms of economic policy, but was essentially based on the armaments boom and the preparation of a large, ultimately self-destructive war of conquest. The Nazi economy was set to implode from day one, because the only thing which propelled it forward was its preparation for World War II, and the only thing which kept it going in the 1940s, as the situation became more dire, was the active participation in the war, as without Nazi Germany's war economy, the nation would once again collapse. In conclusion, the story of the Third Reich is only one of a desperate, backwards, and bureaucratic cult slowly realizing the depths of its own ineptitude, a story all too commonly repeated in human history.
Meanwhile, the president's challenger was also in New York, also facing some difficult questions.
How do you stay in shape?
Do you eat something?
Do you have a routine? Do you run of the
It's like Nerf Crossfire.
Welcome back to Crossfire. As both of our loyal viewers, of course, know, our show is all about left versus white, black versus white, paper versus plastic, Red Sox against the Yankees. That's why every day we have two guests with their own unique perspective on the news. But today, Crossfire is very different. We have just one guest. He's either the funniest smart guy on TV or the smartest funny man. We'll find out which in a minute. But he's certainly an Emmy Award winner, the host of Comedy Central's Daily Show, and the co-author of the new mega bestseller, America the Book, A Citizen's Guide to Inaction, at your bookstores everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Crossfire, Jon Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you to say. Now what? Can I say something very quickly? Why do we have to fight? The two of you? Can't we just say something nice about John Kerry right now?
I like John. I care about John Kerry.
And something about President Bush.
He'll be unemployed soon. I failed the
See,
test.
I made the effort anyway.
No, actually, I knew Bush in Texas a little bit, and truth is, he's actually a great guy. He's not a very good president, but he's actually a very good person. I don't think you should have to hate to oppose somebody, but it makes it easier.
Why do you argue? The two of you? I hate to see it.
We enjoy it.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, let me ask you a question first.
All right.
Is John Kerry really the best? I mean, I think, John Kerry's not a terrible guy.
Is he the best? I thought Lincoln was good.
Is he the best the Democrats can do?
Is he the best the Democrats can do?
Yeah, this year.
I'd always thought in a democracy, and again, I don't know, I've only lived in this country, that there's a process, what they call them primaries.
Right.
And they don't always go with the best, but they go with whoever won. So is he the best? According to the process.
Right, but of the 9 guys running, who do you think was best? Do you think he was the best? The most impressive?
The most impressive?
Yeah.
I thought Al Sharpton was very impressive. I enjoyed his way of speaking. I think oftentimes the person that knows they can't win is allowed to speak the most freely, and because otherwise shows with titles such as Crossfire, or Hardball, or I'm going to kick your ass, or we'll jump on it. In many ways, it's funny, and I made a special effort to come on the show today because I have privately amongst my friends and also in occasional newspapers and television shows mentioned this show as being bad. And I felt that wasn't fair, and I should come here and tell you that I don't. It's not so much that it's bad as it's hurting America. So I wanted to come here today and say,
wait.
Here's just what I wanted to tell you guys.
Yeah.
Stop. Stop hurting America.
Okay, now
and come work for us, because we, as the people.
How do you pay?
The people, not well.
Better than CNN, I'm sure.
But you can sleep at night. See, the thing is, we need your help. Right now you're helping the politicians and the corporations, and we're left out there to mow our lawns.
You just said we're too rough on them when they make mistakes.
No, you're not too rough on them. You're part of their strategies. You're partisan, what do you call it, hacks.
Wait, John, let me tell you something valuable that I think we do that I'd like to see you
something
do.
Valuable?
Yeah, no, it's nice when politicians, and I'll tell you, when politicians come on, it's nice to get them to try and answer the question. And in order to do that, we try and ask them pointed questions. I want to contrast our questions with some questions you asked John Kerry.
If you want to compare your show to a comedy show, you're more than welcome to.
Here's the point.
If that's your goal,
no, it's not.
I wouldn't aim for us. I'd aim for Seinfeld.
Here's the problem.
That's a very good show.
Kerry won't come on this show. He will come on your show. Let me suggest why he wants to.
Well, we have civilized discourse.
Well, here's an example of civilized discourse. Here are 3 of the questions you asked John.
Yeah.
You have a chance to interview the Democratic nominee. You ask him questions such as, quote, how are you holding up? Is it hard not to take the attacks personally?
Yeah.
Have you ever flip-flopped, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
Didn't you feel like you got the chance to interview the guy? Why not ask him a real question instead of just suck up to him?
Yeah, how are you holding up is a real suck-up. And I actually was giving him a hot stone massage.
It sounded that way.
As we were doing it.
It did.
You know, it's interesting to hear you talk about
I felt the
my
sparks
responsibility to the, I didn't realize that, and maybe this explains quite a bit.
No, the opportunity.
Is that the news organizations look to Comedy Central for their cues on integrity. So what I would suggest is, when you talk about you're holding politicians' feet to the fire, I think that's disingenuous. I think you're...
How are you holding up? I mean, come on.
No. I don't... But my role isn't... I don't think...
You can ask him a real question, don't you think? Instead of saying,
I don't think I have to. By the way, I also asked him, were you in Cambodia? But I didn't really care. Because... I don't care, because I think it's stupid. Well, but my point is this. If your idea of confronting me is that I don't ask hard-hitting enough news questions, we're in bad shape, fellas.
We're here to love you, not confront you.
No. But what I'm saying is this. I'm not. I'm here to confront you because we need help from the media, and they're hurting us. And it's the idea is.
If the indictment, let me get this straight. If the indictment is. If the indictment is, and I have seen you say this, that Crossfire reduces everything, as I said in the intro, to left, right, black, white.
Yes.
Well, it's because, see, we're a debate show. It's like saying the Weather Channel reduces
that'd be
everything
great.
to a storm front.
I would love to see a debate
in
show.
a 24-hour day where we have each side on as best we can get them.
No. That would be great.
And have them fight it out.
To do a debate would be great, but that's like saying pro wrestling is a show about athletic competition.
I think you're a good comedian. I think your lectures are boring. Let me ask you a question on the news.
No, this is theater. I mean, it's obvious. How old are you?
35.
And you wear a bow tie.
Yeah, I do. I do.
So this is.
No, I know.
So
You're right.
Theater.
Let me just go. No, come on.
And listen, I'm not suggesting that you're not a smart guy, because those are not easy to tie. But the thing is that you're doing theater when you should be doing debate, which would be great.
No, it's
not honest. What you do is not honest. What you do is partisan hackery. And I'll tell you why I know
John Kerry
it.
on your show, and you sniff his throne, and you're accusing us of partisan hackery?
Absolutely.
You've got to be kidding, man.
You're on CNN. The show that leads into me is puppets making crank phone calls. What is wrong with you?
Well, I'm just saying, there's no reason for you, when you have this marvelous opportunity not to be the guy's butt boy, to go ahead and be his butt boy.
Yes,
It's embarrassing.
I was absolutely his butt boy. I was so far. You would not believe what he ate 2 weeks ago. You know, the interesting thing that I have is you have a responsibility to the public discourse, and you fail miserably.
I think.
You need to go to one. The thing that I want to say is, when you have people on for just knee-jerk, reactionary talk.
Wait, I thought you were going to be funny. Come on, be funny.
No, I'm not going to be your monkey. Go ahead. I watch your show every day, and it kills me.
I can tell you love it.
It's so painful to watch. You know, because we need what you do. This is such a great opportunity you have here to actually get politicians off of their marketing and strategy. Yeah, it's someone who watches your show and cannot take it anymore. I just can't.
What's it like to have dinner with you? It must be excruciating. Do you lecture people like this, or do you come over to their house and sit and lecture them? And, they're not doing the right thing, that they're missing their opportunities, evading their responsibilities?
If I think they are.
Look, I wouldn't want to eat with you, man. That's horrible.
I know, and you won't. But the thing I want to get to.
We did promise naked pictures of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, we did. Let's get to those.
Why can't we just talk? Please, I beg of you guys.
I think you watch too much Crossfire. We're going to take a quick break.
No. Look,
hold on.
Please.
We've got commercials.
Please.
Next,
please stop.
In the rapid fire.
Please
Hopefully
stop.
He'll be here. We hope. We think. And then, did U.S. soldiers refuse an order in Iraq? Will Blitzer has the latest on this investigation right after the break.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Coming up at the top of the hour, the Pentagon investigates a report that U.S. soldiers refused to go on a dangerous mission in Iraq. We'll have details. In medical news, the FDA prescribes a strongly worded label on antidepressant drugs. And why some experts think the flu vaccine shortage is a grim warning about U.S. vulnerability to bioterrorism. All those stories, much more, only minutes away on Wolf Blitzer Reports. Now back to Crossfire.
Welcome back to Crossfire. We're talking to Jon Stewart, who was just lecturing us on our moral inferiority. John, you're bumming us out. Tell us, what do you think of the Bill O'Reilly vibrator story?
No.
I'm sorry? I don't.
Oh, okay.
What do you think?
Let me change the subject then.
Where's your moral outrage on this?
I don't have any.
I know.
Which candidate do you suppose would provide you better material?
I'm sorry?
Which candidate do you suppose would provide you better material if he won?
Mr. T. I think he'd be the funniest.
But you have a stake in it that way, as not just a citizen, but as a professional comic.
Right, which I hold to be much more important than as a citizen.
Well, there you go. Well, who would provide you better material, do you suppose?
I don't really know. It's kind of not how we look at it. We look at the absurdity of the system provides us the most material, and that is best served by sort of the theater of it all, which, by the way, thank you both, because it's been helpful.
But if Kerry gets elected, is it good? I mean, you said you're voting for him. You obviously support him. It's clear. Will it be harder for you to mock his administration if he becomes president?
Now, why would it be harder?
Because
the only way it would be harder is if his administration is less absurd than this one. So in that case, if it's less absurd, then yeah, I think it'd be harder. But I mean, it'd be hard to top this group. I mean, quite frankly, in terms of absurdity and their world matching up to the one that, you know, it was interesting. President Bush was saying, you know, John Kerry, his rhetoric doesn't match his record. But I've heard President Bush describe his record. His record doesn't match his record. So, you know, I don't worry about it in that respect. But let me ask you guys again a question, because we talked a little bit about, you know, you're actually doing honest debate and all that. But after the debates, where do you guys head to right afterwards?
The men's room.
Right after that.
Right, home.
Spin Alley.
Home?
No, Spin Alley.
What are you talking about? I mean, at these debates?
Yeah, you go to Spin Alley, the place called Spin Alley. Now, don't you think that for people watching at home, that's kind of a drag, that you're literally walking to a place called Deception Lane? Like, it's Spin Alley. It's don't you see, that's the issue I'm trying to talk to you guys.
I actually believe, I had a lot of friends who worked for President Bush. I went to college with
Neither of us was ever in the spin room, actually.
No, I did. I went to Larry King show. They actually believe what they're saying. They want to persuade you. That's what they're trying to do by spinning. But I don't doubt for a minute these people who work for President Bush, who I disagree with and everything, they believe that stuff, John. This is not a lie or deception at all.
I think they believe in him. I think they believe,
just like I believe in my guys.
I think they believe President Bush would do a better job. And I believe the Kerry guys believe President Kerry would do a better job. But what I believe is they're not making honest arguments. So what they're doing is, in their mind, the ends justify the means.
I hate to say so at all. I do think you're more fun on your show. Just my opinion.
But
okay, Jon Stewart goes one-on-one with his fans.
You're as big a dick on your show as you are on any show.
Now you're getting into it. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Eastern.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Crossfire. We are joined by Comedy Central's Jon Stewart, host of The Daily Show, and author of #1 bestseller, America the Book, A Citizen's Guide to Democracy in Action. Some questions from our audience. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Hi, my name's David. I'm from Boston.
Hi, David.
My question is, what do you think the hump on GW's back during the debate was?
Say it again.
What do you think the hump on George's back during the debate was?
The hump on his back?
Oh, you're not familiar? This is a conspiracy theory. Can I take this one?
Yeah, please.
It was nothing. His suit was puckering. A lot of people believe he had one of these in his ear. If he was being fed lines by Karl Rove, he would not have been so inarticulate, guys. It's a myth. It's not true. There's this huge myth out on the left about this.
Mr. Jon Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
Renee from Texas. Why do you think it's hard or difficult or impossible for politicians to answer a straight, simple question?
I don't think it's hard. I just think that nobody holds their feet to the fire to do it, so they don't have to. They get to come on, you know, shows that don't.
Were they too easy on them?
Yeah.
Not
Ask
easy.
how you holding up.
You began by saying we were too hard on people and too difficult or contentious. And
I think you're, yeah.
All right, Jon Stewart, come back soon.
Jon Stewart, good of you to join us. Thank you very much. The book is America, A Citizen's Guide to Democracy in Action. From the left, I am Paul Begala. That's it for Crossfire.
And from the right, I'm Tucker Carlson. Have a great weekend. See you Monday. Oh, that was great.
Happening now, an extraordinary.
He got owned so hard 2 minutes in that the comments are like, the entire island of England is fallen. That's crazy. This is why England has fallen, because they're not patriotic and they didn't respect you, Charlie. I do want to watch this one debate where Charlie Kirk says this guy is bouncy. And I want to compare that to my performance at Cambridge, because Cambridge, unlike Oxford, was way more debate lordy. Some of the questions that they asked me, I think, were very silly, obviously. Obviously, I think that because I'm biased and too afraid of addressing the truth. I do want to watch how they dunked on Charlie, though. I will say, it is the reason why I think they were debate lordy with me is because it was clear when you look at the questions that like they sent my way on my Cambridge speech. It was very. I think that. How do I describe it? It was silly shit. It was like they didn't disagree with me. They just like had issues with optics or whatever, right? Whereas like with Charlie, there's obviously a disagreement, like a significant disagreement with what he's saying. It was super nitpicky. Like it wasn't a real contest. It wasn't like a real, here's what I think is wrong about what you've said. It was more so, here's what I've misunderstood about your point because I was duped by a clip compilation. Did your vid include those questions? That was Oxford. The last one that I posted was Oxford, but my Cambridge video is on my YouTube page because we live streamed it. Cambridge, where is it? Oh my God. I looked up Hassan Piker Cambridge Union, and my video on my f***ing channel doesn't even come up until the last part. But yeah, this is like most of the speech, and then the rest of it is like people asking me questions. The people at Cambridge respected you to some degree. No, you mean Oxford? Well, yeah, there were plenty of very respectful students. But I'm saying that, yeah, why are 60 view videos coming up before me? Like, what the f***? No disrespect to the clips compilation, but this is crazy for YouTube. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos come up before my original video. And literally 4 of those 5 videos have 18, 24, 27, and 41 views.
Care about faith, family, and freedom. Listen up. I'm proud to partner with...
Okay, I don't care about this. All right, so this is...
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted...
I tried searching your vids and Asmongold comes up. Yeah, he talks about me more than I talk about myself, so that makes sense.
Electing, keeping in power Donald Trump. And you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal.
Yeah, when I debated him, he had not become the president yet. He is now the president. And also, when I debated him, he literally had almost the exact diametrical opposite viewpoints that he is presenting here right now. So I don't know what happened. I genuinely, I'm actually very interested in finding out what happened. Like if he had a real change of heart or if he's just like a guy who loves debating. It makes sense. I mean, he is now the president of the Cambridge Union debate club. He'll still say he hates Hamas at the end, I think. Okay. Maybe. But even then, Charlie also got cooked by a professor. Yeah. I don't know if I should be offended, but no professor showed up to debate me. But professors were coming in to debate this man. All right, let's keep going.
Receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
He's shaking.
No. Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance.
Oh my God, he is not happy. Yo, what the hell? Yo, you can't get bitched by fucking Ron Weasley, dog. God damn. This is like Revenge of the Nerds. This is like when the college students bite back. You know what I mean? Because normally he has editorial control over this process, and he goes to college campuses and he just like basically talks over a bunch of college students who only have a couple seconds to say whatever they want. But all of a sudden, when they have like a real back and forth, but your debate wasn't this configuration, right? It was Q&A. It was Q&A, yes. I think that's probably the reason. Should I do another one of these, but this time in a debate format? A 90-pound over-caffeinated student making Charlie lose it? He is cooking.
And can answer. Because it's all the culture for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is red.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, just a little bit. You're pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can...
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them armaments.
That's going well, isn't it?
It's going well. Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
I allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted.
Ooh, he has the room. Ron Weasley's got the room at the tip of his fingers. Okay? That is, oh my God, he's getting mogged. Oh my God. Oh my God, what are the comments saying? If by me voting for Trump is not turning the UK, then I voted wisely. I'm an Englishman and also a ginger. I'm so embarrassed by this fool. Oh my God, dude, come on. Oh God, lobotomy. Right-wingers have been, there is no way you look at this back and forth, even from the jump, and feel as though Charlie has any stage presence here. He got owned so hard 2 minutes in that the comments are like, the entire island of England has fallen. That's crazy. This is why England has fallen, because they're not patriotic and they didn't respect you, Charlie.
A single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted, actually? Okay. He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran, and has stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Both of them said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian-Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
You got to go deeper than that. Okay, both parties said Trump was not involved. I mean, even if he was, I don't really care. Like, okay, good, he did that. Except that happened afterwards. That wasn't even a campaign promise. So that's not the point that I don't want to call him Ron Weasley over and over again, that the debate club president is saying here. Okay,
let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
A success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations.
No, dude, Vladimir Putin is literally destroying Donald Trump. There is no defense here for Charlie. Charlie is already on the back foot. There is nothing he can say here that makes sense. The only thing he can say is, well, Joe Biden was worse, right? Like, at least he's trying to do a peace deal. Joe Biden never even tried to do a peace deal or something, to which you can still respond with, well, it's still a failure, so maybe what Joe Biden was doing wasn't that much worse than what Trump is doing. And it's just, there's no defense. Putin is destroying Trump. What do you mean by that? What do you think I mean by that? Donald Trump's analysis of the situation is, oh, I'm going to come in and I'm going to actually stop this day one. Okay? Ridiculous, bold claim to make. Obviously, everyone laughed at it. But what is this? Charlie leaves Cambridge feminists resorting to insults? Oh my God. This entire, everything he uploaded, he was like, I'm not owned, licking his wounds. This was the other girl that actually asked me some questions as well. She was asking me about work.
And it's a lot better than when your prime minister, Boris Johnson, went alongside our to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian,
I believe that was Antalya, not Istanbul, but it's okay.
Peace deal.
Turkey's at the table. Turkey is the table. Turkey mentioned.
Which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India-Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. Okay. But do you really think leverage, negotiation...
He is a little bit of a NATO guy. I mean, not a little bit. He's definitely like a NatSec lib. Like what Charlie said there about Boris Johnson nuking the 15-point ceasefire plan has been discredited by like Atlantic Council types. But overall, there is enough information at this point. There's enough information at this point to suggest that like there was definitely a lot of confidence given to the Ukrainian position in that back and forth that allowed Zelensky to say no to a potential ceasefire. Having said that, we don't even know if Vladimir Putin would have followed through on that ceasefire, considering the fact that this round of ceasefire negotiations has basically been Vladimir Putin playing the long game and using the fact that there's a negotiation even happening to consistently cut off American aid to Ukraine.
Work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office. Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia?
And he's right about this as well. The notion that the notion that, did Boris Johnson help stop a peace deal in Ukraine? A recent piece in Foreign Affairs revealed that Kyiv and Moscow may have a tentative deal to end the war all the way back in April. I assume this says no, right? Because this is from September, and more information came out of how the tentative ceasefire deal fell apart a year after that. This is from September of 2022. The deal was on the table. The deal was on the table in April of 2022, shortly after the immediate success of Ukrainian defenses that was able to force the Russian position to withdraw all the way back to the east of the Dnieper River. At that point, Ukraine had the maximum leverage. And one of the things I said back then was this is the best opportunity to implement a ceasefire negotiation. And a lot of people yelled at me. There was a 15-point plan that was put on the table. And actually, it was a very intelligent plan that Zelensky had crafted that I gave much credit to Zelensky over, where he even said on one of the 15 bullet points that the Crimea annexation conversation should be left up to a referendum a decade down the line, right? That is as close to a democratic way of not having to deal with this hot potato that is going to be very unpopular, okay? And then Boris Johnson intervened. To say, we have maximum support for you. We will give you all the weapons you need. You have the full backing of Western nations, and you will be able to purge Russians from your ranks. Just, don't fuck with this deal. Don't do it. Ukraine never had leverage like that since that moment. Biden, not Boris. No, Boris Johnson doesn't behave on his own. Obviously, he is an envoy of American interests in that conversation. I'm sure that he didn't personally destroy the deal on his own when Biden was totally on board with cutting together a ceasefire negotiation. That's not how these things work. So saying Boris kind of absolves Biden of responsibility, no, it does not. Nothing that Boris Johnson does is without the go-ahead, or nothing that any European leadership does in terms of dealing with Ukraine, in terms of dealing with Russia, without America's go-ahead. Ukraine is a proxy for American interests, and every other country, every other European leader that's backing Ukraine is a vassal. It's a NATO formation. It is the entire purpose of NATO to begin with. I mean, look at what's happened so far with Donald Trump in office and what he has done to bully all of our foreign partners. And look at their response so far. They have not even designed any kind of attempt at sovereignty.
Russia. Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected, or help elect, somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically both the UK government and...
Exclusive. Ukraine president says British prime minister had nothing to do with decision not to seek deal with Russia. Volodymyr Zelensky has rubbished claims that Boris Johnson scoopered a possible deal between Ukraine and Russia in spring 2022, calling them illogical. There were several approaches with ultimatums, and I never gave my approval for it, says Zelensky of Russian demands for ending its full-scale invasion. Johnson had nothing to do with this decision. Directly addressed the claims for the first time. It doesn't fit with logic. What was he supposed to be talking us out of? The story of Johnson's visit was and the supposed lost chance for peace may seem like a historical detail, but has fresh relevance as Donald Trump seeks to do a deal to end the war. Okay, Gaia. Place. Okay, then it was dumb for him to nuke this 15-point plan. Clearly. I don't know why he's falling on his own sword here, proverbially, but okay. The Kremlin has used the Johnson story to suggest that Ukraine turned down a peace deal on Western orders early in the war. Johnson himself previously called the claims Russian propaganda. The then British Prime Minister made a surprise visit to Kyiv in April 2022, 6 weeks after the start of the Russia's full-scale invasion. He walked through the streets of Kyiv with Zelensky and publicly affirmed British support. The idea that Johnson also used the visit to ensure Ukraine did not sign a peace agreement with Russia first emerged in an article in the respected Ukrainska Pravda outlet in May 2022, which said that Ukrainian and Russian negotiators had agreed on a broad possible agreement after a meeting in Istanbul in late March. A week later, Johnson arrived with a message. Putin is a war criminal. He needs to be pressured, not negotiated with, according to one of the outlet's sources. In November 2023, David Arakamia, a member of Zelensky's own negotiating team in Istanbul, appeared to lend the idea credence. These are the reasons why I believe that this is the truth, by the way. This is what I said when I said, like, oh, a year after the fact, there was more information that came out. Boris Johnson came to Kyiv and said that we would not sign anything with them at all and let's just fight, he said in a November 2023 interview. Russian sources seized on these words, ignoring another part of the interview, which Arakaima said that the Ukrainian delegation had not planned to sign anything in any case. In an interview with Tucker Carlson last year, Putin brought up the story, claiming it showed the West had pushed Ukraine further into the war. It seems very sad that they followed the orders of the request of Mr. Johnson. We could have ended the military actions over a year and a half ago. For the record, I do want to mention something here, and this is important to recognize. There is no proof that Russia would have actually followed through on the ceasefire negotiations. Make no mistake, I am not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that they have less leverage now than they did back then to facilitate a ceasefire negotiation. And without leverage on the battleground specifically, there is no real commitment to a ceasefire, as evidenced by the fact that Russia keeps stringing Trump along, as evidenced by the fact that Vladimir Putin keeps stringing Trump along with a negotiation, with a fake negotiation that he knows Trump would love to bring back as a W to his base, to America, to all the Western countries. And by doing so, his conditions are to basically cause America to sever ties with Ukraine and to no longer offer any defense capabilities to Ukraine. That is his tactic here. What he is doing right now, what Vladimir Putin is doing right now, is to basically take advantage of Trump's stupidity and also his obvious interest in getting one foreign policy W here, so it's not so the likes of Charlie Kirk don't have to run around and be like, "Well, you stopped India and Pakistan from doing the nuclear holocaust," because there's no W's at this moment for foreign policy, and he knows that. Vladimir Putin knows that, so he's basically stringing him along. And all the while, still continuing a westward expansion. Putin likes the story a lot about Turkey. These meetings, says Zelensky during an hour-long interview with The Guardian. In fact, says Zelensky, the real pressure to sign a deal had already been dissipated by the time Johnson arrived in April, and Russian forces had already been pushed out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Early on, there were people who wanted to kill me. There were shots fired, and in parallel, there was the ultimatum and phone calls from different people. Ukrainian and Russian negotiators held several rounds of talks in Belarus and in Turkey, with the conditions demanded by the Russians were always punishing. I said, this cannot be. It violates the rights of our citizens, of the Constitution. It would be a full betrayal. We will not submit to the ultimatums of Putin, Zelensky claimed. Simon Schuster, a journalist who has written the biography of Zelensky, said he believed the Ukrainian president was serious in late March about trying to meet with Putin and negotiate an end to the war based on a draft agreement reached in Istanbul. However, key questions of territorial status were left unaddressed by the negotiators, and as the discussions were ongoing, the scale of atrocities in Bucha and other towns were revealed as the Russian forces withdrew from around Kyiv, prompting horror and fear in Ukraine, making any deal much less palatable. Perhaps even more problematic was the fact that although several Western politicians urged Ukraine to make a deal, none was willing to provide security guarantees to back it up. Ukraine was left to rely on Russia's word. After Bucha, that seemed like a bad idea. Plus, Ukraine had just achieved a big military victory, and Zelensky wanted to keep that momentum going on the battlefield. Boris encouraged him, but he was one relatively minor factor among many. Okay, this literally, oh my God. Why are you a NATO baby now? I am not a NATO baby at all, but it is so fucked up that this entire article is basically saying, like, no, Zelensky made a bad decision. He made a really bad decision. It was actually all his decision. There was no outside pressure, even though there were some conversations taking place about how much Western forces could support Ukraine. What happened is the Ukrainians were tactically winning in Kherson for like 2 months, and they became overhyped and started praising Boris for having prolonged the war. Then they thought that Boris had given them victory by telling them not to do a ceasefire. By the way, a town in Ukraine actually named a street after Boris Law. What? I think that it wasn't necessarily a lie as far as like as far as the capabilities of Ukraine, I think people were just wrong in their analysis. They thought that Russia, after getting pushed back, and I don't think that was a feint, because Z pushers will say that was a feint, that Russia never wanted to take Kiev and that they simply wanted to permanently annex eastern Ukrainian territory. I think that is myth-making after the fact, okay? They were not feinting when they did that. They actually had ambitions, and the Ukrainian defenses were far better than they had suspected it would be, especially considering the performance in 2014 when the Ukrainian standing military was ascetic and virtually non-existent in comparison to the position that it had in 2022. So I think that there was definitely a lot of confidence in Ukraine's capabilities, but then there was definitely a lot of pressure as well, as far as like pressures internally, like Zelensky also reveals here, like Ukrainians would kill me if I actually abided by any of these like ultimatums, and also Western leadership basically whispering into Zelensky's ear that they would continue. Why should we even get invested into this onto war? I mean, if we're being serious about this, there are very valid reasons, or not very valid reasons, but like there are real reasons that Vladimir Putin has pushed in terms of American involvement and intervention in Ukraine leading up to its invasion, okay? But the reality of the matter is a responsible leader would not invade Ukraine militarily and instead use economic pressure points that it already had, knowing full well that Ukraine was never going to be allowed into fucking NATO anyway, to continue this stressful position that is valid from a realpolitik perspective. Like Russia, understandably, does not want NATO to be directly within striking distance of Moscow. That is an understandable desire from any nation state, okay? Especially one that was completely fucking destroyed by the United States of America and Western forces during the Cold War, with battle scars that have not yet healed, okay? Having said that, once fucking Russia invades Ukraine, then all bets are off. Not only have you justified the existence of NATO, not only did you get Finland and Sweden to join NATO, but also on top of that, what are people supposed to do? Europeans genuinely do fucking fear Russian incursion. They do. And when you behave like an irrational monster, then it's understandable for them to fucking fear Russian incursion. Why wouldn't they fear it? The only thing that's stopping further going into European territory at that point is not like Vladimir Putin's restraint or whatever. Clearly, he is not a restrained person at all. But the only thing that's stopping them is military might. The very fact that they can't move beyond the positions that they've established in eastern Ukraine is the only thing that's basically stopping them from going to the border of Poland at this point. Like, that's understandable. That is understandable for European, especially Eastern European countries, to be fearful of this sort of action when Vladimir Putin has proven that he is willing to entertain this military option. This is not me being pro-NATO. I am obviously anti-NATO, but this is, you can't also give NATO any credit whatsoever by behaving this way. And Vladimir Putin is giving credit to NATO by behaving this way. But it's very obvious that as someone who believes in no war, as someone who wants a ceasefire to be implemented, currently as it stands, the party that's fucking up the ceasefire talks is not the Ukrainian side. Not only is Zelensky literally the American proxy in this, he has been ritualistically humiliated on the fucking global stage for being aligned with Democrats and for Donald Trump basically behaving as though this is not American foreign policy that's uniparty, but simply the Democrats' pet project in Ukraine. And that's the reason why it even happened to begin with, while also undermining its own proxy in the fucking negotiations process, forcing them into a deal that robs the limited amount of natural resources that they have. And on top of that, is very clearly being strung along by Vladimir Putin, who has no interest in actually getting a ceasefire done right now until perhaps maybe the end of the summer, after he takes additional territory. I feel like Vladimir Putin is gearing up for a little bit more of like a little bit more incursion into eastern Ukraine, either he will try to take over 4 additional territories that it wanted with this ceasefire negotiation, which was a ridiculous red line. I think that understandably Zelensky and everyone should say no to. Okay, but it's really difficult for me to act like Vladimir Putin is not the bad guy here. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, he was already the bad guy when he invaded, but he's the extra bad guy now because he's basically trying to get and successfully getting Trump to cut off aid to Ukraine, military aid to Ukraine, while simultaneously claiming that he's going to actually turn around and do a ceasefire when he's not interested in it at all. It's fucked up. I think. I mean, the future of Ukraine is bleak no matter what. But I think that basically the only possible solution to this would have been normalizing relations with China and trying to get China to the table and implement like the Chinese Brazil plan for with a peacekeeping mission and a ceasefire in Ukraine. Because it is obvious that you cannot get anything out of Vladimir Putin. I think it's a miscalculation that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually thinks that dumb fuck Donald Trump thinks Vladimir Putin actually likes him or respects him. He does not. Vladimir Putin is way smarter than Donald Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? He's been the leader of Russia for what? How many decades been the fucking leader of Russia? Of course he's way smarter than Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a fucking dumbass real estate fail son. He is so easy to manipulate. He is so unimaginably easy to manipulate. All you need to do is like, you know, tell him a couple nice things about how powerful he is and how his hair looks hot or whatever the fuck. And then and then Trump will be like, yeah, I hate Zelensky. Zelensky never said my hair looks good. Zell Disney. He doesn't know how powerful I can be.
And the U.S. government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active...
Oh, come on, dude. Oh, okay.
...kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe, we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that, because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
Yeah, let's just stop speculating, because this issue makes me look bad, because it makes Trump not look like the great peacekeeper, because I have to maintain this mirage. This idea that Trump is actually doing his very best and is not a fucking bumbling moron.
Can we just talk about $100 billion's worth of weapons? Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored the fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner, 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
Let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
You mentioned Qatar. You've been...
Oh, God, I hate this. First of all, here, let me just say something here, okay? The idea that, like, we have no capacity to limit what kind of weaponry Saudi Arabia is supposed to get is so stupid. What do you mean? Oh, would you rather have them get weapons from us or China? Like, there's no... You're acting like America has no say. America's small bean, okay? America fucking small bean around the planet all of a sudden. Like, which is it? Is America the most powerful nation on the planet, or is it just a small bean that has no say in this process? If it was so easy, then fucking weapons from China or even from Russia at the same time as the United States of America. Like, beyond NATO, America has a fuck ton of power and fuck ton of influence. If they didn't want Saudi Arabia to militarize, they could stop them from doing so. But obviously they don't care. They want Saudi Arabia to militarize because they want Saudi Arabia to work in their interest in the region to prop up better defenses for Israel, for example, or to destroy potential enemies of Israel, for example, like in Yemen.
In talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas, can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine.
Oh, God, this argument. He's going to say Qatar is the main funder of Hamas.
Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also Qatar funds Hamas.
Oh, God. Oh, brother. I want to debate both of them. I want to debate Charlie on this, and I want to debate him on this, too. Yay. The idea that Qatar is a major funder of Hamas is literally just verbatim silly Israeli propaganda, okay? Yes, there has to be a place where there has to be neutral territory where the envoys of Hamas can have dealings, negotiations with Israeli negotiators, okay? Qatar is the perfect place for this because they are technically neutral, okay? Unlike all of the other Gulf nations that are super pro-Israel, both openly and also in private, Qatar, at the very least, is still pro-Israel, but maintains neutrality when it comes to offering territory where people can fucking have these back and forth negotiations. Okay? That's it. It's so stupid to be like, Qatar is actually a major funder of fucking Hamas. It's like, okay, you know who else is a major funder of Hamas then? Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, what are we doing here? No, it's so dumb. Qatar is basically the Switzerland of the Gulf states. I like your chances a little better now than the first two times. What do you mean? Parker via Kirk 3? Oh, yeah. I might actually have something cooking up where I might be talking to Charles Jebediah Kirk. Okay. Anyway, the whole like influence peddling thing that Qatar did this time around is not because they want Donald Trump to actually offer a more favorable deal to Hamas. I wish that was the case. Oh my God. I wish that the Qatari leadership actually gave this plan to be like, Mr. President, you have to stop this genocide. Oh my God, I would love that. I would literally fly to Qatar and kiss the fucking feet of the Emirates there, okay? Do you understand? I would kiss the leadership's feet if that was the actual fucking case. No, the real reason why they did this is because last time they didn't do this when Trump was president, and they almost got fucking bombed into oblivion by UAE and Saudi Arabia, because when Jared Kushner was going to the fucking region and basically going, hey, I have a bunch of properties that I need to offload to somebody. Can you bribe me, please? Qatar was the only country that was like, no, what? I don't understand. Why would we do that? That doesn't seem very cash money. That doesn't seem very, Western interest, Western liberal democracy to us. Is this a fucking trick? And when they didn't do that, when they did not do that, was literally planning on turning Qatar into a fucking island, okay? Literally. I'm not even joking about this. They wanted to build a canal so that Qatar turned into a fucking island. They wanted to put the rest of the Gulf nations immediately were like, all right, we can do whatever the fuck we want to Qatar because they're not protected by the Trump administration. So this time around, and that only was stopped, I believe, by Pompeo or Tillerson. I can't remember now. But this is something I've talked about before. There was an Intercept report on this back in the day when it actually fucking happened. I talked about this when the plane stuff first took place. Do you guys not remember? It was so silly. It was like Looney Tunes shit. Anyway, the reason why Qatar this time gave money to the Trump administration, gave this bribe to the administration, is because they were like, that's just how people play ball. Okay? That's just how people fucking play ball. Because it's nothing. $400 million is nothing for them. What do you mean? Everybody's paying the piper. That's it. That's the only reason. I wish it was for peace in Palestine. I wish. But that is not the case. But of course, people who get their news from mainstream resources that just like literally verbatim repeat whatever the fuck Israel says. Rex Tillerson stopped Saudi and UAE from attacking Qatar. Former U.S. Secretary of State reportedly prevented Saudi troops from attacking his Gulf neighbor. Yeah, this was Intercept's investigative reporting. The plan involves Saudi ground troops crossing the land border into Qatar and with military support from the UAE advancing 100 kilometers inland and seizing the Qatari capital. Based on information it said it received from current member of U.S. intelligence community and 2 former State Department officials, the Intercept said the coup, which was largely devised by Saudi Arabia and the UAE's crown princes, was likely some weeks away from being implemented. Now, relations have normalized, okay, amongst the Gulf states at this point, but that was a real thing. That was a real thing that almost happened. Because Qatar did not bribe the Kushners, okay? It was also to influence U.S. to change its foreign policies towards Palestine. No, it wasn't. You want to know why it wasn't? Because if that was the case, Trump would have played ball, okay? And he didn't. The Gulf nations are so unimaginably wealthy, and Trump responds to bribes very positively. Why the fuck is Trump not responding to those bribes then? The only reason why Trump is not responding to those bribes is because they don't give a fuck about Palestinians. Do you understand? It's a very sad state of affairs, a very sad reality that many of you need to wake up to. And yes, this even includes Qatar. Qatar at least is neutral, okay, as far as its leadership goes. Qatar at least is neutral, or some of them are more positive towards Palestinian emancipation, but that's it. Like they're what, you think if Mohammed bin Salman genuinely cared about this shit, genuinely cared about the genocide, he wouldn't be able to ask Trump like, Mr. Trump, please something about doing a ceasefire. Wouldn't that be great? But of course it never happened. Is there like proof though? I'm struggling to understand. Proof of what? Proof of this? I mean, yeah, I told you it's from it's the Intercept's reporting. Unless you think the Intercept is fake, I guess. Maybe you do. I don't know. But their reporting is pretty fucking credible. It's one of the best outlets, especially under the first Trump administration. Yeah. The only country in that region that actually does care about the Palestinian plight is Yemen. That's it. And one might even have a cynical perspective on that and say, oh, it's because the Ansar Allah administration just withstood a civil war. It was very bloody. People were very upset at them, and they wanted to galvanize the entirety of Yemen and create a united front against Israel by attacking Israel. But no, I don't think so. I think there is genuine animosity towards Israel and American imperialism by every single person in Yemen, including, but not limited to, the Ansar Allah movement. Very proud and very resilient nation. And Iran? Yes, Iran. Kind of. Yes, Iran as well. Well, I would say Iran to a lesser degree than even Ansar Allah. You might say, well, Ansar Allah would have no weapons without Iran, and there is truth to that. Absolutely. Having said that, however, Iran also has a lot of capabilities, a lot of power to be able to at least restrain Israel a little bit further. They also are incredibly restrained themselves because they're also incredibly self-interested. Think about the only times where Iran has actually responded to Israel. It has only responded to Israel after Israel struck Iran directly. Okay? The only time Iran did not defend Hezbollah, Iran did not defend Hamas. There was a axis of resistance pact in the region. That was, we've forgotten about it at this point because it's been 19 months since Israel started its genocide. But the Axis Pact, the Axis of Resistance Pact in the region implied that if Israel were to engage in a bombing campaign as severe as what they did like a week into October 7, that Iran, Hezbollah, the IRGC forces in Iraq, and the IRGC forces in Syria were to open up a united front against Israel as a mechanism of deterrence, as a mechanism of punishment. This did not happen. And the reason why this did not happen is because Iran didn't do anything. Iran literally did not, did not push back until Israel bombed the fucking Iranian embassy. It was crazy. The only times where Iran has actually punished Israel or pushed back against Israel is when Israel has violated Iranian sovereignty. The only country in the fucking region that actually gives a damn at this point, that hasn't had its entirety of its leadership decapitated, that still has some power to respond to the best of their ability, is Yemen. Oh my God, we dived into so many different subjects here. How the fuck did we get here from Ukraine? Jesus Christ.
It is a combination of international relief organizations.
400 million jet.
Bro, there was an IRGC general in the same bunker as Nasrallah and one of the Iranian embassy in Syria. Do you think these guys weren't there to direct the war against Israel? Yes, they were offering. No, I'm not saying they weren't offering intelligence. Of course they were. But there's a difference between what you must do. There's a difference between what you must do versus what Iran was doing. The Axis of Resistance Pact implied that there would be stronger penalties against Israel if they continued this death and destruction. And that never came. And Israel has shown the rest of the countries in the region that the only thing they back down from is countermeasures that actually harm Israel. Israel only responds to force. Iran did not defend Hezbollah is the dumbest thing you can say right now. Oh, were they supposed to hold their hand? Every rocket they had, Iran gave them. Hezbollah was always meant to operate independently. The resistance is purposely autonomous to ensure flexibility. You are very wrong in your assessment. I'm not even talking about Hezbollah. I'm talking specifically about, okay, so then Iran lost. Is that what you're saying? Iran tried its very hardest and then lost. Is that the argument that you're presenting then? I'm not discounting all of the material support that Iran offers to Hezbollah and the axis of resistance. I'm simply talking about Iran's capabilities. Iran isn't a part of NATO like Turkey. It can't just do whatever it wants in the region. It has to calculate its actions more. First, it wants in the region. Turkey is America's dog. Turkey is America's fucking lapdog. That's precisely the reason why Turkey hasn't shut off the entirety of the energy grid for Israel and simply just says, oh, we hate Israel. We hate Israel. 1 minute. And then does nothing. Yes, I do agree that they lost, actually. Sure. Okay. I think Iran has more power as a military presence in the region and as a deterrence force against Israel than you are giving it credit. All right, let's continue.
With the President of the United States on it.
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
And why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too.
I think MSNBC is going to talk about you later in the hour for what?
In the weeds. If you want to keep on going it, we can.
It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? Do you understand the contrast here?
What aboutism again? I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better than the predecessor.
You have to defend the person you spent millions to elect.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do, is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering peace.
Oh God, the entire room is laughing at him.
Who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time. I will defend that endlessly. What are you defending?
In a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard to engage with.
But then disprove it.
Let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war?
I do think he's so super libbed up. It's like hard to pin him down, but I feel like he literally has like he's saying he's not defending Joe Biden, but I do feel like he's just positioned himself against Israel either because now he realizes that like what Israel is doing is atrocious, or because he somehow thinks that like Biden would have managed the situation better than Donald Trump. I don't know. Because if I recall our conversation, he was trying to both sides what Israel was doing, and then hyper focusing on like my commentary against Israel and also my commentary in defense of militant resistance against Israel's genocide. And someone who has that position, I feel like would not be like someone who genuinely thinks what Israel's doing is atrocious would probably not spend a good deal of time talking about how homophobic Hamas is or whatever. Because that's like introductory debate lording about Hamas being anti-LGBTQ because like the fuck, who kills more gay people? Do you think Hamas or fucking Israel?
Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's interest?
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, the conflict of Israel versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the Israeli government are evil.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. 19 months of genocide. Just fucking say, between Israel and Hamas are the good guys. I don't think it's a controversial position, dude. Am I crazy? Like, you don't have to fucking dick ride Hamas. Between Israel and Hamas is clearly a better, more responsible party. Literally lower civilian to enemy combatant casualty ratings on October 7 than Israel's 19 months of fucking endless death and destruction, even if they were on the same fucking moral playing field. They're not on the same moral playing field because Hamas is a fucking resistance group born out of being orphaned by the Israeli occupation. But just looking at the numbers alone, if you were to say this fucking band of orphaned soldiers is the same as a nuclear nation state that is an apartheid colony, okay, a settler colonial apartheid state, even if you were to make that laughable fucking moralization, Hamas is literally better than Israel. Yes. From the normie perspective, Hamas is still bad because they're terrorists. Yeah, part of the reason why, from the normie perspective, people still say Hamas is bad because they're terrorists is because there's multiple factors at play here. Islamophobia, American foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy being a pivotal part of American foreign policy, endless amounts of fucking media demonization, and also a consistent amount of contextualization of Israeli violence, and only fucking saying that Hamas's violence is born out of their barbaric, rapist, monstrous nature. Okay? I think if more people were honest about it, if more people were open about it, like I am, and say the fucking truth, because like I'm not demanding people lie, okay? There's no reason to lie. There is no reason to fucking lie about any of this shit. You can openly say October 7 was a tragedy. It was atrocious. It was the violence that civilians were subjected to was an act of terror. It can totally be considered an act of terror. There were war crimes that took place. You can say all of that if you want. Those aren't incorrect statements to make. You just keep it at that and never actually discuss the much larger subject matter, the reason as to why October 7 happened, the desperation that the Palestinian resistance feels after 75 years at that point of fucking apartheid, then you're delusional, you're ridiculous, you're like a child. It's not, like, there's only, in the most reductive ways to describe this, there's only two reasons why October 7 happened, right? It either happened because Hamas are rapist, barbaric monsters who just like hate Jews and they just wanted to do activities against, violence against Jews, as many Jews as they possibly can, or they're a fucking ascetic band of orphaned soldiers that have literally created a spontaneous militia and trying to exercise any kind of militant action against this apartheid state that will cause the apartheid state to offer them some rights and potentially sovereignty. Every single time people talk about October 7, they go, well, what were you expecting? Of course Israel was going to do this. What the fuck do you mean? Then you're basically saying that justifies October 7, okay? That's it. That's what you're saying then. Like, if you are coming to the table with the recognition that Israel is this unstoppable force, this natural disaster, then yeah, someone has to fucking stop this natural disaster. What is supposed to happen here? As I've said over and over again, people have this very weird, illogical position, okay? Nothing that Israel has done justifies October 7, but everything Israel has done since October 7 is justified because of October 7. And also, since Israel has been doing everything it can to kill every single Palestinian on the Gaza Strip since October 7, no one else is supposed to even respond to the things that Israel is doing at this point. What the fuck are we saying? What a ridiculous position. This doesn't make any sense. No human being would, if they were in the conditions that Palestinians are subjected to, no human being would go, oh no, what about international human rights? Hamas in spite of these insane circumstances, has been insanely restrained. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has been insanely diplomatic. Hamas, despite these circumstances, has presented itself as a reasonable party that you can negotiate with. Get the fuck out of here. Israel, on the other hand, because it has all of the power in this process and all the backing of the most powerful nation on the fucking planet, has behaved like a belligerent madman, opening up a 7-front war while simultaneously trying to bring America into nuclear annihilation by potentially fucking striking Iranian nuclear targets. It's insane. It is a Nazi nation doing a live-streamed Holocaust. Of course people are going to try and fucking defend themselves against that. So yeah, it's ridiculous to go, both sides are bad, especially 19 months in this fucking genocide. Suck my dick. I hate this. I hate this conversation so much because people are so afraid of just like looking at this with one fundamental truth that every single person thinks they believe, but no one actually applies in this situation. Are Palestinians humans or not? Because if the answer is yes, they are humans. Yes, they have dreams. Yes, their lives are valuable. Yes, they should not be endlessly slaughtered, ruthlessly slaughtered. Then you have to understand that the metric ton of death and destruction that Israel has brought about the Palestinian population does deserve a response. What the fuck are we saying here? But many people, many liberals are very indecent, okay? Many liberals are very indecent. They say, oh, both sides are bad, both sides are bad. Okay, sure, both sides are bad. Who's the responsible party? Do you actually want to manage this conflict? Do you actually want to solve this conflict? Or do you just want to sit there and act like you're morally superior because you live in fucking London? You go to Cambridge Union and you've never had to entertain the notion of your entire family being wiped out by American weapons overnight for the crime of being born on the other side of a fucking boundary that someone else placed upon you. Oh, sorry. Let's continue. Let's see what else he's going to say.
But I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children.
Well,
it's a futile justification, Mr. Kerr, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
well, it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage.
Oh my God. Also, this is the reason why I would fucking destroy Charlie, whereas a libtard is going to have some hard times having a fucking back and forth with him here, despite the fact that they're also trying to like massage it in a way where it's like, well, you know, Hamas is bad too. No, fuck that, dude. Look at this guy. Hamas is pure evil. Both are evil. You are crazy. Hamas is pure evil. Brother, in comparison to Israel, Hamas is not pure evil. It's not even on the same zip code as evil. That is my point. And if you don't recognize that reality, you have to go look at the fucking simple fact that Israel has a 10-to-1 enemy combatant to civilian death rating versus Hamas is far lower. Okay? And no, this does not start on October 7 anyway. Israel has done an October 7 plus multiple times to the entire Palestinian population in Gaza with sieges. Okay? Go look at any metric over the course of the past 75 or now 77 years of military occupation and apartheid in Israel. I would love for any of these dipshits sit in this shit in the chat, sit here with their full chest and say if they experience the same thing that we've been experiencing for the last 77 years, that they would not resist and would not willingly, peacefully be ethically cleansed and exterminated for 3/4 of a century. Exactly. No, the only thing that they can rely on is that, oh no, it's just evil, la la la, I don't care. Okay, what would you do is the question. You would be way more evil because you're evil right now, okay? You are way more evil than Hamas by saying this, by entertaining the notion that there is any sort of parity between these two fucking parties, dude. It's ridiculous. It's not an accident that you have to fucking lie about what Hamas is doing to try and justify it, but because Israel's depravity is so incredible, Israel's depravity is so incredible that even all the lies that people say about Hamas, oh, they're stealing aid. Oh, they have 8 babies strapped to their chests. Oh, they're actually using hospitals as a command and control center. Even all of those lies combined still does not make Israel look like the good party here. And that's precisely the reason why Israel is a pariah state, because all of those lies are exactly what they say on mainstream media all the time to try to contextualize Israel's violence, to try to justify Israel's violence against the Palestinian population. And even then, the overwhelming majority of Western society has had enough of this death and destruction. Okay? That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, graph of casualties up to fucking 2024, dude. Look at that. Up to 2023, before October 7. Timeline of Israel-Palestine fatalities, 2008 to 2023. Damn, sure seems like one party does a lot more than the other. But thinking that Hamas isn't evil for some reason feels like a taboo. Yes, it is literally an incredible amount of propaganda. That's all this is. Also, you have to understand, no one is fucking perfect. Like, what are we talking about? The expectation that they have to be fucking angels is ridiculous. But in comparison to Israel, they come across like almost perfect fucking victims in this circumstance. It's like saying, here, there is a reason why no one actually thinks, okay, that John Brown or the slaves that were trying to free themselves during chattel slavery are fucking evil, because so much time has passed that we actually have the moral clarity of looking at the systematic harm that actually people were experiencing. We have the capacity to contextualize the resistance against that kind of systematic violence. So, of course, no one is going to spend a good deal of time talking about resistance tactics beyond the cold, hard, logical tactics of resistance and what may have worked and what may have not worked. I have that conversation all the time. And I'm sure there are plenty of people within the Palestinian resistance groups that also have those conversations all the fucking time amongst themselves. Should we kidnap Israelis? Should we take any hostages whatsoever? Should we do any kind of like missile strike operations as a mechanism of deterrence? But that's not the conversation that these people are having right now. Okay, the conversation that these people are having is like, well, Hamas lobbed missiles into Israeli territory. Isn't that fucking evil? Think about how scary that is, without recognizing that Israel blows up entire city blocks with no care or consideration for who's inside. As a matter of fact, knowing full well who's inside those fucking buildings, because they have the population registry of the entire Gaza Strip, and the Gaza Strip is under 24/7 surveillance. It is an unimaginable amount of cruelty the Palestinians are fucking subjected to. People go, oh, Hamas. Well, in the past, when these operations were conducted over and over again, people will go, well, why is Hamas lobbing missiles? Like, those missiles sometimes hit like, territories where there's even Arabs living, okay? And it's like, okay, give them fucking more equipped missile systems. Hassan, are you okay, dude? Why? What do you mean? Why? I am the most okay I've ever been. People trying to bait you, don't give them that reaction. New follower here. What? I know for many of you, when you hear me say these things, it irks you. Okay? I understand. Because I'm not sheltering you from my opinion. I am telling you what my actual opinion is. I'm telling you what my actual opinion is by analyzing the situation. Okay? And it's scary for the first time. When you first encounter this, you're like, everything I've learned, it means that, the bad guys, the evil guys are the guys that are, the Hamas are the bad guys in this equation. I mean, Israel is just trying to deal with the bad guys. Yes. Cloud District Enjoyer, perhaps, even though he oftentimes has very libbed up perspectives, offers a very good analogy. I think you can still dislike Hamas if you recognize that there's 100% a primary actor here that's on a whole other playing field. I don't like wet socks or murder, but I recognize there's not even a real comparison between the two. Exactly. It's like saying, I don't like the Holocaust and what the Nazis did, but Easy Company was comprised of individuals that were quite homophobic. That's exactly the same comparison. I don't know about liberating the concentration camps, considering how homophobic, transphobic, anti-women, and openly segregationist the Americans that comprised Easy Company were, Oh, there's the chart with the injuries as well, which also has factors Gaza and the West Bank. This has injuries as well, and also has Gaza and the West Bank as well. It's the language you're using. I think we can understand Hamas the victim, but it's hard to like them or support under their plight when the argument is, oh, they just did a lot. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? Why is that so hard to understand? No, that is not hard to understand at all. What the fuck are you talking about? You're comparing genocide and systematic rape to what you suspect happened on October 7, and also you're literally, there's no comparison, dude. It is literally like, you're not even comparing apples to oranges. Again, you're comparing a wet sock to fucking, you're comparing wet socks to fucking a serial killer, okay? What? This is, for the record, this is identical to Nazis trying to defend the clean Vermont theory while simultaneously fucking talking about how, well, the Red Army raped so hard. Did you know that? They were doing mass rapes in World War II. The American military was doing mass rapes in World War II against unsuspecting German women. It's like, yeah, I understand that there are, there are additional bad actors on either side, but the notion of like parity here is so lost. There is no equivalence between what the Nazis were doing and what the Allied forces were doing. And the Allied forces, by the way, were a competent force, a state actor, as opposed to a non-state actor born out of a fucking concentration camp. It is ridiculous. This is not analogous at all. It's not analogous at all. I don't like that you're making me reckon with the reality that maybe Hamas is not the bad guys when I'm conditioned into thinking that they are. Yeah, no, Hamas is W. Crazy how you're just allowed on Twitch. Crazy how I am not saying anything that is out of pocket. You are just conditioned into thinking this is unacceptable. An actual terrorist on Twitch. You are relying on, dude, what you are doing right now is if I were to cover what the partisans were doing against Nazi Germany as a good thing, which it was, okay? And you are a part of the in-group within Nazi Germany. You're like a German national going, excuse me, this is really fucked up. Have you not seen the Jewish terror that we're subjected to? That's all you're doing. That's literally all this is. And for the record, crying to the mods like this and demanding that I get deplatformed is not going to change the reality, okay? It's not going to change the truth. Yo, he got you, Assad. Take the L, bro. You are a terrorist. Exactly. It's like, come on, bro. Just take it. You're a terrorist. It's mysterious, this word, terrorism. You just can say it, and then that's it. No contextualization, no analysis necessary as to why terror occurs, how terror occurs, what the motives are, who's the responsible party. I think we should do a game. Someone has the capacity to do this. Do a game where we put quotes up of Israeli politicians, okay, and also Hamas politicians, and even leaders of the Al-Qassam brigades, and let's see who comes across like a terrorist, okay? That right there would be a very productive game, I think. That's fucked up. You knew what you were doing. I wonder if people will play that game. Throw some fucking Hitler quotes in there for good measure, too, to see if it's Benjamin Netanyahu who said it, or Adolf Hitler, or Moshe Feiglin. Every baby in Gaza is an enemy. This one is good. Zionism, what the fuck? Can you guess who said it? This quiz explores the similarities between Nazi Germany and Israel, both in writing and deeds. The basis for this comparison can be found in both projects' settler colonial nature. In Germany's case, with its occupation of Eastern Europe, General Plan Ost, and in Israel's case with its occupation of Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and more, Greater Israel, a common process of genocide, extermination, large-scale ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement can be seen. This similarity is not accidental. Early Zionist planners, like Arthur Rupin, were directly inspired by Germany's occupation of Posen. But the state of Israel was not created for the salvation of the Jews. It was created for the salvation of Western interests. This is what is becoming clear. I must say that it was always clear to me. The Palestinians have been paying for the British colonial policy of divide and rule and for Europe's guilty Christian conscience for more than 30 years. James Baldwin, open letter to the born again. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. Zionist. Oh, fuck. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is a tough one. This is, okay, I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play this game because this is impossible. Surprise. This was said by Reich leader SS Heinrich Himmler on the evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people, October 4th, 1943. All the group will be able to do about it is, oh yeah, by the way, if someone were to do the Hamas versus Israel quotes, you would have to, who's a terrorist in this party? And you put the Hamas quotes and you put the Israel quotes. You have to obviously not say the group that you're talking about. All the group will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. Nazi. In a committee of the Israeli parliament in 1983, General Raphael Eitam boasted of his triumphs in the West Bank. When we have settled the land, all the Arabs will be able to do about it will be to scurry around like drugged roaches in a bottle. For comparison, Tutsis are cockroaches. We kill you. Okay, this is way more difficult than this is insane difficulty. This is the most difficult game I've ever played in my entire life. Oh my God. Who said this? There is one and only one solution, which is to completely destroy members of the group. Okay, Nazi. Bro! Oh, brother. Okay, dude. 0-3? 0-3? Also, look who said it. Our friend of the show, Moshe Feiglin, who a couple days ago said every baby in Gaza is an enemy. That's who said it. Moshe Feiglin, Israeli politician and former Knesset member, said this in an interview with Al Jazeera. The terminology is reminiscent of Nazi propaganda, accurately describes Israel's actions today. There is one and only solution, which is to completely destroy Gaza before invading it. And when I talk about destruction, I mean destruction like it was in Dresden and Hiroshima without nuclear weapon. I don't recall that Biden or his predecessors, I don't recall that Americans provided safe humanitarian passageways to the residents of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. On the contrary, they looked for the weakest cities, and over there, they dropped their rockets to make it clear that they were serious. This is what brought an end to the war and saved the lives of 1 million American soldiers. Fuck. Those are animals. They have no right to exist. I am not debating the way it will happen, but they need to be exterminated. Okay. At this point, it's a fucking coin toss, and we're only 4 questions in, and I have no idea. I genuinely don't know. I'm gonna go Zionist. Y'all, thank God we got one. Holy fuck. This was said by Yoav Kish, Minister of Education. Like, this man is the Minister of Education and Minister of Regional Cooperation since December 2022. What kind of cooperation is he doing with the region? I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race, to put it that way, has come in and taken their place. Okay, Nazi, easy. Stop! This one's crazy because I know this full quote. They duped me. This one's crazy because it's Churchill in 1937, while speaking in favor of allowing Zionists to settle, stated that, I do not admit, for instance, that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. Yeah, if I knew that it said the Red Indians, I would know, because it's a very famous Churchill quote that I use all the time. Also, to be fair, Churchill, I would go so far as to say, was both a Zionist and a Nazi. You know, he, depending on which time frame we're looking at, it's not like he was, he became very anti-Nazi, make no mistake. But, there was, depending on which time frame we're looking at, you could probably find some quotes where he was sympathetic to both causes, So this is a half point. This is a half point for me, I think. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations. Okay, even they also do okay, this is a half point. This is a half point. Because look, see, I told you. In 1902, Churchill stated that the great barbaric nations would menace civilized nations and that the Aryan stock is bound to triumph. That is a half point. I'm telling you, depending on which time frame you were looking at with Churchill, as this game also openly recognizes, Churchill could very easily be bracketed under the Nazi category. Having said that, he was a lifelong Zionist, but he stopped being a pro-Nazi guy when, you know, obviously no longer was there any appeasement. So, okay, fuck it. I'll take the L. That's 1, okay? That's 1 out of 5? 1 out of 5. I'm so cooked. How many? 21 questions, 1 out of 5 so far. We shall exterminate the group. The group will not get away with their responsibility for date. This day will be, okay, that's fucking Zionist. The date? October 7. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Dude. I'm sorry. That is crazy. This was said by Adolf Hitler while speaking to the Czech Foreign Minister Tchaikovsky on January 21st, 1939. We shall exterminate the Jews. The Jews will not get away with their responsibility for November 9th, 1918. This day will be avenged. I'm not throwing for the bit, dude. I'm not throwing for the bit. Also, November 9th, 1918 is the proclamation of the Republic. Faced with certain defeat of the German Reich in the First World War, the Social Democratic Philipp Scheidemann proclaimed the German Republic on this Saturday from a window of the Reichstag building, today the seat of the Bundestag. There were major food shortages and protests and rallies throughout the country. The population blamed Emperor Wilhelm II for the war and demanded his abdication. Most soldiers were tired of fighting as well and wanted the war to end. On the 9th of November, 1918, the emperor was forced to abdicate. Can someone explain why that's the Jews' fault? Because he's fucking stupid. He's a stupid anti-Semite. Just like the average Israeli politician is just as vicious towards Arabs and blames Arabs for everything. No, it's ridiculous because you know who fucking fought in World War I? Germans who were also Jews. Okay? This is, weirdly enough, every single Holocaust revisionist or every single guy who's just simply talking about how Hitler arrived at the positions he arrived at failed to consider. It is such an interesting perspective that you hear from the likes of whatever the fuck his face is, the one that was on the Joe Rogan Experience, the historian, the fake podcast historian, who basically tries to, no, not Douglas Murray, Daryl Cooper. Daryl Cooper will talk about how, like, well, of course these guys were, like, anti-Semitic because, like, think about it. They just came out of World War I. It's like, yeah, so did the fucking Jews in Germany, dumbass. They weren't doing Hitler. What do you mean? Like, the Jews in Germany were not like a separate entity. They were a part of German society. The idea that they were, you know, somehow not also a victim to the same conditions is really stupid. All right. 1 correct, 5 incorrect. That's fucked up. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. They gathered all the men, sat them in the ground, and one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villages and burned them. Nazi. From the testimony about the 1948 Nakba made by Zionist soldier Yosef Diamant in an interview with the Israeli channel Hot 8. The events in Tantura were crazy and horrifying. Tantura was a rich village and had beautiful houses. Its residents lived like Europeans, you know, and the women of the village used to wear nice clothes. One of the soldiers raped a 16-year-old girl, laughing. Do you understand? The events were horrendous. They gathered them in something like a cage and put iron wires around them. And one of the soldiers got the submachine gun and shot them. They imposed a cover-up. There were soldiers who took flamethrowers and ran after the villages and burned them. It was horrible. And no one is allowed to talk about that. I won't talk about it because it would be a big scandal. I don't want to talk about it. From Zionist soldier, we ran after the villagers and burned them in context. Okay, to be fair, to me, I only heard this in Hebrew.
טנטורה היה כפר עשיר, בתים יפים, גרים כמו אירופאים, אתה יודע, וגם אנשים היו לבושות.
Like it's just like when you listen to, I've shown this literal fucking video so many times on this broadcast, it's crazy. Yes, this is L Gamer Moments. Okay, guys, can you fucking calm down, please? Yes, I'm bad at fucking video games, okay? Including this one. This is the worst GeoGuessr type game I've ever fucking performed in. Oh my God. Okay. That's 6 no's, 6 wrong answers, 1 correct answer. It's just sitting up there, by the way. It's just fucking sitting up there. This is way harder than America. Okay. This is like trying to defeat. This is like playing a DLC for any From Software game while also only using your fists, okay? Okay. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group people. This is one of the things that is easily said, but then they came all along and each one has his one decent member of the group. I am referring here to the evacuation of the group, the extermination of the group of people. This one is one of those things that's easily said, but then they all came along and each one has his one decent member. Zionist. Okay, I'm going to start flipping a coin to see if the performance improves, okay? I'm going to start okay, we've done 8 of these so far, and I've gotten only 1 correct. So I am going to leave my fate in the hands of this Zintin, okay? Top or bottom. And I'm going to answer if I am going to answer Zionist if it's top and Nazi if it's bottom, okay? Because I think that it might be easier for me to do it that way. Okay, or here, we can just do that. Yeah, okay. Heads means Zionist, tails means Nazi, okay? I don't like this game anymore. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my whole life, dude. This is actually fucked up. Okay. So we got heads versus tails right here. Fuck. This was said by Reich leader Heinrich Himmler on evacuation and extermination of the Jewish people. I'm referring here to the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish people. This is one of those things that's easily said. The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure, it's in our program. Elimination of the Jews, extermination. It'll be done. And then they all come along, the 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his own decent Jew. Of course, the others are swine, but this one, he is a first-rate Jew. Of all of those who talk like that, not one has seen it happen. Not one has to go through with it. Okay, these people must be destroyed. They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Okay, heads or tails, okay? Heads means Zionist. Tails means Nazi. Heads. Heads means Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Even the coin is not working. After visiting imprisoned Jews in Lodz ghetto in Nazi-occupied Poland in 1939, Nazi Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels wrote in his diary, "They are no longer human beings. They are animals. Thus, our task is no longer humanitarian but surgical. We must cut here, and quite invasively. Otherwise, Europe will perish from the Jewish disease." Who said this? Region never progressed beyond certain primitiveness. It has never even known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind, the valuable bearer of culture, the genius who systematically planned peaceful reconstruction, who ordered the well-designed exploitation of the immense treasures and the fertility of the soil. This country has only known the powers of unrestricted despoiling and brutal armament for war. Okay, heads means Zionist, tails means Nazi. I'm going to tell you what my opinion is as well. Fuck it, why not? I think this is a Zionist, okay? I think this is a Zionist. I think it's a Zionist, and chat seemingly is unified that it's a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says. Okay, heads, Zionist. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my entire life, dude. What the fuck is going on? This was stated by Heinrich Himmler about Eastern Europe, Nazi Germany, Zionist Israel, and all other forms of European colonialism justified and are still justifying their actions as civilizing missions. Oh. Okay, this one's easy. Who said this? This is the war between sons of light and sons of darkness. Benjamin Netanyahu said this. We will not let up our mission until the light overcomes the darkness. The good will defeat the extreme evil that threatens us. This is a fucking Benjamin Netanyahu said this. Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I got one. Oh, I didn't even use the coin on this. This is mine. This is my victory. This is my W. This is my fucking victory. The Benjamin, I even gave you who said it. Oh my God, I didn't use the coin. Thank God I didn't use the coin. Let's see what the coin would have said. See? The coin would have failed. The coin would have failed. And I saved us, boys. I fucking saved us. We're back. I am getting every single one of these right going forward. Are you ready? It's called One Frame, Elite Gamer. This group has deserved the catastrophe that has now overtaken them. Their destruction will now go hand in hand with the destruction of our enemies. We must hasten the process with cold ruthlessness. Okay. I don't know. It could be either. Every single one of them is either. But I'm resorting to the coin. Tails, Nazi. Yes! The coin! This was said by propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. I would have literally said Zionist, by the way. I would have actually said Zionist. Okay, but it doesn't matter because the coin saved us. Okay, I told you, we're getting all of them right going forward. Something like a cage has to be built for them. I know it sounds terrible. It's really cruel, but there is no choice. There is a wild animal there that has to be locked up in one. Okay, that's a Nazi, but we're going to resort to the coin again. That's definitely a Nazi. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Coin says Zionist. Coin got it right. This was said by Israeli historian Benny Morris on January 7, 2004. He was a professor of history in the Middle East Studies Department of Ben Gurion University in the Negev in the city of Beersheba, Israel. From 2015 to 2018, Morris served as the Goldman visiting Israeli professor in Georgetown University's Department of Government. Oh my God. Benny Boy also got owned by Norm Finkelstein alongside Sex Pestany, if you remember. Wow. What a situation. Hold on. I've lost the fucking... Well, the coin saved me. The coin saved me. The coin saved me. Boys, the coin saved my ass. Okay? The coin saved my ass. Okay, next. The right to exercise national self-determination in speaker's country is unique to the speaker's ethnic group of people. Okay, I think this is a Zionist. Let's see what the coin says, because the coin hasn't failed me yet. I think this is a Zionist, though. Okay? Coin says Zionist as well. Okay, or no, coin says Nazi. Heads is right? What was it? Oh, tails was Nazi. Heads is Zionist, tails is Nazi. I think this is a Zionist. Coin says it's a Nazi. I was right. Wait, oh, heads was Zionist. Fuck! That's a gimme. That's a gimme. That's a do-over. I said it was a Zionist. Coin said it was a Zionist. I was wrong. I fucked it up. Heads meant Zionist. I fucked it up. I'm sorry. That doesn't count. That actually is one for us. That is one for us. I said it was a Zionist, and so did the coin. Okay? I am fumbling. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is an excerpt from the nation-state bill passed in the Knesset on 19th of July, 2018. The right to exercise national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. This law clearly exposes the Zionist lie that Palestinians have equal rights in Israel. Human Rights Watch described it as the explicit manifestation of apartheid. We saw the passage of the nation-state law, which codified constitutional value, the idea of one group of people on the ground has rights denied to the other. When we put all those things together, it became impossible to say that there was not a clear intent to dominate. Okay, the weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong. Okay, that's a Nazi. Easy. Let's see what the coin says, though. That's easy Nazi. Okay, coin says heads. Heads is Zionist. I think it's a Nazi, but the coin says Zionist. Let's take a look. Shut the fuck up! Everyone in the chat is throwing up N for Nazi. All of you were wrong, and the coin was wrong. Wow. Netanyahu made the remarks on Twitter on August 29th, 2018, while threatening to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the country's enemies. For comparison, an excerpt from Hitler's speech in Munich: the whole of nature is a mighty struggle between strength and weakness, an eternal victory of the strong over the weak. Oh, the coin knows. Okay. Thank God the coin is saving my ass right now. National Speakers Group will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us, it was good soil because okay, this is fucking Zionist. This is Zionist. Israel, made the desert bloom, that type of shit, right? but we're going to refer to the coin regardless. It says Nazi. I think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. Let's take a look. There it is. It was, of course, yes. We were right. The coin was wrong. The coin actually fucking failed us. This was a classic. This was easy. This was easy clap. Theodor Herzl, father of modern political Zionism, envisaged the Jewish redemption of the land along the following lines. National Judaism will make the ancient soil fertile. It seems miraculous. Everything natural is miraculous. Once the nation, which we Zionists are arousing, is fully awakened, things will happen swiftly and dynamically. Then the nation will behold us, its ancient land, beautifully situated on the Mediterranean, with regions of cold, moderate, and warm climate, a land suited for any kind of cultivation with long dormant natural resources. This is similar to common Zionist slogans like making the desert bloom. See, I told you, I knew that. I got it. I got it right. I got it right, for the record. Can the record show? I mean, this is wrong. This is right. I probably got 10 right at this point, and maybe a couple half wrong. But it does feel like just forget this game. We played this game. Don't even think about it, actually. The score on the top right, what do you mean? It doesn't show the score at all. Why would you say there's no score on the top right? If I went against the coin, I knew it was a Zionist take, I would have won this one. I think we should chalk it up as a W. Invoking neglected soil is, as Edward Said has shown, a typical articulation of the colonial belief that Europe understood the value of land in a way impossible for the natives, a marker of non-civilization, neglected soil. Justify colonial rule over both land and the people. Be triumphant and finish them off, and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers and children. These animals can no longer live. If you have a member group neighbor, don't wait. Go to his home and shoot him. Okay, this is a Nazi. This is a Nazi. This has to be a fucking Nazi. But let's see what the coin says. Coin says Zionist. Oh! The coin. The coin. Trust in the coin. You didn't trust in the coin last time. I trusted in the coin. The coin delivered. Okay? Let's be real. Coin's got currently a better track record than me. Oh my fucking God. I'm not even joking. The coin is literally beating me. The coin is fucking beating me in this game. How is that possible? Leaving this up to a 50-50 chance has caused me better favor in this fucking thing than the coin is actually going 50-50. I was going 1 out of 7. This was said by Ezra Yachin, who was brought into IDF official vehicles to give a pep talk to Israeli soldiers before Israel's 2023 ground invasion of Gaza. 95-year-old Ezra Yachin is also, by the way, which one is it? Is it Yachin or Yachin? Is also a veteran of the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the most horrific crimes during the Nakba. By the way, I've also shown you this video, and I also thought it might be that guy, but I was like, it's got to be a fucking Nazi. Okay. All right, let's go next. Even 1 million members of the group are not worth a fingernail of speaker's group. Oh, this is fuck. I don't know anymore. I don't fucking know. I wanted to prove a point about how Zionism and Nazism are so compatible with one another, and it turns out it's literally they say the same shit. They say that it's 18 quotes. I've given up. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It could be both. Why not both? It's a Zionist and a Nazi. It's bar for bar. I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's a fucking Venn diagram that's a circle. Oh, this is the most difficult game of my life, dude. Okay. I'm going to get it right. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if this was a Nazi. I think maybe a Nazi. I think a Nazi said this. Let's see what the coin says. Heads. Okay, coin says Zionist. Let's see. Oh, thank God the coin is right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. This might be my worst game that I've ever played on this fucking broadcast. Rabbi Yaakov Perrin, in homage to Baruch Goldstein, told mourners that even 1 million Arabs are not worth a Jewish fingernail. And angry voices in the congregation shouted, "We are all Goldsteins and Arabs out of Israel." On February 25th, 1994, Goldstein, dressed in an Israeli military uniform, entered a mosque in the Cave of the Patriarchs and opened fire on the 800 Palestinian Muslim worshippers praying there during the month of Ramadan, killing 29 and wounding 125 worshippers until he was beaten to death by the survivors. In responding to this act of Zionist terrorism, Israel did not punish extremist settlers, but instead imposed more restrictions on the Palestinian population. Bro, Chatter said, can we please look at the sources? Are you fucking stupid? You think the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre didn't happen? Like, what are you talking about? It's one of the most famous fucking acts of direct Zionist terror in Israeli history. Here, I'll give you someone who's talking about it. Roll the fucking loner box clip talking to a defender of Baruch Goldstein. Who has the clip? See it here. Fact sheet from the Institute of Middle East Understanding, the Ibrahimi Mosque massacre. Also, the sources are on the website. Go play the game on your own if you want. Here it is. Here is famous, according to Ethan Klein, Palestinian defender, loner box on a propaganda trip to Israel, talking to one of the settlers who is a defender of Baruch Goldstein. I wonder if they will call into question some of the actions that we just described.
2,000-year-old building, and you see that people come here, all kinds of Jews, and it's an important site.
Okay. Jewish and Muslim sites are really close together.
Yeah, there's a door.
So when Mr. Goldstein did his thing, did you look at
Mr. Goldstein.
Dr. Goldstein.
When Mr. Goldstein did his thing and he corrects him, he goes, Dr. Goldstein.
He didn't go to doctor school for you to call him Mr., but he was, you have to understand what the situation there was, and I'm in no way am I justifying his act.
Not justifying his act. Okay, that's good.
We completely abhor that act and have no justification for it. That being said, to understand the milieu of what was happening there, there was tremendous terrorism. He was a known doctor who had treated Arabs and Jews, and was a really kind of famous doctor around here. But there was a lot of terrorism. A lot of his friends died in his hands, and the army told him that on Purim of that year, there's going to be a massacre, get more beds ready, and he snapped, or whatever happened there, and he shot up these Muslim worshippers. And after that, they separated this building.
Yeah, I don't think Dr. Goldstein actually treated Arabs, as a matter of fact. I think that's a lie as well. I don't believe that that is correct. Oh, look at that. Profile. Healer and militant killer chose violence. Profile. Gunman doctor who often refused to treat Arabs. According to the Los Angeles Times. This is the first fucking thing that came up. Wow. Well, it seems like he was lying. Seems like this Baruch Goldstein defender was fucking lying about that. Hold on. I'm going to laser this, zap it away. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. Healer and militant. Killer chose violence. Profile. Gunman, a doctor who often refused to treat Arabs, was an extremist whose views only hardened. I don't get it. What is this video from? Are these guys in Israel? These are two famous Israel dick riders. One famously is a sex criminal, sex pest, who said he loves that Israel is doing a genocide and it should just do a genocide and get it over with. And the other, who at least like at a certain point claimed that he was pro-Palestinian. Don't know if he still does, but refuses to say that Israel is doing a genocide right now. They're both in the West Bank talking to, I believe, Itamar Ben-Gvir's direct advisor, who is a supporter of, who is a fucking liar? What? Oh, you said no drama. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Not only, by the way, this guy is a known sex pest because he fucked this guy's girlfriend and then revealed footage of this guy fucking this guy's girlfriend to other people, by the way. Don't know if they're still dating or not. He still defends him, though, weirdly enough. I don't know. Yeah, he basically distributed revenge porn of him having sex with this guy's girlfriend without the consent of the other party. Yeah, just if you want to understand like how fucking depraved these people are. These are the people who criticize you for an uncritical interview with a Houthi, they claim is a Houthi. Like the well of depravity, for defenders of Israel is, I mean, it's a strange one. It is a strange one. Can we admit that it's just strange to still have any sort of loyalty to this other guy? Boner recently said with his whole chest it'd be anti-Semitic to give Palestinians equal rights to So make of that what you will. Okay. All right. Let's do 3 more questions. God damn it. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire group of people is the enemy? Okay. This is a Zionist. A Zionist has said that. Okay. A Zionist said that. Let's see. Heads, tails. Okay. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I think Zionist. Let's take a look. Okay. I was right. Coin was wrong. Fuck the coin. I was right. Coin was wrong. This was said by Ayelet Shaked, who served as Israel's Minister of Justice from 2015. A lot of justice he dished out from 2015 to 2019, and Minister of Interior from 2021 to 2022. And he said this on June 30th, 2014. What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire Palestinian people is the enemy? Every war is between two peoples, and every war, the people who started the war, that whole people is the enemy. They are all enemy combatants, and their blood shall be on their heads. Now this also includes the mothers of the martyrs, who send them all to hell with flowers and kisses. They should and going, we have to kill their offspring, because if we don't, then their offspring will produce more offspring. Here it is. Offspring is the most villainous word you can use for the children in this type of situation.
When there is a war, it doesn't matter who your enemy is. You need to destroy their offspring to prevent them from creating more offspring.
Cool. Just so you know, that's I think that's recent. So if you were just like wondering what the Israeli position is, maybe it's different from the Israeli politicians, but it seems like it's not. Okay, all right. Well, the coin fucked us here. We knew that it was a Zionist. Who said this? We must expel group and take their place. Okay, this is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. This is a Zionist. It's got to be like it's going to be like Jabotinsky or something. Okay, it's going to be Jabotinsky, I suspect. But let's give it to the coin again. Trust the coin. Trust the coin. Trust the coin. Tails. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. Let's take a look. Oh, I was right again. Oh, it was David Ben-Gurion. It wasn't Jabotinsky. Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Well, the coin was wrong. I was right. This was this was an easy one too. We shouldn't have left it to the fucking coin on that. That was an easy one, but we got to trust the coin. We got to trust the coin. Quoted from David Ben-Gurion's 5th of October 1937 letter to his son, where he discusses the 1937 recommendation by the Palestine Royal Peel Commission to partition Palestine. Given the density of the Arab population in the area allotted to the Jewish state, the commission recommended that 225,000 Arabs be transferred out of the proposed Jewish state, and that this transfer be, in the last resort, compulsory. In exchange, 1,250 Jews were transferred from the proposed Arab state. Wow, look at the numbers. Look at the fucking disparity there. Nothing has changed. All right, last question. The group wanted war. Now they have it. There is only one effective measure. Cut them out. Okay, Zionist. Zionist. It's a Zionist. He's talking about, okay, he says tails. He says Nazi. Coin says Nazi. I say Zionist. This could literally be fucking... This could be any number of... this could be a liberal Zionist. This could be an ultra-Zionist. I still think it's a Zionist. Coin says Nazi. I'm ignoring the coin and I'm going Zionist. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Fuck you! Hey! Fuck! Oh! Are you kidding me? Oh. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. The one time I said, fuck the coin, I'm so certain I should have trusted the coin. That's crazy. 7 right, 14 wrong. All right. Okay. What do you want? You want attention? Okay. Oh, here we go. All right. Hello. Oh. Hello. Oh, no. You're going to spill. Ugh. She doesn't give a fuck that she's spilling.
Today, we are going to be diving deep into two of the most contentious ideologies of the 20th century, fascism and German National Socialism, also known by the more popular name of Nazism. More specifically, I'll be discussing the fact that, contrary to popular opinion, fascism and Nazism are not, in fact, the same ideology, nor is Nazism simply a branch of fascism. Instead, these two ideologies are completely incomparable and irreconcilable both in theory and historically. In fascism, we find a movement that sees the state as the ultimate end in itself, built on the idea of equilibrium between economic and social sectors, while on the other hand, in Nazism, we find a movement driven by ideological obsession with racial purity. To start, perhaps, the greatest distinction between the two ideologies right off the bat is their theory of the role of the state. In fascism, the state is the absolute. Fascist thinkers, including Giovanni Gentile, had always envisioned a society where the state is the end-all be-all, where everyone belongs to the state, where everything belongs to the state, while the nation and the state are one and the same. A vision encapsulated in the doctrine of fascism by Giovanni Gentile and Benito Mussolini. As the doctrine states, quote, "The fascist conception of the state is all-embracing. Outside of it, no human or spiritual values can exist, much less have a value." In a complete contrast, National Socialism was fixated on the ideal of the biological race. For the Nazis, the state was merely a tool to achieve racial purity. As stated in Adolf Hitler's own Mein Kampf, quote, "We can conclude the state is not an end in itself, but a means to an end." No two statements could stand in a sharper contradiction than these. In fascism, we find there to be a system of corporatism in which companies and worker syndicates work together for the sake of the state on the legislative level. The official legislature represents essentially two different social groups, workers and business owners. The so-called corporatism of the Nazis, however, was not intended to have this social end, as the German Labor Front, or DAF, had no legislative or economic power. It was merely an administrative body. Even then, according to Robert Ley, the purpose of this system of the German Labor Front was to restore the absolute leadership to the natural leader of the factory, that is, the employer. The labor trustees system implemented was broadly welcomed by the German bourgeoisie, as Ley continues, quote, "Many employers have for years had to call for the master in the house. Now they are once again to be the master in the house," unquote. On the other hand, in the fascist corporatist system, the state structure intended to achieve a certain level of class balance and representation, absolutely in contradiction to the vision of the German Nazis. Now let's talk about another absolutely crucial difference. Within fascism, the Jewish people were welcomed as integral parts of the mass movement. Take Alberto Finzi, for example, Deputy Commissioner to the Air Force, Deputy to the Kingdom of Italy under Secretary of State to the Minister of the Interior, and member of the National Fascist Party. This man was an open Jew, and he'd later be killed by the Nazis in 1944. Ettore Ovazza, a Jewish-Italian banker and essayist, was a loyal fascist until 1938 and was executed by the Nazis in 1943. Then there's Guido Jung, a deputy of the Kingdom of Italy and a minister of finance between 1932 to 1935, who had joined the Italian Fascist Party way back in 1922 and was also overtly Jewish. Shocker. Even the governor of Italian Somalia, Mauricio Rava, and the famed fascist art critic Margherita Sarfati were both Jews. And let's not forget Mussolini himself was a staunch Zionist, boldly declaring, "Me, I am a Zionist." In fascism, the concept of the biological race is non-existent. The idea was ditched altogether, with Mussolini himself stating, quote, "Race, it is a feeling, not a reality, 95% at least. Nothing will ever make me believe that biologically pure races can be shown to exist today," while he later stated, "Racism is a thing of the blondes," referring, of course, to the Germans. The fascist politician Eugenio Koselski once said, quote, "We fascists have profound differences with National Socialism that have clearly been affirmed at the Congress of Montreal, the Fascist Internationale. For example, we do not have such an intransigent concept of race. We do not fight against religion. In Montreal, we defined our position on anti-Semitism. For us, it is not a question of race." Koseski further states, "If universal fascism wants to be truly universal, and if it wants to safeguard peace, it must confirm that it considers cooperation between the peoples of the world and the different races and civilizations. As I said, this racist question will prevent National Socialism from ever being a universal and fascist force." You'll hear all sorts of jibber-jabber from pseudo-historians who promote the idea that reactionary thinkers like Julius Evola were fascists. The notion that Evola was fascist, first and foremost, is erroneously false. Evola was an overt anti-fascist, and when called to trial after the World War due to his involvement in Italian terrorist groups and asked about his relation to fascism, he famously stated, "I am not a fascist, I am above fascism." There are all sorts of things like this that exist in scholarship, and oftentimes they're just invented. Evola would later be acquitted on all charges of his supposed fascism. Another important distinction was to be found in the feminist movement. For the fascists, the feminist movement required absolute political support, whether it was in Italy or in Britain under Rotha Lintornorman's British Fascisti organization. The Italian futurist movement, which had merged into the National Fascist Party upon its foundation, had advocated for universal suffrage and the eligibility for women to hold public office within its political manifesto. The International Feminist Congress was hosted by Benito Mussolini himself in Rome in 1922, and women would be granted the right to vote in 1925. Compare that to the Third Reich, where labor mandates for women lagged 4 years behind men, and women were largely pushed into domesticated roles. When it comes to religion, fascism was all about opposing clericalism and traditional religiosity in favor of venerating the state for the purpose of eventually curating a civic religion, at least in theory. In National Socialism, however, the state hoped to create a new Eastern hybrid religion inspired by Tibetan, Japanese, Indian, and Middle Eastern religious systems to be imposed upon the people, for which purpose positive Christianity and Ariosophy were a definitive stand-in until such a religion could be fostered. And then there's the industrialism. For fascism, industrial progress and economic development were to be praised, hence why scholars such as A. James Gregor have referred to the ideology as the developmental dictatorship. In German National Socialism, however, the environment and blood and soil, along with Mother Nature, were the end-all be-all. As the Nazi Theodor Kuhnke stated in 1935, it is no longer the economy that is the ultimate goal of politics, but the preservation of the health of the sources of the people's power. These sources are blood and soil, people and native soil, man in the midst of Mother Nature. The reawakening of the German soul also decides the fate of the environment. Unquote. Figures like Walter Dare made it crystal clear that for the Nazis, the peasantry and the rural life embodied the true essence of the German Volk. The Third Reich repeatedly placed agriculture and, by extension, the natural landscape above the demands of industrial self-sufficiency. The vision of the Reich was one of a people whose survival depended on their intimate, essentially spiritual connection to the land, rather than on real societal, economic, social, and infrastructural development. If none of this were enough, even Joseph Goebbels chimed in, stating in his diaries, quote, "One might say that fascism has reacted upon the creative life of the Italian people somewhat like sterilization. It is, after all, nothing like National Socialism. While the latter goes down to the roots, fascism is only a superficial thing. That is regrettable, but one must recognize it clearly." Harsh words Goebbels had to say about fascism for a supposed fascist. On the other hand, Heinrich Himmler himself would state, fascism and National Socialism are two fundamentally different things. There is absolutely no comparison between fascism and National Socialism as spiritual, ideological movements. Why then are these two ideologies so different, some may ask? You might say I've always heard of them used as nearly synonymous terms. Fascism, now as I explain in another video, is rooted in the idealism of Hegel and the syndicalism of Georges Sorel, a theorist who saw Marxism in a whole new light, drawing heavy inspiration from Marx's theory of proletarian violence as the prime revolutionary mechanism of modern history. While these are the origins of fascism, German National Socialism meanwhile came out of the pan-Germanic and eugenicist movements in Germany, alongside various Christian nationalist and anti-Semitic political parties across Austro-Hungary. We're talking about figures like Rudolf Jung, Rudolf von Sebottendorf, organizations like the Thule Society, and conspiracy theories such as the notion that the Earth is hollow or that the German people descended from a race of giants that used to live in the mythical continent of Hyperborea. The most important ideologues, however, would be Karl Lueger and George von Schonerer. All of these ideas and individuals had a huge impact on shaping the ideals of Anton Drexler, the guy who founded the German Workers' Party that eventually became the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice, these movements had absolutely no connection to the fasci movements that led to the formulation of the National Fascist Party in Italy, and they had little to no influence on the fascist movements in Italy after the fascist state was established, and wouldn't until 1938, when the first racial laws were forcibly implemented by the circumstances of Italy's alliance with Germany. But why would Italy have ever allied with Germany if the fascists in Italy were ideologically opposed to Nazism? This brings us to a little country called Austria. The fascists in Austria were no pushovers when it came to resisting Nazi imperialism. Hitler even went so far as to assassinate the fascist prime minister of Austria, Engelbert Dollfuss, in 1934. And then you had Kurt von Schuschnigg, fascist who took over power in Austria until 1938, who was a downright avowed anti-Nazi. Even as early as 1933, when the Nazis first came to power in Germany, Italy had the guts to propose a pact of 4 among Italy, France, the UK, and Germany with the spoken aim of keeping German territorial and military revisionism in check. Germany had already been busy violating the Treaty of Versailles, rearming, rebuilding its air force, reintroducing conscription, you name it, and Italy was hoping to put a stop to that. Then came Benito Mussolini's call for the Stresa Conference, held from April 11th to April 14th. The core goal of the Stresa Front was to reinforce Austria's independence and set up a framework to control military growth for Italy, for France, the UK, and Germany to finally shut down German expansionism once and for all. But the front would soon fall apart quickly. Britain started cozying up to Germany behind the backs of Italy and France, which led straight to the Anglo-German Naval Agreement on June 18th of 1935. Under that deal, Britain allowed Germany to expand its navy to be 35% of the size of Britain's own, a deal made completely without Italy or France. With these conflicting interests coming to a head, the Stresa Front crumbled, and Benito Mussolini ultimately threw in the towel to any anti-Hitler pact with Britain and France, so that when the World War finally did come to a head, and push came to shove, the Kingdom of Italy chose to side with Germany over attempting another botched alliance with Britain, hoping that would be enough to preserve their nation. So let's cut through the noise and the manufactured nonsense. Fascism and Nazism simply aren't two sides of the same coin. They are entirely different ideologies. Fascism revered the state as the ultimate power, an all-encompassing force built on national unity and a disciplined modernist vision, while Nazism was founded upon a warped fixation of racial purity and a distorted, mythical connection to an idealized past. One of these ideologies, fascism, welcomed Jews as full members of the mass movement. The other, Nazism, turned them into scapegoats for its own genocidal madness. Anyone peddling the idea that these systems are identical is peddling a made-up narrative which has been designed to blur historical truth for political expediency. Everything you think you know about the relationship between the Soviets and the Nazis before, during, and after World War II is incorrect. Many people know about the Non-Aggression Pact signed between these two nations, known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and many more do not. Many know of the brief period of supposed neutrality which existed between these two nations, from the late 30s to the early 40s, while others downplay this as the Soviet Union merely buying time before it could attack the Nazis when they weren't looking. But what are the facts behind this intriguing era, and just how deep does the rabbit hole go? Before we discuss at any length the relationship between the Soviet state and the Third Reich, we have to lay down precedent. Precedent which is to be found in the arm of Stalinism in Germany. The Communist Party of Germany, or the KPD for short, which was dominated by the influence of Stalinism through individuals such as Ernst Thälmann, who led the party. Before being banned in 1933, the Stalinist KPD had tried its very best to befriend the Nazis in every way that they could. The anti-Social Democratic Party referendum in Prussia was backed by not only Hitler's Nazis, but by the KPD, which publicly announced on July 22nd of 1931 that it would join the Nazi-initiated plebiscite in order to overthrow the SPD government. On November 1st of 1931, the KPD newspaper Rote Fahne published an open letter to the, quote, fellow workers of the Nazi Party and its stormtroopers, declaring the Nazis to be honest fighters against the hunger system. But this collaboration wasn't new, which one ought to find extremely surprising, at least at first. The fact was that not just in 1930, 1931, and 1932, but going way back into 1924, the KPD of Germany voted on the same side as the Nazi Party in the Reichstag 7 times out of 10. The KPD, the NVP, and the Nazi Party ended up aligning the most frequently out of all of the parties in the Reichstag, followed by the close alignment of the Social Democrats and Catholic Ascension Party, which themselves tended to vote together as a bloc. There were more votes shared between the Nazi Party and the KPD than between any combination of the other parties within the German government at any point since 1924. Throughout the entire period of 1924 to 1932, between the 197 votes taken by the government, in 145 of those votes, the KPD aligned themselves with the Nazi Party. KPD leaflets took up statements such as "down with the Jewish Republic" to appease Nazi voters as well. Pravda, the official newspaper of Soviet Russia, having heard of the new events, expressed that the rise of the Nazis could only mean that new millions have awakened from their political winter sleep. Early in the 1930s, the quasi-Nazistic strategy of the KPD had its greatest outward expression in the creation of the communist-aligned Scheringerstaffel in Linden, Germany. This unit was headed by Richard Scheringer, a German lieutenant formerly belonging to the National Socialist Party. In March of 1931, after leaving prison, Scheringer was again in the news, as he had been before, for his move from the National Socialist Party to the Communist Party. The Scheringer-Staffel unit went so far as to wear SA uniforms, which were then adorned with symbols of the Soviet Union as part of Richard Scheringer's attempt to bring National Socialists into the Communist Party. The KPD would use his example to encourage other members of the National Socialists to join the Communists. What is being shown in front of you on screen now is an image of a KPD militia known as the Rote Front in Dresden in February of 1933. One can only guess where the Communists gained the inspiration for such a march from. The KPD strategy would become known as the Scheringer-Kurz strategy, mixing Marxist and Nazistic elements to appeal to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Rudolf Diels, the first head of the Gestapo, pointed out that in Berlin, 70% of the new recruits to the Nazis' militant SA since January of 1933 had been former militants of the Communist Party of Germany. One of the most interesting facts provided by Diels was that entire KPD Rote Front units had been moved into the Nazis' SA. Albert Gruszinski, social democrat and head of the Berlin police between 1930 and 1932, pointed out that around a third of the members of the SA in Berlin were ex-communists as early as 1932. Hans Bernd Gisevius, an undercover member of the opposition to the Nazi regime and part of the secret police, noted that at least one-third of SA members in 1933 were former Communist Party members. These SA members were known as Nazi Rindersteak, or beefsteak, in reference to them being brown shirts on the outside and red Marxists on the inside. The SA themselves calculated that 50% of their members had come from the ranks of the communists, and reports from both the Gestapo and KPD intelligence confirmed a considerable presence of former communists within the SA. For example, in the Altona district of Hamburg, between 30 and 50 of the SA's 50 members had been communists before, including the right hand of the leader of Altona SS unit. A KPD propaganda piece meant to attract Nazi sympathy can be seen here, and an image of two National Socialist and KPD members on strike together should be seen here. This photo was taken from the 1932 Berlin transport strike, where both the Communist RGO and National Socialist Factory Cell organization worked together with KPD and Nazi street fighters, blocking depots, fighting the police, and sabotaging BVG service, sometimes together. Despite being nominally against the Nazis, leader of the KPD, Ernst Thälmann, himself believed that the Nazis should be allowed to rise to power first to make a communist revolution in Germany more politically expedient. Importantly, Joseph Stalin, when Hitler finally did rise to power, did absolutely nothing to oppose the rise of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, despite the large presence of the KPD, which took directive directly from him. Stalin lost his ideological grip over the nation entirely, as the KPD was quickly banned by the Reich government in 1933. So much for internationalism. Let's fast forward about 6 years to Berlin on April 17th of 1939, after the Treaty of Rapallo, where the Russian ambassador reported to the State Secretary of the Third Reich, "There exists, for Russia, no reason why she, Germany, should not live with us on a normal footing, and from normal, the relations might become better and better." In August of 1939, as German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop prepared to visit Moscow, the German ambassador reported that Soviet Foreign Commissar Molotov was unusually receptive. Von der Schulenburg cabled Berlin that Molotov found the invitation very flattering, an actual proof of our good intentions, and clearly expressed a wish to conclude a non-aggression pact. Joseph Stalin would state on August 23rd of 1939, "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer. I should therefore like to drink to his health." Hitler would invade Poland on September 1st of 1939, and 7 days later, Molotov, the lead diplomat of Russia, would relay to the German ambassador, "Please convey my congratulations and greetings to the German Reich government on the entry of German troops into Warsaw." Russia quickly allowed Germany to circumvent the economic blockade which Britain had placed upon the country, which had temporarily isolated it. In the secret agreement of September 28th of 1939, Russia gave Nazi Germany unrestricted usage of Soviet territory and railways to receive goods from Romania, Iran, Afghanistan, and China. Stalin prepared a secret naval base known as Basis Nord in the Kola region to support German raiders, while Soviet ships opened the Northern Sea route for German vessels. Indeed, the German commerce raider Comet took this Arctic sea route via Soviet waters to attack Allied shipping in late 1940. Soviet railways and ports likewise carried German supplies. For example, Soviet Ukraine was a transit route for Romanian oil bound for Germany. As the German Foreign Ministry official Karl Schnurr stated, "Our sole economic connection with Iran, Afghanistan, Manchukuo, Japan, and also with South America is the route across Russia, which is being used to an increasing extent for German raw material imports." Pravda, mind you, the leading Soviet publication of the era, editorialized on September 30th of 1939, "There's no justification for a war between France and Britain on the one side and Germany on the other, a war which is quite meaningless. It is up to France and Britain to end a war which was begun against the will of their peoples." It added, "The hostility which the imperialist warmongers have fomented between the two greatest countries in Europe," of course referring to Nazi Germany and the USSR, "is now at an end." In January of 1940, it released a paper which stated, "The war was declared by Britain and France. The peace proposals were not rejected by Germany, but by Britain and France, who insist not only on continuing the war, but on spreading it." If Russia had cut off Germany from the usage of its railway lines, Germany would have absolutely no way to import from almost any nation around the world, and the war would have been over years sooner than 1945. However, Russia pursued the most friendly and welcoming relations which it possibly could have, therefore delegitimizing the stance propped up by modern communists that Russia was going to betray Germany eventually. Trust me, it just needed more time. Stalin expressed in the most explicit manner, contrary to the aforementioned sentiment, his desire to befriend the Axis powers, particularly the Japanese imperialists, as lead Japanese diplomat and Minister of Foreign Affairs Yosuke Matsuoko reported. "Then Stalin publicly asked for me, and when he found me, he came up to me and threw his arm around my shoulders, saying, 'We must remain friends, and you must now do everything to that end.'" Somewhat later, Stalin turned to the German acting military attaché, Colonel Kurbs. First made sure that he was German, and then said to him, "We will remain friends with you in any event." One could brush these off as simple diplomatic words of appeasement if it weren't for quite literally everything else Stalin and his administration did to maintain their relationship with the Reich, such as declaring that waging war for a destruction of Hitlerism was in fact a criminal act. Soviet diplomat V.M. Molotov on October 31st of 1939 stated, "One may accept or reject the ideology of Hitlerism, as well as any other ideological system. That's a matter of political views. But everybody should understand that an ideology can be destroyed by force, that it cannot be eliminated by war. It's therefore not only senseless, but criminal to wage such a war as a war for the destruction of Hitlerism, camouflaged as a fight for democracy." If all of this weren't enough, in a twisted turn of events, the Soviets would give Germany 43,054 Polish prisoners, or 33% of all of the Poles who had ever been captured by the Soviet military up until that point in the war. Many of these Poles would find their ways into Nazi concentration camps where they would perish. In 1940, a trade agreement was organized between Nazi Germany and the USSR, which benefited the Reich's economy immensely, as the rubber and zinc which the Reich obtained from Russia was as important to them as Russia's timber was important to the Brits. Joseph Stalin stated, almost hilariously to Karl von Ritter, "If we, Russia and Germany, go on collaborating like this for another 4 or 5 years, Russia will be able to produce enough raw materials to supply 2 Germanys." On the other hand, Pravda, on February 18th of 1940, released a publication which stated, "All the agreements reached between Germany and the USSR during the last 3 months, the Non-Aggression Pact, the Boundary and Friendship Treaty, and lastly the Economic Agreement, have established a solid and lasting basis for the development of cordial economic and political relations between the two states. They fully correspond to the basic interests of the German and Soviet peoples, to the interests of peace, and to the interests of the popular masses in every country." Karl Schnur ran the calculations of the balance sheet for the trade agreement between the USSR and Nazi Germany and found that the deliveries were set well to the benefit of Germany, as in a single year Soviet grain deliveries to Germany were 1 million tons, as well as 900,000 tons of oil and more than 500 tons of metal ore. Even the day before Operation Barbarossa, a Soviet train carrying 2,100 tons of rubber entered into the Reich to deliver it to the armed forces. Soviet Russia, despite Nazi Germany's intentional delays in holding up its end of the bargain throughout the course of the agreement, stayed faithful and true to its new Nazi compatriots in delivering absolutely all resources which it had promised up until the very day it was betrayed by the Nazis in Operation Barbarossa. In an interview on September 14th of 1945, Prince Kono of Japan would state, "Again in September, Stammer, the German ambassador to Tokyo, informed the Japanese government that the German-Soviet agreement had worked out remarkably well and that it had been faithfully carried out by Russia right up to the delivery of the last drop of oil." Ribbentrop brought confirmation to the words expressed by Prince Kono regarding Karl Stammer's report in a conversation with Benito Mussolini, the Prime Minister of Fascist Italy, stating, "In confidence, the Reich Foreign Minister can announce that Russia is being very generous in supplying raw materials and is using some of her own gold to buy raw materials which Germany needs." Archival reports do well to show us the scale of Soviet shipments to Germany. By late 1940, one German diplomat reported, Russia has supplied over 300 million Reichsmarks worth of raw materials, roughly 100,000 of which was grain to Germany, while only 150 million Reichsmarks in German goods returned. He adds that this transfer was at the expense of the Russians' own consumption. The Soviets were eating into their own stocks to meet German needs. Overall, deliveries included hundreds of thousands of tons of grain, oil, cotton, metals, timber, etc. In the first year of the 1940 pact alone, Moscow committed about 650 million Reichsmarks worth of exports to Germany. Though less public, some collaboration on military intelligence and training occurred. German and Soviet military attachés exchanged assessments, while earlier in the 1930s, the USSR had secretly hosted German tank and air training. After 1939, Stalin reportedly invited Wehrmacht generals to brief Red Army officers. Most interestingly, Stalin's own military staff included a number of German advisors in 1940 to 1941, and Red Army officers collected German manuals. At a minimum, the two regimes, at least to our knowledge, coordinated on radio intercepts of Poland and France. The Soviet Union released an entire book entitled Falsifiers of History, in which it falsified history, and attempted to debunk the obvious relations which it held with the Nazi government between 1939 and 1941. Within the prologue, the government admits that it resisted the publication of German documents which exposed the Reich's ties to the USSR under the impression that public knowledge of the coalition would make the general public more anti-communist. Falsifiers of History spends the entirety of its first chapter complaining about how the Allied powers were hesitant to resist Hitler and how Western private businesses worked with the Reich in a sad attempt to excuse the Soviet Union's own alliance with the Nazis after the war had already started. The Soviet Union then claims that it alone was doing everything in order to block the fascist aggressor's way, a flagrant lie as Russia broke away from the Allies and joined the Axis powers to pursue war conditions which benefited it more. The Soviet diplomat Viktor Israelian commented, "History's falsifiers certainly did nothing to disprove the existence of Soviet-German cooperation in the first years of World War II, a cooperation that to a certain degree assisted Hitler's plan." In 1939, Stalin personally began to oversee the purge of leading Jewish Soviet officials, including two prominent Jewish commissars, party leader Martemyan Ryutin and the foreign commissioner Maxim Litvinov. Yiddish cultural institutions were already being curtailed by 1939, and by 1940-41, only a few Yiddish newspapers and theaters remained, and any hint of Jewish self-organization was suppressed. In the 1940 elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR from Western Ukraine, White Russia, and Poland, not a single Jew was elected to the Supreme Soviet despite its 750 seats available, and within the occupied territories which the USSR had conquered, not one Jew had been placed into a single important position of power. An unexplained drop in the number of Jews in office over the previous year had occurred. During this time, mentions of the Nazi suppression of Jewish individuals had been eliminated from the press entirely as Soviet leaders began to embrace anti-Semitism. Nikolai Ivanovich Gusarov, the first secretary of the Belarusian Communist Party, complained on February 17th of 1940 that only one theater in the Belarusian Republic, a Jewish one, puts on unpatriotic plays in which life in America is praised. After the Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939, 1 million Jews fled to Russia to escape Hitler, and in September of 1940, 10,000 GPU agents captured and deported these Jews to Siberia. Hardly any food was supplied during the 4-week trip to Siberia, where their suffering was just beginning. Hitler would eventually betray Stalin, but even throughout early reports from the armed forces and civilians, which warned that German ships were leaving Soviet harbors, Stalin ignored these as subversive rumors until it was too late. Hitler's betrayal, however, would ultimately be his undoing, as the Red Army would be marching into Berlin by spring of 1945. Following the defeat of the Nazi dictatorship, the Soviet military administration in Germany erected a network of special camps, as they were called. These special camps were built on the bones of nothing other than old Nazi prisons and concentration camps. Between May of 1945 and January 6th of 1950, 10 principal camps held upwards of 157,000 detainees under direct control of the NKVD and later the MVD. These were death camps of malnutrition, disease, and utter isolation. Under NKVD Order Number 00315, April 18th of 1945, Soviet authorities were to round up anybody deemed a hostile element. Some former Nazis, some suspected werewolf youths, while others were social democrats, landowners resisting the theft of their property by the Soviet Empire, journalists, or simply anybody suspected of anti-Soviet activity. No evidence was required because arrests were purely administrative, without any judicial oversight required. Detainees were classed either as interned with no trial, or, in a minority of cases, sentenced by a Soviet military tribunal whose trial took about 15 to 20 minutes on average. From the moment they arrived, prisoners were wrenched from the world with no mail or visitors allowed. Tuberculosis, dysentery, typhus, and dystrophy ran rampant. Although they received standard rations compared to the rest of the Soviet-occupied zones, they had no black markets, so inmates starved. Unlike Nazi camps, there was no forced labor, but that only compounded the stagnation and physical decline. By late 1946, camp populations peaked at over 80,000 men, women, and even children, as many as 10,000 youth under 18. Half of these youth never returned. In the first half of 1947 alone, 31,404 individuals had died, 60,774 remained alive but debilitated, 43% were suffering from serious illnesses such as dystrophy, tuberculosis, or open wounds. Officially, 43,035 people died. Only 45,261 were ever freed. The remainder were deported to the Gulag or reclassified as prisoners of war, or alternatively handed over to East German authorities. 756 were executed outright. Few dared to speak. In 1946, Eugen Koga noted in Der SS Stat that the NKVD camps had become a mirror image of Nazi brutality, stating, anyone suspected of being a state enemy, agent of a foreign power, class enemy, or kulak was seized. The only difference was that they were not gassed, but starvation, disease, and isolation did their work. Others, like Franz Neumann, observed on an SPD platform in 1948, the camps are the same, but in 1948, the hammer and the sickle have replaced the swastika. After the war, Ernest, a Jewish publishing house, was shut down by the state. Ennenkeit, the only Yiddish daily paper, was suspended as well. Not one Yiddish newspaper or publishing house existed anywhere in Russia by mid-1949, and critics who held Jewish ancestry, such as Johann Altman, a theater critic, were targeted in Stalin's anti-cosmopolitan campaign. Johann Altman was denounced as a double dealer, a man with the dark soul of a traitor, a servant of the imperialist West, a diversionist in art. Of the 50 or so intellectuals attacked by the USSR between mid-February and April of 1949 under the anti-cosmopolitan campaign, 49 of them were Jewish. Pravda, referring to cosmopolitans on January 28th of 1949, released a paper stating, they penetrate our press and operate most freely in the pages of the magazine, theater, and the newspaper. They represent a rootless cosmopolitanism which is deeply repulsive and inimical to Soviet man. They obstruct the development of Soviet literature. The feeling of national Soviet pride is alien to them. Between July 17th and 27th of 1949, dozens of Jewish editors of Russian ran papers in occupied territories, such as Berliner Tägliche Rundschau, Der Abend, Die Volkstime, Ostreichscher, I'm not going to say that, Zeitung, and Volkswatch were unanimously dismissed from their posts. The chief editor of the Volkstime, a Jew, supposedly committed suicide, while the chief editor of Abend, a Jew as well, was arrested and deported. The National Democratic Party of East Germany, NDPD for short, would be founded in 1948 by the former SS officer Wilhelm Adam. It would attain 35 seats in the East German legislature in 1950, becoming the fifth most powerful party in East Germany out of 12 total parties in the legislature. Stalin had suggested that the Nazi paper, known as the People's Observer, be revived as an official newspaper of the National Democratic Party of East Germany to appeal to former Nazis, a proposal which was in the end rejected, of course. Starting in 1951, Stalin's security organs had alleged that a cabal of prominent Jewish doctors was planning to poison top Soviet leaders, inspired, of course, by the medieval blood libel that Jews secretly poisoned Christian wells during the Black Death. 6 of the 9 accused physicians were Jewish, portrayed by Pravda as inhuman beasts, exploiting their medical roles to commit assassinations. Official dispatches warned of, and I quote, an international Jewish bourgeoisie nationalist organization recruiting saboteur doctors on behalf of U.S. and British intelligence. Arrested doctors were to be beaten relentlessly. At their core, German National Socialism and Stalinist communism were nothing less than ideological siblings. Beneath the aesthetic of power was an admiration of organized terror against society for the sake of exalting some pure segment of the nation, be it race or class, agreeing that this end, however brutal, justified the purge of their own people to reshape civilization in their own distorted image. Consider the steps taken by these ideologues to appease each other in practice. These weren't choices made for mere political convenience. When Stalin's purges against the Jews began to echo Hitler's blood libel rhetoric, and when East Germany's National Democratic Party began to recycle old SS officers, the mask finally slipped and revealed that at the end of the day, the communist system trafficked in the same currency of fear, exclusion, and control. History's lesson is unfortunate. Communism and Nazism, though dressed in different colors, marched to the same drumbeat, wielding their ideologies not as outreached hands, but as hammers against the aspirations of their own people.
If there's one of the Hive Mind compilation channels, by the way, if you see any of those pop up, subscribe to them. All right, now there's a little bit of a special moment. The second question has been completed, which means it's time for me to introduce my new segment called Bar of the Day. Okay. Where I wrote a bar in the style of Riley Savage. And I would like to read it out for everybody.
Sure. Wow, I had no idea. You wrote it on paper?
Yeah, as well as on the airplane.
What the heck?
And if you don't like it, I got a lot more.
This is a recurring segment.
You're gonna like it. It's in your style.
Okay.
Man, all of this oil rigging has been raising the global temp. Oh, and it's just to make BPMs.
That is good. Wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tempo.
All right, temp. Okay, yeah.
BT.
Tempo, BPM, BPMs, oil rigging, money. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that was fucking good.
And if you don't understand that, be more smarter.
Yeah, try reading.
Join us again in the next video for another bar of the day. Well, the second question has been asked, so we know what time it is.
Yeah.
It is time for my new segment, Bar of the
Day.
Oh, you better make like a really cool title card for it. This one's in a little bit of a different style.
Okay.
It's not in your style.
It's not in my style.
No, this one's some real bars.
Oh.
Every day I hear talk of a non-fungible token. Reminds me of my toilet, non-plungeable and broken. I'm appalled by all these Jakes and I'm not comfortable with Logan. They remind me of my ex's heart, not lovable and frozen. Wait, hold on. There, it says loser on the wall right there. Look at that right there. Psych! Y'all are all gullible. I'm joking.
Damn. Wow. Okay. And that was Quadeca's bar of the day.
A little on the longer side. I'll tighten them up for the next ones.
You're like an alcoholic. A bar every day.
Oh, wow. We should make that the bar of the day.
There could be two. A lot of alcoholics like to go to two.
Yeah. You kind of get warm up at one and then nightcap at the...
Yeah.
The second question has been asked, and everybody knows what time it is. Say it in chat. It's bar of the day. I've written it on my receipt here.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is really a bar, but it's just something I thought, we needed to say.
Okay.
Everyone is always fighting about left wing or right wing. Am I the only one who remembers an eagle needs 2 wings to fly? Hashtag centrist, hashtag fence sitter, hashtag yeet, hashtag summers, hashtag can, hashtag blade, hashtag bitches come and go. Hashtag like if yay better than skeet no cap. Was that good?
That is fire.
Okay.
That's very brave.
Yeah, that's brave.
Brave?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That was a sleigh.
Thank you.
Honestly?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that was a sleigh.
Uncut Jam.
I'm sorry.
The second question has been asked, so we all know what time it is. It is time for the Bar of the Day. My segment where I write a bar, preferably in the style of Riley Savage, a great bar writer. This one I wrote on my McDonald's receipt. And I think this one, it's one of the most elaborate, but it's a good one.
All right, let's hear it.
My label will crucify me on the spot if I don't cross-promote my band name. But Jesus ran the original pre-save campaign.
Holy smokes.
Think about it.
Crucify me on the spot if I
don't cross-promote my band name.
Wow. That is good. It's too good.
Yeah, it's too good. Is that on the album? I hope so. Nice job.
Thank you.
You are having a great video so far. You had both of the questions right, and then said one of the craziest bars I've ever heard you say.
Yeah. And you get drug tested after this one.
I got a bunch of drugs we can test out after this.
So now that we finished with the second question, you know what time it is.
Bar of the day.
This one, I didn't think we were going to film so many goddamn videos, so I just came up with this one earlier. Getting chicken at the club, that's a bartender. I'm always standing by my lyrics. I'm a bartender. You a simp, son, and I'm a bartender. A bartender.
Oh, I do like that.
You like that?
Actually,
I liked
very
it.
much like it. Yeah.
I didn't like your lack of confidence in the delivery. That sounded like you hated yourself during that.
I just feel like this is a much different part of my artistic trajectory. It doesn't really represent me anymore.
Oh.
But if you guys like it, I mean.
I loved it.
No, I love it. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. You should go back to doing that old stuff anyway.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do it.
Yeah, play your old stuff.
DJ Grant, let's do the next one. All right, the second question has been asked, and this means it's time for the bar of the day.
Bar of the day.
Yesterday morning was crazy. I had to come to terms with the fact that it's not a maybe. That shit is in stone, sealed and signed. She not my lover like Billie Jean, but the kid is mine. Sandy used to tell me, all it takes is one time, and all it took was one time. Shit, we only met 2 times. And both times were nothing like the new times. Now it's rough times.
This is March 14th by Drake?
No, this is my... I wrote these.
Bar of the day, man. That's what he does.
I wrote these earlier.
Yeah.
This is my original vulnerability that I'm putting on your channel, and you're questioning that.
What's your mom's name?
Sandy. It's her nickname. That's what we call her.
Yeah, because she looks like a squirrel.
Well, I'm not like to put that into the universe, but on a scientific level, yes.
Either way, like I've heard that before.
Thanks for sharing that with me, man.
No, dude, thank you so much for. Some people don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes in art, there's overlap. Sometimes people go through similar experiences. It doesn't make my experience less valid than whoever you heard who's saying those exact words.
Yeah. I mean, I have quite enjoyed your music, and so maybe it's just like I feel like I heard it before because like it was already a part of me that you kind of pulled out.
That's what it is. Let's move on.
Okay.
The second question has been asked, and now you know what time it is.
Bar of the day.
So this is kind of a mid one because I was kind of working on my stupid little side art project or whatever. Because this is like my main gig, but I was working on I didn't really have a lot of time. But
gotta pay the bills.
I was just thinking. I just thought of this one earlier. I'm gonna do it off the dome. I'm always topping myself like a guy with an unusually long neck. That's it.
Okay, that was the best one yet, man.
You like that one?
That was.
You love stuff about orally pleasuring yourself.
You're like a brontosaurus.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome, man.
Yeah. The wordplay is what gets me, and that's why that one was just like whatever to me.
Yeah.
But if you paint a picture of a guy sucking his own cock, like this guy is gonna love that sort of thing. So.
It's so crazy. It's like who would do it even if you could.
Second question has been asked. Normally I would do a bar of the day, right? I have some great bars prepared.
Yeah.
So here goes nothing, I guess.
So you're gonna do one. You said normally I would do one.
I said so here goes nothing. Okay.
Here goes nothing.
Okay.
Gorda stara planina, donne Dunavasine, slonce trakia ogrivada, narpinira plamene.
Let me guess, that was the Bulgarian national anthem?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's fire.
Pretty gas.
I heard Tiesto remix that.
I prefer the bars of the day, but I mean, hey, whatever.
There's a lot of bars there. They're talking about the great mountains of Bulgaria.
All right, well, that was awesome.
All right, the first board has been asked. So now it's time for my bar of the day.
Bar of the day. Bar of the day.
I wrote it down on my piece of paper here.
That is tiny.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I need 10 big gays with me. That's my bare minimum.
Wow.
Buzz. Well, the second question has been asked, and we all know what that means.
Bar of the
day. Let me see what I got here. Nature Valley, crunchy oats and honey.
You're correct.
I don't.
It's the bar of the day.
It's the bar of the day. They sent me a DM in their account and went right to the top of my request because they're very heavily followed. There's a big organization.
Of course.
And they said, hey, we know you do this bar of the day thing. We would love to be the bar of the day. Nature Valley. They said, say it's good or something. So it's good and melts in your mouth.
Ooh,
or something. Folds right in half. You can put in your pocket. Feels like a soft pillow.
No, absolutely not. No.
Feels like eating sand.
Yeah, there you go.
But if the sand melted in your mouth.
No. You know what? That was kind of a crummy bar of the day, in my opinion.
All right, whatever.
The economy of the People's Socialist Republic of Albania, modeled completely on the basis of Stalin's economic policies in Soviet Russia, resulted in nothing but complete and utter failure in almost every single regard. Throughout its long existence, the Communist Republic relied entirely and exclusively on foreign aid, and when it didn't, things turned south. Following the liberation of Albania in late 1944, Enver Hoxha, the first secretary of the Communist Party, would take power as prime minister. The People's Republic of Albania would then be declared in 1946. Between 1945 and 46, the UN Relief and Rehabilitation Administration donated $26,300,000 USD to the country, supplying enough grain to feed 33% of the population. Until 1948, Albania relied on Tito's Yugoslavia, but in September of that year, it took a sharp turn and became completely reliant on Soviet technology imports. Even UN Relief itself warned that its massive grain shipments were never intended as a permanent crutch for Albania, but as a short-term emergency measure. But by early 1946, Albania was still importing over 80% of its grain needs. Foreign Service reports cautioned that UN relief grants should be restricted mainly to essentials and not used to substitute for domestic output, a warning Albania again ignored. The very foundation of Albania's economy began as Soviet Russia's had, with rapid collectivization and industrial transformation intended to mirror the USSR's first five-year plan. Unfortunately, Albania lacked even the minimal infrastructure or technical expertise necessary to implement the plan, due to the country being an extremely underdeveloped one at the time that communism rose to power. Enver Hoxha's administration forced collectivization in the countryside, but with little regard for regional variations or climate conditions, which led to repeated failures in harvests. The first five-year plan of Albania, from 1951 to 55, had high hopes for increasing industrial production within the country. However, an inefficient agricultural sector facing much of the same problems Russia had during its collectivization period ultimately killed the project's viability, as a lag in agriculture heavily weighed down on industrial development, as the two sectors are of course interdependent. On top of this, industrial productivity fell behind the nation's needs because the peasantry wasn't trained sufficiently in factory equipment operations. National production was extremely unsatisfactory, and by 1953, 70% of Albanians still worked in field labor. By 1960, private smallholdings still produced nearly 90% of Albania's agricultural output. State and collective farms, despite having mechanization and central services, underperformed by 20 to 30% per hectare compared to smallholders, and chronic local food shortages persisted well beyond the early years of collectivization. Albania's state planning apparatus consistently failed to meet its own targets. According to internal Albanian records from the mid-1950s, more than 40% of planned industrial projects were either unfinished or entirely stalled due to delays in receiving Soviet machinery or technical blueprints. In the agricultural sector, peasants were pushed into state enterprises under coercive pressure, and by 1954, nearly 80% of those enterprises were reporting losses rather than net productivity gains. Internal planning documents reveal that by mid-1955, over 40% of industrial enterprises were behind schedule or halted outright due to delayed equipment and poor site selection. A 1956 admission conceded that, quote, only half of the five-year targets were achievable with existing resources. In 1959, China and the USSR, competing for influence within the country, gave Albania $13,800,000 USD and $83,800,000 USD in aid, respectively, as other Eastern Bloc nations also collectively assorted $35 million USD to aid Albania in that year of 1959 alone. Between 1955 to 1960, foreign assistance augmented Albania's budget by 223%. This international scramble to gain power over Albania's economy translated into a temporary boom in externally financed projects. Soviet-led urbanization campaigns attempted to build industrial complexes in cities like Elbasan and Fier, yet these same constructions were plagued by low-quality workmanship and very poor planning. Chinese engineers introduced factories that mimicked those in Maoist China, but were snagged in their use of outdated technologies. Many factories never even reached full capacity. But the apparent industrial achievements in which Albania did succeed masked nothing but inefficiency behind the scenes. The Elbasan Steel Combine, for example, operational by 1966, ran at only 60% of its nameplate capacity through the early 1970s, and later inherited pollution liabilities so severe that its successor plant faced shutdowns. By 1960, the proportion of output from farms, despite the immense aid poured into the country the previous year, hadn't changed at all since 1951, and foreign assistance was still augmenting Albania's budget by 130%. Worker productivity and motivation, as in the USSR under Stalin, was extremely low. 48% of Albanian needs in wheat were met through Soviet aid imports during this period. When Soviet aid to Albania ceased, all major construction projects were delayed, and the country witnessed a sharp decline in international trade. Labor productivity declined 12.5% between 1960 to 1963 due to a spare parts shortage. To make up for the end of Soviet aid in the country, China came to the rescue, supplying Albania with 90% food and spare mechanical parts necessary for production. Albania's dependency on external actors became so extreme that over 60% of its heavy machinery in 1963 came from Chinese exports. The result was a fragile industrial base that was entirely incapable of sustaining itself. Albania lacked trained engineers and had no means of producing complex parts locally, as countless industries fell into the same old cycles of breakdown and inactivity. Agricultural output grew only 22% over the entirety of 1961 to 1965, as opposed to what was planned in the third five-year plan, which was intended to be a growth of around 72% during that period. 4 to 5% annual growth in agriculture might sound respectable in absolute terms, as this was above the world average, but for an agrarian country with a soaring population, meager mechanization, and government plans targeting rapid development, this growth did absolutely nothing to alleviate chronic food shortages or meet the regime's own goals that it set for itself. Overall, industrial production failed to improve over the course of the 15 years between 1950 and 1965. To add on to this gloomy prospect, the government regularly falsified statistics to exaggerate its achievements. Reports from the Albanian Workers' Party in 1966 claimed a 45% rise in industrial productivity since 1961, but internal audits revealed net increases of less than 10%. The concealment of these inefficiencies discouraged any reforms which could have been made during that period. Enver Hoxha's obsessive construction of over 750,000 concrete bunkers, which lasted from 1967 until his death, consumed 2% of Albania's net material product annually at its peak, diverting critical steel, cement, and labor from housing, roads, and factories. Each bunker cost roughly the equivalent of a two-room apartment to construct. Although finally the fourth five-year plan would yield some economic improvements due to a long overdue series of reforms that prioritized decentralization, deregulation, and finance reform, in 1978 the People's Republic of China would finally withdraw its aid from Albania. In 1979, following the Sino-Albanian split, Enver Hoxha would publish a book berating a now-deceased Mao Zedong. After the split, consumer goods production failed to meet standards for quality, and production did not meet the expectations of the most recent five-year plan. Perhaps we can give Albania the benefit of the doubt and admit that since China withdrew aid during this period, that the nation shouldn't be blamed for its failure this time. However, that is precisely the problem with Albania's economy during the communist period. It couldn't survive on its own with the model it was implementing. By 1978, nearly all high-capacity power generation infrastructure in Albania was operating with spare parts imported from either China or the USSR, many of which were no longer manufactured. Frequent blackouts now occurred, and metallurgy collapsed alongside other sectors. Albanian factories increasingly relied on salvaged or improvised components to remain operational. Albania immediately pursued a policy of superficial autarky, or national self-reliance, while beginning trade relations with the West after it had stopped receiving aid from both China and the USSR. And with that being said, labor productivity declined 1.7% on average between 1980 and 1988, as the economy was failing to create new jobs. Cultivatable land declined 20% as the population boomed. On the topic of so-called autarky, Albania wasn't in fact self-reliant, as it imported in a single year alone in 1982 74 million USD worth of goods from Yugoslavia, 42 million USD worth of goods from Italy, 23 million worth of goods from Bulgaria, 19 million from Romania, 17 million from West Germany, 16 million from France, 15 million from Poland, 13 million from Greece, 12 million from Hungary, 4 million from China, and 3 million USD worth of goods from the United States. By the mid-1980s, its Western trade alone reached some 200 million USD annually, draining Albania's central bank reserves so severely that by 1990, GDP per capita stagnated at roughly $450. To be clear, that would be poorer than Lesotho in southern Africa. Albania's self-reliance had no substance other than its ideological posturing. The trade imbalance, which had resulted from this period, was severe and harsh. Imports far outpaced exports, particularly in the domain of capital goods, medical supplies, and food staples. So much for self-reliance. As a result, food rationing became increasingly severe throughout the 1980s, with reports of urban centers receiving less than 1,500 calories per person per day in state provisions, meaning that the Albanian population was overall definitively food-deprived and undernourished. Enver Hoxha, inspired by Joseph Stalin and still the leader of the Albanian Communist Party 40 years down the road, perpetually invoked a state of emergency by fabricating conspiracies and purges that reached their peak between late 1981 to 1983. Thousands of officials and their families were arrested without formal charges or due process. Arrest decrees were issued unilaterally, bypassing all checks and balances, while trials were transformed into public spectacles of denunciation where Hoxha himself would mock purged politicians in person. Governance had dissolved into his own personal court. Today's executioner could be on the chopping block tomorrow. Mehmet Shehu, the 23rd Prime Minister of Albania, supposedly killed himself following his purge from the government. The Shehu family was placed under house arrest, only allowed to attend Shehu's funeral, but even his wife and brothers, however, were too afraid to attend. Kadri Hasbi, the Minister of Internal Affairs, was also arrested and executed. In his final days, Enver Hoxha was confined to a wheelchair as he suffered from diabetes and cerebral ischemia. On April 11th of 1985, he would thankfully pass away at the age of 76. Over the entire course of Albania's existence, its ability to improve its economy was completely dependent on its ability to receive foreign aid. It was always a brutal failure, and the way it would finally end proved this fact. In the summer of 1991, the year before communism in Albania finally collapsed, Albania's exports were half of what they were the previous year. Industrial and farm output was failing to increase as well. Matter of fact, it wasn't increasing at all. The GDP per person had dropped to the levels of underdeveloped Southeast Asian economies such as Indonesia or Sri Lanka. The budget deficit was 20% of the country's GDP, and unemployment was at about 35%. The economic freefall in the early 1990s finally showed the world the hollow foundations of Albania's centrally planned economy. Factories that had once employed thousands of workers shut down in succession due to lack of raw materials and buyers. Agricultural cooperatives dissolved, leaving many peasants without access to land or equipment. The resulting chaos saw the rise of black markets and mass emigration. Net material product growth did not exceed 1% annually and grew 0% between 1985 to 1990. Agriculture and other industries failed as consumer goods entered a mass shortage. During this period, average monthly wages in Albania lost 65% of their purchasing power due to inflation. Essential commodities like soap, flour, and medicine virtually disappeared from store shelves. The black market economy thrived, controlled by a growing class of intermediaries and opportunists, many of whom were tied to remnants of the state security apparatus. Albania's ambitious experiment in Stalinist replication was doomed from the start. From the earliest days of post-war reconstruction through the successive five-year plans, every sector remained chronically underperforming, propped up only by ever larger infusions of foreign aid. When Soviet and then Chinese assistance finally did dry up, the facade of progress collapsed overnight, revealing Albania as a nation lacking both the technical capacity and the managerial expertise to function independently. Meanwhile, relentlessly stubborn government policy discouraged skilled labor and redirected precious resources into grandiose and unproductive endeavors like bunker building. By the time communism unraveled in the early 90s, Albania stood as yet another example of a failed centrally planned economy, divorced from local conditions and dependent on external patronage, with its population impoverished, its industries shuttered, and its promise of socialist self-reliance entirely discredited.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 26, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ralph Norman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority. Leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continued beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum, for 5 minutes. Got it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank an outstanding member of my team as he departs for a new opportunity. Michael Coran has served as one of my legislative assistants for the past 2 years. He has covered a broad range of issues, from natural resources to Veterans Affairs, and has done so with exceptional diligence and precision. While working in my office, Michael also earned his master's degree in National Security Policy Studies. He quickly established himself as an indispensable asset. I've often said that a good member can become a great member with a great team. And Michael proved that every single day in my office. He played a central role in creating and advancing key legislation, including the National Veterans Advocacy Act of 2025. This bill would help ensure our service members have the support and resources that they need when they return home. After a veteran in my district could not get the timely access to mental health care from the VA that he needed, Michael created the Sergeant Ted Grubbs Mental Health Care for Disabled Veterans Act. And just last night at dinner, Michael shared how the highlight of his time in my office was meeting Sergeant Ted Grubbs. I also would like to highlight his critical work on the Secure Telecommunications Act, which I recently introduced to protect our nation's infrastructure from enemy threats. None of these would have been possible without Michael's dedication and expertise. Although it's also often difficult to see a team member leave, Michael is taking steps to go on and be a military legislative assistant in another office. Max, you're getting one of the best. Take good care of Michael. Michael, thank you for your hard work, your loyalty, and your service. You'll always be part of the family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an exceptional member of my team, my Director of Operations, Mariah Greenlee. From day one, Mariah has been an indispensable part of our office. As every member knows, the Director of Operations is a person who keeps the trains running on time. And while I may be biased, I truly do believe that Mariah is one of the very best. Whether it was fitting 47 meetings in 2 days, managing our intern program, overseeing travel logistics, or simply keeping the office running smoothly, Mariah did it all with excellence. Her calm under pressure, strong organizational skills, and unwavering dedication helped our office serve the people of Indiana's 2nd District at the highest level. Hoosiers who visited the Capitol often commented on her customer service-driven approach. Over the past 2.5 years, I've come to rely on Mariah, not only as a trusted colleague, but a friend. Her work ethic, professionalism, and commitment to service to Indiana's 2nd District has left a lasting impression and mark on our team. While I'm sad to see her go, I'm incredibly excited for what lies ahead for her in her next chapter. Mariah, thanks for everything. Your contributions have meant so much to me and to my team. You will always be part of the Yakum family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Vincent O'Neill, a brilliant artist, a beloved teacher, a dear friend, and a cultural giant who transformed the landscape of theater in Western New York. Born in Dublin, Ireland, Vincent carried a deep love for his Irish roots that he shared with Western New York and the world. Vincent trained at University College Dublin, Trinity College, and the Abbey Theatre School of Acting, and under the legendary Marcel Marceau in Paris as a mime. As a member of the prestigious Abbey Theatre Company, he toured the globe acting and directing. His one-man show, Joyicity, inspired by the works of James Joyce, earned international acclaim, and he was invited by both the President and Prime Minister of Ireland to perform the piece, a powerful testament to his talent. Vincent first came to Buffalo in 1985 with his brother Chris to perform Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot in a hotel dining room in Cheektowaga, instantly winning over local critics and audiences. That performance sparked something greater in Vincent, and in 1989, he returned to Buffalo permanently. Within a year, he co-founded the Irish Classical Theatre Company alongside his late brother Chris, Josephine Hogan, and Dr. James Ward. What began as a makeshift stage grew into one of Buffalo's most cherished institutions. For over 30 years as artistic director, Vincent brought his passion, creativity, and vision to the Irish Classical Theatre, directing 30 productions, appearing in 67 more, and setting the standard for excellence in local theater. From the Andrews Theatre to Shea's 710, Vincent proved that Buffalo's theater scene could rival any in the world. Waiting for Godot remained a through line in his life. It was the first show the Irish Classical Theatre staged in its new home, the play that reopened the theater after the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was also his final role on that stage. But Vincent was more than a performer. He was a mentor, a teacher, and a leader. At the University at Buffalo, where he served as chair and director of theater performance, he shaped generations of actors, instilling in them discipline, empathy, and a love for the craft. He collaborated with the Buffalo Philharmonic Orchestra, led Irish cultural celebrations, appeared in local films, and brought people together through art. Vincent's contributions were recognized by peers and community alike. He received Artie Awards for acting, directing, and lifetime achievement, along with honors like the Buffalo News Outstanding Citizen Award, Irish Echo Community Champion, Irishman of the Year. And just 3 years ago, he was honored with a permanent star in the Buffalo Theater District's Plaza of Stars. Together with his brother Chris, the O'Neill name became synonymous with artistic excellence in Buffalo, a legacy now permanently etched into the city with the naming of the Brother O'Neill's Way on Main Street in the Theater District. Last week, Vincent O'Neill left us at the age of 75 after a battle with cancer. To lose Vincent is to lose a piece of Buffalo's artistic soul. Vincent was one of a kind, a consummate artist, a devoted teacher, a pillar of our arts community, and above all, a man of vision, integrity, and warmth. To his beloved wife, Tasia, his children, Laura, Emily, and Jamie, their mother, Josephine Hogan, and his sister, Margaret, thank you for sharing Vincent with us. To his many friends, colleagues, and all whose lives he touched, we honor the legacy he leaves behind, and he will be missed beyond measure. I find comfort in knowing that Vincent's spirit will remain with us. In every performance at the Irish Classical Theatre, in every student who carries his lessons forward, and in every audience moved by the power of a great story, especially when told with the heart, soul, and humor of an Irishman. May Vincent O'Neill rest in peace. Suevnes Shady Air. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Minnesota to honor the lives of former Minnesota Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark, who were brutally murdered in their home on June 14th. We also express our collective outrage over this politically motivated attack, which resulted in life-threatening injuries to my friend, Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman, and his wife, Yvette. My wife Jackie and I have known Melissa for more than 20 years. Melissa and I joined the Minnesota legislature together in 2005, and we served together until 2011. While we may have disagreed on policy, Melissa was a great colleague who fearlessly fought for what she believed in, and she devotedly served the people of Minnesota. One day, while I was in the Minnesota legislature, I brought my only daughter to work with me. I wanted to introduce her to some of the strong female leaders in our state and my colleagues who were frankly exceptional at what they do. And one of the first people that I introduced Katie to was Melissa Hortman. Though we came from different sides of the aisle, Melissa was incredibly gracious with her time and couldn't have been more kind and encouraging to my daughter. Melissa's warmth and generosity extended far beyond that moment. As Speaker of the Minnesota House, she led with integrity and fostered bipartisan collaboration even during the most challenging times in our state. While we mourn Melissa and her husband Mark, we continue to pray for healing and peace for Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette and their daughter Hope, who were targeted by the same evil coward that night. I have known Senator Hoffman for many years and have had the pleasure of meeting his daughter Hope on several occasions as they visited our office here in Washington, D.C. John's a wonderful man, a devoted husband and father, and a friend. He's a common-sense legislator and has been a champion for Minnesotans with disabilities throughout his time in office. His bravery during the attack, lunging at the gunman to protect his family, likely saved their lives, though it left him with life-threatening injuries. Yvette, who was also hit by the gunfire, heroically shielded their daughter Hope, whose quick thinking in locking the door and calling 911 triggered a statewide law enforcement response that frankly prevented further tragedy. Their courage and heroism should continue to inspire us all. We are grateful to the brave men and women of law enforcement for their work to apprehend the evil perpetrator, and we look forward to justice being served. Let's be clear. There is absolutely no place in our country for politically motivated violence. This attack carried out by an evil coward disguised as a peace officer was not just an assault on 2 Minnesota families, but it was an attack on the very fabric of our nation. It sought to silence and strike fear into the hearts of those who dedicate their lives to public service. And we, as we continue to grieve, we cannot and we will not let this tragedy define us. We must show our communities, our state, our country, and the world that Minnesotans are united and our resolve is stronger now than ever. From Minneapolis to Mankato, from Delano to Duluth, we come together as one voice to condemn all forms of political violence. And we commit to always treat each other with respect, regardless of differing opinions or political affiliations. Our prayers are with the Hortman family as they grieve the devastating loss of their loved ones. And we also continue to pray for John, Yvette, and Hope as they deal with the physical and emotional repercussions of this horrific attack. In closing, I want to echo the words of Melissa and Mark's children. Quote, "Hope and resilience are the enemy of fear. Hold your loved ones a little closer, love your neighbors, treat each other with kindness and respect. The best way to honor our parents' memory is to do something, whether big or small, to make our community just a little better for someone else. May we always adhere to that sentiment." Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Brian Johnson, CEO of Equality Illinois, who will be ending his tenure at the end of this month. For nearly a decade, Brian has been a driving force behind the rapid growth and rise of Equality Illinois, turning it into a powerful multi-issue advocacy organization dedicated to advancing LGBTQ+ civil rights across the state. At a time when we're seeing the LGBTQ plus community face relentless attacks, Brian has been at the helm of Equality Illinois, fighting back and ensuring our state remains a safe, inclusive place for everyone. As he enters this new chapter in his life, I wish him the best luck, and am confident that he will continue to be the good fighting individual and continue to empower the LGBTQ plus community in Illinois and across the country. I yield back.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the House Ways and Means Committee has run the numbers for the American people. They all point to this fact. The one big, beautiful bill is good for this nation, good for everyday Americans, and certainly good for the men and women I represent in Tennessee. Here are the numbers. The bill which this body passed and which I was proud to vote for, some experts say could produce an annual GDP growth rate of more than 5% in the next 4 years, with longer-term annual growth reaching 3.5%. The bill is also set to preserve between 6 and 7 million manufacturing jobs nationally. That will impact a whole lot of families. In my district alone, this bill protects 12,000 manufacturing jobs, more than $1.1 billion in wages, and more than $2.2 billion in economic growth. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to pass this bill without delay. Mr. Speaker, the One Big Beautiful Bill is about restoring fairness and rewarding work, and it begins with Americans' taxes. In Tennessee, this bill the bill we passed here in the House would put an average of $11,700 more dollars in the pockets of a family of four every year. Under this bill, everyday Americans will see lower income tax rates, a larger standard deduction, and an expanded child tax credit. That means more take-home pay, more money for groceries, gas, and health care. Filing will be simpler, refunds will be bigger. This bill doesn't just cut taxes, it makes them fairer. It puts kitchen table concerns at the center of policy and shifts the balance back toward the middle class. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're saying yes to opportunity, yes to working families, and yes to an economy that grows from the bottom up. Mr. Speaker, it would be hard for me to count the number of job creators I've met in Tennessee's 6th congressional district since I came to Congress in 2019. But I can tell you nearly all of them emphasize to me the need for tax certainty and for tax and regulatory relief. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes something called R&D reprieves. That sounds like jargon to most people, but if a piece of equipment is the only thing separating you from expanding your business or hiring more employees, you know the term well. Research and development tax credits have been the lifeblood of growth for small businesses and for our nation's economy for several years. Estimates tell us that the immediate expensing for R&D will accelerate more than $20 billion in investment. I've seen this firsthand in my own small business that I continue to operate. This bill is further proof of promises made, promises kept, and I was proud to support the One Big Beautiful Bill. Mr. Speaker, the men and women who put a badge on every morning, every afternoon, every evening want to leave the world better than they found it. Yet we civilians don't fully appreciate just how much time they spend away from their families to protect ours. They stay late writing reports or working events. They're often required to testify in court on their days off to ensure the conviction of a suspect they've arrested. That time, overtime, is needed to truly serve their communities. They do it without complaint. They do receive extra pay, of course, for their overtime, yet that often comes with the burden of extra income taxes. It puts many of our law enforcement officers in a tax bracket that costs them more money. Fortunately, it's not about the money for most of our men and women in uniform. And fortunately, the One Big Beautiful Bill ensures that our brave law enforcement officers won't be taxed on their overtime pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Republicans are making Donald Trump's big, ugly bill even uglier, with steeper cuts to Medicaid that will leave more kids, parents, and seniors without health care. Also, they can reward their billionaire donors with even bigger tax breaks. This bill would deeply cut Medicaid and hurt our most vulnerable. Don't take my word for it. Republican Senator Tom Tillis shared this chart on the state-by-state impact of the Senate Republicans' newest cuts. Do you live in North Carolina? If you do, you stand to lose $38.9 billion and could kick up to 600,000 people off Medicaid. Many states, including Republican states, will lose tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid funding. How about Virginia? Virginia will lose $24.8 billion. Louisiana, the Speaker's home state, $20 billion. South Carolina, $20 billion. States with small budgets would get hammered. Iowa loses $4.1 billion. And Senator Ernst from Iowa, what does she say about it? She's not concerned. She says, well, we're all going to die anyways. Kentucky loses about $12 billion. What does Senator Mitch McConnell have to say about that? He says, you'll get over it. What? Are you, the American people, going to just get over losing your health care so that a billionaire can buy a bigger yacht? Do you want to die young in the emergency room so that a Fortune 500 company can add a few more seats to their private jet? Here's what Senate Republicans are doing that caused Senator Tillis to make this chart. Right now, states use a variety of tools to help pay for their share of Medicaid, which is the health insurance program for low-income families, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. One of those most important tools is called a provider tax. That's when hospitals or health plans agree to pay a small tax to keep Medicaid running. In return, the federal government matches those dollars. It's a federal-state partnership that keeps hospitals open, staff paid, and patients covered. But the Senate Republican bill would limit how much states can use that tool. It puts new restrictions on states that expanded Medicaid to low-income people, saying they can't collect as much from hospitals or health insurance companies as they do now. It means the federal government would be telling states, you can't use the money you've depended on for years to keep Medicaid going. And that's going to cause a lot of damage. Hospitals would lose funding. States will face bigger budget gaps. And then what happens then? You'll see cuts. Cuts to health care, cuts to services, cuts to the very people who need the help the most. This means tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars lost. That's not just numbers on a page. That's real people losing health insurance. That's real patients getting turned away, real communities, especially rural and low-income communities, being left behind. Now, this morning, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that these provider tax restrictions cannot be included as drafted. But this fight is still very real. We have seen Republicans rework the text of these radical cuts to get the parliamentarians' approval, and at least one House Republican just today suggested they just ignore what this parliamentarian has said. I have no doubt that the plan Republicans come up with will slash Medicaid and devastate hospitals to fund their tax breaks. Now, a few Republicans here in the House have said, these new cuts, they go too far. But are they really willing to stand up for their constituents and vote no if the Senate sends these cuts? I'm not going to hold my breath, because Republicans have already caved last month and voted to kick millions of people off Medicaid. House Democrats and Senate Democrats are united to stop this big, ugly bill. I urge Republicans in Congress to join us to do the right thing and oppose this bill. Stand up for hospitals. Stand up for patients. Stand up for the millions of Americans who count on Medicaid every day. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to recognize the Palmhurst Police Department for 20 years of service and dedication to public safety. Since 2005, the department's officers and telecommunicators have gone above and beyond the call of duty. They have received recognition for their Mothers Against Drunk Driving efforts, completed advanced rapid response and active shooter training, and worked hand in hand with local, state, and federal agencies. Their services extends beyond law enforcement and public safety. The Palmhurst Police Department is also dedicated to giving back to the community by hosting Coffee with a Cop and other events, such as organizing toy drives in partnership with the local schools and bringing neighborhoods together through their annual National Night Out. For 20 years, they have not only protected the safety of Palmhurst, but they have also brought Texans together. Thank you for your tireless work and dedication. Congratulations on 20 years of exceptional service to the people in Palmhurst and the great state of Texas. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Americans celebrate this Independence Day, July 4th, the day the founders declared their intention to be free from England, the day before in the Virgin Islands, July 3rd, we celebrate one of the most historic and spectacular days for those of us who have ancestral ties or call the Virgin Islands our home. It's the commemoration of our emancipation. You see, because on that day, July 3rd, 1848, the Virgin Islands became one of only 2 places in the Western Hemisphere for individuals to gain their freedom from enslavement by organized, violent overthrow. On that day in 1848, after months of organization and planning, thousands of enslaved peoples, including my ancestors, left plantations throughout the island of St. Croix and converged at Fort Frederick in what was the Danish West Indies and demanded their freedom. Unfortunately, while the governor of the time, Peter Van Schulten, declared all former enslaved in the Danish West Indies free, we now know that freedom is not easily free, and a declaration without full rights and privileges is a hollow declaration, because even today, anyone who decides to live in the Virgin Islands must give up a portion of their freedom. The right to vote for president, the right to have full representation, voting representation in both chambers of this body, the right to receive SSI, the list goes on and on. How often when asking for equal treatment, even tax law, I have to remind people that we are not foreign. We are, in fact, a possession of the United States, drafted into wars, loving this country with no path to full inclusion. Imagine if Wyoming or Iowa or Vermont were indefinitely to remain territories with no path to full citizenship. In the 116th and 117th Congress, language was added into H.R. 1, which created a congressional task force to not only create a recommendation to a pathway for greater inclusion for the territories in voting participation in this body, but also to examine what has been the cost to the people economically, socially, politically, for hundreds of years not having those rights. Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Marianas. I'll be introducing this legislation this term and ask my colleagues to join. But let me say to my fellow Virgin Islanders, we as well have work to do in our own freedom. As the prayer and chant says, we must free our minds from mental slavery, the chains that bind us in a psychological and cultural legacy that persists long after the physical chains are broken. Liberation involves more than legal freedom. We Virgin Islanders have had our legal freedom for almost 2 centuries, and yet we still struggle with violent crime against one another, crumbling socio-political infrastructure, and blaming others for the state of our community instead of assigning ourselves work to make it better. True emancipation and liberation requires breaking free from internalized oppression, self-limiting beliefs, and our own social systems that continue to marginalize ourselves and our children. Our ancestors made the brave, bold decision to take a history of bloodshed and pain, a history of being stolen and trafficked from Africa to the West, exposed to some of the most inhumane and grueling conditions. They took that pain and inhumanity and transformed it into achievement of their freedom. The environment of self-hatred and hatred of others that persist on our islands must stop. That is not the sacrifices our ancestors made. Our ancestors could not have accomplished the incredible feat of defeating the Danish army with every odd stacked against them without being unified. Unity and love are inseparable. Let this Emancipation Day serve as both a commemoration and a call to action for us to honor our ancestors who resisted and survived as we do the work of full liberation. Let this day remind us that freedom is both a historical achievement and an ongoing process of our individual and collective self-determination, progress, and development. Blessed Emancipation Day. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize as an extraordinary public servant Ms. Melinda Woodhurst, whose unwavering dedication to our nation's veterans have left a lasting mark on York County, South Carolina. Her strong advocacy and innovative thinking have transformed the landscape of veteran services and has created meaningful change for our service members and their families. She is a prime example of servant leadership. Since 2017, Ms. Woodhurst has served as the York County Veteran Service Officer month after month. She attends meetings with numerous veteran service organizations and the York County Veterans Advisory